Steam viewers, welcome back to EGC Masters Summers. We've arrived at my favorite point in a tournament. Today, we start to get to the blood spill. This weekend, we start to say farewell to some of our top competitors, and it has been a sweaty event already for a sweaty summer. Of course, KP, join me as always, the wonderful Crackety. Crackety, man, like, looking at the results we've seen so far in this tournament, I think some of these epic series we've got coming up, we could have expected, such as Vortex and Louis. But there's so many people that I'm seeing at death's door already in this tournament, I never would have expected.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, right? Like, we've had so many just interesting sets and evolutions so far in this tournament. It is really, like, just going haywire there. Like, looking at it right now, we got Wham vs. BC. Now, granted, whoever loses that isn't going to be straight out. We still have a knockout bracket down there. But, like, it's getting there. Lucifer's already down there. Numedan as well, who's been doing phenomenally. We got B and CSO. Like, having to decide between B and CSO relatively early on, I want to say, in the playoffs. That's not something we expected here.
No, and other ones down there, like Balton, I think a bit more expected. He said himself he hadn't practiced much, but I think like Dumu's on quite the impressive run. I think that's been the kind of standout one for me. A lot of these people expect to get this deep, but by Dumu's own admission in his interview last weekend, he was like, I mean, I put myself in the top 40 right now, right? The top 40, and yet there he is making a deep run. He'll be going up against Anasan Dumu next, but he was able to put B up against facing elimination. He was able to bring Numedan down to that point as well. Numedan, who just in the last Killer Pigeon midweek muster, I don't know why I said the full way instead KPMM, literally made it to the grand finals, right? So like, it's not like Numedan is a pushover in his current form. It's crazy just how many prominent names are facing elimination already.
Yeah, KP, not just that, like, we're also on a new patch once again. Like, we're finding ourselves in the first weekend of a new patch with a lot of changes that directly impact the meta, mostly regarding, like, deer luring. So a lot of strategies that were viable before suddenly do not exist anymore in the game. Now it's either you pro scout or you move out onto the map in order to get those deer.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that as well. Like, I've already seen a big change, right? So, like, obviously, we just finished off the weeklies in the final week. I remember going, wow, like, look at this. No deer shoving because there can't be deer shoving. But the more impressive part is that we didn't just default back to pro scouts. People were walking out. They were survival techniquing up. They were actually taking risk, which, in my opinion, refreshing. I actually love to see that. I love the fact that we're seeing people take risk on the map again instead of just returning to, say, a 2TC meta or who pro scouts better.
Yeah, and we're already like kind of seeing changes to that evolving. Like Frisian Marshes, for example, so many times as well, like with the new Frisian Marshes, where trade is now a lot more competitive. I mean, like, you can compete against trade a lot easier with the market in the middle. There were a lot less sheep, so people started pro scouting on Frisian Marshes. Not anymore. Well, or like deer luring, not anymore. You don't really see that here. At least in the next one, we're going to be seeing Abbasid and Malians. Granted, Mali, they can still go for the pro scouts, of course, but something that I'm more interested in seeing is actually like potentially seeing Saharan Trade Network or something along those lines with like, because this is something that we've forgotten kind of. Mali, like Malian with their trade. It's been bugged for a while. It is now no longer really as bugged as it used to be. There are still a couple bugs here and there, but it's no longer as bugged as it used to be. At least you're getting the resources, right, that you're investing into. And we've forgotten about this bonus. Malian, whenever they do complete a trade, their upgrades research faster. Kind of like a semi-deli at that point where, let's say they trade for like 10 minutes, suddenly all their upgrades only take 10 seconds to complete.
It's true. And the other interesting thing, actually, some that we really haven't seen because of those bugs so long, is if you remember, some time ago they made a change to Saharan Trade Network where you now get the javelin placements, right? With the fact they only cost gold, defending your trade feels more easily scalable. We've just never seen it.
Exactly. And behind that, we've had a lot of trade iterations in general, right? Like, traders used to cost 75, now they only cost 60. So at the moment, like, trade, that could work. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to see it because we're going to be seeing Louis here play. And I know Louis, he's the kind of a stick to the strategies that like work. I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing like a Farimba type play here. Granted, though, it is up against Abbasid, which do kind of feel like they're a little bit of a counter at times, I want to say. We've seen this matchup so many times in the past, but pretty much never in the current meta.
No. Times are changing always, right? I mean, let's get those updates in. Look the amount of times we've done KPMMs between these two. But Vortex hasn't been as present. Louis also towards the tail end took a little bit more of break time, so it's kind of a question mark as to like what he's been hiding. The crazy thing is this guy literally on Friday, literally yesterday, was willing to play a show match. It was the first ever tournament game we had in season 11. Like, it kind of, I don't know if you noticed this about Louis. It's hard not to. You know how some people, like, they love the game, right? But they're very kind of like, hold your hand close to your chest, very strategic, very secretive. Louis is the embodiment of a kid who just wants to play a video game. And I absolutely love it.
Yeah, the kid that likes to play video games, also a kid that likes to make walls, right? So,
oh my god. On this map,
we've seen Louis walls before. It's hard. Like, walling on Frisian marshes can be kind of hard because it's not like you're out and about on the map, but like the sides are very, very open.
Yeah, and I think Louis has impressed me the most with New Frisian and how he walls it, because he's one of the people that will go to both ends and he'll like basically wall about, you know, an eighth of the map. And then he'll go for the big wall, right? Whereas I think where most people fail is they literally just start one side and work out. And it's kind of like you're not hiding it, right? Like you're more likely to get scattered around the center. So it's small details like this. And then don't get me started on the trench warfare, right? Like I call it Takeshi Castling, where he just makes all the little rooms and you're running through a maze. It's freaking ridiculous. But
yeah, you go forward with mangonels then and just wall him in.
Springolds, right? He just keeps crawling and crawling. Like, this is frustrating. But I don't even know if we'll get to that point, right? We have to remember who's on the other side here. A man who, it's not that he's allergic to walls. It's almost like he's disgusted by them. That suggests the game is going to go long. And Vortex has a reputation here, Crackety. He doesn't like long games, historically.
Yeah, Vortex also has a reputation with the Abbasid, so composite bow archer, that's like kind of synonymous, I want to say, with Vortex's style of Abbasid, so probably not going to be a whole lot of booming. I'm expecting maybe like a military wing into 2TC type play, and yeah, I do believe that, yeah, there are some technical issues going on at the moment, but we're trying to get those fixed. So timer right there, it's not 100% accurate, but we're trying to jump into the game as soon as possible. In the meantime, though, we can also talk a little bit about the draft that we've got going on here right now. So Vortex, looking at the draft here, we do see not just Abbasid, but also like Ibids, Byzantine, Zhuji. I feel like these picks are maybe a little bit just mirroring the changes in the meta that we've got going on at the moment. Like, for example, neither Louis nor Vortex picked JD here. And I want to say, like, just the week before, we've seen those civs getting picked a lot more often, especially by Louis. Like, Louis not picking JD, that's a little bit surprising to me. I think, like, or French not being one of his earlier picks. Interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, it's also, I know people are going to be crazy about the idea that HRE made it through, but like, you know, HRE did just receive another, like, you know, little tweak, a balance change, right? A nerf to the gathering rate. 5% doesn't sound like a lot, but collectively it's like a 10% nerf to the overall factor, right? So like, it was a decent hit there. And also they were one of the civs that really used the deer shove well, right? So like, the other one that surprised me is Japan. Obviously it came out the tail end, but I think Japanese may be the biggest question mark on where they land post-nerf, because I think for them, this deer shove made the civ viable in so many ways, where before your only option was super fast castle.
I'm honestly not 100% sure about that. I have been playing a lot of Japan recently, and I think Japan at the moment, just with their kind of like Zerg style, like a lot more players right now are actually embracing the Yumi archers, thanks to that last little buff that they received. And also, sure, like you don't really deer shove anymore, but the potential is still there with like Dark Age aggression, just getting a couple of spearmen out on most maps where, for example, on Gorge, you have the potential, like always, pretty much always on Gorge, the gold is outside of the range of the TC. So just opening up with like 2-3 spearmen and just running forward, doing a little bit of damage. It also buys you a lot of time to get other technologies in, for example, in the Dark Age, like Tawara, which scale on later on in the game. And that's like an interesting workaround, is that instead of starting off with the deer, you just start off on the berries very early on, and by the time that you're like getting pushed off the berries potentially, you're just going to be able to get up the sheep underneath your TC from there on out. And yeah, I think in general, Japan at the moment, with their mobility on the Yumi archers, with their very early access to the barracks, without delaying themselves too much, I think they're a very, very interesting tempo civilization at the moment.
I think you're onto something there, and there is also that sneaky little trick that, you know, you definitely shouldn't look to exploit by sending your Uni Bannerman ahead of the other guys. that maybe makes Yumi a little bit stronger than intended. But I agree with the sentiment. I think like Yumi opened the floodgates in a lot of ways because like we are, whether we like to admit it or not, over the months we've kind of remained in an archer meta, right? Like some fast castle builds, etc. But like archers remain like a pinnacle part. We literally heard it from Dumu in his interview last weekend where he's like, yeah, there's a lot of archer meta right now. And for the longest time, Japan couldn't exist there. They couldn't exist later either, right? Like we always meme them for not having crossbows, real crossbows. So I definitely feel that there's some potency there. I know you were having some fun with Kiliardi on the ladder the other day, also experiencing how viable the spearman can surprisingly feel in the late game.
Yeah, it's I was trying out like Knights Templar at the moment, like in the current meta with the new buff to the Hospitaller Knights. They still don't feel that good. Like giving up French Knights, like not French Knights, but like the Chevaliers, it's too hard, man. It's too hard. Feudal Age doesn't feel that great there, but yeah. Archer meta, it's interesting to a certain degree, right? Like just in general, like having those ranged units and taking fights where you don't even hit your opponent's units, but you're just going after villagers can also become incredibly frustrating because sure, sometimes like you don't trade the most effectively, but archers are just so cheap and easy to replenish that sometimes it doesn't matter if you lose out on like 10 archers if you're able to kill like 3 or 4 villagers at the same time, trade it off, because in the end you're going to be able to reproduce these 10 archers very, very quickly. And your opponent will struggle long term with their own economy.
Yeah, it's like I find that Yumi so intriguing as well, in particular because like the fact you just end up overkilling them inevitably as the game goes on. Now, like steering it back towards the rest of the draft, I am curious about the Ottomans. I think the Ottomans are fundamentally potentially the most evolved Civ off of Season 11 changes because of those Vizier reworks, right? The Kinji maybe being viable, 2TC, 3TC meta maybe on the table. It feels like Ottomans might finally have options.
Honestly, I think Ottomans is in an interesting spot at the moment where they're just able to use certain units, like the Sipahi, for example, just having access to certain units that are inherently, I want to say, a little bit unbalanced. Like a Sipahi, for example, you take that, you add a meta to it, and it has the same armor as a knight, like ranged armor as a knight, even has more, well, not more, but like has similar-ish melee armor. Like you can get to 3 melee armor with the Vizier point, not the Vizier point, but with the meta in as well. They have 155 health, which is 30 more than a normal horseman. They're incredibly, incredibly tanky, and you do always have the ability to heal up with the imams early on. Yeah. I think genuinely, Sipahi are probably one of, if not the most broken unit in the game, because they can also like take on spearmen very, very effectively because of all their bonus range. Like you just have a couple of your own spearmen, right? Just frontline them. Sipahi, you just move them back a tiny bit, attack move again. Enemy spearmen are going to be stuck on your spearmen, and Sipahi can just start mowing down. It's kind of crazy just how good Sipahi are overall with their range. Makes me think that maybe the bonus range could just be offloaded to like an upgrade or something, like in Castle Age. Just maybe that needs to be a little bit more of a ramp up for them, because right out of the gate, they're just very strong.
I think part of it is like Miro was saying, like technically if you optimized it, you can attack without ever being attacked, right? It's like the idea in a melee. But like the thing is, for the longest time, despite how strong they are, people didn't use them because they were scared. Like, it's a big investment, right? Like, they do seem like they're kind of squishy compared to, like, a French knight for the cost. And people, I think, were really paranoid about losing them. And by the way, folks, we are getting the lobby ready. Apologies, we had, like, multiple crashes. We were crashing more times than a NASCAR race would. 2-hour-long one, in fact. But I think we got it sorted, so the lads should be ready to hop in. We've also tweaked the music, so everything should be good. Definitely let us know if there's anything else. Miss Univotch Crackety, they're going to ask in a second where Drongo is. Anyway, but the interesting thing though with the Ottomans is I actually kind of dig that they nerfed the Janissaries and not the Sipahi. I don't know if you feel this way as well. Like, they're strong, but if I had to choose one thing that I thought was cool to be their unique identifier, I dig it being the Sipahi that remain relevant over Janissary and Great Bombards.
Janissary are pretty, like, it's one of those units, right, where they fulfill multiple purposes at the same time, to the point where instead of having like a triangle counter system, it becomes a square or like just a straight up line.
It's just line.
Where it's just a line counter system, right? Because they, like the Janissaries, they do well against spearmen, they do well against men-at-arms, they do incredibly against horsemen, against knights, for example. They do fine, very fine, up like even very good, I want to say, up against crossbows, and they're still decent against archers, unless you're talking about like late Imperial with like all the upgrades, like the bonus range. They're not that good against longbowmen just because they already have like a lot more range, or yeomen for that matter. But like they trade incredibly well against 90% of all units, I want to say, in the game, and that's just, it gets to the point where the most effective counter I hear like the pro players say when they play up against Ottomans is like, yeah, just don't let them mass up a lot of Janissaries. If you don't let them mass up, you're fine. If they mass up a lot of Janissaries, you lose. Yeah, just don't let it get to that point. Just, you must have fucked up before. That kind of like sentiment there.
Don't let them get 20 mangoes. I don't know what the complication is here, Crackety. Like, just don't let the French player build 15 keeps, okay? Like, around your base.
If you get to that point, just don't let Delhi hit Imperial Age.
But the actually, funnily enough, like no Delhi coming out. The other one that kind of surprised me here, by the way, like English did get an interesting little buff to them. I thought maybe we'd see one or two of those picks starting to slither back in, especially for some like Vortex, especially with things like Ottomans being there on the other side.
Yeah, the English one is very good, right? Like just getting so much more food in there. It's kind of crazy because like the buffs that received, not just on the English, but also the Abbasid as well, which we are going to be seeing in here, is like they took the main strengths of those civilizations, which were already, I want to say, like peak at what they were doing beforehand, right? Like Abbasid booming with like multiple villagers, English food economy. Those were like their main strengths. And instead of like giving them other strengths to make them excel a little bit or like be competitive in the meta, they just went ahead and took the things that they were already strong at and buffed them further. These are the kind of changes that can cause an immense power creep the second the meta shifts. The second we shift to a 2TC meta, Abbasid and English are going to be god tier.
Oh my god, dude! Like, I'm getting flashbacks to it. I don't feel like I want to return to that. But outside of that, like the Abbasid pick, I am intrigued to see because of the changes you mentioned. Like the other thing we were talking about trade earlier, we have to remember the tag is now fixed, so they don't just melt like ice cream in the hot sun when a spearman turns up. Right? All of a sudden, the camel traders can live for a little bit longer.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like they're already fast, right? So the spearmen, they're gonna have to put in the hours. It's not like we have HRE spearmen or anything like that going up here right now. So the camel traders, if we're gonna see them this game, they're gonna be fine. They're gonna be fine, man. I am expecting composite bow archers in this matchup. Like the funny thing with Mali is that they trade really well as long as there's very few units. The second it starts bulking up and the second the archers hit castle age, they start trading out a lot better. But it's going to be interesting because it looks like we're finally hitting that 0 mark on the timer. So that means we're jumping into game number 1.
That's right. Long awaited, but finally we are here in the upper bracket decider for EGC Masters Summer. Winner of this will advance to the playoffs. Loser can lose twice more, so maybe not the higher stakes, but it definitely makes a statement. Old guard versus new. Louis MT in the red, playing as the Malians to kick us off with Team Elephant. And Vortex, well, he's been rapidly spanning upwards to the top of the leaderboards again after his return to AoE4. He's going to be opening up with Abbasids in the blue, map being Frisian Marshes, and both me and Crackety are already looking and going, please trade. Just double trade. But there's only one trade post now. It's a trade war.
Yeah, fighting for a trade would certainly be amazing. But Louis, he already kind of paragraphs at least a little bit what he's going for. It looks like he's going to be fully kitting out his first pit mine as he's already started chopping down the second straggler tree inside of his base. So we'll be going for not just 6 houses, but maybe a couple more. Maybe we're going to see like 7, 8 houses, the full roundabout on that pit mine. Just a lot more gold early on. Yeah, okay, it's going to be just the 7th house that's going to be coming in here. But that already just gives him a lot more gold early on to play with. I'm wondering, because deer shoving is gone, pro scouting still potentially on the menu, and this little bit of bonus gold might just make the difference between like a very quick or a little bit delayed pro scout timing for him. And it's not like Abyssal is going to pro scout at the end of the day anyway, so you might as well take them.
Yeah, not the right player for the Pro Scouts. We have seen a few people that like that Advancement Wing Pro Scouts build, but that was more or less a band-aid for Bastards in a bad meta, of course, back in Season 9. There is a temptation towards fishing. He hasn't actually indulged, though. Like, we've seen a lot of Bastard players like to go for those ponds, courtesy of the fact that they get the docks for half price.
We do see the two scouts here facing off against each other right now, staring each other down, and Vortex, he's got to be a happy little camper here. 7 compared to 13 sheep on his side, so he's found a very good amount of sheep here early on. Do keep in mind that this isn't the old Frisian Marshes. We're on the new EGC Frisian Marshes, so sheep, they're not quite as abundant. Like, in the past, we had, like, both players being able to gather, like, 22, 24 sheep. This time around, it's a lot more tame. It's a lot more normal. We're looking at, like, 10 to 12 sheep for each players here, so not going to be quite as hefty as it used to be. It looks like we are going to be getting that Manzaquarian. Vortex aging up with the military wing. So no trade, at least not right off the bat here, coming in for these two players. But military wing already tells us that there is going to be some action coming in very, very shortly. Ooh, and we do have a villager walking out, KP.
Yeah, it's
It
going to
could
be
be
the
a dock coming in.
There we go. He's starting to set it up. So interesting. Vortex, he wanted the aggro time, which makes a lot of sense here, right? Like, Louis won't have a defense out straight away. So there's potential for Vortex to walk across and maybe build a ram here just to start harassing onto the houses. It depends how Louis opens, right? Like, if Louis starts opening javelins, I think that's when the ram's like, oh, wow, kind of free real estate here. But it allows him to, I guess, dictate what Louis' opening is going to be and then still be greeting behind this, which is something that Louis might need to scout out. So after he drops off here, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the first thing he's looking for, because once you see the military wing units, you know where they're going anyway.
Yeah. The thing with military wing is, right, like, it already gives you a complete army composition. You get spearmen, you get archers, so you get something against pretty much everything in the game. And as you mentioned, like, javelin throwers, they take a long time to come out. They do counter out the archers, but if the ram's there, they're not going to trade very effectively against the ram. The ram's just going to have a lot of health there and doesn't really take any range damage to speak of. So maybe instead you need some archers just because they come out quicker. Maybe then you can find a timing to deny the ram before it even comes out. But they do come in fairly quickly with 4 units, so it's going to be quite the tight timing here for Louis. We do see the first production building coming up, and it is going to be the archer range. 4 villagers rushing that one up, so Louis knows that he's going to be on a very, very strict budget when it comes to the time that he has before that rams comes in.
Yeah, but it's going to work out, I think, okay for Louis here, because, like, usually this type of timing, what feels really powerful is when Abbasis go for the horseman. But you can't really afford to do that if you're going docks as well, right? Plus the immediate ram. So he should be able to defend against this. It's just going to, obviously, he's probably going to lose maybe, like, what, 2 or 3 houses? Because I think, like, the idea is you get 2 javelins, you keep the archers away, and then if damage is done to the pit mine, you just repair it between, right? Like, it's annoying, but not a game-ending, painful situation. It's just basically a casual Saturday for any Malian player. This always happens.
It does. But I'm kind of curious, just because, like, this is one of those things that has been very dormant recently, mainly because the matchup just hasn't been all too common at all recently. And it looks like the ram is gonna finish up. Vortex already able to do some good pre-damage here onto a pit mine. Villagers getting pulled early on, though, but there we go. Units hopping inside of that ram. And that ram, it's gonna take 370 javelin throws for it to go down. That's gonna be a lot of javelins.
Yeah, no, your armor's going to be sore. It's going to give you flashbacks to teenage years. It's going to move in now, knocking at the door, and he has gone so far. This is a cool reaction. It's a little bit ballsy against double spear, but definitely a quick way of bursting the ram, potentially.
And not just that, it also just gives you so much more, like, tempo on the map, like being able to run out with the sofa. And these sofa have been buffed, I want to say, like 2-3 patches ago. They do a lot more damage nowadays as well. This can be really tough for Vortex Sword. Like, he's out on the map, right? Like, he's out on docks, and if we're getting up to, like, let's say 6, 7, 8 sofas, they can start taking out these fishing ships very, very quickly.
Most definitely. And the other thing that I'm kind of thinking about here is, like, down the line, like, are we probably looking to eventually scale the Filani, right? Obviously, that's a few minutes forward, but, you know, something I think about here is, you know, we talked about Pro Scout's potential at the start. Doesn't seem like that. I'm wondering how much he wants to lean on javelins, because we have to remember that the old Fruma build has been nerfed in Season 11.
It has, and now, yeah, more and more units coming in. Let's not forget, like, even the scout does plus 10 damage against the ram, so never underestimate pulling a scout up against a single lonesome ram, because it does still do a lot of bonus damage. Yeah, the ram is eventually going to go down here. Vortex starts reinforcing, though, with its own units.
Yeah, but at that point, like, you're going to be mirroring Sofa into Horseman, right? Which is, like, you know, for resource investment, a fight you win, but for, like, individual matchups, like, Sofas will beat. So, like, a little bit concerning here. The ram, I mean, he did at least get the pit mine, right? I don't think he killed a house on top of that.
Yeah.
It has forced his opponent to be present, but as you mentioned, with these docks going up, does Vortex really want an opponent that's present?
Yeah. I mean, this is fine so far for him, right? Like, invested 200 into RAM, took down 150 worth of the pit mine, then the pit mine was also idle, like, not rebuilt immediately, so traded out roughly even just a little bit ahead, maybe. And that's for free units, like 4 free units that he had in there. He's gathering a lot of food out on these ponds here. Louis does spot this out at this point in time now. Might even find the villager. Oh, Vortex realized, though, that his villager is in trouble there. Is going to run him away, but the destroyed dock will still alert Louis to the presence of that villager being nearby.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a dead giveaway. It's like, quickly, just, like, brush off the smoke. Like, why is there so much smoke coming off of this thing I didn't even build yet? And he's going to look to hunt both sides. A little bit of a gamble. So I give Vortex, like, maybe a 30% chance of getting out of here.
He's trying.
Wait, the
waypoints are helping him out at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like Vortex at the same time. Oh my god, the timing here. Vortex pressuring at this point in time now that Louis needs the Sofas back inside of his base. Villager makes it out alive. Not just makes it out alive, but is able to dock way in the back.
Yeah, and this is sick, right? Because, like, he saw the horseman coming in. He's like, oh, wow, this is actually my counterplay. I need them all here. We mentioned already, like, Sofa 1-1 will beat the horseman, but that wasn't going to be a 1-1 fight defensively, so has to bring the boys home. Other thing as well is, like, Vortex is not wasteful to stay out there with the villager, right? Like, you don't have to take the valuable but finite fish. The cool thing about Frisian Marshes, one big improvement, is every single one of those ponds comes with a berry next to it, which is perfect for a civ like the Abbasids.
Yeah, exactly. Just being able to gather up really quickly there. And I mean, at the moment, Louis, he still has another gold mine in the back on his side, so does definitely still have access to fall back on too. Vortex, he's invested into a couple more spears which will get countered out quite nicely, though, by the archers at this point in time. Army composition-wise, like, I still think Louis is in a really good spot here, just because Sofa will trade out so much better up against the archers, up against the horsemen. And Spearmen, honestly, like, we know Louis to be really good at microing as well. I don't really see a world where Louis is gonna lose a fight when the Sofa count is equal to the horseman count. He just needs a lot more mass on the field, though, but the fishing ship count, it's getting troublesome.
It's also the idea that, like, if we do get to age 3, those Sofa have a clear skill point where horsemen not so much. But yeah, like, this is Vortex doing what Vortex does best, right? Like, it's not that he's taking eco and putting it into, like, a macro game. He puts it into more aggression. And, you know, Malians, it's not uncommon to see yourself slightly outnumbered by some comps in the feudal age, but that's because you have quality. Louis does have Sofa, sure, but his backline is actually just squishy archers primarily.
Yeah, Blacksmith upgrades are now coming in for both players. Granted, Vortex, he already had the Pierce armor upgrade. Another ram now coming in. Yeah, he's just gonna completely deny Louis the gold here at the front side, but Louis finally shifted his villagers over to the second gold mine that he has there. So Sofa production is going to be a lot more stable from now on.
Because he added more stables. I got you, buddy.
That as well. We do also have the first couple of cattle coming in, so some passive food income at least here for Louis EMT as well. Meaning that he's at least got a little bit of scaling to compete with the fishing ships. And he's also, like, look at that. He managed to get a villager kill in. And now Vortex is completely off of gold. So Louis knows, okay, this is, for the time being at least, an all-in play here from Vortex.
And that's how Vortex likes it best, as we know. Did he get the boot camp? I think he did already, right? They buffed the cost of it. It's much cheaper now. Sofas are going to dive in, though. And no boot camp.
He doesn't have it.
Wow.
We're getting Phalanxing, though.
That's an interesting priority. But we're going to see if it works out for him. The Rams are still working. The Horsemen keep on diving. The Sofas, I mean, they're chunky enough to hold these choke points, and lightly takes out that house to just kind of open up a more free dive-in, dive-out motion. All of a sudden, Louis, he's starting to pull even on the military count here, and we cannot discount the fact that Sofas are going to be worth their weight in gold, and they're also getting kills on the gold on the other side of the map. Full commitment now comes in. The spearmen trying to carry through are going to be a little bit lackluster, and Vortex has to run home with his tail between his legs.
Destruction value for Louis, look at that, almost doubling the destruction value on Vortex's side, so managing to just take way better trades here. And we talked about earlier, having these sofas now in great mass means that now that Vortex has given up, or rather lost the map control here, he's gonna be in a dire spot when it comes to being able to practice fishing. And yeah, every now and then just being able to kill 1 or 2 villagers here means that Vortex is not scaling that well in his economy overall. And the food income is nice, but is it going to be good enough? Because Vortex is still very much stuck in feudal age. He is now pulling a lot of villagers over to gold, so it looks like he wants to make that transition into castle age sooner rather than later. But now Louis, with the sofa, he's got the agency.
And it's a way of denying the fishing before it fully exhausts as well, right, as time goes on here. We've even got survival techniques to burst them up. The horsemen are keep raiding. Vortex is leaning more into archers, so you see the clear intent here, right? Get castle, get composite bows, and send. A cool idea, but if your opponent mirrors castle, we can never discredit just how much armor these heavy cav from the Malians get.
Yeah, I mean, not just having the same armor as knights, but having +1 more armor than knights. Typically, like, once you go up to that castle age and you're able to upgrade your archers, for example, in mass they can take good fights up against they can take good trades up against knights. But against Sofa, which get +1 additional armor, like that +1 armor reduces the damage by 33%. Means that Sofa actually trades so much better up against archers in Castle Age than normal knights would.
And it's just a sturdy force, right? Like, it's something you can afford with this Fulani. It's just the classic build we've seen so often for the Malians, and he's ready to activate. It's on the way. Vortex hasn't even triggered the tech up yet. He's going to have to wait a lot longer than the Malians here.
Yeah, it is going to be a half Lani for the moment, but it's mostly for the upgrades that are going to be coming in. And yeah, Culture Wing, 1 minute 30 seconds compared to 13 villagers rushing up the Grand Fulani Corral. He's got to hold out for a while now. Need to get some raids in, though. Needs to buy himself a little bit of time. Louis, though, has the outpost there, has a couple of units, not the entire army, and is also going to start raiding. Only with a couple of Sofa. I think if he pulled the remaining Sofas there, he could have at least got like 1 to 2 villagers. He keeps them back here, waits for an underreaction from Vortex. Underreaction has come in, and oh my god, Louis, what was that play?
Underreaction?
It worked out.
That felt like an overreaction. Vortex just sent everyone chase that wrong Sofa and hung around way too long. What a hit there. So 5 worker kills so far on the board. We've also got him controlling out the mid-map now with the Sofa count blowing up. It's going to be Culture Wing from Vortex, which kind of makes sense to this idea of the composite bows, but I mean, I just see a Sofa count that's only going to get stronger and stronger. We have to keep in mind that Louis just added in, like, what, roughly about, is it like 14 workers worth of gathering at this stage, right? Because it's not full ranch yet.
It's not that many yet, but like that's the thing about Cattle Boom, right? Like you can delay it. It is very easy to go back into once you're able to like get a little bit of map control. You just pull a lot of villagers in Castle Age over to gold, and it just happens very, very rapidly as soon as you do get that explosive gold income. And Vortex, at least the age up is going to come in fairly soon, and he has managed to keep Louis, at least for the most part, on his side of the map. There are still some raids coming in every now and then. Vortex still ahead slightly in the economy, but yeah, the cattle, they're going to make quite a difference here at this point in time. Vortex at least sees that there are cattle in there, and he's got to feel it at this point in time, right? Like, he should know, oh, we do see a little loop around. Horsemen do make it up.
Nicely done. Yeah, that looked a little bit dicey for a second there. Quick reactions out of Vortex, however. And look at the full salute. Boot camp veterancy 3 times over. Vortex, he's showing us exactly why he had so many people on gold. He wanted all the shiny toys.
Unfortunately, because of the pressure on him right now, he wasn't able to wait with Preservation of Knowledge for these upgrades. So he's going to pay full price for these upgrades, but any other upgrades, at least the blacksmith upgrades, at least composite bows, he is going to be able to discount them.
I mean, my concern is whether it's going to be good enough, right? Like, I like that Louis is balancing Sofa plus archers. Vortex starting to blob up the space quite nicely, though. And we have got a crossbow switch on the way. So, like, this should be the more desirable answer to the Sofa threat. I am a little bit concerned that, like, if anyone should be going for relics from here, you'd expect it to be Louis, not Vortex.
Yeah, Vortex knows, though, that he needs to scale more than Louis at the moment. He only has the shoreline fish, which eventually is going to run out. The cattle are eternal at this point in time. But Louis, look at that double mosque play immediately. He's going ham on the relics now on his own side.
Yeah, this is a classic. We know Louis MT, he used to love this play so much. In fact, I remember in 2024, I think he'd done it more than anyone else in competitive Age of Empires 4. Practically any Civ castle rolls around within 2 minutes of reaching it, you'd see this. It's actually crazy just how well he plays it, actually. And it shows you his comfort with reaching those later phases of the games. He knows how to do it. He knows when he can leverage it. And the perfect time to do so is he's diving into the enemy base, trying to force Vortex's whole army to stay at home.
Yeah, Vortex at least, though, is moving out for the moment. So far, only one religious unit on both sides, so there won't be like an immediate blob of relics disappearing off the map on either side. Vortex going for a little bit more of an infantry-heavy comp. We are seeing Golems coming in now as well. Perfect answer in theory to the Archer count, but Golems, they don't trade anywhere near effectively enough up against Sofas, which also do bonus melee bonus damage up against infantry units, right? So
yeah,
they're pretty much perfect up against the Golems with all of their melee armor as well.
Yeah, it's also the type of unit that you get a little bit more value out of the Archer Poison Arrow against, right? Because it's not something that's just going to insta-die, so the trickle damage from Poison actually does matter there. The Horseman's going to be pretty effective if the Vortex can get the right angle, though. And I'm wondering if it's going to kind of like bait him in. We've even got Camel Riders coming in to try and discount the value of this Sofa Mass.
Yeah, it's going to work quite nicely, and we do have composite bows in at this point in time as well, so the archers are going to trade a lot better. Bootcamp also just insane value now on this large infantry mass. On Vortex's side, archers are going to be able to at least get behind the Sofas here. Sofas are going to do their best to trade out, but I'm not sure how comfortable Louis is going to be here.
I mean, this doesn't stop, right? Like, Vortex has such a big military that he's going to keep chasing. The Horsemen keep forcing the Sofa to re-engage, and they're also blocking the shots coming in from Louis' Archer mass. So they'll ramp around the back, they will sacrifice their lives, but look at the military count. Vortex's has barely budged, and Louis is starting to go down. This is painful to watch for him right now. I mean, the Archer count also in favor of Vortex with that composite bows is just going to maintain the lead. And so far that are meant to be dictating this fight for Louis have been completely shackled from the beginning.
There's just so many spears that Louis, he's not able to really focus them out effectively enough. No line formation, so not able to take down multiples at the same time. We've got so many units in queue for him. 17 archers, but he needs them out on the field right now. But what, he's just going to keep pushing in?
Oh my god. There's no reason to stop, right? And then obviously we have to remember that Phalanx is just super effective here, right? You can engage, the Golems then go forward to the second flurry of archer shots, going to the wrong unit type, and he's had enough. He says, I am dying or I am living off of this fight. Sofa's engaged. But the mass may still be too good. The Vortex crossbow count good enough to scare him away. That Camel debuff was crucial for all these engagements. He never removed the final Camel.
Camel still being there, and Louis, he's just lost his entire archer mass. We're seeing forward mangonels now coming in as well. And Vortex, he's got to feel very, very comfortable now at this point in time. We do still have some raids going on. Louis actually managed to kill a couple more villagers. We don't have a reaction there on those berry villagers, so a couple villagers more are going to go down here. But now Vortex, okay, a couple more. And more.
The reason the berries are red is because they're covered in blood. He's going to keep on killing. I think now the idle notification might get his attention. So Vortex has got to make this worthwhile, but he really can, can't he? I mean, look at the count. It's a double up an army. He's even now got mangoes to try and address the archers in these choke points. Sofas are going to keep engaging, but that Camel needs to be removed stat, or I just don't see how Louis is ever meant to carry these fights off of cavalry.
And we do have that attack move now onto the cattle ranches. Louis is trying to wrap around now with the Sofa. Wants to get onto that mangonel. Vortex is wary of that, though.
Louis in desperation
Gonna pull some units back.
He's got
the cattle going down. That's huge.
Yeah, and I mean, it's almost like you want to delete some of your own build and just give yourself more options, right? Like, it's just so hard to come through these choke points against Phalanx Spearmen from the Abbasids. Just having that extra, like, damage, that extra range is huge here.
Bootcamp also meaning that they're able to survive an additional shot from the archers means that you just need so many more shots there, especially when you're like lining up the units with the line formation. The spearmen just survive so much longer. Reinforcements though are going to get picked off here by the majority of Louis' army, but he's just not able to get a big enough army count out. We are going to start seeing some mangonels now as well. Villager pull onto the mangonel from Vortex is going to be able to get it down, but villagers are going to get sacrificed for it.
Yeah, like the cows have just lined up to be politely massacred and are being ignored right now. They just look like they're fresh ribs being ready to just be thrown on the barbecue. He's still generating some food off of this, by the way. They are getting plus 20 food each, but it's nowhere near what he was getting. So Vortex, as long as he can maintain this type of military count, it's very hard to see a way for Louis to keep maintaining this sofa count.
Just a little bit out of position here. Louis is trying his best to stabilize.
Please, the camel. Oh my god, finally, it's gonna die, but at this stage, Louis barely registers sofas anymore.
Yeah, not many remaining here. And Vortex just continues like flooding out units. Louis, the queue doesn't look as strong anymore for him. I'm not sure if Vortex is going to be... Yeah, he's got enough, I feel like.
He's got Lancers.
It's just still so many units.
Yeah, like there's barely any sofa, and he's got Knights now coming in, so it's just quicker reinforcement and great raiders. He's even diving down to the Mango. The tricky little wolf from Louis is not going to be good enough. That's going to be a double Mango loss here to Spearman by the looks of it. Yeah, nothing you can do to stop it. I mean, it's definitely expensive, this dive from Vortex, but it's gradually paying off, right? Like the eco lead building, the idle time achieved. He's going to finally walk out the other side a little bit exhausted. And props to Louis, by the way. That fishing, I think, is the only reason he's still in this game.
Yeah, behind this, at least, like, Louis has some resource inside of his base that he can get to now, and there are some cattle that he can take, or rather build up some cattle ranches yet again. As you mentioned, he is still getting some value out of these cattle, as they're still in the influence. Even without, like, being inside the cattle ranch, they still generate the food from the Fulani Corral. Louis, he is struggling, and we're seeing a massive amount of siege now coming in from Vortex. 3 rams, 2 additional mangonels. He's going to go for infrastructure next. Like, the first one was economy. The first dive was for economy. The next one is going to be for the buildings.
Yeah, and the other thing is the camels, once again. I think that was key last time to just devaluing what Louis was trying to achieve on the defense. It's still going to be there again. And the mangoes should be good enough to keep the archers away. So, I mean, Louis... There's going to be gaps in his production as well, remember, because he's going to be moving pond to remain competitive here. But he does keep himself alive. I mean, the crazy thing is actually the only cows that got killed in the end was the mango shot from Louis himself.
Yeah, Vortex, he only prioritized the cattle ranches. We do still have some raids coming in from Louis. A lot of worker kills on both sides here so far. Both players hemorrhaging a little bit, but I feel like Vortex is still just... way more stable. It is economy, way more stable with his currently active army out on the field. Louis, though, I gotta say, like, he's done a great job of remassing up to 30 archers again.
I will say Vortex's food income is a little bit weak right now, like by comparison, so that does have me a bit concerned, but it's all about that burst that is coming in right now, right? Like, yes, eventually shoreline fish run out on these fishing boats, but Vortex is taking a more gradual approach, whereas Louis is burning through that resource fast. He is, however, still raiding, and I've got to give him props to that, because the eco lead that Vortex built up is disappearing as the fishing is drying up. You did just hear those delete keys. The fishing boats no longer have a purpose on all these ponds.
And we're starting to get to that point where Vortex, he needs to kill Louis. If this goes on, if this game goes on for like another 10 minutes, the cattle not having been killed yet means that Louis, he can come back in this one. Definitely. And he's got a pretty strong army going here at the moment. Vortex has to be really careful. He needs to get great value out of these mangonels, but mangonels, they don't feel as strong as they used to. If these shots don't sit well, this could spell doom for him, as now Louis actually has more archers on the field than he has.
And the mangoes, I mean, it's triple mango. Gonna go for the wall up on the villagers, but easy dodge for Louis. The archers are starting to stand their ground a little here. Sofas to hold the choke point. Vortex needs more bodies on the front side of the fight here. A little bit lacking in spear count, actually. Might be a bit concerning. And the military lead that he had that was so big is disappearing before his eyes. He needs a good fight. Shots are starting to come in. Good connects onto the archers as it turns into a full commitment to defend Louis MT. Those archers, they lack a front line. Mango is now being taken out. It's only 5 Sofa to try and stand his ground. And a second wave just arrived from Vortex's base.
Is this gonna be enough? It kind of felt like it the first time as well, right? But now Louis,
Seriously.
he's got still like so many archers out here. He is kiting back effectively. He's doing his best to dodge all of these mangonel shots that are coming his way every single time. But now and then, one or two do connect a little bit better than the others. But yeah, TC could potentially be going down.
Yep.
Villagers coming out though. Sniping the ram,
but the
Repair
mangoes
coming in as well.
They can go for the snipe, right? Like, that's the big thing here. And he's going to be able to keep hitting the TC. So it looks like the primary town center is going to go down unless Louis can pull off a miracle repair without Banco. There's enough archers just about to make it happen for Vortex. So a good step in the right direction. But my God, has it been piles and piles of body to try and get here. The repair comes in from Louis. Vortex, he gets baited to going after the archers instead. And remember, there's constant wood gathering from Louis. With the fishermen turned into woodcutters, he has the wood, he has the repair, and he is not done yet.
This is crazy. Louis just being able to keep his villagers safe, being able to keep on gathering. How did Louis capture both sacred sites behind this as well?
He's been trickling in to snipe reinforcements with the few surfers he had, but like nothing that seems substantial on its own. But Vortex, man, like he's just reached burnout point. You know, it's like he's gone full turbo as we'd expect out of Vortex. He has this clear timing in mind, but the timing no longer exists. You don't have Eco Wing, you don't have 2TC, you don't have farms, and you don't have villages either.
Man, these sofa raids, time and time again, they've killed so many villagers from Vortex, and now we're in a position, right? Where Vortex, he's on 66 economy units, Louis on 64, but he has the cattle ranches, he has the pit mines. In theory, Louis is miles and miles ahead in economy.
I'm baffled, man. Like we both thought he had this, right? Vortex, that first dive, a little bit overstayed, but okay. Second time he comes around, he's like, okay, a little bit tired, but you still see Vortex's idea in mind. But what Vortex has really done for us, unfortunately, is reminded us just how hard it is to break the base by going after the primary town center, and how difficult it is to rely on mangonels nowadays in Castle Age. Absolutely crazy micro by Louis to stay in these games, off of these fights. And well, you know how Vortex is, right? Like some people, they go back to the drawing board, they switch up the script. No, Vortex is a believer.
He's misreading it. He's misreading the situation. He thinks that he still has any agency to do pressure here at the front side, but it's all disappeared. There is no more agency for him to be out here. He needs to scale on his own economy front. It's 2,000 to 700 food per minute at this point in time. All other resources somewhat even. This means that Vortex now, he's in a very, very rough situation as Louis has way more military than he does, and he's just diving past the army.
Yeah, because Vortex doesn't have a scout. Check his vision. He doesn't see this. This was so cheeky. He just ran right past the army. Full blind. The Rams are going to go in, but they go in ahead of the army? No, it can't be. The Sofa, like, they've already done good damage here, right? Like, he sent the Rams in too early.
He might take out the mangonels from Louis here ahead of time, but the army is circling around.
It is. It's a big army as well. You can see that giant red blob coming around the back here. We've still got Sofas raiding into the tree line. This has turned into a bloodbath for anyone who's a villager. I would not want to sign up for a visa to Malian or Abbasid countries. And the Sofa, they get a free entry, and he gets a free meal ticket courtesy of that cow economy. Insane hold out of Louis to win game one.
That was absolutely crazy. Just Vortex kept reinforcing, kept diving the base from Louis here, but he just wasn't able to do the significant amount of damage that he needed to the cattle. Sure, they were put out of the cattle ranches, but they were never killed. So the cows, they still generated resource, and the second that Vortex could not stick around any longer, the cattle ranches just being rebuilt, total resource gathered. We can just see that Louis is just getting so much more food, considering that Vortex was the one that invested into docks, invested into the fishing ships, not being able to keep up with the economy. That's just wild.
I mean, despite the outcome against Vortex, right, what I did respect is he had this time in his mind and he played full-heartedly towards it. He didn't look for this half-assed attempt that finds him an out that isn't really an out. It just sets him up for failure. But you just can't take anything away from Louis. Both of these players just played so phenomenally well, right? There was a stage where you just couldn't imagine a world in which Louis comes back. But Vortex, I think the thing that's going to be kicking himself in the teeth over is the fact that those cows never hit the deck, right? The only 3 of them were ever sniped down. So Louis, he kind of had a free meal ticket back into the restaurant and just playing the burst fishing was crazy. Like, that worked out so well. So gambly as well. Had Vortex had a single Lancer heading out there, very different game, but incredible start to this series. Promises an incredible set that I think is going to keep delivering.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just these couple of raids that came in from Louis, they dictated the game, just how it kept going afterwards. And as he's mentioned, if Vortex had done the same here, like there were a ton of times where Louis was forced out of his base, where Louis was forced to go on the outer resources. And Vortex just tunneled a little bit onto the main base here. And Louis just being able to hold out, being able to survive, wait for that hero to come in and save him there in his what seemed like his last moments in that game, and just being able to survive like I don't want to say like a cockroach, because that's kind of like how we do see Malians at times, right? Because it feels like many times you can kill 20, you can kill 30 villagers. It is all about that passive income. It's all about those cattle. If those don't go down, have you really killed anything at the end of the day?
Your chances of winning the game is usually how that one plays out. But you know what? We got an interesting one coming up ahead of us as well. Like, I noticed something here, Crackety. Louis MT has picked a civ that, in theory, makes no sense on this map. Excavation. The relics don't exist until you dig them up. HRE loves relics. Stone has uses, but usually later on. While Ottomans is a bit more logical on the other side. I'm wondering if Louis is going to play this a bit like we saw Battletune earlier in the tournament, where he picked French and he basically just ignored the gimmick of the map.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to work out that well. I think Louis is going to play the map to at least a certain degree, because there's still like resource that like you can use stone as the Ottomans, of course. So military schools, big factor that you can use the stone for.
Oh, I was thinking more the HRE, right? Like, do you 2TC?
Yeah.
Do you just accept you'll need a stone
2TC
later?
I think maybe it's more like a preamble on outpost emplacements, potentially. Like getting sprinkled emplacements in with fortification. Like, just gotta say, like, sprinkled emplacement with fortifications for the HRE, absolutely huge.
Yeah. It's interesting, though, because, like, you know, we know that there's a use for it down the line. It's almost like when you had that French game going, well, he could build keeps this eventually. It's like, yeah, but that's so far in the future, right? And early on in particular, that's a lot of your economy digging, right? Getting stone that you're not going to use until later, which could negatively impact like fast castle builds, right? So I'm really curious as to what Vortex's thought process is in here. Like, is there a world in which he just full on sends it in Feudal Age?
I mean, we gotta always remember like what kind of player Vortex is. Vortex is a player that has game plans. Like, he knows what he wants, how he wants to play a certain game. And here in this one, just knowing that he's up against the Ottomans, I'm not sure if he's gonna like play it to his Civ strengths or against his opponent's Civ's weakness. His Civ strength is scaling, his opponent's Civ's weakness is early aggression. So maybe just play it very, very aggressive from the get-go here. But we're gonna have to see, because we're gonna be jumping straight into our game number 2 here now between Vortex and Louis MT. We've already seen the first one. Louis MT just not going down. This one, we're gonna see Vortex on the Holy Roman Empire here on Excavation, up against Louis in the color red, playing as the Ottomans. And KP, we're already starting off with a Dark Age barracks, and we know from the patch notes that this Dark Age barracks is not for deer luring, it's for aggression.
No, it's most definitely going to be about the aggression. And the interesting thing is the map that we're on, Excavation, features 8 points of interest.
Wait, what?
All of them are exactly the same. And
what's Louis?
I think, is he going military
mining
school?
gold? He's put a mining camp on the stone mine.
Wait, but is he going military school? This is military school, right?
I mean, typically, if you open up with military school, you just send 5 villagers for one trip.
Okay, like, what?
This is military school.
No. Yeah, I was going to say, like, this is definitely not 2TC. I mean, this would be a very, very early prep for 2TC. And also...
Yeah, that's the point, right? Like, that's way too early to be on stone. And, I mean, this is going to play perfectly into the hands of Vortex, who is now sending out the Spearman, right?
I'm scratching my head on this, man, because, like, the only thing I could think is, like, maybe you're thinking about the extensive fortifications. so that you can like use outposts and get like, these crossbow placements. Nah, the weird thing about what Louis done here is like if you think about what this map encourages, it encourages aggro play, like Dark Age Spearman for the point of interest. So knowing that, you chose to build a mining camp and send one villager out, and you now have 95 stone and 2 casters that
sending
are
out another
completely puzzled.
Sending out another villager, or he did send him back again, seeing the second spearman. He is at least going to have enough gold for the age up. That's not going to be able to be denied, but yeah, I mean, this is a... Wait, does he have enough gold? He should have, right? Can we check the gold mine? How much? Yeah, he's got enough.
Okay, so likely going to be Madrasa coming in here. Actually, no, I guess, do you still tiny because you don't have gold now? You should be fine, right? Like,
it
you
would
just
be an
open
option.
archers.
Yeah, but like you could, in theory, go that way. It's just that the Madrasa just gives you so much food, right? Like it's just impossible to compare at that point in time. Like it basically enables you to have just constant uptime on supply production, and there it is. Madrasa it just makes so much more sense.
Yeah, especially with the deer shove nerfs, right? Like you just don't have that extra food variable anymore. And sure, you could go for the sheep, you get 10 sheep, but with the new Vizier system, there's a lot more temptations you'd rather have the option to potentially lean into.
That's true. You do have a lot more choices now when it comes to that. Something that we, or at least I believe, Chad, I think I saw it every now and then just being mentioned. A Kinji play could be a choice, right? Like you nowadays, like you get a lot more temper out of the Kinji. Like how much do a Kinji cost? I believe it was like 180 resources, or like I think it got buffed to like 170. So quite a lot of resource, quite expensive. You now get 3 Akinji for free. So thinking about that, 160 resources.
Yeah.
Basically, that Vizier point now not only unlocks them, but you get almost 500 resources worth of units for free immediately. That's pretty big. That's almost comparable to the Janissary Vizier point, where you spawn 2 Janissaries for every single military school. Mind you, though, that one, you have to prepare the military schools for that.
Yeah, and I want to say compare it to having like a double pump of Magadai twice. Obviously, the timings are different, right? Like the Magadai would come in a little bit early in the game, but you can be quite competitive with your timing here. And I think the interesting part is like what's your best answer to like a Kinji? Are you going to maybe horsemen, or do you prefer like archers? And if you are thinking archers, that can already be you attempting to defend against a Kinji into a Sipahi opening, right? So like I think that's the nicest thing is we've been hyping up Sipahi at the start of the broadcast and how that remains still a pinnacle part of Ottomans. Now all of a sudden you have almost like the best way I can describe it is a fast castle roost building with fuel, if that makes sense, right? Because you're getting your horse archers and then you're getting your premium melee cavalry.
Yeah. Something to keep in mind as well is that not Sipahi, but like a Kinji, in very low mass, with a lot of mobility, one-shot villagers very early on. In Castle Age, just 3 Kinji, one-shot a villager. So you got to be very, very careful. Like, a Kinji raids are crazy, crazy effective. A lot more, I want to say, even than cavalry archer raids.
You know what? Like, I think might end up becoming one of the viable builds is getting the meta point and then the Akinji. Because the
you spawn
the
2 metas now.
Yeah, and it's movement as well.
The issue with the movement speed is that it's very unreliable because of it's reliant on formation, like being in formation. Yeah, and the game is very inconsistent when it comes to what is and what isn't a formation.
I get that for like melee, but I think like at least for the Akinji it could make sense because you typically are gonna click them away or click them in, and then you A-click and then I get where you come from. Like, I see it all the time with Sipahi in particular. Like, it's just, okay, I just don't have the movement speed. But maybe it's a bit more viable for raiding cavalry from range. And there's so many possibilities.
Do we have the answer from Vortex? Oh, okay, we are seeing Proscott coming in now from Vortex.
And he is capturing into the point of interest now. So we are finally seeing him garrison the stone. Makes sense, right? Because, like, you're going to need to get these unlocked at some point. If you really want to pick HRE, you need to have some idea of relics down the line, and it's going to take 6 minutes to turf those up.
On the other hand side, we do have Sipahi coming in from those military schools, so a mixture of Sipahi and archers for the moment. Already double military schools coming in for him. Do have the Vizier point open, no choice yet. There we go. Imam point is going to be chosen here. So he's going to have some nice healing working on his side. Means that Sipahi, if they do take an unfavorable trade, as long as he's able to keep them alive, always able to heal them back up again.
Yeah, and we've seen people just lean more and more into this play in recent times, right? Like in the early days, it was kind of like a way too risky gambly type play. But I think players have just got better at the in and out motion of using Sipahi. It can be risky against HRE, I want to say, just because the marching drills allows them to catch you off guard quite swiftly with those archers.
It's true. Vortex now also making horsemen. So we are seeing that 1-1-1 army composition coming in here throughout it all. And Louis, we talked about it. He's got to move out onto the map in order to access those deer. So we'll probably want to drop an outpost here at some point as well. And Vortex might be privy to this information right now just because you can see when deer die through the fog of war.
I mean, if Louis can hold here, though, it's a really big deal, right? Because the deer basically both spawned over here, so you can pretty much deny half of Pro Scout's value from Vortex. So we'll see how this one plays out. I mean, he definitely has some advantages down the line. Like, he's already got the Imam point. The other thing that we usually see prioritized around, like, what, 9-10 minutes is the meta queued up, which you can just spawn out the stables. It's expensive, but at this stage, it's worth its weight in gold. Now, though, it is going to be Vortex poking at the gold. Should be able to force a little bit of out time because Louis' army is all the way over on the deer.
Yeah, we did have the immediate reaction, though, from Louis, so he is very much aware of what's going on. He's going to pull his army over there as well. Does have the Imam for some healing. Vortex invested a lot into spears, which he is going to need for the Sipahi. It's just, I mean, we talked about, right? Like, it's always so ugly trying to micro up against the Sipahi with the spearmen as well, just because, like, they got so much range, they can hide behind the back line.
Yeah, it's a bit trickier to do the, like, poke and move away against HRE spears in particular, but, like, that's also another thing that can still be a bit frustrating. But yeah, the timings are, like, mostly mirrored here, right? Vortex slightly behind on Steeled Arrow, but shows you how good HRE economy still is. The fact that he went Pro Scouts, he's only just behind on Steeled Arrow. He's also getting Wheelbarrow when Louis doesn't have it, and he has more military.
I mean, HRE has been nerfed, right? Like, surely it can't be that good. Oh, we do have some raids coming in. Horsemen are going to find at least one villager kills. 2 villager kills as the body blocking is going to force them into a weird path. And yeah, it's already a lot of value at this point in time, right? That's almost 10% of the economy gone at the same time. Louis does not quite have enough military here at the front line. Is going to trade out against some of these spearmen here. Imam's going to do their best to just heal passively here every now and then. But you just cannot lose these Imams at this point in time. But the horsemen are going to start turning around. No, he might get cleaned up here at the front side.
Yeah, he's coming in. And his archer count is already good enough to keep scaring Louis away. Reinforcements are coming in, but the spearmen were ringer-rosing the entire time. Horsemen going for the snipes. They are going to get skewed a little. Able to back away now, but the Sipahi see an open goal, and Louis pounces on top of it. Marching drills on the archers should get them away fairly swift here. Louis MT coming in clutch with his reserve spears there just before the fight was about to turn into a complete wash.
This was a really close one. Louis is heavily reinvesting into those Sipahi, though. We are seeing not just active production here at the moment from these military schools, but also from the stable there. And with the Imam still being alive, there's still a lot of healing coming in. Like that 1 week Sipahi, he's going to be almost fully healed up in just a moment.
Mm-hmm. I think the difference is, like, if we go back and check Vortex's army, he didn't have a scout with it, right? That Stealth Forest, I think, is the reason the Imam's got away with that. And it just shows
he did have a scout there.
Oh, he did? Okay. Was he in range? Yeah. Or did he just feel like he didn't have enough firepower, I guess? Which is fair.
No, I'm not sure if he... I'm not sure. He was just more focused on the archers there, trying to one-shot them.
I mean, maybe a bit of an error, right? Because if you at least kill one of those Imams, your opponent can't fight anymore. And, well, speaking of Brawl and Vortex, onto the Gold Vein. Going to find some more worker kills in there. He got, what, 2? Yeah, 2 additionals. So, extending his lead. Louis did just get the Vizier point, and this is like the most important Vizier point in the game. Because maybe, and there it is, it's a Kinji.
Ooh. Yeah, Kinji now coming in. A mounted Jugenu. With a lot of base health, by the way, I want to say. Like 95 HP at this point in time. They've already got more health than Onimusha and Castle Age.
That's true. I mean, they have a very slow attack speed. That's meant to be the balance point, right? But what's interesting is Vortex is just getting out of the age. He sees the Akinji, so he's going to be able to counterplay it potentially. And it is a Burgrave build. Now, remember, Pro Scouts, Vortex has some runway. And this, I guess, is why he wanted HRE on this map. Like, the mind scramble of thinking is about relics. Because, like, look at the map. You can't get Regnants here.
Yeah, but this is a Camelatra moment right now, right? This is I'm calling this the Camelatra effect. You think you're about to out-attack your opponent. You think your units are about to, like, take a lot less damage and do a lot more. Joke's on you, your entire infantry is going to be heavily countered by the Akinji because they already do 7+1 damage with every single attack, and they shoot twice.
But if I charge him, Crackety, I do 50% more charge damage.
Yeah, well, they are still faster even with you charging, and they've got more health.
Oh, this is nightmare fuel right now. Vortex. Is it just spears? I mean, it has to just be spears, right? I mean, now that you see Akinji, like the men-at-arms... Alright, he's going for it.
No, he's not far off from his own age up.
Yeah, and to make matters worse, like Vortex, this tech up hasn't led to him now marching out of his base at a rush, right? Like, it's given enough time that Louis MT is ready to dive in on the economy, and it could not be a worse moment for Vortex. Look at the minimap and what his army's doing. He was just moving out. Oh, good spot.
He does have 100. Yeah, he does know where the army is, so he's going to be able to fall back on that side. We're about to see Veterancy come in for the archers. That's going to be a lot more damage done there. We do have Spear in the back, but look at the Akinji. They're going to do what they do best. Take out the Spearman very quickly.
Outpost on the other side from Louis MT is going to slow down any counteroffensive. A Memo Imperial Army is now coming in. Remember, those imams are still up. The archer count with Veterancy can now snipe them down one by one easily, though. So yeah, he just...
Oh, this is going to be scary, though. This is going to be so scary now, because the army from Louis, it's about to collapse on this front side here. Vortex, for the time being, though, is able to trade out very nicely with the archers here. But once those mass Sipahi are coming in, like, that's a big ball of Sipahi right there.
He has no spears here. Yeah, he has 0 spears here as well. There's only a handful of cavalry, so you can't really body block. He's going to find some worker kills. Louis, meanwhile, just focuses on intercepting the Pro Scout pullback. The men-at-arms numbers are starting to get up there. And the Akinji count got reset, by the way. Yeah, he had, what, 4 or 5 before?
Yeah,
now down to 2. Wait, he's losing
pretty
more.
Big.
I think they were on the south side with the boar. Yeah, they just went down. The Spearman.
He did micro correctly against the Spearman. Yes, Spearman, that is so important at this point in time, right? Now, Louis is able to clean up the archers pretty much completely here with the Sipahi.
Yeah, but the Sipahi now... No, the men-at-arms. Like, the men-at-arms can hold on for a while. Reinforcements are coming. Surely. But these horsemen do 3 more damage than normal horsemen. They are different horsemen. They're the Sipahi, man. They don't care. We still got the passive healing coming in from the imams. Charge is going to do quite a lot of damage, though. So it turns out, Akinji do not like charge spears after all. You need to babysit these like they're a newborn. Seriously, I can't believe he lost them so quickly. He's just already lost the game! Vortex gets it in swift fashion with an HRE pick that just completely ignored the nature of excavation.
Damn, that's crazy. I mean, the fights every now and then that Louis took, they were really nice, I want to say. But yeah, losing those Akinji, very high value units, in theory, completely, like, not necessarily lose them just because you can kite indefinitely, but not paying attention for just a second just punishes you so much against these spearmen, which do 50% bonus damage on their charge with bonus damage already part of them, like anti-cav bonus damage already being part of them. Dude, I wonder how much damage they actually did to the Akinji. Like, I think they like 2-shot them with charging.
Yeah, I think it's 2/3 of their health on the initial charge, and then just like actually more like 75%, right? Because like if you have a vet spear, it's was it 11 damage base, and then it's plus 28, I want to say. It's high, right? And then you're increasing that by 50% as well. It's pretty ridiculous mathematically, actually. Yeah, so just confirmed it's 9 damage. Sorry, not 11, that's elite. 9 damage, but you get plus 23. So you're hitting for 32 damage, and then you get 50% more in charge. So you're hitting for 48 damage.
So you're 2-shotting.
Yeah, as long as 2 guys charge, one's Akinji is dead.
That is pretty wild. And with just how much health they have, it's kind of necessary, I want to say, but means that Vortex had the perfect counter there to the unit. Granted, it only works if you actually get the connection in, but being able to get that connection in, being able to take down so much of the value there from Louis' army at this point in time was absolutely necessary, because I firmly believe, like, if Louis had his full army there, I'm not even sure if Vortex would have been able to beat that with his Castle Age advantage.
It would have been a tight one, because you also have like the trickle effect, right? It's full cav versus, yes, fast-moving boys. I mean, these Germans, they put that on and run, but yeah, don't get me started. The Springles that got through there, but Louis wasn't able to thread the needle, didn't have the timing necessary. And now it gets interesting, Crackety, because next up we've got Dry River with a Knights Templar pick.
Yeah, this is not the Dry River from ladder as well. The current Dry River on the ladder. I was actually kind of surprised. Like, I played a little bit of ladder. I was like, oh, Dry River, I know this map. I cast that one in tournaments. I know how that one works. But no, it's a little bit of a different Dry River. On the EGC Dry River, we do have up to 5 shoreline fish inside of these little ponds. On the ladder version, it's only 2. So water a lot more important here, and that's where Knights Templar shine. Mongols can be quite nice as well. They can be very competitive with their early spearman timing. But typically, what we've seen is just Knights Templar. If that's the case, they just go up to Feudal Age, get a couple of archers out, and eventually, once they go out to water, it's going to be an explosive boom from them.
Yeah, this is like the interesting thing, right? It's like, to your point on the ladder, it's Rocky River, right? And it's 2 per pond, which is crazy, because once upon a time it was 4 in each pond. And then the devs are like, this is stupid. Everyone just keeps dock rushing. So they got rid of it. And I think the only Civ I've seen try that strategy of going for the docks is Knights Templar. But here, it's just an absolute jackpot. And I'm curious as to whether the Mongol player is going to try to contest or mirror. Because Mongol players, more often these days, tend to just punt for the greed instead of just trying to block out the player. And it makes sense, right? Like, because for all you know, Vortex isn't going to build a dock. Do you want to really build 4 or 5 spears that don't have anything to kill?
Yeah, at least previously you used to be able to at least deer lure. Now with that out the way, if these spearmen don't achieve anything, it's gonna feel really, really awkward. Maybe you could go for like an outpost rush, but that is so difficult to pull off against the Knights Templar as well, because chances are they're going to have enough resources for the Feudal Age at the very least, and you can't really deny their wood access, because they're just going to go to a different wood line. They don't need a lumber camp.
Oh no, you're trying to harass the wood? Let's just move across a little bit. It's like, well, at least I forced them away. I can kill the lumber camp, right? Right? Where's the lumber camp? Honestly, they are crazy stuff for that sometimes. And, you know, like, yeah, you keep them off a Chevalier for a little bit, but, like, archer bulking is really what Knights Templar usually want to do. So I feel you on that. I think, like, the Mongols, the most logical play here is probably just greed a little. Maybe if you scout the play onto the pond, you haven't committed your dock yet, you can go for the racks, right? Because, like, the way this typically opens up for Mongols is they go in and they just build a Nuvu straight away. Like, it's the most valuable play to do because it starts generating resources.
Yeah. I mean, depending on the spawn as well, something that we could see is like double production on the villagers. That is actually something where Mongols at the moment, I want to say, do fare quite nicely. Just being able to like get a pseudo second TC going, because typically Mongols, they're already behind the villagers, so being able to get some double production going means that you're able to catch up on the economy side. And we've seen Mongols just become scary if Castle Age comes in, Step Readout is there, crazy amount of gold gathered, suddenly Imperial Age, and the Kaganet Palace.
Oh god,
it's one of the landmarks of all times.
But they nerfed it, Crackety. Like they fixed it. The Mongol fast Imperial is not a problem. It's not like they didn't nerf anything about getting to Imperial Mongols.
Yeah, it's fine. Surely, if we see it, should we see it, it's going to be fine. It's going to be perfectly balanced, and we're going to see Mongols getting punished for the Imperial Age.
In fairness, both of these civs can be crazy if they reach Imperial. You know?
Yeah, I mean, Knights Templar always has that one, I want to say, like, asterisk going next to the name. Knights Templar, if has access to Sacred Side.
Yeah, well, you missed the other asterisk. Knights Templar, have I got castles yet? Right? Like, it's always
any fortresses in the chat.
Yeah, if I can get one, like, dude, you know what it is? Knights Templar players are like that guy at the roulette table who's lost all the money so far tonight. He's like, if I can just get one win, you know, if I can just get one castle, I can turn this around. I can feel it, guys, you know? Like, 85% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. I've got this tonight. All right, well, let's hop in.
Man.
It's time for game number 3. 1-1 apiece here in the upper bracket decider. Louis MT takes the field as the Mongols, and Vortex's reaction is going to be a pristine one for a map featuring fish. It's the best fisherman of all because they're so good at cutting wood. It's the Knights Templar.
Yeah, and look at what Louis is doing here right away. We can tell that this man is not thinking about Dark Age aggression at all. Starting us off immediately with the gold gathering. He just wants to get feudal age as soon as possible. Do see the drop-off now coming in. Villagers are going to be rallied onto food next. We do have the Uvu up here at the front side. And, you know, it's there's a decent, I want to say, a slight bit of distance between the Uvu and his base.
It's just a little bit
Just
like
a 10-minute walk, 10-minute jog.
Like if you had to put like I don't know, like a metric on that, like what would it be?
I mean, you can see it on the same screen. It's not that far, right? Right? Yeah, look at that. Vorti's like, wait, I see the Uvu. Where's your base?
Can I just say, as a man who lives in a country where we measure weight based on roughly what a stone looks like it would weigh, I like that your measurement system for this is screen widths. Yeah, it's about one screen worth of distance.
It's about 3 bananas. 3 bananas on a 32-inch screen.
We just need more absurd ways of like dealing with measurements. Like the most absurd way to measure time, right? It's like, yeah, it's about like 3.5 times McDonald's Uber Eats order. That's how long this game will be.
It's about 2 boring work days. Just about 2 boring work days.
Okay, I'm gonna.
2 boring work days take a lot longer than like normal work days.
Now hold on, Kraken. I'm gonna have to call you out on that one because it can't be that long of a game. Louis doesn't have access to walls. So Kingdom of France coming in as is norm. And by the way, Kingdom of France is an interesting one because this technology, it comes in about like 0.6 times how long you need to microwave a can of beans.
You know, this is a little bit too off topic, I want to say, or a little bit too out of scope.
No, please, because we're so on topic all the time.
We're so on topic. For the Germans here, we do have something called meat cheese. Very, very famous dish. And yeah, you put that in the microwave as well, and it just kind of like it's in a glass, and eventually it just comes out on its own out of the glass. About that, like you can use that as a way to scale time.
I think the way you just described that, I think you're just eating something that's still alive. Like when a food source comes out of its container on its own. Okay, I don't think they've done a good job killing it.
It's physics, man.
So's the moment it jumps up in your face.
Trust me, it is. Trust me, it is very processed. It is very much not alive at that point.
Well, you know what? It seems appropriate talking about dead or alive because I think if I see another Mongol Fast Imp game, I'm going to be dead inside. It's not going to happen this time, right?
Wait. Oh man, this is so Knights Templar coming in here. The age up has come and we are immediately getting like a double dog play. Like Vortex didn't stop after the first one, it's immediately a second one.
The final thing I'll say on meat cheese is when I look down the list of ingredients and there isn't actually a meat, we've got a problem. That's like making spaghetti bolognese without the spaghetti. We do have the first archers coming out though, and I'm wondering, is Louis, like he doesn't have eyeballs on any of this, right? Did he confirm anything of what's happened?
I'm not sure. I mean, he is building up the stable, which in itself is like kind of interesting. I mean, Vortex right now, he is making archers, so the Keshiks are immediately going to be a very nice counter to that. Though if Vortex gets some Chevalier in, he's going to be in a fine spot altogether. Okay, Vortex, he is going to spot the Uvu now, is going to see the production building. I'm guessing the archer was like a guess, just because, okay, maybe it's just going to be Mangadai, like archer range from Louis into Mangadai, because that's something that we've seen a lot of recently as well. But now he does know that it is actually a stable, and we see more villagers getting pulled over to wood, because he knows, I might need a barracks very soon. I might need some spearmen.
Yeah, didn't try to like opt into Chevalier, right? Because like I think from behind, when it's just mass Keshiks, that just feels a little bit obtuse of a solution, because the Keshiks can just sustain off of you. So definitely makes sense. And Vortex can kind of defend these pawns if he wants to a different way anyway. Like archer ships will be reasonable on their DPS against Keshiks.
Now seeing the archer range follow up as well. Louis does still have a good amount of stones, so double production on the archer range is going to immediately give him like explosive mass coming in. Just being able to grow your army very, very quickly means that, yeah, I mean, Vortex, he's going to really have to be careful not to invest into water, because if you over-invest just a little bit too much, these double production pumps from Mongols can really hit you hard.
I think you're right as well. I would call it over in west, because like that would mean he's going west too much in this situation. So yeah, like 2 ponds is probably enough. I think the other issue going like 3 ponds is it's going to put you so close to the Mongol base, you're just begging for trouble. Fishing,
yeah,
he's going to get a bit annoyed, but like obviously he can just garrison
a little bit
shuffle
harassed
these around. He'll definitely notice, right? Like yeah, like I mean, does a fisherman really need a boat when he's already on the shore?
I mean, you can swim. Just grab the fish with your teeth.
What do you mean you're a fisherman and you can't swim? That's the moment
we do have the deer stones. We do have the deer stones also being positioned forward now from Louis, so he's going to have that Yamura movement speed very far at the front side as well. Means that he's going to have a very, very nice like just movement speed advantage here to his units. So like a semi-HRE movement speed buff there.
Okay, that's interesting. Vortex is now going Chevalier from a curious position, actually. Right? Like I thought he just tried to play Spear Archers and out-micro it. But maybe he feels like the fishing is good enough right now. I mean, looking at the food income, it doesn't feel that way currently. And the Deerstone is just going to make it much harder to actually get these Chevalier where they need to be.
Yeah. And I mean, Louis, he's already got a very, very strong mass out on the water, right? Like, this is a lot of Keshiks now at this point in time. We are seeing an investment being made into the archer ship here as well. Just going to be able to at least fortify, I want to say, like, these ponds a little bit. That is, if the archer ship actually makes it out in time, because the Keshiks there, they're really working on that dog. Now, dog is going to start catching on fire. Might see a villager getting pulled here in order to repair. But the archer ship is going to make it out, so we'll have an answer to any archers here from Louis. And yeah, Louis realizes he's going to have to pull the archers back. But yeah, this is a big mass of Keshiks now at this point in time. Vortex has to be really careful, and he did stop investing into the Chevalier at this point in time.
Makes a lot of sense. I think he was just kind of maybe expecting his opponent was going to go quite hard into archers from this position, but instead we see Louis stays true to the cav. He's even adding in Magadai, going to be great at just kind of flank raiding, especially considering how reliant Vortex is on wood with this fishing play.
Yeah. In this play, I don't think Vortex has any outposts at the moment inside of his base, so Louis just being able to use the mobility is going to be tough, but nice read here from Vortex is going to be able to put these spearmen onto the gold mine. Means there's not going to be any easy villager kills coming in yet.
And Vortex leaning this way isn't too bad, right? Like, if he starts to run out of food, he can now lean into the deer as well, just kind of like lean the entire economy that way. It would leave him a bit weak on the wood income, which is what I'm worried for him, is like the way the map is spawned, it's kind of tugging Vortex 2 different ways potentially when you consider the resource allocation, right? Like wood plus gold, very big priority. And obviously the fishing food is going to last forever.
Coming in.
It's going to buy a little bit of time.
Yeah. It's going to go down eventually, though, and also means that Vortex is going to lose out on roughly like 50 wood worth of resource invested into these walls. What could be worse means that he does at least have the time to get his units into the wood line.
Hunt the Falcon.
Means that's pretty much going to be impossible to get villager kills here. No Falcon coming in at the moment. Oh. And Vortex, he's going to run around. Louis realized in time, though.
Yeah, we'll be able to back away. So I guess the Falcon must have been on cooldown. That would have been a high-value kill. Magadai, actually one of them getting sniped there. Quite expensive, especially considering that Louis is trying to set up for a further. We do actually have the Khan Hunter queued up next, right? No, actually just more Magadai. Interesting. Like
there is one Khan. No, yeah, it's.
Oh,
no, there's.
Oh, there
one
is.
Khan
Yeah,
Hunter.
yeah, I was right. Yeah. You know, I'm just gonna put this out there to the devs. Do you think maybe, just maybe, these icons look a little bit too similar for corporate?
I mean, the horse looks in a different direction, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, like the horse started the photo shoot. He's like, and went, oh, actually, this is my good side. Yo, get a new shot. Get a new shot. Can you tell me which one of those is which? without
the right one, the one that looks on the right side is the Mangadai. The left, wait, no, it's actually the other way around.
Cracking his brain is like, why has this noob got 2 Khan Hunters and 1 Mega Knife?
Yeah, that surprises me a little bit because the Khan Hunter, just looking at the stats, it's just so much inferior to a normal Mangudai. There's typically no reason to make more than 1.
Oh, that was perfect. Well, Louis, he's maybe just thinking mass archers, doesn't want to lose the aura, I guess. All right, easy to lose one of those Khan Hunters in a whoopsie-daisy moment. Much more difficult when it's 2. And Vortex, oh my god, that's a lot of Speary boys. They're moving over to the Uvu now. And he still has troopers at home. Honestly, you'd think that we just like duplicated 2 different games. The way that Knights Templar have been able to spread themselves so wide and still have 2 armies that look scary.
Yeah, he's going to have to be really, really careful, though, because the armies from Louis are about to convene at the same side, and double production Keshik still managed to come out. We do have the fight now coming in. There's still a lot of archers here, and the archers from Vortex are just not going to be really able to take down the archers from Louis in time. There's still the movement speed coming in at the moment. About to run out, though. Never mind, that's not movement speed. That is the
Louis?
Khan Hunter.
Yeah, but Louis also just split off to try and hunt the enemy archers. So he did expose his own archers a bit, but Chevalier... Oh, they get baited in! Sick rotation. Louis comes around the back, and now he has got the ranged cav archers to finish off the low HP Chevalier. It's going to be a wipe of the forward army. Vortex will have to go back to hiding in his base.
Vortex did manage to sneak out his Spearman alive, though. So the Spearman didn't go down. It was roughly 8 archers, 2 Chevalier that did go down in the end. But keeping the Spearman alive against Louis is so important because that is like his main army composition at the moment. Mostly just Keshiks.
Powerful comp, actually, if you can scale. Like, I mean, we see a lot of step readout these days, but this is a decent comp and army size for Kurotai play. As long as you don't throw it away.
It is. I mean, at this point in time, like 15 Keshiks, that is a very, very big army count for him. Kind of getting like very much French vibes here at the moment from this. But if you're like playing French against French in a mirror, because we do have Chevalier on the other side as well, you do always kind of favor the one that has Spearmen in the army as well.
That is fair, but if they don't fight in the same age... And if it is Kurotai, right? That's always my fault with this. Like, Kurotai is kind of a balance breaker. Like, it makes... If you've scaled big feudal, it feels like it makes it impossible to lose the game on a castle transition.
Yeah, because it's like getting semi-veterancy in on your units immediately, at least when it comes to damage. Also healing, just being really, really good in those fights, especially since archers on archer, they don't counter each other. So healing actually offsets a lot of the damage taken there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's also just double heal for Keshiks in particular. Pretty ridiculous just how much sustain they get out of it. And Louis is on the verge of making that choice. He's thinking about pulling the trigger, and he's keeping up the pressure here. Yeah, because like Vortex, if he tries to counter-rotate, well, he's actually due to lose a lot more than he gained.
You have one of the pilgrims getting caught off guard there. Production value, I mean, Louis did destroy a lot more so far, but it kind of feels like it doesn't warrant just how ahead he is when it comes to the resource bank. I want to say.
It's pretty insane.
He was on the deer, though. Yeah, he was on the deer. That at least made a pretty big difference, and it's a lot of double production Keshiks here as well. And so it's like getting 1,200 stone worth of bonus resource. Yeah, and Vortex realized, okay, something's up. He's trying to go up to the next stage as quickly as possible now as well.
Okay, Angevin Spears is the player here, surely. Like, I think he needs it desperately against as many Keshiks. Would solve the archer issue.
He already has a lot of spearmen.
But do you really like see any value in Genoa?
The thing is that the spearmen, they're still very, very slow, and with the curl tie, like the archers are able to absolutely shred them as well. We do have a little raid coming in. Louis immediately reacting to that, though. He's going to be able to keep the villager safe, but there's actually not any military anywhere nearby.
He hasn't got an outpost either. There's no yam. So you just can't get the cheesy ring of roses effect, but wow, Vortex. He sees just the archers, and that's enough to freak him out. He backs out, and the crazy part about this is if you look at the mini-map, Louis MT never brought the Keshiks all the way home.
To be fair, the Kurultai was in the base, right? Like, if the Kurultai just gets deployed, these Chevalier, they only have 3 armor with the Blacksmith upgrade. Meanwhile, the archers with 6 damage baseline, they're going to go all the way up to 7 with the Kurultai. And we're going to see them at, like, 10 to 11 damage, I want to say, once veterancy and +2 damage come in as well in the Kurultai aura. They're going to be doing a lot of damage. Vortex, by the way, he still has his knights in the back. He still has his knights in the back. He's waiting. He
Hold on
sees
a
the
second.
archer now. He sees the archers with his fishing ships.
Cheeky demos.
Ooh, I mean, very cheeky. But
This,
the
this is
Chevalier
double
about to hit.
aura. This is double aura, though. This is Deerstone Kurotai. The Chevalier about to
Yeah.
rotate in. They just got the ping. The MT with the reaction coming through. The Keshiks are there to start blocking this out. So it looks like some villagers could be lost. But so far, Louis doing a good job of dodging. And the Chevalier, like you mentioned, plastic armor cannot go in. And Vortex, he decides he needs the Angevin Empire.
Ah, it's gonna feel so difficult though. These archers are super, super strong now. Vortex pulling the villagers off the berries here. Does he have enough food income now is the question though. He wasn't on the deer, didn't get that very fast food income in.
He's still got some
Has to
fishing.
pull off the gold as well.
I mean, the tricky thing here is, like, Genoa doesn't do anything for you either, right? Like, are you really going to be able to scale Genoa's crossbowman with your gold being blocked and no Pilgrim gold, right? Because you're blocked as well. And, well, you might be blocked out of this game entirely. Louis MT, he parks the Kurotai right next to the TC. He goes, hey, KT, I hear you don't get landmarks. You can borrow mine. Full setup. The Mongols have more landmarks in the Knights Templar base than they do.
Ah, not just this, the spearmen have been focused down very, very effectively here by Louis as well. So there aren't that many remaining. Vortex just sending them forward.
What? This is an open goal potentially waiting to be scored. Vortex playing a very dangerous game, still waiting for the veterancy, but hold the phone. We've got to dive underneath the TC. It's stacking up the kills. Look at the eco count. Louis MT, how many did he lose from this?
He did lose quite a bit, but there are no more spearmen remaining now inside of Vortex's base. We are finally seeing the queue up on a couple of these heavy spearmen, but it's only a single barracks. The second barracks in the base, it's not finished yet. Veterancy still not in yet on the archer, so Vortex doesn't want to lose any of these archers unnecessarily. Just needs a little bit more for the veterancy to come in. That's going to be a lot more damage now.
The Chevalier are gone. The Chevalier are all dead, so no more raids on the other side. It's just what damage can you do here? Louis MT with this many Keshiks. The other Orchid part is Vortex basically rotates back into the aura, giving more damage, more heal, more capability. Not much of an army left over. On top of that, look at the Keshik from the tree line!
Oh, no, the villagers!
Vortex! He tries to shivs out against them! It's an absolute disaster! Second wave comes in, and surely Louis MT should be able to lock this in!
And the Kurotai repositioning now right next to the TC. It is not going to move from this spot anytime soon. The archer count drastically thinning out. It's just not enough production here. The heavy spearmen are going to be able to just get completely surrounded. GG comes in.
What an
my God.
game. I mean, Mongols versus Knights Templar. I feel like I see this a lot. The all-in trades. It's crazy just how frequently we see them try to heavy cav dive each other simultaneously. This time around, Mongols are going to come out ahead, but a wild matchup and a series that still has more length. 2 on the board. Louis is now 1 away from securing a slot in the playoffs. The loser still has comeback opportunities. But you'd rather feel a lot more comfortable about this. And, I mean, if I'm 2-1 down against Louis, I don't feel comfortable. Because I don't know if you noticed this, Crackety. There's something about the way Louis usually plays. I want to say often when I see him in tournament series, he starts off slower. It's almost like halfway through the series, he goes and gets himself a Frappuccino or something. He gets the caffeine in, and all of a sudden starts to take control. But he's already leading a very cozy and early point. So, concerned about where Vortex goes to recover this now.
Yeah, I mean, Louis, he typically just wants to wait until he trades out in some way that puts him ahead. And we kind of see it here. Like, the second he's able to win this one trade with his army, he starts being a lot more aggressive with the way he positions his military. This one raid here was very nice from Vortex, but I feel like if he just kept those Chevalier alive and sent them back towards his base, like, this all in play here from Louis. Well, not even really like an all-in play, because he's just like continuously reinforcing this as well. If the Chevalier were here, we were looking at a very different game.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, it's a weird one in some ways as well, because if the Chevalier aren't here, then Louis MT also doesn't have any harassed economy, right? So, like, his army would have been bigger as well. But, like, agreed, he needed some sort of front line here. I mean, I think the key thing as well is, like, to your point, the Chevalier, if they're here, you probably aren't able to just port the Kurotai like this, right? Like, he just walked in as if there wasn't an army here at all.
Yeah. Grant, he did have the bonus movement speed on the Kurultai, which does actually mean that it's very quick. Like, I think it was the improved variant as well. Both the Kurultai and the Deer Stunts, they go up to like 1.4 tiles per second movement speed. At that point, they're quicker than infantry. Even like fast infantry, we're talking about like HRE spearmen, would be outpaced by a moving building on wheels.
What was the change they made like 3 patches ago? Wasn't it? Because I think it used to be a Castle Age tech, right? And they moved it to feudal. So like technically you can have the pack up improved ready to go and head into the enemy base the moment you tech up.
I'm not even sure if there was there was a monastery upgrade that we got beforehand, but I'm not even sure if like the pack upgrade, I think it got added at some point. I don't even think that
it got some buff like I think 2 or 3 patches ago, I remember. I can't remember what the detail was. I'm gonna have to look that up now. I'm curious.
I'm not even sure if it had an improved version for a long time. It's like one of those.
That might be it. I mean, we've seen some leans towards improvement techs as well, right? Like they've just dropped was an extra 2.5% on the improved rates.
There were some changes to the cost at some point, yeah.
Yeah, so
I think they didn't quite go far enough with that. Like, we still have a lot of the improved economy upgrades, which just never get used.
There it was. The improved one got added in August of 2024. That was the change. Yeah, it was just
exactly. Yeah. It didn't exist before. I remember that. Like, that tag just came in at some point.
And it's not that expensive either, right? I think it's like, is it?
It's very cheap.
Like 100 stone or 150. So like it's totally worth getting as we see in these type of strategies. It give you a lot of tempo, but it's time for our next game. Louis MT, on the verge of qualifying to playoffs, is going to take to the field with the French. Vortex trusts in the Byzantines. It's if I feel like it's been getting better and better with every change.
Yeah, Byzantines, I mean, it's one of the things, like, right, like they were downright borderline broken to a certain degree in just a while ago.
Yeah.
Then they got shifted around. Like, their priorities kind of got scrambled. They got put on their head, and now it's like they scale really nicely, but they're not immediately broken right off the bat. So that's one of those things that I wish we could see with the Ottomans. Just a change of pace, just a change of like where their strengths are, where they start becoming like really, really good. But here with the Byzantines, it's very interesting. Just this one minute change to the cistern cost, it no longer scaling with every single cistern, but instead just being a static cost the entire time, makes it so that you can very, very quickly scale your economy to be on par with the HREs, for example. But the main difference is, like, you just supervise, or rather you inspire, a whole lot more area.
No, agreed. It's crazy because, like, the other thing as well is it gave Byzantines a bit more flexibility to the way they can play the map, where they can place their production. Like, these were things that previously I'd say was a little bit more anchored and gradual. Whereas nowadays, like, we just see 2 people go up to stone and you start system up. I've even seen some people do like a 4 villages system build just to spam them that quickly with the stone.
It's kind of crazy just how many resources you get through that, but it also means that early aggression up against the Byzantines has become a lot more popular, just because they do have that initial ramp up going.
Yeah, the only thing I really feel like it changes, your first Merc timing kind of sucks a bit now, but everything after that is like thumbs up, very nice. And I think what has enabled them even further is that Pro Scouts kind of got gutted quite a bit. Then the Deer Shove, like now that being removed, like once again, it's a really beneficial meta for a Civ that didn't care about Deer and previously had to worry about getting swarmed because the Deer Gathering was so good and so quick to get home.
Yeah. Now at this point, I mean, Louis, he's playing this quite methodically. We're seeing the early wheelbarrow coming in here for him because he knows as well, like, Byzantines, they take a little bit more time. They're not as spry, as young as they used to be. They need a little bit of time to really get going. So it means that Louis, he's got time when it comes to his Pro Scout timing as well. He can get early wheelbarrow and just try and get some economy upgrades in very early on to help his scaling throughout the game as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say like one of the civs that probably was actually happiest about the deer shove change would have been French, right? Because like they didn't really resort to much deer shoving at all, and for good reason, right? Like with the discount you get on pro scouts, you look at these spear shenanigans, you're like, dude, I just want to get the age up quickly. Just like give me that sweet discount and that quick timing.
Yeah, also means that now the French have a lot more access to deer as well, because there's no deer shoving for other civs.
Mm-hmm. I'm still trying to figure out who I think was the biggest loser and the biggest winner from the deer shove change. Because it was so wide-reaching.
Yeah, it's probably not the civilization we would have... Like, the civilizations that suffered the most from it probably aren't the civilizations that we wanted to suffer, I want to say. Mainly, like, Ottoman and Japan. Because honestly, I think for them it was quite fine. I think it became more of an issue for like Rus, for example, which do already have like 3 scouts, so they're able to very early on already shove an entire deer pack underneath their TC. Just get an even crazier pro scout timing in.
Yeah, it's interesting because like that might be good enough to put kind of a stopper on Rus's flow. Like they're still going to be decent, but not ridiculous. I think originally the thing I was proposing is like, what if we just moved scout production to H2, right, to balance out the hunting cabin play? But this change to deer shove might achieve everything we need. So Louis MT, he's going to get the first night out, which is pretty typical still of a pro scout timing. You just want that first night because getting one so early on has a lot of kill potential, considering your opponent likely has nothing to defend against it.
Yeah. I mean, Vortex, he did invest a lot into his systems, right? Like already on system level 3, already has enough resources for the 4th system as well. Could see that we are getting that nice little cistern square coming in here at some point. Has his base nicely prepared for it, but could also try and break out towards one of the additional berry patches here on this map. We do have one just next to his...
really close, yeah.
Next to his Grand Winery, yeah. So that would definitely be an option as well. Or we could just get the Kaup square in.
The perfect Kaup U? Or N, depending on which side of the map they're on. That guy had a talent.
Why not? Why not?
Like I swear, when
it's
that guy
everything.
Would
Every time it's the same.
It's like but it's a perfect right angle. You know what I mean? Like that was the impressive part. It's just so consistent. It's almost like other people they're trying to keep APM up. They're rushing where they place the systems, and then Cal, you could tell that he would just like hover where the first system was, and then slowly move down grid by grid.
He's had a game plan. He knows how his base was meant to look. From the second he started spawning into the map. We do have some night shenanigans going on here. Both players just trying their best to brace or not get braced during that charge.
Stare down is real. And this is also something I think players have got really good at these days with that opening French night. Just bringing the scout with him. And while this was always a thing, the reason you bring the scout is different these days, right? Is to basically force the stab from the spearmen so they can't actually brace and protect. So then the knight can actually win that fight.
Yeah.
Speaking of that scout, I think he's going to be yoinking from the enemy side. It's delicious time.
Yeah, he does have the ability, and we are now also getting additional economy upgrades in from Vortex, also mercenary contract now completed Silk Road, so we are going to be seeing some javelin thrust. Perfect timing as well, as Louis has just started preparing the archers.
Yeah, and Louis not being overly greedy about his pro scouts either. It's not one of these 7-8 scout games.
Yeah, look at the amount of production buildings also coming up. He is about to step on the gas pedal here. It's just going to be the deer coming in now, and with 4 scouts, that's going to be more than enough food income for him. And he wants to follow this up, not with just massing knights. He wants to go for the full army composition. He wants to go fully aggressive after this one.
It's quite comical, right? Like the last game this upper bracket series could be a complete reversal of the expectations we have historically of these two players. Louis MT, a man who's not afraid of the late game, does quite like getting there. Vortex, a guy who would rather always avoid it. He doesn't know how to spell late game. He's too busy spilling blood early on. Instead, he's likely going to be the defender in this situation.
Ooh, Night Raid coming in. Are we going to see the first villager kill of the game on the berries? Looks like there was a pullback just in time. Scout actually goes down. Villager does survive.
Yeah, I mean,
Scout is getting rebuilt immediately.
He lost the cheapest thing, right? Archer Knight on the other side, not great there. Louis MT just losing out in a big way. So well played by Vortex, flexing his defensive skills.
Yeah, destruction value very early on, just pulling ahead here for Vortex. And I mean, these early trades are incredibly important early on. they can kind of like dictate your entire pacing throughout the tempo. And the thing with the javelin throwers is, one pack, you can two-shot villagers. Once you get up to 8, you're able to, not two-shot villagers, I mean two-shot archers. Once you get up to 8, you can one-shot the archers, meaning that you're going to start trading out much more effectively up against them.
No, I agreed. You know, it's a little bit like when you go to the gym. A 2-pack is not as good as a 4-pack, as good as a 6-pack. It just goes on like that. And usually the problem is like a 1-pack, you don't even flex that in the gym. Usually Byzantines, that first javelin point is the, okay, you're not relevant to me yet. It's crazy to think just how much work Vortex just got in off of that first cycle.
Yeah, the more packs you have, though, the more micro-intensive it becomes. The more reps you need, the more different kind of exercise you need. So it becomes kind of difficult. Like, once you get to, like, 2 packs of, like, 8 javelin throwers, just microing them individually, reacting to every single time the knights try to feint a charge.
That's true.
It's very micro-intensive. But a player like Vortex, he can keep up with that. He can maintain that 6-pack.
And let's not forget also on top of that, like, to actually achieve that many packs, you do need additional nutrients, which is why he needs to move out and get berries, a great source of nutrition. He has moved out the south side now.
Just needs to make sure there's not too much fructose, else all those gains will go to waste.
Yeah, luckily back in those days, they didn't have to worry about, like, you know, sucralose and all those type of things. You know, just healthy.
That didn't exist back then.
Exactly.
Back in the days, that didn't exist.
Well, not that we know of, all right? Like, there were the lizard people and the water folks. We're not quite sure what they...
I mean, those still exist.
True. Although...
Oh, another raid coming in. That's the first villager on Vortex's side going down.
The outpost's still not up as well, so he's just trying to poke at it. So this is going to keep Vortex in the base, which is a good thing for Louis, right? Like, he gets a worker kill, and the most important thing is he's not now being blocked on the deer. He's still able to drag those back, but we do have Vortex with a counteroffensive. He split his army, he headed straight into Louis' base, and he's on the gold, looking for kills. Gets one worker kill, second one almost killed, but gets away.
Very nice. At this point in time, though, the French already do have a sizable villager lead, just courtesy of, pumping them out a little bit quicker. So Louis is going to be quite fine at the moment and does still have a very, very good amount of deer inside of his base. Raids come in, but this time around, Vortex will be aware, has the outpost, and placement also coming in on that. We are currently still on Cistern level 4. Cistern level 5 not quite in. Another raid coming in potentially on the berries on Vortex's side. Villagers do pull back in time. And 1 did go down. 2 actually did go down.
There's more.
That's 3 villagers.
Yeah, and also he just got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. The olive rose coming in very early, as you normally expect from Byzantines. All of a sudden, he has to idle them out after just investing in them. Now, Louis isn't diving in. The problem there, I think he doesn't have scout vision to see just how many woodworkers are close by. And this is classic Vortex, right? Oh, no, my base is under attack. What would it be like if both of our bases were under attack? Like, you know, I've been putting in the reps at the gym. How many packs do you have?
Yeah, and Louis, he's got 3 individual, like, army packs at the moment, just out and about on the map. He's about to try and rejoin them inside of his base. But I gotta say, there's not that many knights. Like, the knight to spearman ratio is looking rather fine, I want to say, here for Vortex. Louis also has to evacuate his wood line. As the army mass here from Vortex, it's rather scary.
Yeah, and we do have a horseman switch now coming from Louis MT. An interesting one, makes a lot of sense. His goal on the front side, yeah, is harassed out. But also, in fairness, with Pro Scouts, like, you have plenty of food. So, like, usually there's a type of play that just doesn't feel affordable at this stage. Pro Scouts allows for it. Mid-map is going to be a really good fight here. Vortex losing some of his javelins, so Louis MT able to shrink that threat. Because Archers is definitely the thing he can keep affording.
And Vortex, he's kind of lost his 16-pack at this point in time, so no longer 2 8-packs available to him. Means that he's gonna have to wait for another bunch of javelin throwers to come in before he can start 2-shotting archers with 2 separate army groups.
Yep, and that's concerning because, you know, at this rate, if he just remains at 12 pack, it's going to be a double 6-pack and him just watching from the sideline drinking a beer. But hello, Louis MT. Caught not looking. Quick reaction out. I've got to give it to Louis. He's always one of the quickest players to react to pings on average, from what I've been seeing. So we'll get back home. Doesn't lose too much. And Vortex, well, he done the right move here. He's forced the army to come back home while he's getting ready to tech up.
Tries to go for a raid, but there are units here. Louis this time around with a late reaction to his raiding
What?
attempt. He's losing so many knights.
He's lucky that those last 3 got out there. They were almost fully surrounded. That would have been a heavy hit to the count. Like, basically, he has no knights left at that stage. Vortex is getting the last piece of gold. And I think Louis realizes what's happening. So all guns now pointing at the Spaniards' base.
Yeah, but he just lost 4 knights. That hurts so much. And now the Golden Horn Tower going up inside of the base, meaning that Vortex, sure, he lost some villagers, but the Golden Horn Tower is going to make more than up for those losses so far.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be totally real here. Like, with 40 villages, he is actually competing with the French economy right now because of the system buff, right? Which I think, did he get up to level 5?
Not
He
still
must
level
have
4
went
at the
4,
moment,
right?
but yeah, he does still have he has the resource for 5.
Just looking for a place
Just needs
to
a
add it.
place to put it at the moment. Yeah.
It's like, could you maybe stop trying to kill me so I can walk out and just place this obtuse stone structure? Ball play from Louis Smart. I think he understands he just needs to keep the pressure up. Golden Horn Tower is completed, though. Starts the harassment, but veterancy contract already queued up. Not much time to work with here. And no clear entry point for Louis. This big, annoying structure seems to be in his way.
The path thing definitely not helping him here. Knights now do decide to start hitting on that outpost.
The javelins. And
But the archer count, it's thinning quickly. Yeah, Midnight are starting to thin out a little bit as well.
Yeah,
we were at 27, now down to 13, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
No, he's just going to get wiped here. I mean, even if he broke through the Limitana at this stage, it's veteran jabs kiting into their base, right? So like Louis MT, he definitely pulled away before it would have been a grim GG type moment. He will back away and now look for his own tech up. But we have to be real about what we're watching here, Crackety. It's not 6 knights because I've teched up really fast and now I'm going to build a lot of knights. We're 50 minutes into the game. This boy's just been gold star for the last 3.
Yeah. And Vortex also able to get the veterancy in now on those Limitani. And he does... I want to say, like... Okay, Louis is actually playing this really well. Look at the minimap. Every single relic, or nearby every single relic, there are some units. So it's not like Vortex can, from this point on, like immediately follow up with, let's say, like 3 monks and just get every single relic uncontested while moving forward with his army. He's got to be very much wary of where Louis has units at the moment.
And credit to Vortex, though, I do like this cataphract idea. He's assuming his opponent's going to be playing wider on resources. Also, it could just be a way of actually trying to secure relics on the flanks. And the most important detail is, like, Louis had a huge gap in knight production. So, like, I feel like it's quite rare to see Byzantines try this against French, right? Because knights are so good for them. But when you're talking about a player who hasn't been able to scale the comp for, you know, like a quarter of the game, catas actually make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Looks like we're about to see another raid, though, coming in from Louis. Just a couple of knights. There is the outpost there, but does Vortex realize it? He does realize it in time.
He's still going to end up losing... Oh, no, that's just a spam him.
Oh, that's a Limitani.
I was like, Mr. Blue Blob, wait a second. How the hell did he hide a spear that well in the groves? Anyway, main army is approaching the base. Louis MT, last time this raid came in, it led to him being without gold for 3 minutes.
Oh. Yeah, some archers also getting picked off there early on. HUP has just come in, but the veterancy upgrade's still going to take a good little bit of time here.
Gold out
and we're now at more javelin throwers than archers.
Louis MT just moved north side to go for more gold. Tricky part here is, like, you said it's more javelins than archers, right? Like, but also, what has he got otherwise? It's not just that the archer count is being eclipsed by the javs. It's that Louis MT really doesn't have a threatening army in any form currently.
Yeah. And the production buildings from Louis, because he wants to eventually get a keep on them in order to just get the discount, they're all forward. So if we're getting to the point where Vortex just gets like 1 or 2 Kira Siphons out, he can start burning those down.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Kira Siphon is also just super effective compared to normal. Like, it's not just the fact that they can hit mobile buildings, it's the fact that you don't have to get as close as a ram does, so you're not liable to get sniped by horsemen, shall we say. Let's see if he goes for it. For the time being, it's going to be a priority onto the damage-oriented blacksmith upgrades, as well as the damage mitigation. Ranged armor 2 coming in to mirror out the veterancy from Louis' archers.
Old village is found, but at the same time, stone village is also found.
Oh, yeah, but because Louis, like, he's running through the center right now. He's trying to cut reinforcements, but he actually just whiffed on practically everybody. Oh, no, and now the gold. Well, he does sneak the workers out. But Louis, I think he just pulled all the archers up there. Yeah, so...
Yeah, the archers could just go down if Vortex spots the route in time, goes around the right side. Oh, he's not.
No, he's
missing out on the archers.
This is the life of a tracker. You want to cut them off, instead you're just following the footprint. So he doesn't realize at the last moment, but Louis able to dodge that bullet. But, oh my god.
Dead raid.
The Byzantines are out heavy cavalrying the French right now. This is ridiculous. Louis doesn't realize.
That's GG right there. That's too many villagers. Louis does notice now. But it's almost equalized the villager count against the French.
Do you remember when I praised Louis for his quick reactions to any hit, to anything on the map?
The invisible horseman came in.
I don't know that. Can we just like do a pat down on that cataphract to check if he brought any hacking equipment into the facility? Dive now coming in from Vortex, by the way. The cataphracts are actually body blocking the retreat. The Knights are getting muddied down on them as well. And we're on the verge of seeing Louis being forced all the way. Vortex actually potentially coming back in this and us getting a 5-game series. And there it is, locked in off the back of the heavy cav play. He does the damage necessary to force us all the way through in this best of 5.
Yeah, these players really fighting it out teeth and nail here at the moment. And these were some really close games here so far, and all of these sets, I want to say, very, very active games as well. Vortex, this time around, he can sustain the dive. Not so much with the Abbots and Marlin game, but this time around, the Byzantine Empire, with that one cataphract raid. Like, you can just look at the economy count there and see there's one nosedive there on the red line from Louis' villagers, and it's all courtesy of that one cataphract finding the villagers on the gold.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, these boys deliver, right? I think the thing is that people always perceive Louis MT to just be this very defensive, play for late game type character, but he really isn't. He is able to give as good as he gets, and I think that's what we saw here is like maybe a little bit overly aggressive at times, and more importantly from Vortex, I think the thing that's been impressing people as this year has gone on in 2025 is his evolution as a player. You go back to 2024 before he took a break from Age of Empires 4, guy had no chill, right? Like, it's very reminiscent, actually, if you remember that Mali and Abasa game, which was ludicrous to start the series off. And although he done it in there, what I want to say is on average, Vortex has become a more well-rounded player than what we have historically seen.
Yeah. Looking at the brackets next up as well, because we do still have some sets going up in parallel. We are going to be looking next up at Dry Arabia, Juji versus China, but taking a look at the bracket, because some games are going on in parallel. Anatan versus Demu. Demu currently leading 2-1 in that one. Demu actually on fire at the moment.
This is crazy. Demu, also remember, a player by his own mission in his interview felt like he wasn't on form. He had a lot of personal life issues. He's had other things distracting him. Hasn't had time to practice. He ranked himself in the top 40 of players competing at AOE4 right now. That's how he felt. And yet, right now, Anatan, one of the people that we expect to see making that top 6, top 8 these days, is on the verge of elimination. And, like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Demu is able to pull it off with what we've been seeing out of him. I think he has by far been, for me, the standout story of EGC Masters Summer so far.
You know, that's kind of how it goes. You get sick, you hurt yourself, you get surgery, you start shedding your mortal coils, rather, your mortal shackles. And Demu, he's starting to become more and more of a cyborg. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing it at the moment. The man has become a machine, now currently leading up in his set. So very excited for that one as well. Next up, though, we do have a game coming up on Dry Arabia. And it's a, you know, it's a little bit of a classic game, I want to say. Juji up against China. The mirror, but also not quite a mirror. The most mirrory, non-mirror matchup.
I like how that's just becoming a thing. Because I remember saying at the time, it's like the more you think about it, literally is the most mirror-ish one you can get. Like, French Jean, you want to say, but like...
It's still different, it's kind of, because Jean just... And the landmarks, they just don't make as big of a difference here because they're both economic and feudal age.
Like, the biggest difference is that China gets their taxmen more fluidly, right? But Shushi makes up for it.
Yeah.
I think the idea that keeps them the most mirrorish is the way they play the game. Like, when you watch Jean versus French, Jean is playing very differently on the way she executes herself and also things like arbitrary timings in mind, etc. So yeah, it's definitely tightest. And what's interesting, actually, I'm quite looking forward to this Crackety because this matchup always gets seen on Carmel. We don't have Carmel this time. Like, for once, we actually get Dry Arabia, which is, I think, a little bit maybe more beneficial for Sushi, right? Because, like, China almost gets this perk detail of, like, the Imperial Academy generates a lot of gold on a map, Carmel, that is, that has not got much gold. Safe, anyway.
I want to kind of say it's a little bit more favoring China, actually. Mainly because, like, the scaling point where you want to, like, farm transition and whatnot, the kind of things where China actually are typically a little bit better in, comes in earlier. It kind of depends, I want to say. Like, I think maybe on Dry Arabia we're going to see the Shaolin Monastery instead of the Mount Blue Academy, which we do see usually on Carmel coming in, because relics are going to become more important as well. It kind of depends on how you play China in this matchup, like whether you're going to be going for that early Song dynasty or whether you're also going to try and rush up the age as well. Maybe also, like, if you invest a little bit more into infantry during the feudal age stage and just how you use that, it starts becoming very interesting as well. But Zhuge, you need Song dynasty. If you're not Zhuxi's legacy, that can always make a difference. And we're going to be jumping right in to our match point in this set between Louis MT and Vortex now. Game number 5, and we've got China up against Zhuxi's legacy here on good old classic Dry Arabia.
Breathe it in. The most balanced that balance gets when it comes to map gen. And I think...
Oh, no, that's not a balanced spawn. Oh, never mind. I'm looking, I'm like, oh, that's a lot of resource, but it's China, not Zhuxi.
I was about to say, no, we're fine. Although the gold may be a little bit more biased for China. They actually got everything they needed behind the tree lines. That is a little bit outrageous. The gold,
hands behind the back.
Oh, my God.
That's a Marine Lordish spawn, right? Like, just 2 walls and your entire economy is safe. Outside of the deer, though, which, I mean, we're going to see Pro Scout, right? Right? Like, we can agree on that. This is a Pro Scout matchup.
Maybe. I mean, what if I just Archer opened your Pro Scouts?
What if you just react with Zhuge and then Pro Scout?
But then...
Because Zhuge always beat Archer.
But then I just walk away and laugh and Pro Scouts because I have Imperial Academy.
You just Pro Scout on the other side of the map.
I mean, this is the weird thing, though, about, like, the Imperial Academy. I've noticed this with China. A lot of players, instead of just defaulting back to rush Pro Scouts, have started to lean towards, like, opening aggro plays with all the extra tax gen to get to Pro Scouts. Which could be smart here, considering that Sushi otherwise...
Vortex, he's out scouting Louis.
Okay. Wow.
Look at that. He's just out. Hello.
On the Civ that has the bad eyesight, right? Because, like, China's meant to be one of the hardest civs to out-rotate on scouting.
That's true. That's true. And now Louis, he sees the sheep in front of his base, but I'm not sure if he's going to get more than 60s this game around, honestly.
And this might actually just force him to rush the Pro Scout, so we won't even get the potential for, like, an aggro opening.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way he's not Pro Scouting now. It's just not enough food any other way.
No, and he's already got 2 on gold, 4 to tech up. There we go. He just increased his sheep count by, like, what, a 6th?
It's definitely not a lot of food in the space. He needs the Pro Scout.
This is the thing, Crackety. I think everyone just needs to stop being so negative about sheep roulette, okay? Because think of it. You're like, oh, man, I only got 5 sheep. This game is rigged. Yeah, but think about how happy you are and how substantial 1 extra sheep would then be. If you find 1 extra sheep, that's a 20% increase to your sheep count.
It's a big reward type feeling, right? Like that. Mm-hmm. I'm sure the person that implemented the sheep RNG in Age of Empires 4 previously worked at EA.
I'm just going to, like, walk around the corner, clonk a sheep over the head, and it's going to, like, unwrap. I got a gold Ronaldo! I got a gold Ronaldo!
No way! I got a card which gives no value. Okay, yeah. Man, dude, FIFA players, you can make them happy with just about anything.
Hey, like, look, we're not much different from them, okay? They roll that Ronaldo with high numbers, they're happy. Right? If I had archers, I get hand cannoneers, the number's higher, Crackety. I'm also happy.
If I had just a nice little dev blog post from time to time, that would make me very happy.
See, right there, you're asking for the number of dev blog posts to go up. You're the same.
Yeah. It's literally me.
You know,
Can we take a look at the meditation garden? Just how much wood he's getting as well. We do know that's going to be 72 food per minute here.
It's not.
That's very nice.
He actually missed the extra berries.
What? Nah.
Yeah, he did.
Right?
He missed one. Okay, yeah. Wait, why is the food number so low then? It should be a bit higher than that, no?
It probably hasn't ticked twice yet.
Yeah, probably. I was about to say, there's no way that this one guy is disturbing the peace that hard. It's almost like Ozzy Osbourne just turned up on a horse.
Speakers tuned a little bit too loud, but yeah, Pro Scout's about to be coming in here now for both players, just needing a little bit more gold. There we go. Louis is going to be the first one to hit that technology button, but both, the upgrade's coming in very quickly here for both players, just courtesy of that supervision. Vortex at least going to be able to get that stable up a little bit earlier, and does already have a good amount of food as well. I mean, both players have a lot of food in the bank right now. Just pump out these scouts with supervision as well, so yeah, look at that. Morty just immediately queuing up 4 scouts.
Oh, good. We're going to get that type of game, aren't we? All right, scout count. Who's going to go higher? I'm seeing a bid for 5. Can we beat 5? Maybe 6 coming in on the other side. 6 only coming in with Louis once. It's right now. Some free is going to try to go. No, I'm not going to do that. We're not committing to that. Because I know how this goes. One of them is going to end up with 9 scouts.
You know, looking at it, Age of Empires was the first type of strand game. There's a lot of walking going on right now with these scouts.
I mean, isn't that really why we all secretly play Age of Empires for? Like, I don't want to walk places. I don't really want to kill people. I definitely can't afford
You
a
just
horse.
tell them to walk places.
That's the other thing, right? Like, actually, shouldn't we attract a lot more youthful gamers to Age of Empires 4, right? Because, like, they're the ones that are sick of having their parents tell them to do the dishes, and now they get to tell someone else to do things.
When can I ask my Uber to do my dishes?
Give them like 2 years.
From Uber Eats to Uber Dishes? Eh?
You're gonna need a better name. Uber Cleans. Uber Cleans. That's the one.
There we go. We're gonna lock it in right there. If they actually do go for that name,
10% cut.
we're gonna sue them.
So we have got Spear on Spear now, by the way. So this is like interesting, right? Like season 9, it would have just been who can build more scouts. Nowadays, it feels as if there's enough time to truly get value out of these spearmen.
I mean, Spearman now coming in. Things are starting to slow down a little bit at this point in time. The question is just how much are you going to invest into these spears, and eventually are you going to add in some Shuganu as well? Because like mass Shuganu, they can really hit you hard in the timing. Because China can't get them, right? Like, they gotta go Song first before they can get Juganu. So they have to react with Horsemen.
Yeah.
And you already have the counter with the Spearmen. So it's gonna be very difficult for China to really react, I want to say.
I think the awkwardness, though, that comes in for Shushi is when you get a bit too stuck in the spearing, because you don't have archers and they do, right? So, like, it's a very weird dynamic, I find. Like, Shuganu feel like the bread and butter if the feudal goes deep enough, but if it's like a light splodgeoning a feudal, the archer timing can be actually quite impactful. In fact, it's exactly what Louis is now going for.
Yeah, but no feudal age play here at all from Vortex. He is already well on his way to reach Castle Age now. Is it going to be Mount Lu? It is going to be Mount Lu. Okay, so we're not going to see any urgency when it comes to the relic gathering from him.
I feel like almost every game has become Mount Lu. It's weird as well, because it started off...
I feel like it makes sense on Carmel, but I'm not sure about Dry Arabia. Okay, there we go. I mean, that's good resource right there.
I think it makes sense on any map where you feel like you're going to split the deer. Because of the like extra food trickle, right? And also, actually, like the quality units. Like, if you think both you go Lancers, I mean, Shushi should be slightly favored anyway, but with the better supervision, it just allows you to vomit out so many knights.
Yeah, you don't need as many production buildings, but eventually you want to just super... I think it can kind of like be a double-edged sword as well, because it makes you lazy about supervising resource buildings at some point as well. Because ideally, you still want to be supervising your production, not your production, but your income buildings, your economy buildings.
Yeah, and I think like this is going to be an interesting one. Do we just get the Imperial Palace? I don't think he needs it from this position, right? Like Louis, okay. I wondered because of the way he'd walled already, like he just felt as if he could slow roll this because China's been kind of edging out on the win rates, I believe, in this matchup. And it's normally because of like the spear crossbow focus, right? Like they don't get suckered into the Lancer spam as much.
That's true. Just having more infantry here, and he's already walled the sides off, so it's going to be very much a one-dimensional attack from Vortex because he can only go through the middle. That makes it a lot more simple to defend with your slow-moving infantry. And now Castle Age follow-up has been very quick. We do already have Vortex getting the first monks out. We'll start picking off some of these relics. 4 lances so far already. Oh, he has to be careful though. The spearman.
Oops.
That's a major part of your vision right now. Don't want to lose all of them. Didn't want to give those 2 deer up, but I don't think he's really got a choice there at this point in time.
Yeah, so, I mean, at the end, though, because he went Malmo Academy, he'll have somewhat a comparable economy. I guess the concern now is, like, Louis, his next goal is trying to just split the relics, and then if he succeeds in that, you get that kind of organic timing to, like, a Barbican, that gradual eco-scaling, and I don't know, I feel like China's just a little bit better than Shushi on average at making that farm transition work if you've reached that stage.
Yeah, if you get to Song Dynasty, the farm transition certainly is a lot easier for Zhuji. Depending on when you get Song, though, China makes up for it with having more villagers. We do have the raids coming in now, though. Lots of lances coming in from multiple angles, and I do feel like the majority of the army here from Louis is a little bit out of position. He is trying to protect some of the relics. He's going to actually be able to find a monk kill here in a little bit, I believe. As we do already have some units guarding the relic that Vortex is walking towards.
Yeah, Louis sneaking wide, though. He's moving towards the gold vein at the back of Vortex's base, so it'll be important to keep an eye on that as we get closer. In the meantime, it is just turning into a bit of a scramble across the map. Vortex is rallying practically all of his cavalry towards one location, though.
Yes, and now we are seeing the switch up into crossbows. When like he is going heavily into lances at this point. He's going to need some really, really good trades here.
Yeah. The issue is, like, does Louis feel like he truly needs to come out? Like, yeah, the relic game's important, right? But outside that, you know, if you think about this spawn, we talked about at the start, Marine Lord blessed this, right? Before both of them hopped on this map, Marine Lord walked by in a full monk uniform, said some Latin, and then walked off. And this is what happens. Double gold in the back, stone, berries if you need extra reserve resources, double tree line for to protect. Like, you know, there's not much more Louis could have asked for with his spawn.
More spearmen coming in now as well.
Wait,
yeah, Vortex, he needs to, like, yes, kind, like, he's got like two groups here at this point in time. Like one big Lancer group in the middle as well. Vortex so far getting in 2 relics. I think it's going to be a 3-2 relic split. There's about to be a raid coming in the back line, though, from... It's not like anything massive, just a couple of spears.
Yeah, it was taking a long time to actually mature. He'd been sitting there for a while, actually. So I guess he was waiting for the moment where Vortex wouldn't be looking to go in for the dive, but Vortex just quick on the fingers, able to pull away successfully. His Lancers just not really catchable right now for Louis. And we don't have any scale point of benefit, right? We don't have Song Dynasty. We don't have a move towards farms yet. Like, Louis is just stuck scaling a linear comp. But what could get interesting here, Crackety, we've seen this even on maps like Carmel, is you actually reach a point where you're able to just march all the way across the map and jump into the enemy base.
At the same time, looks like Vortex was able to...
He already got in.
not get it. Yeah, he didn't get any. He didn't get any villager kills, though.
Yeah, I like this. Like, this is a nice way of actually resolving this best of 5. But you think about, like, the whoopsie we had, like that one slip up with the Cataphract in game 4 that really did consolidate us getting to this game 5. Like, so far, the players' magical fingers have been dodging death time and time again. And the relic split even looks like it's going to be as close to even as you can get, with Vortex taking a slight lead.
I'm a little bit worried for Vortex at the moment, though. Just army composition-wise, he still doesn't really have anything that can compete with what Louis is bringing out on the field. Like, just mass spearmen, mass crossbows at this point in time. Walls are pretty much fully set up, but there we go. Finally, the archery range transition is coming in. And with the Mount Lou Academy, he's going to be able to pump these units out very, very quickly, and he is going to need them very, very quickly.
So repeat crossbows is a defense idea, and I mean, Louis, this is just hunker down though, right? Like, you have to now ask, okay, was 3 relics enough for Sushi? Like, is that enough to satiate them? Because it feels as if he's going to be maybe like, what, 2 minutes later towards a farm transition timing at this rate. Maybe more.
Could potentially be more. Vortex could also be going for Dynasty soon, for Song Dynasty. He's going to eventually need the make the food switch over. Oh no, there's only Jugunu. No crossbows.
Whoops.
Knights are going to have to run back.
If he dives a little bit deep, I mean, he's focusing on just actually grinding down the military right now.
That's good. That's good for Vortex. He could have suffered a lot heavier losses here.
You know why, right? You know why Louis chose this instead? Is because he's prepping that farm transition. Like, look at the wood income. So I think he was paranoid about getting all in, because we have God Vision. We can see Vortex's army is actually really underwhelming. Louis doesn't know that. And considering the type of player that Vortex is, it kind of makes sense why he was freaking out a bit about the military.
Seeing more armored units coming in now as well for Louis. Vortex, though, he could also add in a lot of crossbows to his army mix. At this point in time, like the Shuganu mass, they're just growing really, really rapidly. And we do have the unique upgrade for Juji as well. So the Jugunu have plus half a tile of range.
Yeah.
So have equal range as the crossbows. And also do a lot more damage to the spearmen. So they typically, like mass infantry, can survive a long time up against Jugunu. Not really with this upgrade. They suddenly start taking a lot more damage.
And we have to remember, like, this is a game where Louis chose Imperial Palace, weirdly enough. Like, I'm not even sure if he's been using the ability with where, like, those lancers went. He could have had Siege Clock Tower, which would have given him, like, 2 free Nester Bees, and then all of a sudden this strategy for Vortex just doesn't make sense. But instead, Siege feels a bit too flimsy. Instead, we've now got Louis MT just pivoting into Palace Guard.
You also have Louis just like having a couple of units here and there behind, or rather on Vortex's side. The scout in the back, so he always knows when Vortex goes out to the gold, when Vortex goes out to the next berry patch there. And now, just this one troop of units, which has been sent out along the entire back edge of the map. Vortex has no clue about this. He didn't wall his other side. This is going to catch him completely off guard.
Especially if Louis uses the ability on Imperial Palace, right? Like, he'll be able to just find the targets. He won't be riding in blind whatsoever. It's going to be interesting to keep an eye on that. And Louis, he's actually anticipating that he can force Vortex into that farm transition, guarding the boar in case that's not the case. Vortex, I mean, at 43 Chuk, you've got to feel like it's go time soon, right? Like, the longer you wait here, the more likely your opponent has actually now insulated himself with heavily armored units.
It's like you might know that something's up in regards to a raid coming in.
On the back side.
Connections being made.
Oh, wait, I forgot. We're watching Sushi versus Chinese. No one should really lose that many villagers. It looks like you will strike down 1 or 2, but it's the benefit of your housing providing garrison slots.
Yeah, it's kind of... It's one of those things, right? Just where you think, okay, I'm going to get a lot of villager kills, but it's like, oh yeah, there's like 5 outposts worth of... garrison spots.
Oh, let me call it what it really is. It's BS, okay? Why can they hide in their housing, but everyone else forgets their keys and dies at the door? Answer me that.
It's American houses. They don't lock their doors.
I mean, and yeah, actually that makes sense. Like, with the door frames, I guess a lot of them are, like, big enough that a horse could get inside the house. You know how Americans are with the suburban houses, like, they're huge. Lancers are going to get blocked out now, and we've got the ram spam timing. Vortex going up to 5.
Yeah. I mean, Louis, all of the resource that he's just invested into farms, Vortex is investing into rams. And that's scary, actually, because if he gets onto the infrastructure, like villages, for example, are just very difficult to replace because they take up a lot of space.
And
if you're under attack, you're going to struggle for it.
We've seen this once already this series. Vortex's all-in ram timing and siege timing in game number 1, where it was an overextension, the economy kept pumping. Well, this isn't Marlians, right? So there isn't just this magical creature sitting there giving you food for free. No, if you hit those farms, if you shut them down, Louis will starve.
Crossbows now coming in as well for Vortex, only as a reaction though, so it's gonna take a while for them to come in, and it looks like he has decided on an angle from where he wants to push in. Gonna take a while for these crossbows to come in. Now, even more rams. Yeah, why not? 4 more rams.
I mean, I kind of respect it because you just shoot them and then backed away, right? So, like, if you come back again with the same amount of rams, am I really scared anymore? Like, you've really just got to lean into the shock and awe factor here, Crackety. And Louis is so inspired by Chuganu, he's actually now mirroring the play from
I want to
60 behind.
channel an old wisdom at this point in time.
Okay.
Remind yourself, Snooper, rams suck. I know you want to make them. There's a Barbican there. That's where the clip cuts off. That's what I know. Yeah, that's how I know.
But, like, I mean, I see it a different way. Vortex, he's a smart cookie. He's realized that rams give you anxiety. And I would be scared of this.
Looks like we're all the way back in 2021. Yeah, it's a lot of rams now. Oh, we're getting Nest of Beasts at the same time. Oh, this could be...
Wait, if he gets them all in position, he could actually free hit a Barbican, but like, this has happened before. Remember the final ram attempt by Vortex in game 1? He sent them in without an army. Oh, God.
This time, though, the army is here. You just cannot clump up against the Nest of Beasts.
In this tiny choke point where you're going to clump up. It's only one Nest of Beasts so far, to be fair. Louis MC's been a little bit lean, but remember, he's able to supervise. That's the difference. They're not clock tower, sure, but they come out swift. Barbican is going to be in trouble. Like, this is the comical thing. When that Barbican goes down, it's still a choke point that Nest of Beasts can use because it's a landmark. It doesn't disappear. Oh, boy.
That's right. At the same time, I mean...
No, those aren't your
I'm
game
not sure
forces.
who this trade is going to be... favoring.
I think it's favoring Louis. Like, double Nest of Bees, and you've just got 2 crossbows now. Like, these rams will stop him from getting any deeper.
Dead.
Yeah,
where did the knights go? They just disappeared.
They had to go to the death ball. Like, there's nowhere else for them to be. This is ridiculous. He's also getting raided on the other side by 1 or 2 knights. He's going to lose the bulk of the Chuganu, and the all-in's going to fail.
And there it is.
What?
Not enough mass remaining, and yeah, I mean, in the end, like, if you invest 1,600 resources into the rams, no farm transition to fall back on, that was an all-in. The Barbican was a juicy target to go for, but it wasn't the right one, and in the end, with that choke point, with the double Nest of Bees, it just was not enough, and Louis MT able to take the better trade there, utilizing the choke point, utilizing the siege. GG comes in. So Louis wins the set 3-2.
You know what? Like, I think this is why we need more lands in Age of Empires 4, because like you at a moment like that, the crowd could have just been chanting ram 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 ram, and it would have encouraged him even further. Vortex, I don't think I know any other player. Maybe Kiliardi is the only other player in this tournament that would go that heavy-handed with ram to try and end it, but. I mean, props to him, right? In a way, they actually finished this series in their original roles. Vortex, the all-in aggressor, do or die. And then obviously on the other side, Louis NT, the stout defender, able to pull through. Fantastic down there. And I mean, that's crazy. To think that like now Louis MT is going to hack into Puppy Paw's PC and play up against Marine Lord next. This man's a psychopath.
Looks like next up is going to be Marine Lord versus Puppy Paw. I mean... Puppy Paw's looking a little bit different, though, doesn't he?
He is. I think it's the hair.
You know, like, every now and... I think Puppy Paw, he just tries very hard to, like, separate his star from Wham.
Brother? Yeah.
yeah. I think he's done something different this time around with his hair.
This is the... do you remember that movie, Nicolas Cage? Was it Nicolas Cage and Jet Li, where, like, he gets the full face change? So, like, he... This is literally that. and then
Marine Lord looking the same as always, though.
Oh my god! Wow. Okay, look at that. It's like a Scooby-Doo villain reveal moment right there.
And I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling kids.
No, guys. Not Face Off. I'm thinking of. Was it Nicolas Cage? Maybe it wasn't Nicolas Cage. It's Jet Li and oh no, sorry, it's Jason Statham's one I'm thinking of. It's Jet Li and Jason Statham. War. But, you know, the more obvious one would have definitely been Face Off. I just got to be more OG, you know? Oh, what a movie. What a cinematic experience we've been getting here, though. I mean, an epic series for sure, going all the way. Now, for those that are fans of Vortex, do not worry, do not fret. He is still alive. It's just, you know, he could die 2 more times, basically. That's how this works. So what we're going to do now, we're going to hop into a short break. But when we return, we are going to have Marine Lord versus what looked like Louis MT was disguised as Puppy Paw. Now it looks like Puppy Paw disguised as Louis MT, but I'm pretty sure it's Puppy Paw up against Marine Lord after a short break.
In a bit.
Sacre bleu. It is that time indeed. We are not done with the upper bracket deciders yet. Welcome back to EGC Masters Summer. An amazing first series to open the day on a hot summer day that suggests that we might have a very long trek ahead of us, Crackety, especially if Puppy Paw is looking up to scratch here. Marine Lord versus Puppy Paw in a best of 5. And bloody hell, first time I'm able to cast it in this tournament so far, Scandinavia actually got picked.
Yeah, not just Scandinavia, but we're also starting off with Relic River, one of the maps that we kind of rarely see, and I have kind of a glimpse that there is a little bit of an aversion to the map overall. People just say, it's weird. It's kind of a weird map, but it is getting picked here, and we're going to be seeing the Delhi up against the Japanese from Marine Lord coming in here, and I gotta say, like, sometimes, especially against players that don't play that much Delhi, Japan seems like a civilization that has a lot of very, very strong tools when it comes to dealing with the Delhi, at least in feudal age. Later on, it starts becoming a little bit harder when we start seeing the elephants come out, but at least early on, like, the units, the Honorable Geisha, they feel very solid at denying sacred sites from Ghazi raiders.
Yeah, I was casting one of your games yesterday, Crackney. I was like, I think I spent the entire early game of you playing Japanese going, oh, Owner Brigade should be great here. Oh, Owner Brigade should be great. Just had to get you back for that one. Well, let's see if the ladies are going to be coming out today for Japanese is hitting the field. Marine Lord in game number 1 in the pink is Japan from Gentle Mates. And on the other side, a Canadian who lives out in the woods, unregistered to a team. He lives in the wild. He's almost like the Bear Grylls from Canada. It is Puppy Paw on the Delhi, and they both had the exact same idea. It's dock on dock action, but Marine Lord, the psychopath, he sent 2 workers out at the start, so Puppy Paw's play has been completely scrambled like an egg.
Yeah, that second villager just making sure Puppy Paw will not be able to get that dock up, but yeah, he is pulling more villagers. Marine Lord spots that out immediately, though. But against this many villagers, you can't really compete, and the Delhi fishing ships, they're a little bit special. They like to shoot. They like to shoot some arrows, and yeah, Marine Lord, he does not want to have his villagers here when those come out.
Are they like, do you think they're like spearfishing? Like, what's the deal with those guys? I kind of
right around that line.
You know what we need? We need a unit that has a harpoon attack. You know, like you just harpoon.
We already have the javelin attack.
That's true.
Okay,
but,
he's going for immediate aggression. He's not waiting for the dock to come in.
I thought maybe he'd go for like an outpost or something here, just fully deny, but no, he's just going to straight up dock drop on top of him. Are you getting flashbacks like I am to 2021, 2022 with the Delhi fishing boat cheese?
Yeah, a little bit. This also kind of feels like an outpost, not outpost, Outback Octagon opening here right now, where villagers are just fighting against each other.
We don't have
both
a base.
Players finding that, no, I want to go here. No, I want to go here. Well, let's fight for it.
You win. Bye. You know what, Marine Lord, as a rookie error, I would have expected better from the chimp. He could have won this, Crackety. He just needed the Tatara.
Yeah, I mean, sure. It's just that the attack speed is very low either way. Oh, but the scout is actually going to get a villager kill here. Very much needed, as Puppy Paw at the moment is actually good bit behind economically, because Marine Lord did manage to get a couple of fishing ships out.
Okay, so who's the real winner here?
You know what? Oh no! Burning down the dock is going to take forever. That is legitimately going to take forever.
I feel like...
But maybe it's worth it. It's so tough.
What if you just walked a villager out as Marine Lord, right? Just to, like, grief repair and waste even more time? Because, like, yeah, he'll come and chase you, but if he's chasing you, he's not burning it down. I guess it's too late now. But yeah, this is going to be a very long dark age for Puppy Paw. What is this game? Oh my god. So Marine Lord, does he go Coca? Because like you never see it these days, but this is actually kind of a perfect Coca game. And there you go!
There we go, yeah. Coca Township coming in. The question is it going to be in time? Because 7 villagers, like, it's going to take a while, and Puppy Paw has archer-style fishing ships here. So I'm not sure if he can, like, really take down the villagers, even with Shinobi.
True. Although, like, you have a reasonable healing rate. So I think you just go in, you sabotage to stop him scaling, and, like, you follow up with additional units. That's like maybe even Yumi would make a lot of sense here actually for Marine Lord to complement this, right? Because like Puppy Paw, reminder, the Marine Lord is going into Feudal Age when Puppy Paw has got nothing to go Feudal Age with. Why?
There's nothing. Yeah, the issue is like this was a lot of idle time now on Puppy Paw's villagers, and we can just tell like he is very deep in the Dark Age at the moment. Yeah. Like he hasn't even started gathering gold. Villagers only just now moving out for that.
You know, I wonder, like with 100 wood income, I could just see a world in which the archery range drops alongside the Shinobi. I love the fact that Capture Age now just slips in the Shinobi when it actually ages into it. Which proves we have this technology. I'm wondering when we're going to get it for Lords of Lancaster.
Don't we have it for Lords of Lancaster?
No, it just exists there by default.
In-game?
It just stays there by default.
That's true.
So, like, you know, when you just don't do Abbey of Kings, and then, like, the caster can be go, what a noob. He hasn't built a single Lord all game with his Lancaster castle build. Because he can't.
Yeah, that's true.
Here we go. Shinobi coming in. He's like, hey, guys, we're here to fish, right?
Scout's gonna see. Yeah. Wait, he's not one of us. Scout does unmask him. And the villagers are gonna... At least the weak one is immediately gonna go for a run. On that day, for no particular reason at all, I just started running.
Everyone just cheered me on. The difference here is like I don't see this being an Academy Award-winning movie. No, this just feels like a sad moment. Shinobi just Shunshin's in, and you are quick enough to chase down the villagers, right? Like he's got wheelbarrow.
Should be.
Yeah, just about. Hey, oh, gets it. Will he? He's not gonna get away though. I love that he just turns around to kick again because he's dead anyway. So lowers a villager.
Look at what Marine Lord did. He blocked in the fishing ships with his own. No way. That's so cheeky.
Oh my god. It's a fishing centipede as well, because if you try to attack them, they can just heal each other. He doesn't ever have to move them.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is crazy.
Wait, and now he's going to block... He's coming for the dock! He blocked them! They can't get up!
They can't get over there! Oh my god, Marine Lord! This man! I mean, you can really tell why his forehead is so big, right? Like, it has to house a massive brain.
I mean, it's not just the forehead. The head's so big, he can't get in and out of the room. He had to install a double door because that brain is so big it's cracking out. This is insane. I think this actually might be the most dominant open I've seen on Relic River in a way that it probably shouldn't have been. It looks like the Shinobi is eventually going to get shut down. We'll have to walk away. But now you have to contest dot play.
The horseman's there, though.
And also the Shinobi count continues to scale.
The fishing ships get automatically upgraded upon reaching the feudal age, so now they will be doing +1 damage, but doesn't really feel like it's enough now against this brunt force that Marine Lord has out there. Finally also able to start fishing again, and I mean the fishing ships, they were still carrying all of the food, so upon getting that dock completed, he immediately got a big burst of 120 food in.
This is just absolutely incredible.
And that archer ship is never going to come in.
Nope. It's a pipe dream at this stage. I mean, he's on the verge of just being pushed away entirely. The archer ship is just around the corner. What a crazy play. And obviously Marine Lord, like this is the thing that's interesting about Relic River. There's 6 fishing spots split evenly, roughly, alongside that south side of the river. So he's still getting eco down here.
Yes. Our ship is coming in. Now, the Delhi fishing ships have twice the normal HP of a fishing ship. We do see a villager coming in here, trying to get the next dock in, but the scout is there and does spot him in time. Villager is getting denied here.
Oh my.
And Puppy Paw, he realizes he's just taken too much damage, no tempo to speak of. GG comes in very early on after a chaotic start here. Marine Lord, I can't believe the play there with the fishing ships, trapping Puppy Paw's fishing ships, and man, this guy plays Age of Empires.
This will be the hypest pre-10-minute GG you will see all tournament. That's all I can say on it. Like, that was insane. The micro, the idea with the fishing, the recovery arc, just so pristine. And Marine Lord firmly and quickly reminding us why he's considered #1 in the game.
Absolutely insane right there.
Oh. And now, like, if I'm Puppy Paw, I'm splashing some water in my face. I'm rubbing some caffeine in my eyeballs. I need to be awake and on peak form straight away in these games, because Marine Lord has just given a shock to the system to let you know that he's got a dentist appointment to make.
This is the opening here as well, right? Like just pulling 2 villagers instead of just 1, meaning that he forced Puppypot to make this awkward decision of, am I gonna pull more villagers or am I just gonna give up on water? He made the decision to pull more villagers. I think that one is a fine decision. I think the main issue there in the end was that he didn't try to like just idle out the fishing ships with some torches from the villager every now and then, but instead decided to start torching down the dock because the fishing ships were working the entire time, and taking down the dock just takes forever.
Yeah,
and delayed him massively.
Maybe even like, it's kind of crazy, but like maybe even an outpost, right? Like this is actually the thing, the Shinobi play gets countered by an outpost, right? Like I still remember, you remember Golden Heights when we used to get the Japanese English meta? And like it was very hard, English were always getting shut down, and then they discovered, wait, if I just build an outpost, the Shinobi rush doesn't work. But Puppypaw, and he could have afforded it. If you think about how long he spent trying to burn that dock versus just building an outpost, you would actually save resources in comparison, right? So a little bit unfortunate for him. I think it was just the panic setting in as well, especially at this point. Like, who wouldn't be panicking when they realize what just happened there?
Yeah. Especially with the Japanese and this play here with the fishing ships. I mean, that was just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Trapping 2 fishing ships there, blocking out so much of Puppypaw's economy in a situation where he was already economically so far behind. And then Shinobi, they just do what they do best, right? Sabotaging the dock, making sure there's no more ships coming out of that dock at all.
Man, I'm excited for the rest of the series now. Like, what a crazy way to open up. And also, like, next up, I think, is it Marine Lord with Ottomans here? Because he was left side, I believe. So, Ottomans, Byzantines... Like,
should be it.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting then, because Ottomans, Byzantines is a matchup that contradicts the history of 1453, right? The Byzantine Empire...
Isn't it Byzantine favored?
That's what I mean. It contradicts real history, right? So the fall of Constantinople never happened. Apparently, the Ottomans turned up with their entire army, the Great Bombards, and then someone hit the delete key on them. Like, quite often, Byzantines roll here. But Ottomans obviously got a new paint job. I'd say Marine Lord is the favored player on what's conceived to be the worst of Civ here. So we could have a very interesting close game on Dry Arabia.
Yeah, I want to say so as well. Ottomans, they can always make things happen, though. And I believe Marine Lord, he said at some point as well that he thinks Ottomans, they can be kind of stupid at times, just how strongly they scale. But obviously up against Byzantines, I mean, scaling is kind of, it's not in their name, but it's in their name, isn't it?
Yes, it's, I mean, the thing is, Byzantines just feel so organic with the way they kind of like pump up. Like, you know, we talked about how it just goes like this, goes. Whereas like Ottomans is almost, the Vizier points give you this spike early on, but the military schools don't really feel like they increase you at a rapid pacing or a reasonable pacing until like Castle Beyond, right? So, like, for that reason, I do think that's why Byzantines have remained kind of ahead here. Then again, what's to stop an Otto boy from, like, maybe opening with an outpost rush? I mean, we are talking about the most vulnerable civ in the game. 2 outpost rushes.
That's true. That's true. Outpost rushing with Ottomans, though, I mean, we've not really seen that before, have we? Could you imagine outpost rushing with Ottomans and then going for the crossbow emplacement, Vizier point?
And,
that comes in so late.
It does, but if they don't kill your outpost quick enough, and then, like, you know, why stop there? You get a cheaper TC. They would look great next to your forward outpost, and then you could take their gold.
Yeah, sure. For a second, I was like, yeah, cheaper TC, and then you said next to their forward outpost. I was like, wait a second, this guy isn't serious at all.
I mean, actually, like in serious though, like the extensive fortifications, cheaper TC is kind of an interesting idea. I think the problem you're going to see with extensive fortifications as a build order is that it probably comes in too late to make sense, right? It's not like Abbasids when they go for Eco Wing, where you just get it and you build it, right? It feels like in most games where you get extensive fortifications, by the time you get 2 Vizier points for that, you probably already want the TC built.
Huh.
We'll find out. 20 seconds time. I mean, what could you do here, Otto? Like, the outpost shenanigans is kind of interesting. Like, it did work on certain maps, actually. If you remember, like, Prairie, back in the day, Malians versus Ottomans, it used to be Otto's go-to play. It's tricky, because if you play a slow game into, like, Janissary timings in Castle, Byzantine Lombos can kind of just ruin you, right? So...
That's the thing. Just the units there. The counter is there, but we're going to have to see exactly how this is going to get played. Because we talked about, right? Marine Lord, he's got the brain. But now... does he have the hands? As the Ottomans here in the color pink, Mate Marine Lord, Gentle Mates Marine Lord, up against the Paw. The Paw is the law, Puppy Paw in the color blue with the Byzantines. But we do actually have the Dark Age barracks coming in. Puppy Paw with 3 villagers on the stone. That's a lot.
I like this, actually. Like, so what? Just lock in level 2 system before he can even arrive. Looking in the back as well, like, there would have been... a weird outpost opportunity that's just so hard to reach if that's what Marine Lord wanted to do here, because the berries and gold are close together, right? But, like, realistically, when you're talking about these back spawns, it's very hard to actually get the village around for a rush in time. So probably, like, what, 3-4 spearmen max just to kind of harass, block your opponent off of the berries, and then maybe play for a feudal timing. But remember, this play just a week ago for Ottomans was... giga strong, because if they whiffed on the berry harassment, they could just take the deer. That's not the case anymore.
That's right. The question is now, Puppy Paw, what is he gonna... Wait, there's a third pink dot moving towards Puppy Paw's base, and it's not the scout from Marine Lord.
He's doing it.
He's doing something. Wait, he's doing it.
Check his scout vision. Is this blind? He must have.
I think
There's
it's
no way
blind.
he's blind, right? Like, that's
He's
crazy.
blind. It's doing blind. Yeah.
Oh my god.
The man with a plan.
I mean, it's going to be a plan on the fly there, right? I don't know if he's going to be happy or sad when he sees the spawn, because, like, technically, it's both golds next to each other, berries next to the gold. So, like, yeah, it's value. And you can see he was like, okay, front side, right? Wait, what do you mean? There's a tree. Okay, yeah, it must be just to the east side here, right? That's definitely where I'm going to find the berries or the gold. Why is the stone here? Why has he got my spawn, Crackety? That's what Marine Lord's saying right now. Why?
Yeah, the berries as well. Berries and gold in the back. Puppy Paw, though. Oh, Akratoy getting pulled, but does decide to pull away. It's just too many spearmen immediately. If it was just a single one, then sure, maybe. And we do have a little bit of a play back and forth here. Weak Villager doesn't want to take the heat.
He just wants that sliver. He's going to want, like, what, a full drop from all 3 there? Because he can get level 3 system then. Well, did he see the villager yet? Okay, yeah, he just got a glimpse.
Yeah,
so outpost coming in.
And there's the outpost.
Marine Lord's not being
Just in
greedy.
vision.
Yeah, just to let him know, you probably shouldn't use the Akratoy yet.
What if Puppy Paw, instead of aging up, just suddenly gathers
Builds an
100 wood and builds an outpost forward and just goes for the Grand Winery in the middle of the map?
Honestly, like, well, I thought he was originally just getting the stone to just counter outpost with an outpost. I was so looking forward to that. But no, he's going to go safe. He's making a V for victory with his assistants. And
That's an Hippodrome coming in.
Against Ottomans, remember? The Civ that has Janissaries. But you know what? Crackety, I just cast a game on the ladder the other day between me and Micah and Faye. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm becoming a believer in the neutral Magadai Pro Scouts play.
Wait, what?
Can we check the trade post to the west side? I swear to God if it is.
It's
oh my
Magadai.
God.
That
There's
is
no way,
such
right?
that is such a niche thing. That is so niche.
Yeah, but he just scouted it. This scout is running with intent.
I don't believe it. I do not. No. Yeah, nah.
I mean, Faye is NA, and Poppy Pour is NA, and you're European.
You think they? Yeah. Are you trying to tell me my brain doesn't work on that high of a level?
Exactly. Your brain's on a lower frequency, I'm afraid. They've got 6G over there, courtesy of like the military. Like you can't compete.
The 6G brainwaves coming in. I mean, Triumph with Mangadai is very, very strong.
Yeah.
Like, insanely strong.
It's ridiculous. It's the best unit with Hippodrome. He does, of course, have to skewer berries first, but like that's where the opening horsemen and scouts play would achieve that, right? And then the whole idea is like, if you play Pro Scouts in a delay, you have all the food necessary to pump Horsemen nonstop.
Right, Puppy Paw is moving out to the berries here. Yeah, I mean, this is now a certified weird game at this point in time because, yeah, we're getting Hippodrome in. That's just an awkward mill as well.
It's like, actually, like, think about it. Was this preordained? The system placement ended up being perfect to clip the berries.
Yeah, I mean, just because of that, the mill being a little bit back there, it's working, right? Like, this is all, like, yeah, technically the correct play. Doesn't feel good, but it's technically the correct play.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Marine Lord, he might be suspicious of it, but he's also just kind of like, ah ha ha, no berries for him. Not easy berries anyway. So, like, maybe we see him just open Sapahi. Would make a lot of sense here. The Merc House is coming in, so boo! Boo! Puppy Paw's a normie. We are not getting Mangadai here.
No Mangadai. We are getting the Horsemen coming in now. Marine Lord is going to pull the villagers back. And also still has the ability to just make Spearmen at home.
Now, remember, there is a button that you have when you go Hippodrome. It is called the press to lose button. Because quite often, early on, players use it, don't get enough value out of it, and then are no threat anymore.
And then they lose.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works, right? We've got like House of Lancaster with the paid press to win button, and then Byzantines. It's weird. The thing about Triumph is like when you hover over it and read its stats, it sounds broken. But the problem is how you generate tickets early on.
Yeah, you gotta kill.
Yeah, and there's not much to kill early on. That's the other thing, right? Like, AoE 4 is naturally a defensive game, and Shiv's out. Wait, what? He just aggro's in with the spears.
Yeah, I mean, Akratoy, it's kind of ludicrous, right? Like, just how well these villagers trade off up against the Spearmen. We don't have enough oil yet, though, at this point in time, in order to really do anything with it. No mercenaries coming in. The villager is gonna survive.
Wait.
No, he stopped. He went back. He goes down.
Okay, so this is getting a bit weird. You're now kind of flatlined on the olive oil. There we go. So he's going to rush out north side because the spears were pulled. So great read there. You will be able to reach safe berries. Honestly, like, it feels bad, and I know I just criticized having to use it early, but I think this is probably the best thing he could have done with Triumph right now. Because if he doesn't get Lombos soon, you're just kind of dead weight here, right? And he's so close.
Yeah, now without the outpost, the TC is going to be able to protect those villagers. We do have double stable coming in now. Mass Sapahi coming in. And Sapahi are just better. Then, like, they're like better. Even when there's Triumph in, the Sapahi are better than the Horsemen.
Ridiculously so, in fact. Because also the other thing is the more you lean into Horsemen, the more viable the meta melee armor becomes, right? Just the exuding aura offsets half of the damage buff you temporarily get. And a fight like that is probably going to last longer than 15 or 20 seconds anyway.
It's kind of crazy that we're almost 10 minutes into the game where Byzantines haven't made a single Limitani yet. Oh, Sister, just a little bit too far out. Villagers getting pulled to repair, but Sapai, he sees that. This game has become very weird now. He hasn't been able really to find any great engagement points here. We don't have many economy upgrades. Horticulture has been researched at this point in time. We don't have wheelbarrow in for either players yet. We do have the second military school. Maybe we get a little villager kill in. Oh, and a little bit of gold as well. Yeah. This is... Oh, this is so awkward now. The thing as well is, like, he could have maybe gotten more kills there on the villagers as well. But the Triumph just ran out mid-fight. And this now... Oh. Hello?
Apologies, folks. So I think we had a weird little hiccup. Crackety isn't crazy.
I'm just talking with myself there.
You were. And, you know, it's like your inner monologue just provides you so many cool points to rebuttal off of.
I mean, we are getting the Limitani in now, and we've got Longbowman as well. At the moment, Puppy Boy has the better army composition, but, I mean, Marila's just making only Sipahi at the moment. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Granted, like, I think 2 of these are out of the military schools.
I mean, yeah, it's a bit weird because your opponent doesn't have the longbow pump timing, right? Like, if he did, I'd understand the Spy a bit more, but I think Marila's just trusting in the melee armor when the big fight happens. Like, we might even actually see the Imam point next. Akinchi would be pretty sick, though. There is a raid onto the goal, which is going to be able to idle him out. Poppy Paw is now trying to mirror, but the spears, yeah, they're already waiting to receive.
Horsemen, they're going to just look for a little bit of a different target here. Villager's going to move away in time. But we got the army here with the Longbowmen as well. The Longbowmen are going to be the difference maker now. Look at them just taking down the Spearmen very, very quickly. Even with just 5 of them here.
Well, there's the Imams, though.
And so far...
So, yeah, the Imams just came out.
Yeah.
And we have got the Sipahi still cutting reinforcements currently. So with only 5 longbows, you don't really have a good kill point in the Imams. And now this is worried. Like, this type of fight is expensive for Poppy Paw.
They're
if he
so
doesn't
expensive.
kill these,
not
they
for
just walk
Poppy
home.
Paw, for Marine Lord.
Wait, Marine Lord? Was he looking
He
elsewhere?
lost so many... He was looking elsewhere. He just lost his entire army. The entire Sipahi mass just got halved.
Oh my god. I mean, I thought that was part of the plan, right? You just pull them away one by one, and now you have Imam heal.
KP, they were glowing as well. That means they activated Fortitude, meaning they took so much more melee damage.
I cannot believe that, Marine Lord. I mean, maybe the calculation for the melee attack speed was like, oh, I kill them quicker before reinforcements arrive, but whatever Poppy Paw was doing dragged Marine Lord's attention and got him a huge win in that engagement. And now look at the military count. This is getting ridiculous. 39-24. The Archer switch now coming from Marine Lord after Poppy Paw has now started to extend the lead in the pony department with a new Triumph scaling.
Poppy Paw, he sees the Archer switch in the transition. He knows what's coming his way. Immediately, we see more horsemen being queued up. He's getting the blacksmith upgrades as well. We're about to see a timing attack come in from Poppy Paw. And he has not been punished yet at all for moving out onto the map, out onto those deer. And Marine Lord, he's just been shoved off the deer. He's not getting that much food now.
No, meanwhile, Poppy Paw is extended onto them is the more important thing, right? And also, he's close to actually scaling an additional system, which would connect onto that gold, that berry, the second deer as well. So just amplified economy all around. And Marine Lord, I mean, the Sipahi, even after those losses, he has got a decent count to work with. We cannot discredit the power of the healing. The issue is, like, Byzantines kind of have a pseudo-heal themselves now for their cavalry.
Excuse me, KP, I thought the Sipahi just died. Where did they suddenly all come from again?
Opimans? I think that's how we say it. Opimans?
Definitely feels like it.
Did they add a vizier point that spawned Sipahi?
None that I'm aware of. Oh, this is difficult, man. You can just tell every now and then they just turn around, kill one of the horsemen, keep walking like nothing happened.
Oh, wow, what's that? Oh, you thought you were going to kill the meta? Oh, no. See, that's not how this story ends. Wait, might lose it now? Please get rid of that aura. If he doesn't get rid of that aura.
Last horseman hit, comes in.
So that's going to be the melee armor variable removed, which means now the fights are a little bit tighter. Poppy Paw.
We already have so many archers in.
We do.
And Marine Lord, he's hiding the main army, keeping it out of vision from Poppy Paw. Yeah, look at it. There's the archer mass now. That's not a fight that Poppy Paw can take, right?
I mean, he's got, what, 10 lombos? It's tricky. He's going to end up overkill unless he perfectly micros this and actually just stands his ground. Archers start to target fire them down. Yeah, he's just going straight after the longbows. And there's the activation. Triumph does come in. My Marine Lord's going to try to back up. I think this is like, what, 15 seconds, maybe more to work with. And the Imams are getting sniped. They get caught out. Marine Lord has lost the aura.
Without the aura, without the healing, this is now a fight that Puppy Paw can much more convincingly take. Does fall back for the time being, though. Triumph still running. The thing is, it keeps going longer if you kill units while it's on. And these little refreshers here, these little archer kills every now and then, it just keeps the Triumph going, meaning that all of these horsemen at the end of it are going to be full health.
Yeah, I mean, a few of them on the fort still heavily injured, right? But for the most, rejuvenated. In a situation where Marine Lord doesn't have that capability anymore, he can at least replace the lost meta, but he has no way of rejuvenating those health bars. And the map is getting a little bit uncomfortable for him here. Poke on the wood lines and Puppy Paw behind this. I mean, this is the thing you have to remember about percentile scaling. You get deeper into a feudal, it just gets bigger and bigger. A lead for Puppy Paw.
Yeah, because behind this, the Byzantine, sure, it's not Grand Winery scaling, but Grand Winery is actually only like a very, very small part of the economy of the Byzantines as the game goes on, right? Like, it's only, in the early game, it only accounts for one more mercenary pack. That's it.
It's true. And, you know, this is the difference, right? Like, this type of build wasn't viable with the old system, but now it's affordable. And now,
oh my God,
this is an expensive fight that Marine Lord cannot afford. Yep, he just ignores it. Triumph gets activated and plows on through the back line of the Frenchman. GG called, and Puppy Paw with a magnificent strike back.
I gotta say, KP, this was such a wacky game at the beginning. Like, just looking at the military graph here, I was thinking with the Hippodrome that Puppy Paw would be getting himself into a spot where he might not want to be in, but then he flips the script on its head, able to restabilize, able to get those necessary resources and get the right army composition and just invest so much into horsemen that Marine Lord just did not know how to deal with that. Sure, Sipahi are great, but in this one, just the pure mass from the Byzantines reign supreme.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an impressive pivot from him, right? Like, not just overreacting. I mean, we've seen plenty of players that still commit to the Grand Winery and then come back to solve the problem later, but it does just put you behind. Like, that's the weakness of Byzantines in theory. But I love the way that Puppy Paw just took a almost obnoxious approach to this. And, I mean, the way that he was able to actually just beat Sipahi with a Horseman Hippodrome strat, I mean, I think for Marine Lord, the key moment he's going to look back at is that cart of reinforcements where he hung around way too long with Fortitude activated. But, you know, even before that detail, I think Puppy Paw had a slight military lead. Like, he was on course for his timing in mind. It just made the follow-up execution so much easier and so much more crisp.
And just the scaling, as we talked about with the Byzantines, right? Like the cistern scaling, and sure, you get the better units as the Ottomans, but in this one, like, Puppy Paw for the main fights always had Triumph available for the entire duration of the fight. And this one was like the big giveaway, right? We talked about with Fortitude enabled, these Sipahi, even though they have so much HP, they just weren't able to kill quickly enough. And just like that, Marine Lord just lost the majority of his Sipahi mass there very, very quickly. In the end, like, these fights did not go quite as well as they needed to for Marine Lord, able to snipe the meta here as well. So the next fight, Marine Lord had to quickly reinvest into that one.
Yeah, and next up, we're looking at Malian versus Rus on Sunken Lands. An interesting one, actually. I'm curious to see how Malians is going to fare. I feel like they were always going for Rimba in this matchup. And obviously, we did just see some tweaks there. I don't know if too much has really changed with the way that this has to function. Like, maybe Rus can't play Horse Archers? Because the javelins, right?
Yeah, the javelins definitely wanna like make you not make horse archers. Like, it feels very, very hard to just warrant that in the first place because javelin throws aren't slow. They move at normal movement speed, and then especially if you, as you mentioned, go for the Farimba type play, you're gonna get even more movement speed on them. So it's very easy for you to deal with those. And javelin throwers, like the Mensa javelin throwers, they excel at one thing and one thing in particular. It's single target damage up against heavily armored units, and that is exactly what like the normal army composition is from the Rus, right? It's like, go for those knights, go for the cavalry archer, and just try to overwhelm your opponent with cavalry. But you don't even need javelin throwers necessarily, just because the Donzos also have a ranged attack.
That's true. And, you know, like this, if you think of the other strategies that Rus like to do fast castle, like men at arms can't really do that against Malians. It's just a nightmare fuel because of Musafadi. I mean, even the knights, because you're scaling Donzos, like, it does feel like Malians fix a lot of the and solve for a lot of the problems that Rus present, even if they play a longer feudal age. Sunken Lands is an interesting one as well because there is a little bit of light to the gold access, right? But it's nowhere near as extreme as Carmel. I think this map's a bit more forgiving, trade-off being that there's less food to pro scouts towards.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Also, like you do have these like food pockets on the side, but it's not quite as big as we do have it in Carmel. And there we go, game number 3 coming at you hot right away. So we are starting off this one with a very even set at the moment. 1-1 between Puppy Paw and Marine Lord. And yeah, this map is very much like Carmel, not when it comes to the food necessarily, because on Carmel you can get the food underneath your TC with pro scouting. Here, it's sitting statically inside those corners with the boars and with the berries. Granted, Mali, they probably don't care too much about those boars.
I mean, they care about laming them. And that... I wondered if Puppy Paw was going to go for like a double scout opener, because I've seen a few players with Malians do this at the moment. Like, I think that might be a pivot now off of the changes with deer shoving and like the importance of sheep maybe returning. Is like something that kind of got snuck in there is, you remember when they buffed the scout production rates, like Malians by far
and the scout cost,
yeah, they by far have the quickest production rate of any civ on like a 2 scout opener, but seems Puppy Paw doesn't care for it. So like I have a feeling we're probably looking at like just a standard pro scout build from Malians to guarantee they have enough food.
Yeah, I mean, typically the second scout doesn't really pay off, mainly because like in this matchup, these two civilizations don't really care that much about sheep. It's sure, like sheep are nice, but they're not like your goal food source at the end of it. And Puppy Paw, he's found more than enough sheep to be fine here with a single scout.
Yeah, he's full and chilling. Looking at the spawn, he did get double fold gold, right? But I don't feel like Roos is the type of civ to really punish you for this detail. Like, actually, in a weird way, it's so close together with Puppy Paw that he can just guard them and patrol between the two. He's even got some deer right next to him.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to be fine in that regard. And I mean, on a map like Sunken Lands, where gold is really hard to come by, at least like safe gold inside of your base, both Mali and Roos, they've got to feel very, very fine here, because they're a civilization where it's like, yeah, you don't even need to really actively gather gold all that much. Mali, they get it passively, they will use it. Roos, they get it passively, they don't even use it, because they're going to be busy making cav archers most of the time. Probably not that much in this matchup, though.
And like any gold they need, they get between the Golden Gate, the hunting cabins, the bounty system, and then let's not forget the High Trade House, which lives up to its name time and time again. You ever feel like the pit mines look oddly small on these new veins?
I want to say they feel average-sized.
Oh, okay. Are you fervently defending that that's average size?
I mean, I'm looking at my monitor right now. I mean, the Mensa Quarry is a little bit on the larger end. I'll say, like, it has the head a little bit higher on.
Yeah, like this is, when you've built your house, you're like, wow, look, I have
it's
the highest one in the village.
It's not about the size of the pit mines. It's about the houses around it. Okay.
And they are smaller. So there you go. It looks comical by the sizing, though.
It's normal-sized houses. Okay.
It's like he spent all this effort building a mine for the tiniest gold ever. It's like, I will be rich off this. Sir, we spent more building this structure than we're going to make back from it.
Puppy Boy actually gained a lot of sheep in this one. I'm not sure if this is just because of the... like, there are a good amount of sheep on this map. A really, large amount of sheep on this map. But I think he still got the lion's share at the end of it, and... yeah, Mud Hut is starting to get torched down now. We already have 5 scouts. Yeah, it's a pretty even split there on the sheep. Just a lot of sheep here on this map. Oh, 5 scouts Marinos actually just starting to take down some of these houses here very early on.
I love that. I actually love that. I mean, you need a new role. Like, now that I think about it, we talked about Roos actually being heavily impacted by the deer shove nerfs. Well, this is the one.
Not on this one.
No, because there's things to do. If he actually sees that mill, he could actually just torch it down as well. Oh, please scout the mill, please. Like, it's actually so obnoxiously far out there from Puppy Paw. He sees it. He actually sees it. It's not going to be quick enough to stop the tech coming out from it, but it could be worth burning.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a pro scout play, he definitely would have just sent the scouts out there in order to just burn the mill down. But just because the mill is out there, right? Like, chances are this isn't a pro scout play, else the mill would have been built somewhere else. Right now, like these, Papa has to be careful. Like one more, and another one after that, and he might get housed.
Just ignore the tiny pit mine. It actually looks really small now that the houses have upgraded.
Yeah, and Papa he's just gonna start building houses on the next gold vein.
Congrats. Warrior Scouts would normally be quite scary, but have you met more Scouts?
Morescouts.com. Papa needs to get another house in soon, though, else he will eventually, potentially, be housed.
I'm really happy with it. He's going to walk off. It's Pro Scouts time.
Papa, he is just getting Warrior Scouts in. Marino actually now investing into his own Knights. Now, this is where it starts getting a little bit iffy, because Warrior Scouts, in mass, they can very effectively take down Knights as well, because you can always pull the weak one back, and they can outrun the Knight while healing up. And now also, like, Pro Scouting is a little bit difficult here for him. Yeah. A lot of these Scouts are going to start being weak.
I mean, I thought he'd just try to overwhelm, harass him, and move together, but instead, Marino just tried to get the goodies home. He really wants that superior gathering rate. Pathing's going to betray him, though. Doesn't lose any of the Scouts.
Okay.
But
for a second, I thought that Scout was trapped.
No. He's fine. Be free, you little Scout. And probably will calm down, mate. Like, you have healing, but there's limits. We reach them.
Replace every single bone in the human body with an arrow.
But you know what the problem was? Marino's a cheapskate. They weren't adamantium arrows. Otherwise, it would have worked.
Very cheap.
So
what was the other, like, fictional metal? Vibranium?
Vibranium, yeah. You had adamantium, vibranium, aluminum. That's
yeah, that doesn't exist. Imagine, like, naming a metal aluminum. Yeah. What is that?
You and your tinfoil
Power Punch is sitting there.
So the fortress is going to be coming out. That's going to be able to secure the tree line. He has got on the south side pretty close to base. Like, Marino should be able to keep getting Pro Scouts home. Poppypaw is going into Sofa now, which we have seen look pretty intriguing, if you remember the Louis MT opening game. Against Knights from Roos, I'm not so convinced.
Yeah. We're seeing some cattle ranches also coming in now. At least one so far. But just judging from the placement, I don't think it's going to be a Fulani build.
No, something tells me someone wants Mansa Musafa? No.
We're seeing some Dunzos coming as well. Some nice knives on the Scouts, able to keep Marine Lord Scout count very low.
Now, hear me out. Abbey of Trinity to keep it competitive. I sort of want this landmark to be viable, man.
Abbey of Trinity into only warrior monks.
That's true.
Nah, it's a high trade house.
Like you know what you do? You negotiate with your opponent. You say you're not allowed to build Donzos.
Yeah.
But I won't build high trade
that
house.
Works.
You know, and you're like, well, that's a broken landmark. Okay. But yeah, HTA is coming in on the back. And always just an absurd landmark. It is
the timing as well.
Yeah, like this is like what's considered to be a bad Roost timing. That's the weird part, right? We're still pre 10 minutes.
I mean, he's got Knights out as well, and he did reinvest a lot into the Scouts. So Poppypot did some good damage here to the Scouts. The awkward thing always is that you're never really able to deny Pro Scouts. You're only ever really able to delay Pro Scouts.
I mean, you could deny it by taking it away from them, but yeah, like the case in point is, I agree. It takes so much effort to actually get a dominant win with Pro Scouting.
I don't want to say, like, deny it by taking it away from them, because then it's, like, Pro Scout on your side, and then it's still been Pro Scouted, right?
I mean, what
self-fulfilling prophecy.
It kind of makes sense, though. Like, if you're in a fight and someone has a gun, like, it's, you beat them by using a gun, right? So, like, that's the Pro Scouts meta, if you remember. It was like, oh, how do I beat Pro Scouts? I just need to build more Scouts. The funny thing is, like, Poppypaw attempted that, but he didn't actually use the Scouts for step number 2 in the Pro Scouts meta.
Thought you beat them by, like, pointing in a separate direction, being like, hey, what's over there? And then you run away.
So your mistake there
in before you get shot in the back.
is you seem to have forgotten that we are gamers that spend most of our days sitting down playing games. We do not have the vitality, stamina, or the burst to get away.
True, skill points missing.
Yeah, like I put them all into constitution and strength. Wait, no, that's a lie, not strength. Constitution and Riz. I don't know.
Just getting swole.
I had like
swole but immobile.
I had like 2 points left for Riz. I think that's good enough. Good enough charisma to convince the person to give me 2 cakes at the bakery. So we do have Fulani coming in after all from Puppy Paw.
Yeah, and he does. I mean, wait, did he destroy his stable? No, he didn't. He didn't. There's no reason for him to destroy the stable in the back there. No, he did.
He did.
He did destroy the stable.
Yeah, he most definitely did. It was in the way.
It's stabled. Yeah. So did have to delete that one. And that's a villager going down. But it's Malian, so they don't really care too much.
I mean, but like you've now just got no stables and you've got cow.
Yeah, but we got Dunzos, right? That counts for something.
Do you really want to build Dunzos against archers, though?
That's where your own archers come in next.
Because like this could be fine if you want like delete the stables. You want like a Musafadi rush build, but you would be doing that into Knight Archer, which is probably the worst comp to do it into. Is there? Anyone? I don't think there's a worse comp, right? Like,
I hear you.
Maybe if he has Springles as well, I guess.
What do you do against this composition? Just Sofa and Dunzo's probably
That's
best.
what I'm thinking, yeah. And so like he just has to replace stables. It's just a little bit. It's annoying. It's the 150 minus, but like it'll be fine. Like this is the whole point. I think at the heart of Fulani, the value is always find a way to use Sofa because it's the unit that you normally struggle to afford with Farimba builds.
The main strength of the Fulani as well is like you always have like your food income to fall back onto. While the opponent eventually has to do a food transition. The issue with that is Marine Lord's playing as Saru, so his food transition is 30 minutes into the game.
I thought they just transitioned onto the free deer they get every minute.
Yeah, that's factored in. But yeah, that's why it's not at 25 minutes. That's why it's at 30.
You ever realize?
Oh, good timing here.
Oh, and there's a dive coming on the back side of the base. Yeah, no, it's not gonna friend. You ever realize it used to be like more absurd, by the way, back in the Spriggle meta? Because then they never needed a food transition.
Just start making siege instead.
Oh god, those Spriggles. The roofs were so
60
good
damage on a Springle? That was never broke, right? Like,
wasn't it even higher?
4 Springles one-shotting a knight? Oh, it was 60.
But you could, but it was range damage, right? So you could get it to 63.
Yeah.
Which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a 30% increased damage outload to buildings. I'm glad we moved past those days. Wall coming in, gets spinning away. Knight should be able to clear him up.
More Dunzos here, though.
Oh, he didn't actually
Does notice. He's going to fall back. Oh, the Archers now. Dunzos going to get cleaned up.
Man, he's chasing.
Yeah, Marilyn, he's getting... Marilyn's getting every single deer off the map now.
Which is pretty freaking wild, considering that Puppy Paw opened with the scout play to try and deny this, and kept trying to be present. He's going to hang around to deny
that's the thing, right?
But that's going to cost him more. I think he killed like one scout, lost 3.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Can only really delay, never really deny. We do still have more raids here going on potentially, but right now, looking at the army count and the army value, Puppy Paw has really got some catching up to do. At the moment, blacksmith upgrades also just being not really present at all for him. Do we have imported armor yet? I don't think we do. He's just been struggling for gold because Marino just keeps skirting around all of his gold mines. So he's just not been able to get the gold for his upgrades. Import armor is only just now coming in, but until then, these archers are going to be able to do a lot of damage up against him. Yeah. And yeah, there's not a fight that Puppy Paw wants to take.
And he needs to defend here, right? Because he needs to rush the gold to keep the sofa pump going. So chase continues, and also Marino is already transiting crossbows before the import armor even comes in. And these tiny pit mines, I mean, it's not a grand deal of extra gold you're missing out. I think it's like, what, 10, 15, maybe 20 a minute? But every little counts here in a game where you can't easily actively gather gold.
Yeah, and behind like not being able to gather gold, Puppy Paw also just hasn't been able to run out onto the map to get any semblance of relics in whatsoever. And Marine Lord, like, getting 5 relics in with Ruse, like, forget Ruse's passive gold income. They're gonna get even more now with 5 relics, 400 gold per minute. We could see Ruse easily, at this point in time, with, like, 1,000 passive gold per minute. Actually, can we
the high trade
change the
house
villager graph?
is
Can we change the the income graph to villagers?
I think he's got like 5, maybe 6.
6 on gold,
Okay,
9 on gold. Okay, he pulled a couple more over, but yeah, it's a lot of the gold is just passive.
But yeah, we haven't seen the final 2 tick in, right? Because they just got garrisoned, so it's going to ramp up over 1,000 now. And then obviously Sacred Sites with his map control makes a lot of sense. I mean, Poppy Paw is feeling oppressed right now. 130 here. Yeah, look, I don't want to have to do another Roost rant, okay? I think I do about 4 of these a week. It's not many civs that
There's some good aggression coming in, though. Sofa count is looking relatively good, I want to say. We don't have Boyer's Fortitude in at the moment, though, I want to say. So right now, like, this is probably, like, yeah, once that comes in, it starts becoming a lot more iffy as well. And it looks like he might be able to pick off a good amount of the Knights here. That's a very good trade at the moment. And he needs that, because look at the destruction value at the moment. Puppy Paw, he's got some catching up to do.
Yeah, interesting that Marine Lord choose to stand his ground there. I guess, like, maybe he's worried about the monster getting burnt down, slow down the gold, or maybe just a rotation towards that high trade house. And Archers, I love that. He just equals out the trade, right? Takes out just many surfaces, Knights lost. Villagers are going to run back. And that top tip, right? When you've got a pursuing army that's strong like that, run towards your army, not further away from them, right? If he actually ran south here, it would have enabled more kills on top of these 2.
Yeah. And we talked about this earlier as well, right? Like, Marine Lord, he does currently have a lot of food sitting underneath his TC. Eventually, 15 minutes from now, that's going to run out.
Soon, right? Like, it can't have much more life left to it, Crack. Like, he's gathering berries.
some of them are already idle. Some of the villagers underneath the TC. What's going on there?
Did he miss some deer? Yeah, there's still some to the north and south. Actually, I'm not sure. Doesn't this map have bugged icons? Okay, no, there's deer there.
No, they're still there.
Because I have seen spawns on this
they're bugged
where...
icons.
Yeah, like, look, there's no deer.
I think there's a dead deer somewhere nearby.
I'm starting to think a deer spawns in the mountain. Because I've seen it before where there's just an icon, but there's no deer at all.
They're inside the walls.
It's pretty smart, right? Like, Roos, they got together to, like, how do we not get killed this game? And he's like, what if we just built a mountain around us? And everyone thought the guy was crazy. But that one deer, man. That one deer. And, oh dear, look at this.
Fight coming up now, though. We do have poison arrows in.
Okay, but yeah, but do you have
the time? Is it enough, though?
This is the thing. Like, where are the Sofa? He's still raiding with a group of them, so he doesn't actually have much of a front line here. Marine Lord just needs to get right on top of this, and he is in open territory.
Pierce damage 2 isn't in.
Wait, what?
He doesn't have Pierce damage level 2 yet.
And the Sofa count's practically non-existent on this stage, right? He lost them trying to raid. That's the thing, Marine Lord. This wasn't even all of his knights. He kept enough at home to deal with that threat. And Archer count, it's close to even. Like, when it comes to Archer exchanges, right? Like, the poison isn't as important. It's meant to be the enabler against the knights.
We're just going to have to pull back. The production is also here at the front side. And look at the units that are just struggling with the pathing here as well. And now with the production buildings all being kind of exposed. Oh, the villagers, they're going back. Doesn't notice it in time. But he's got to wait until +2 damage is in.
Wait, but the villagers...
Do we have Boyer's Fortitude in yet?
There's a bigger problem here. Like, he has to guard this area. I don't think Marine Lord has quite seen it yet, but there's a bunch of workers on the tree line just to the north side here. If they get discovered, there's nowhere to run. He sees the
wood line now.
He just saw the worker. If he peels just like 5 or 6 archers to go there right now, knights are going to stick to their targets. Marine Lord is close to taking the archer lead overall, but not in this dive in the base. He actually needs to get more troopers to the front line. And the knights, they have absorbed enough shots. Puppy Paw has ran out of area to run to. And one of the knights did peel off. He's hunting workers right now. So huge amount of idle time in Puppy Paw's economy. About a quarter to a third not working.
Yeah, behind this, finally we're getting level 2 pierce damage in, but it's just been too late, and behind that, the Knights have been trading just so effectively here for Marine Lord, and Now, with the units all over inside of his base,
I think this is it.
Puppypaw, he's got a wood bank, but just not enough production, I want to say.
Yeah, it just feels...
Reload, he's got so much more.
I mean, it's the effect of, like, basically a third year economy not working. You can't see it, like, because it's not showing an idle, right? Actually, it's more than that because of the TC garrison as well. Over half of his eco, his active eco, is either not working or actively dying right now. It's ridiculous that this game, just a minute and a half ago, was equal on archer count. Now look at it.
Archers all gone. Not enough income now to keep reinforcing them. Marine Lord, there's just this large amount of trickling troops coming over in pink on the minimap. There are some raids still going on. Puppypaw trying his best to stay in this game, trying his best to do some economy damage on the other side. But Marine Lord, he's taking minimal losses, and he's got reinforcements inside of his own base, being able to just push Puppypaw's army completely back.
Yeah, he's always keeping just enough troops back to eventually shut down the Sofa raids, with a few crossbows as well, I believe. Actually, no, he brought them all forward, so it's just like knights and a few archers achieving what is necessary. And, you know, we talked about this passive gold, right? It's still at 945, but I'm pretty sure if you clicked and checked now, there's maybe like 2 workers maximum on gold. Because he's still got the 5 relics, he's got the inflated bounty, 3.
Yep.
He's down to 3, and then he's got 2 sacred sites as well.
These fights, at least now, are starting to become a little bit better for Puppypaw, mainly because his archers finally have +2 pierce damage. Like, that actually makes a massive difference.
Mm-hmm. Also, the fact that Marine Lord's entire army's not here.
Yeah. And Boy's Fortitude at this point in time, I want to say, is in. Because these knights barely take any damage, and they're finding the villagers on the gold. Yeah, it's in.
Marine Lord, he didn't run across to cut them off, so he didn't have vision on them. But you just hang around, you burn pit
Sees
mines.
the villagers on the berries, though, which are going to run. They're running.
The Warrior Monk snitched
Marine
on
Lord,
them.
he's also on the... Yeah, Marine Lord now also on the board, the bottom side. He's just thoroughly absorbing all the natural resource on the map. Does he even have a single farm at this point in time? Inside of his base?
One, yeah.
Yeah, okay, there's one. Just for me.
I
just
just
for me, there's
sense it
one.
the Roos way. Like, oh yeah, we'll do a farm transition. What's our speed here, Hoss? Oh, let's like invest light 1 a minute. Oh wow, big spender. Whole 1 a minute. All right, 2 a minute. Whoa.
He just didn't want anybody to say that he didn't even need to make farms.
Couldn't get the Roos nerfed again. Oh no.
What are you talking about? I made farms, dude.
What do you mean? I'm not I do not have Crohn's disease. I do not have irritable bowel. I can eat my bread. It is très bien. Just like my gameplay. Petit.
Now that's accurate, because I can't understand Marine Lord when he speaks English or French.
Oh, we love that guy.
Oh, some idle time call. It's just not dead villagers.
What on earth are those farms, by the way?
These are
Real life
special.
farms?
There's only archers.
Wait, the knights?
It's only archers.
Did they all go forward? Okay, there we go. New ones are coming out, so it's going to get a bit better. He has got the double emplacement to assist. The workers are apparently thinking that the war is over. We're free. Go back to killing the wildlife. Knights, in the meantime, are going to dive in, and this is going to do a lot more damage. Yeah, like Puppypaw, he sent practically all of his heavy cav across the map, and now the dive's going to come in. And you mentioned that +1. Well, guess what? There is a warrior monk there that's able to buff these boys up, so they're just as tanky as they were last time. Puppypaw struggled to compete on the fight, and this time the archers will find the juicy target. 1 by 1, the workers flop dead in a matter of moments, and the Fulani can no longer make up the difference.
More sofas coming in at the front line, but the villagers on the wood line still exposed. Wood, at least something that Puppypaw still has plenty of in the bank, but just so many villagers. And look at that, 30 villagers idle. It is too much. GG comes in. Marine Lord able to climb ahead in the set now. 2-1 at the moment now.
Nah, Roos just doing Roos things forever and always. Just a great execution as well. Puppypaw came in with, like, I would say, like a creative build here, right? Like, ignored pro scouts despite the fact he went scouts. It just seems like, despite his best efforts, it didn't truly pay off. I mean, it's like you said, you know, you never truly stop pro scouts. And I think that's what we saw here is just Marine Lord. He optimized around guaranteeing that he would always have just enough food. Like, I don't think at any stage we had a panic moment. There was that one moment under the TC you said, like, there was not enough food for all the workers. But there was never this, uh-oh, I am literally out of food right now moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like with the Rus, especially when you get that high trade house up as well, you'll pretty much always have at least some semblance of food resource inside of your base that you can fall back to. And yeah, in the end, like Marine Lord, this entire game, he made some farms at the end, but you could argue that those weren't even necessary, as there was still the board top side and the berries there as well.
I think the way that I've described like High Trade House is very interesting. Actually, it's like a better version of both of the Ottoman's feudal landmarks.
Yeah, true.
It's a pretty good deal getting double eco. But up next is an interesting one. Scandinavia coming through. I know Cal's doing cartwheels in the background. Not a map I feel like we see often in competitive Age of Empires 4.
Yeah, not just that. We're just getting the notification as well that while we're about to be going into our game number 4 now, in the set between Puppy Paw and Marine Lord, Beastie and Wham, they're still in their game number 1. Over 1 hour now into it.
All right, why do I get the feeling we're going to have to, like, speed up the schedule here? Oh, God. I mean, Series 1 started us on this track, right? That was almost a 3-hour series. This one's been a bit more forgiving. It's been, like, what, I want to say 50, 60, like 50, maybe 60 minutes so far.
Yeah, I mean, the games have been rather quick, especially, like, the first 2 games, right? Like, they were decided very early on.
Do I even, like, want to, like... Because if the games are going that long between BC and WAM, that means that BC must be forced to build walls as well. Which is going to ruin his pristine record from the start of the year, where he was, like, one of the lowest average wallers in the tournament.
True and real.
It's kind of comical because I started off the day highlighting that like Wham had changed it up a bit and he was definitely playing a lot more aggressive in the last week or two. But yeah, sure. Game 1 still going where we're going to start game 4. Oh, I am looking forward
It is what it is.
to when Altai comes back to tournament play, by the way.
Oh, man. I mean, imagine EGC Altai without like the markets in the corner, right? Like that's going to be great. I'm actually looking like it's going to be great. There's no but. It's just going to be great. And we're all going to be very happy that Altai's back.
I already featured it, man. Like, we had an English versus Japanese game. It was just mass nights. I was like, on this map, in this economy. But less likely to be mass nights on both sides here, right? Like, Mongols versus Shushi. Scandinavia reminded people it's usually a map that either both players go for the same fish area and you get a swift GG, or you 50-50 split the size of the map and go full macro.
We do have like Marine Lord on the Juji, right? And Marine Lord, he's practiced a lot in the past with Anatund, and Anatund does this a lot where he just ignores water with Juji early on, and if his opponent goes water, he just goes fast feudal age and then goes on water after effect and tries to push him off a very quick timing attack. At the same time, Mongols, they kind of feel like a civilization that doesn't immediately want to go in water just because they want to get the Uvu out first. So it's going to be interesting whether we're just going to be seeing fast feudal age here from both.
Yeah. Trying to think, this map isn't really broken for meditation gardens, right? Not that I remember. So I don't think we're getting... It's not like, for example, Holy Island is an example of a map where Shushi is ridiculous because of that detail. But let's find out. We're going to hop in. It's Scandinavia time. Marine Lord in the pink is the Shushi, taking on Puppy Paw on the Mongols in the blue. And it's a Mongol pick, so Crackety, I've got to ask the important question. Is it fast imp?
Too fast imp or not too fast imp? At least we're getting the answer at the moment with what Puppy Paw is going to be doing. He does already have villagers out on gold, so we know that this is going to be the fast feudal age build from him as well. I like this play with just sending the 5 villagers immediately over to gold and just having the Gur out on the map and just have your deer come to the Gur. Why go to the food when the food can come to you?
Yeah, but, you know, it's just not the same anymore, Crackety. I can no longer deer shove with my Gur. I can't believe it. They ruined... you know what? Spearman ruined it for everyone. It's
actually unplayable.
Yeah. Like, Spearman and Scouts ruined it for everyone, okay? The Gurs deserved that deer shove.
Yeah, but what about Dervishes? Dervish deer luring was obscene.
It's true, because they just had other players on top of that. Yeah, we probably done right. My take on the deer shove meta is, like, it needed to be nerfed that way, but I really hope we just get new food types and they revert it in like a year or two.
It's nice revisiting metas after like other changes coming in, right?
Like pro scouts at first.
Maybe in 3 years we're getting pro scouts as well. Like pro scouts back in as well.
Do you think if we
But first we got to get rid of it.
That's true. Do you think if we abolish water for long enough, people will miss it?
No.
Well, it was worth a try. Humans don't need water. Who would have thought of it? So, many garden locations look terrible on this map. Good job, Cal.
Just as the Lord intended.
Okay.
I mean, they're a decent spot. Yeah, look at that. 75 stone per minute. The things that you can do with that. 5 TC.
True. And, like, your opponent is going to waste all his time trying to burn it down while you've already got 3 TCs.
Yeah. Just perfect. Beautiful.
You know what? Your prediction was
the
beautiful.
world is healing.
I do not see anyone trying to fish in this game.
No fishing allowed. Actually, Marino, he's got a pretty decent spot inside of his base, right? Like the berries, the stone, and the the gold. Yeah.
The problem
I'm not sure if he's getting. Is he getting all? I think he's getting all.
I think he's getting all, maybe but one. The problem is that Holy Island and Kawasan have sport me. Okay,
he's getting all.
He clips them all. So yeah, that'll be 86 resource. This doesn't really have the same ring as 150 food on Kawasan.
Doesn't have the same ring as like a lot of other landmarks in the game as well.
That's true. It's not
Talking
a
about
trade
Dome of the
house.
Faith.
Oh, okay.
120 resources. Yep.
No Silver Tree Gamer here, by the way, despite the incredible map for it.
Silver Tree. I mean, incredible map for it.
Yeah, look at those trade posts.
Yeah, but
do you remember that?
Isn't it kind of like on water where players want to be at? Like where they want to contest?
Do you remember that game, that 2v2 game, with Dimu and Kiliadi versus, I think, was it Beastie and was his teammate Vortex? Where Beastie was...
Oh yeah, where they just never built the outpost on the, and they just never denied the trade. Yeah, that was horrible.
It's an interesting map for that reason, by the way. Like, the trade posts are situated in a way that, like, if you ever forfeit the water side entirely, your opponent doesn't just get a boatload of deep water fish. They do get the option to go full trade later.
Yeah. That's true. What's the play here now? Marine Lord is starting to go onto water. Puppy Paw as well. They have just coincidentally decided to use the opposing waterfronts for that.
That's true.
So not like we are going to get any... Yeah, they're respectful.
They're understanding that the other set that's going on right now is taking so long to get through game one, they need to slow things down. So, a little bit macro game ahead of us. Who does it better, though? I mean, Shushi just have a really good timing, typically, to get towards Castle Age.
That's true.
Discounts. You know, the other weird thing has always been about water is, like, it's much more peaceful for about 2 minutes, and then it just accelerates at a ridiculous rate.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mainly just because, like, the investment's there, right? So it's slow, but then it just pays off so rapidly. And especially in Age of Empires, like, economy growth just explodes at some point.
I do wonder, like, that's the thing I always thought people would actually engage with more is, like, whoa, we're getting past, like, the slow beginning into this fast stuff. But I guess, like, the issue is we have a long history of interesting metas for that, like Spin to Win, for example. But it looks like it's going to be Gatling Gun to win from Marine Lord. We've got the Chuganu on the way to counterplay Puppy Paw's archers. Puppy Paw, you can kind of kite the Chug, though, with Mongol specifically, right? Due to the Khan hunters.
To a certain degree, because like the attack animation is kind of long enough. And Juice Legacy, they do have the potential always of upgrading the Jugunu, giving them half a time more range. And then that doesn't really work.
It's true, but for like
if it was Chinese Shugunu, like maybe to a degree, but
I guess I was thinking more
usually.
for like the feudal, right? Obviously that means you have to make sure you can't level up, and that's definitely difficult when you're talking about a map where it's going to have fishing and taxation.
Yeah. Marine Lord does have an archer ship on his side, so is patrolling around that market means that it's going to be very tough for Puppy Paw to just suddenly sneak a dock up on that side. Not the case for Puppy Paw. He doesn't have anything like that, no attack ships there. Marine Lord is also scouting, sees that there is indeed a dock on that side. So both players at the moment just kind of like slow booming a little bit.
And if people are like, okay, why are these guys not just dropping on the other side now and building boats? That was the meta when Scandinavia first came out, but then people realized there was a much easier way to win the water game. You just ram the docks down.
Yeah, that's definitely like just being able to ram them down as well, because like both players typically go for a lot of range units.
Mm-hmm.
Mongols do have an easier time with reacting to that with like Kashyyyks. Zhuji doesn't really get that main benefit because they don't necessarily want to go into horsemen when up against Kashyyyks as well. Maybe later on, but not immediately. So Mongols can more easily react to that as well.
Like in theory, you should be able to afford horsemen with fishing set up though. Is the interesting part, especially like I guess that's one of the situations actually where the Shushi attack speed is pretty powerful when you try and dive onto rams. Just gives you that quick 1-2 tap and then you're out and it's dead. Actually, like it's interesting because for a while a lot of people thought like Abastas and Ibids were the perfect answer for this map, right? Just for that timing to ram rush your opponent out of fishing entirely.
Yeah, and this matchup, it's kind of interesting, right? Like, just not getting that, like, Dark Age aggression or, like, immediate Feudal Age aggression at all. Both players just playing it a little bit more slowly, and then going for their own docks later on. Currently, like, Puppy Paw, he's also just massing up his unit, like, just a whole lot of Kashyyyks and archers. The issue in this matchup is always, or rather the issue with the Zhuge-Nu in this play is always that Zhuge-Nu just hard counter archers to a certain degree. So you have to be like really, really careful. Kashyyyks also don't have as much health as knights, so they also deal relatively well with them. It's always about microing with the spearmen on top of it as well. Like if the spearmen run out and you're able to get a good surround, then it's fine. But in theory, you want to wait until Castle Age to take like any meaningful engagements up against Zhuge-Nu.
Do you feel like for Puppy Paw, there's a very clear dominant edge if he gets the Deerstone up here, right? We mentioned the Khan Hunter already. Like theoretically, if you can keep Marine Lord in this age, you can kind of cheese out the Zhuge-Nu maybe. It's if you let Marine Lord go up to castle, you're in really big trouble, right?
It's really difficult to cheese out though, just because of the tax income, right? And like, even if you like don't, even if tax isn't enough, in theory you can then just start supervising onto the wood and sell wood.
I mean, that's the space quite nicely here.
Some trades here.
I mean, they're just sniping down the archers so fast.
Yeah, like it's so quick.
Look at the body count, man. Even the Kashyyyks, not the ponies. Puppy Paw has to walk away. What's the play here that makes sense in your mind for Puppy Paw? Like, do you like that he's going all in aggro, or do you think he should be taking like more of a greed approach?
I mean, both players are actually investing a very solid amount at the moment into water, and it looks like we do have a light raid coming in here, but it doesn't really make that much of a difference if both players are heavily invested on water as well. Like, economy for both of them at the moment is looking really, really strong. I'm just wondering who flinches first and goes up to Castle Age. Marine Lord did invest into blacksmith upgrades, so does Puppy Paw now. Definitely need the +1 Pierce armor. So he's getting that one in, tries to get the outpost, the dock up here. What? Is he going to get it in time? No, there's a Springald ship.
The archer shot, the RNG! He gets the dock! He gets it up!
But is that good enough? He's starting to get an emplacement on it, but could just get burned down now. It's not something that he really wants to fight on.
It's 11 spears, and then you have to think of this as like triple the archer count, right, of the Zhuge-Nu, right? Because it's 3 times the damage they can do, so... As sick as that was to just about finish it off, especially with the RNG archer ships, it looks like it's just going to matter very little, maybe? I mean, at
maybe it was a demo ship instead.
Yeah.
Oh, he splits up the spearmen, though.
And he dives into the base. Kashyyyks, they are hunting for worker kills. Deft taxes is a big deal if you can find it. They're expensive. It's not like China where you just actually prefer your taxmen to die.
Ooh. Yeah, he threw a lot of the Kashyyyks away, actually. I'm not a biggest fan of that. Like, if he's able to kill some of these Imperial officials, just because, like, Juji's Legacy, I don't get a discount on them, and they have to make them from the TC. So it's like getting a worker kill, but also has to pay a lot more than for a normal worker.
Is it me, or does Marine Lord just have the recipe to age up if he wants to? Like, it almost feels like the ball's in his court, right? Like, attack or tech.
This is starting to become really difficult now as well for Puppy Paw, because Marine Lord, he is now able to wall off on his side, and he's about to just be able to push out while having a significant army value lead against a more expensive unit composition from Puppy Paw with the Kashyyyks in there as well. And he's also got more economy in the bank. Puppy Paw tries to make this difficult for Marine Lord moving out onto the map, but honestly, he's got more than enough reinforcements coming in here that the Kashyyyks won't be able to achieve anything.
I mean, he's caught. He's stuck in his base here.
Yeah.
And he's at risk now.
Oh, that's so...
The outpost is going to be too late. Against Shuganu, like, yeah, you just have to duck and run. It even cost him some workers on the exit. And, you know...
Line formation is the worst that you can use up against the Shuganu.
Even more so when you've still not got that Khan Hunter. So you haven't even got that slight edge to maybe just kind of eke out 1 or 2 shots before he gap closes. And Marine Lord, and now, I think you're just getting ready for the age up, right? Like, you're 40 Shuganu, you feel impenetrable at this stage.
And once the age up comes in, while you have the tech advantage with the Shuganu, you just penetrate even through armored units very, very easily. Outpost tries to get rushed up again. This must be a fight that, like, Puppy Paw needs to take, but he doesn't want to take it. Reinforcements coming in as well. Tech speed arrow coming in. Outpost does go up. Emplacement on its way, but is this enough? There's just so much mass. Khan just gets obliterated.
Wait, that was
completely nuked.
I thought that was a sheep. Went down so fast. That's all I can believe. And the outpost is getting arrow slits. Not the greatest defense, but at least every little counts here right now. It does feel like Puppy Paw is on the verge, because like Marine Lord, he's trading out evenly while slowly stockpiling his way up.
Yeah. There's still just so many spearmen remaining here. 15 spear to 7 Kashyyyks. Definitely enough. And 35 Shuganu to 21 archers. Like, these trades just cannot go in Puppy Paw's favor. Puppy Paw does have 1 archer ship here. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough against this army. Kurultai somehow magically is appearing now.
Okay. Well, this is going to get a temp reset, right? But, like, this is a weird one in that we always talk about Kurultai. When you've got army mass, it's this cool booster. It's like getting your veterancies early. I do think Chug don't care about that, because Shushi get veterancy so quickly, right? And like, you are an unarmored unit with slow heal against them. So we'll see if it actually works out for him. Malno Academy is going to be the choice for Marine Lord, so he actually has the ability to just start pumping out Lancers at a ridiculous pace with this type of income.
Yeah, this is getting really tough. Oh, Kashyyyks do notice in time, at least, that there are actually a lot of units going around that way. Pierce damage, Pierce armor, level 2, being rushed up here now for Puppy Paw.
Is this kind of ideal, though? Like, Marine Lord, yeah, I love this read. He's like, okay, yeah, Spearman, chase your counter. Chug, you guys kind of counter everything, so off you go. Veterancy's going to kick in a lot quicker for him. Villagers on the front side,
the
slow reaction, loses 5. He's not
that
done
was
yet.
so quick, and the Kurultai,
What's it doing?
In the front. It's not unpacking. Okay, it's unpacking at least.
Yeah, but the veterancy on the Chug, like, you can't turn around. Like, it's just not. You're gonna get bullied. You're gonna get pushed away from this. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, there's no way.
He's A-clicking the Kurultai. It's not even the full army, and yet look at the body count.
They're all. It's a big group hug. It's a big group hug on the ground. That's what it is.
It's cold this summer for some reason. We need to all huddle together. Maybe if enough of us die on this spot, then the bolts can't hurt us anymore. Like a human sandbag.
At this point in time, it's enough Shuganu to just start peppering down the Kurultai as well.
Oh,
if you just hit it with enough bolts,
they
start stacking up.
Yeah, because if he unpacks it as well, remember, it loses all ranged armor, so he will not make it out of there.
He does have the movement speed upgrade, so it should be able to make it out of there alive.
I mean, I've seen heinous things. I think at this stage it might have taken too much damage. It'll probably get out on fire if it does make it out.
We're seeing crossbows now coming in, but against no armored units.
Congrats, you killed I think free
He's scrambling.
but all the Keshiks are about to die. Okay, scares him away for the time being. He's waiting on the spear upgrade. Yeah, so he respects the Keshik count, but like the tricky part here is Puppy Paw's taking risk. Look at the west side. He's gathering. Is that the gold? Is the gold plus? No, that's just
that's
the deer. Where are we getting gold?
We're not. There we are. Maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe just. I'm wondering if Marino thinks that he's got gold somewhere else, right? It's like, oh no, I've seen Keshiks and crossbows. I guess he's found resources.
Does manage to survive barely, but now the fishing. Oh no, the fishing. That's the heart of Puppy Paw's economy at the moment. About to get shut down completely.
I mean, it's kind of crazy.
He needs to answer to it.
All these mini range battering rams.
Yeah.
Spears are going to address that quickly. So Doc's going down. That's going to force the fight. The Kurotai, he's pulling him to the edge. He wants to try and like deny the fishing, but this also might pull him out of range of the aura.
What fishing ships?
Huh. So turns out holes in boats, lots of holes, sinks them really fast.
It's a scythe. When you just turn the bottom of the ship into a scythe, it starts going down rather quickly.
Oh wait, a sieve.
A sieve?
Yeah, it's a sieve.
Is it not called a scythe?
No, for a moment I thought you were saying scythe. I was like, I guess he is kind of like sweeping by him like a grim. No, a sieve.
Ah, damn.
Dude, we're an educational stream. Everyone's got some word that does them in.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like,
English is a difficult language when it comes to pronunciation. They're just made up rules sometimes.
Like, you know, there's certain things that people just can't say, right? Like, me, it's Mongol fasting. Mongol fasting. And Puppy Paw is struggling with the same word right now. Look at the food of the gold.
Yeah, there's a slight discrepancy here, and at this point in time, Puppy Paw wishes that this was a step right out, but he needs the curl tie to keep him in. Seeing some more walls coming in now, and yeah, I mean, there's no gold to be had on this side anymore. He needs to run away. Sprinkle emplacement coming in, but honestly, this outpost is made out of paper against this army.
So are the villagers. Oh my god! Let the bodies hit the floor. Lancers coming in. The crossbow numbers are building up, but that means the Chiganu just get to feast. You can't quite
do still have the Yam aura, so they're able to kite, at least for the meantime.
They've stopped kiting.
Is he actually able to stabilize?
Define stabilize. Like, oh man, we reset his heart, but he is in a coma. And that's exactly what's happening. The spearmen catch the villagers inside the outburst. That's now 21 eco lead for Marine Lord.
This is...
You think he's going to counterattack now? You think he can counterattack quick enough?
No, I think the answer now is Fast Imperial Age. I think this is fine. I think Puppy legitimately just wins this now. Honestly. Like, the entire army will get thrown away.
So fast Mongol... No, I'm still struggling with it.
No, legitimately. This is actually, like, a huge turnaround, somehow.
How? Like, wait, how did this slip up? Because I feel like Marine Lord's food income never went below 1,000. What?
It just traded too poorly. He went into Lancers. He tried to go into Lancers in order to like finish off Puppy Paw in this game. The issue with that was though that Puppy Paw already made the transition into crossbows. I don't think Marine Lord anticipated that. I think he just thought, okay, he can sweep him now.
And I guess the problem now
Puppy Paw already has the food. He just needs the gold now.
I guess the problem as well is like for Marine Lord, he never stopped the docks from going back up, did he? Yeah, like so Puppy Paw like still had eco, which is how he was able to get the crossbows, get the food, like all this, right? Like, is this just Puppy Paw playing like a god, or did Marine Lord just overlook a key ingredient here?
I think that must be. I guess he maybe just didn't see the win condition anymore for Puppy Paw. Or, I don't even think that. I think he was just a little bit too overzealous with trying to end the game at that point in time. And now, Puppy Paw, there it is. Kaganet Palace now getting rushed up. And legitimately, KP, this can change the entire game now. If Puppy Paw just sends his military back there to the Kaganet Palace and just hunker down, wait for some of those really strong units to come in, maybe get like elite one way or the other, like on some of his units, elite maybe on the crossbows, it's gonna be very, very reasonable for him to hold this one, or like even Pierce armor level 3 is gonna be huge.
Okay, no, yeah, this is good. You know, you were hyping up Krakeny, but there's a key point we had to keep an eye out for with that Kaganet. It has rolled a blessing.
unit.
Yeah. I've watched one Canadian in the
nice.
last week double roll Wheep out at the start of the age up. You never know where the roulette is going to go. So Marine Lord, I guess, I mean, you have to mirror the age up now, right?
I don't think you can mirror it, honestly. Like, mirroring it at this point in time, you need to destroy the Kaganet. And we do see it, realize, like, Marine Lord knows what's going on. He needs to shut down the Kaganet Palace. That, like, he's still economically ahead. What he now needs to do is he just got to make sure that Puppy Paw isn't getting all of those free units out. And we're seeing Trebuchets being the response here. He knows he needs to destroy that building.
I'll see if he can turn it into a Konganet. He has got the Nestor Bees coming as well to be the golden solution to the crossbow mass. It's not really there yet so far. He's going to be rushing a castle in the center. A bold position. Marine Lord, he's trying to buy time for the Nestor Bees to arrive, and I think Puppy Paw may have got a glimpse of it. So he starts to back off here. Respects the Horseman reveal as well. And, you know, we have got Yam, but the Kurultai apparently is on holiday. It's not involved in any of this.
Not involved at all. We are starting to see some of those armored units coming in now. Palace Guard's going to be the next choice here. Puppy Paw still trading fine, I want to say, but he has to be so careful with that Nest of B. Only just now do we see the switch up now into some crossbowmen for Marine Lord.
I mean, Horseman
He's
count
fine
is
for the time
flaying
being.
quick, though. Like, that's the important one for him. And I mean, Crossbow Horseman is a solid answer to, like, the comp Puppy Paw is thinking about. The other thing that we have to keep in mind is, like, look at the move Puppy Paw is now making. Like, great, you made it to Imperial, but gold is going to be key here. And he is punting out into the center of the map.
The large gold vein at the top side, still available for Puppy Paw.
It's very far up there is the tricky part. Like, if this does get scouted, it could be the location that just decides this game one way or the other. And I think, does Marine Lord know? He sees the gold's been expired. He knows where they all lie. He's scouted it. Instead, it's Trebuchet straight onto the Karganet to start shutting that down now. Kurultai, it's not unbacked right now,
Horseman.
so no buff. The Horseman's blocking it, and he's not countering out either. So there's no buff coming through, which means the Nestor Bees can slowly kill these guys off. It's just a matter of time. That's all he needs. The shot spread is good. Finally, Akeshik does go up. So finally, the Kurultai is going to be involved in the engagement. And the heal's going to come in clutch. But the second Nestor Bees just arrived here. It's going to be a dive to snipe out the first. He will get rid of it. But the melee line is now gone.
Front line completely gone, as you said. Next up, we're also starting to see some Mangadai coming in. But not the unit that Puppy Paw needs at the moment. Nestor Bees goes down at least. And the Kurultai up just needs to find the way to fight around it.
I mean, if he gets this castle up, he's firm to just camp here. But the problem is, like, it's cool that you're trying to snipe the Karganet. We have to remember which civ this is, though. Landmarks are never permanently located with these guys, as many free-for-all players have painfully experienced.
This fight is starting to become rather...
Is it me or a Tube
worse
winning
and
again?
worse for...
The Tube kind of come around, right? After that weird dive where it backfired.
Yeah.
They're bullying around
It's the
everything.
mass difference now. No more Keshiks, no more frontline. I think the main difference is that now it's no longer just Jugendu, but also crossbow. So the armored units no longer are the answer. And we're seeing Puppy Paw now.
Wow.
He's Numedaning.
He's making last stand. Yeah, the Bao Chuan's up against the coastline. And the Kurultai, he's going to lose it.
Oh, goodbye, Kurultai.
Yeah, so no buff there.
Kurultai.
He will die or live by this gold vein, and apparently everyone's brains just went dead there as he's actually running home. The Gurt wasn't deployed, and he's already diving in. Bao Chuan's not going to come out, but there's enough troop here to tank that with the dive. He thinks it's worth it. He's going to get in. The workers do not move away. The slow reaction costs him +10.
That's so many workers going down.
Wait, can
the
Tube beat
ships.
Bao Chuan's?
Can they? I thought nothing beats them. Repairs coming in.
Okay, so he's going to respect
Marine
it.
Lord realizes.
But he now has a 40 worker lead. He's still an age behind, mind you. And Puppy Paw does still have the Karganet.
Trebuchet is singling it out, though.
He's been chasing it around this map, actually. And the Nestor B shots. Guys, we seem to have a small problem with our gold operation.
Man, he's riding the line right now. It is such a thin line.
Just imagine this game if instead of rushing all the gold, he had a few trade ships coming in. Like, he actually could have had a game where he was full naval dependent. Oh, God.
Oh, man, trade ships at this point in time would have been absolutely massive.
STB shots as well are going to be massive because that crossbow master, Archmaster's got nowhere to go. It does bait him in though. So Baochuans are able to stabilize him. And more knobs are on the way.
It's just massive horsemen at the moment. Oh no, Puppy Paw, he's making... Okay, he's switching into some horsemen now as well. Horsemen is definitely what's needed at the moment. Marine Lord though, he's just blobbing. Horsemen and Spearmen now, trash units for him in order to try and just overwhelm Puppy Paw while also flirting with the idea of a potential age up now. The Roost Knights are coming in onto the Nest of Bees. Aren't gonna find the kill though.
No.
Gotta go down for it as well.
Yeah, only one left alive basically. Oh, actually keeps two, but at that point the guy just feels like he's dead. And I mean, this should be what, Temple of the Sun? No, he goes Shushi's library. It's 10,000 bolts.
At 10,000 bolts and just having access to those very strong upgrades there. Potential clouds of terror as well.
You know, my favorite part is the ambitious Kurotai that's dead keeps believing that it can deploy over there. It's like, guys, I'll be there. I'll be there soon. How soon?
Oh my god, the villagers!
Another 6 go down. Now the Palace Guard, finally we've got some raids coming in. However, the crossbow reaction should shut that down. And Marine Lord actually has enough gold to prioritize 10,000 bolts. Like, this is the way that Shushi Library is done right. Most of the time, you know where I'm going with this. People choose that landmark and then have to wait 2 more minutes. They have enough for Imperial again by the time they use it. But he has so much gold in the bank. It's an option straight away.
A thing to keep in mind as well is that at the moment, Marine Lord, he's got so much food income. Yeah. He can just continue blobbing all of those horsemen, prioritizing the upgrades on these trash units, while Puppy Paw, he's only just now researching veterancy on his horsemen. It just feels like there's no way for him to get the Kaganet out now, right? Like, the second he starts like packing that one up, it's just going to get obliterated by the units.
It's kind of worse than that. You've had Imperial all these minutes, and you actually haven't got any real Imperial techs, because you can't afford Elite Horsemen now. Yeah. You didn't get Biology, you didn't get Incendiary Arrows. Look at Marine Lord. Look, think about the gold investment he just made with those techs alone. This is ridiculous. And it's coming in at the perfect time as he gets ready to dive in here. There's a lot of hate for that deer at the backside. But he will start focusing on the troopers of Puppy Paw. Maybe just a cannon or two. He's going Yorn Raiders. I was wondering when this is going to happen because this whole time Puppy Paw's been guarding here, nobody has been guarding home.
Yeah. Yorn Raiders just absolutely perfect for that bonus damage against the villagers, and they just move so quickly as well. Puppy Paw, these fights, they're not it. They are not it. And the gold access, it's just so tough for him to get any meaningful gold here. You mentioned it earlier, the trade ships, I think they were like the one potential here. But yeah, Marine Lord cleanly played with the focus onto the Kaganet, denying the gold continuously. And these crossbows, man, like crossbows and Jugunu, it's so hard to tell them apart.
Oh, that's unfair, right?
I'm not sure if that was maybe like
they have
cause for Puppy Paw.
They have slightly different colorings, okay? Like, you can see that the Chiganu is pink and the crossbow is more close to Magnolia.
Also gold because they're elite upgrade, but yeah, there we go. The UN Raiders now in. I mean, that's just curtain closed at this point in time. I mean, Palace Guard's trying to go for raid, but the Kaganet, is it destroyed or is it just very low health? I think it's actually low HP, destroyed.
Marine Lord also tried to sneak on water here, so the Baochuans have actually bailed on the defense strat. There's only one left there. And reminder, Bombards on want.
All right. I think we're back.
All right. We should be back and live. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. We had a slight technical hiccup. You missed a Baochuan dying, but to make it up to you, we've got another Baochuan dying.
The Baochuan death we were all waiting for.
They died so quickly. Imagine if they actually really died that quickly normally. It'd be a balanced unit. But this has been an imbalanced game for a long time. The Kaganet, it's not going to make it out this time. It's on fire. There's no one to repair. And the repeater crossbows are going to give it the coup de grace. This is the poetic GG moment, surely.
There we go.
There it is. Finally, it comes through. Marine Lord. Puppy Paw put up a decent fight at points in this series. The chimp can't be stopped. It's a 3-1 victory.
Oh man, what a game. Honestly, I think like Puppy Paw had a very, very solid shot there at coming back, but kudos to Marine Lord, just really, really solid reaction to that play with the age up and just making sure that there was no gold for Puppy Paw to get those very important and very expensive elite upgrades in. I think Puppy Paw was also a little bit, well, I don't want to say unfortunate with his role on the Kaganet because he did get very good units out of it. But a nest of bees definitely would have been like a saving grace there for him. Against that many Jugunu and crossbows, like getting one nest of bees in, man, that would have actually made a pretty big difference, I want to say. Like, especially like if you think about it, Cruelty nest of bees, that's kind of vile.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, it could have had a potent kickback that would have maybe got him off the coast. But, like, you can't fault Marine Lord, right? Like, that double down, I think this is something that players have just got better and better at as the years have gone on, is understanding that in the state of the game where your opponent rushes Imperial Age, your instinct shouldn't be immediately, I need to get Imperial Age, right? I think players overall have gotten so much better at punishing from an age behind, and there's a lot for people who like studying that game to learn from Marine Lord. He didn't feel urgently required to mirror the play. He relentlessly kept pursuing this rush Imperial build that Puppy Paw went for like, what, 5 minutes before going for his own age up?
Yeah. Just continuing on with the pressure, with the zerging there of the units, just making sure that your opponent can't get that gold. And the thing is, right, like as long as you deny the gold, there's not going to be any meaningful difference between your units and your opponents.
And with that, it means that Marine Lord is going to make it through to the playoffs. So far, we've qualified both Louis and Marine Lord into playoff phase. They are the first two to make it through to the quarterfinals, where there will be no forgiveness. Yeah, it turns out when you win so much, we take away your second and third chances. As for Puppy Paw fans, do not worry, do not fret. He is not dead yet. He will match up against either Wham or Beastie in the lower bracket deciders, which are happening today. And we also have got Vortex versus Anatan for the other LB decider. Anatan was able to pull it out against Dumu 3-2 in the end. And once again, for people who are fans of Dumu, he has got one final chance in the knockout bracket. He will have to figure out whether fate will be fortunate for him next weekend on July the 5th.
All right, now also taking a look at the bracket. So to see what's going to be coming up next, I do believe that we already know. Yeah, I think next up we're going to be looking at...
We'll be going to
Vortex versus Anatan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is an interesting one, actually. Vortex versus Anatan. You know, you go back a few months, I actually think people would maybe have given, like a few months. Definitely, like, before the start of the year, the first major tournament, people would have said Anatan should be rolling over Vortex at the moment. But Vortex has just reacclimated to AoE4s like he never left, really, it feels like. So I definitely wouldn't write him off. I mean, he was able to 2-0 CSO. Vortex was also able to 2-1 Beastie before falling victim to Louis MT. And that was a tight series, as we remember, as we saw. Whereas Anatan, you know, he's had to scrape for a little bit. He got 2-0 by Puppy Paw. He's able to 2-0 Voldemar. And then we saw Dumu leading up against him earlier today. So definitely feels like a matchup that should favor Vortex, at least a little bit of how the two are performing.
Yeah. Sometimes Anton also has some interesting takes on the matter, but I think we do still have an interview ahead of us, so I'm going to leave you to it, KP.
We do. Well, time to hop in with Marine Lord, the one and only GG's Mr. Chim. He's got full, perfectly calculated glasses on mode. Yep. Talk to me about this series, man. I want to talk about game one. I feel like that microflex must have been the biggest morale booster to start the series off with.
No, the biggest morale boost was getting 2 villagers against 1. So you just go with 2 villagers, you hope for luck, and if you're lucky, you're gonna win. If you're not lucky, you're gonna lose. It's a terrible map, but it is what it is.
How do you feel about your matchups against Puppy Paw in general? Because I felt like him and Wham, you know, at the start of the year, I think they would admit they were kind of underperforming. Do you feel like they're kind of back on form to what you would have expected out of them coming into the second S-tier event?
I mean, I'm not too sure, right? We only saw Puppy Paw twice in best of 3, and only once against someone of his level, so it's hard to say if he's doing good or not. But I would say, yes, they are pretty strong. And I feel like they are the same level as usual, and I'm weaker than usual, because I don't really get the meta yet. I think it's super hard to draft properly. Some matchups I don't really get. So when I enter this best of 5, I'm not as confident as usually, because I don't literally know everything that can happen. And when I'm very confident, I know pretty much what, like, every possible situation, right? In this case, I am just clueless, so it's kind of scary.
So I guess the season 11 drop when they changed the DShelf meta, I felt like a big nerf to you, right? Like a lot of new builds to explore, a lot of civs subtly nerfed.
I don't think that's the... I mean, obviously it's gonna change a little bit Japanese and House of Lancaster, for example, maybe Ottoman. But I feel like it's more like the map pool is interesting, to say it nicely. I think it's pretty bad. And I think the format is terrible. I think the way we do like one ban, one pick, one ban, one pick gives for so many unfair matchup. So I really dislike it. So the mix of everything makes it that I don't think you can really go into a series and believe that you're gonna win 5-0. Or like, you know what I mean? Like, you have a good chance of winning every map. You're gonna have to sacrifice 1 or 2 maps sometimes, which is not a very good feeling. So I'm not sure yet. I feel like if I work harder, maybe I will find a solution for this draft format. But for now, I feel like I can lose to a lot of people.
I do love how you began to pull it politely and then just outright called it bad.
Yeah.
I guess like my thought is, how do you feel about like drafting solutions changing regularly? Like it sounds like you're not a fan of this one, but do you at least like the idea of kind of, you know, flipping the script regularly? Because we've had like the previous drafting formats we were using for like what, I think 2 years or so. Like it become very anchored. It was good, but I guess maybe it's refreshing for the esports scene to try new formats.
Yeah, but even the previous one was pretty bad, I think. I think normally if you want to do a very good draft, you need just to like, say you have 2 bans each, and then you pick infinitely, right? You don't have a pick into bans. I think if you ban first all the very strong sieves, then you're gonna have a more balanced series. But if you do like, okay, 1 very broken sieve on each side, and then 1 ban, and then 1 other broken sieve, and then 1 ban, it's getting a little bit weird in best of 5 or in best of 3s. But for now, we don't have enough sieves, so...
Do you think it's going to be a bit more reasonable in like BO7, BO9 territory?
No, I think it's even worse. I think it's going to be even worse. But DLC will come, and if we get a good amount of sieves, even if we get only 2, right? I feel like we can do better drafting because you can allow people for 3 bans, and then you can pick 1 by 1, pretty much. But for now, you can't really do that because we are lacking sieves.
That's fair.
So I think with time, it will be like AoE 2, and it will be way better for drafting. But for now, obviously, we lack some sieves if you want to do that.
It kind of reminds me of like MOBA scenes as well, like Dota 2, League of Legends, where they have like 100+ heroes, right? That elegant ban system works because you have all this versatility, whereas we maybe get more railroaded. But you know, before we railroad into huge draft discussions, I got to ask you, you've started to feel out the competition a bit. You've been watching the games. Who's the big boogeyman? Like, who's the person who you think's going to give you the biggest fight? Because obviously you're aiming for number 1.
I mean, it's very, very close, I think. I would say Papipo, Louis, Vortex, and Beastie most likely, from what I've seen. I think some people underperformed. I think Demu is doing pretty well, but I'm not too scared of the bold man. Maybe I will get him in quarterfinal, who knows? But he's doing pretty good. I saw he almost beat Anoton, which is impressive. And Anoton, I'm not sure. I feel like Anoton is a good practice partner. He is good in practice. But so far in this tournament, I don't feel like he has been doing too well. So I'm not sure. And Wham, I'm not sure either. Like, is he doing good against Beastie right now? I'm not sure. I don't have the brackets.
So by the time you were entering game 4, they were still in game 1.
Okay. I mean, yeah, maybe Wham. It's really hard to say for Wham. I feel like he's very inconsistent. Sometimes he's doing very good in your weekly, and sometimes he's just not playing very well. So I don't know. It's hard to say.
He's been surprising me a bit. We'll have to see though. But Marine Lord, we've got to roll on with the show. Congrats on the win, mate. You go get cozy, and looking forward to seeing you in the playoffs.
Thanks. Bye.
Welcome back, one and all, to EGC Masters Summers. It's time to get down in the dirty. That's right, more decided series, but more risk on the line here. Lower bracket deciders ahead of us. Got Vortex versus Anatan. Winner of this would advance to playoffs. Loser will be on the last leg, facing potential elimination next weekend in the knockout bracket. It's a weird format with that. You did hear me correctly. It's technically a triple elimination.
Tri-elimination.
Yeah, but only for those that like don't try hard enough, right? Because if you're good, too good, in fact, like Louis and Marine Lord, you technically don't get a second chance.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, right? Like, at the same time, it makes sense because if you allow for that, you're gonna have the same sets happen twice, potentially, which obviously, like, doesn't really feel good at all. Like, imagine you win the final and then there's like a grand final where it's just the same repeater set again. It's kind of awkward. I'm not sure like what the most fair ruling on that in theory would be. It's kind of wacky. Anyways, we got a set coming up, Vortex versus Anatan. It's only a couple seconds away from us. First game going to be Relic River, and we've already seen Relic River earlier come in, and this time it's going to be JD versus Byzantines, both civilizations that you don't really see neither in tournaments nor on the ladder on this map.
No. I'm intrigued to see actually how they want to try to approach Relic River. I mean, that neutral trade post isn't too far away, and Anatan is one of the very few players in pro play that might do it, but let's have a look in. Let's have a gander and see what is in store here, because we are hopping in to the lower bracket decider. Winner of this series makes it to the playoffs. We're kicking off with Anatan as the Byzantines in the yellow. Vortex takes to Relic River as Jean d'Arc in the blue.
We get a Dark Age barracks opening here from both sides, so very, very interesting one. I'm not sure if this is practiced or if this is just something that, happens automatically in this particular matchup. It's a matchup that we don't really see. Like, it's weird. It is genuinely weird to me, but I'm excited to see just how exactly this one's going to play out. I like how Anatan is adapting this build order to the Byzantines, only having a single villager on wood, just courtesy of Limitani only costing 10 wood.
Yeah, I guess like for Anatan, it doesn't feel terrible to have to build Limitani here. Like, sure, very expensive commitment in Dark Age, but you're up against a civ that has French cav, right? It's like at the end of the day, you were eventually gonna need Limitani one way or the other. No need to kill the deer anymore, guys. Like, they just exist.
And just vibing.
Yeah, like there's no way Anatan would just walk and deer shove, right?
Yeah, we do have a walkout at the moment here from Vortex with JD. And look at that, Anatan. Oh, the God. Poor guy. He's getting wolfed.
Oh, no.
By the infantry.
The double up? Oh, God. And now with Jean coming, like, this is also awkward, right? Like, Jean is so hard to kill early on. 150 HP on this villager unit. And she heals when you stop attacking her. So, like, in a matchup where you've only got, like, Dark Age spears and you're mirroring, you can imagine why Jean would be super effective, but Vortex apparently doesn't want to risk it for the biscuit. He backs up entirely.
Yeah, does see the Limitani play at the moment from Anatan coming out and decides to not really press this much further. So JD now instead just going to start chopping that gold. And yeah, I mean, this is just going to be now a feudal age follow-up from this position. I guess this made sense in the regard of, okay, Byzantine's biggest weakness is the Dark Age, of course, so pressuring them there. And Anatan was like, okay, I'm guessing he's going to attack me in Dark Age, so I'll just make Dark Age units as well. The map is just the odd choice for this one, right? Like, the map is the one outlier where it's like, okay, this makes sense anywhere else, but on this map, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, because, like, also, when you think about this map, you're usually thinking of civ that can actually utilize the fish, potentially, right? Or a civ that can punish the fishing. And, like, Byzantines isn't really either of those things, I'd say. And I wonder also, do you think this opening that he done with the racks, was it a reaction to his spawn, is what I'm now thinking, right? Because, like, when you look at it, it's double forward gold and stone. Maybe he didn't want to do this, but when he saw that he got the stone on the front side, the system rush just wasn't even remotely on the table.
I would agree if the gold was right next to the berries, but that's not the case here in this one. So I'm not sure if... I think this was just not even a reaction to the spawn. I think this was just something that he was going to go for either way.
Okay. Well, after they both stared at each other's spears in awe, they've now gone back to locker rooms. It's Oh, well, I guess, like, in some ways, yeah, doesn't this favor Anatan? Because, I mean, you're playing Jean and you built spears against the Civ that can get longbows.
Yeah. I mean,
Longbows
do you
that
want to
Jean
get
hates.
longbows up against John, though? I think this is most likely just a javelin thrower type beat.
That's true,
Matchup.
especially with the Camel Rider follow-up. Like, I've seen sometimes players like longbows if they're not going to come out, right? Because, like, longbows feel better if you're stuck in your base. I guess there's too much risk to being stuck in the base, especially considering that Vortex got the boar spawn quite close to his base.
Yeah. Boar spawn quite close, has the deer there as well. Very nice spot for a little forward base, so to say. Lots of resource there to be had, and Byzantines typically not too keen when it comes on moving out of their base, past the berries at the very least. Like, anything past the berries, that's not something where they want to be. And look at that, big pull here from Anatant onto the stone. Wants to very quickly expand his sister network now.
They always do. And they just, they always seem to get away with it these days, right? Like, I think some people believe that that system change was going to kind of just kill their scalability, right? But I think something that we just noticed is that Byzantines, if anything, the changes overall, we talked about the systems earlier today, but even the olive grove detail seems easier than it's been in the past now for Biz.
Yeah, just courtesy of just getting so much wood in with the like Maxim cisterns. Like, it's not a big deal. Sure, your farms are a little bit more expensive than they used to be, but you're just getting that cistern, like max level cistern, in so quickly. All your other resources just start flourishing. And there we go. Outpost now coming up at front side. Does have enough spearmen here to deter Vortex from really doing anything at this point in time. JD already moving forward. Don't have her switched over to her next role. There we go. It's going to be melee JD. Makes a lot of sense up against the Byzantines. You know that javelin throwers are an option here for your opponent. So going for range JD kind of just invites a lot of early deaths for her.
Yeah. I've seen some players somehow make it work, but I feel like whenever you're up against Biz or Marlins, if you pick range JD, your win probability goes down by at least 25%.
Yeah, I mean, it's the exception, right? Not the rule.
Nice cleave.
Oh, our
That was a
villager
sick cleave.
kill.
He realizes,
Maybe not,
he's like,
maybe
wait,
yes.
where's this guy pathing? He
Gets
gets
two villager kills.
And
Crazy.
he denies the outpost.
That is so much value gained there right now. And the Limitani, they can't really do anything here. Maybe
there another
Akratoy
cleave?
pull.
There's probably another
It's
cleave,
probably
right?
it's probably not off cooldown yet. Outpost
still
should
gonna
get
get more
finished.
worker
Another
kills.
bill.
This is
That
disgusting.
is massive value. Another Limitani kill as well.
Are you kidding me with that dive? And like basically most of the damage just gets absorbed by Jean or the spearman. And you don't care about the spearman, right? You don't need them anymore.
Wait.
They've done their role.
For a second now, I think there might have still been just a little bit of idle time on the TC from Vortex, because for a long time Anderson was only behind one villager there. Should have been.
Okay.
I think maybe Anderson has some idle time. No, there we go.
No,
Yeah,
no. There's definitely idle time for Vortex. You're right.
Only a little bit. Only a slight little bit though. Like 3-4 seconds ish.
So
that's fine.
Here's an interesting thought though, right? Is like we talk about these idle times and they definitely do matter. But I think something that doesn't get talked about enough is the fact that like we know it and Vortex will realize it. But there's one person in this equation who doesn't realize there's been idle time on his TC. On his opponent's TC. It's Anatant, right? So like he has to play the game now like a guy who lost 3 villages and is just, 2 villages behind because Jean converts. So it maybe changes the way he'd approach this compared to if he knew the truth.
Yeah, definitely the case. At least there aren't like any range units at the moment, so this repair will not get disturbed at least for the time being. We do actually have the first archer just in time hitting now. So the wall off there is going to get stopped. First couple of drone throwers on their way though. So we'll definitely be able to block this early aggression out. And Vortex behind this is just going to follow up with the typical pro scout play.
Yeah, pretty cozy with his position. Anatan also only really has one reliable berry stack. Like this is, I think the thing that makes Byzantines maybe a little bit weird is like you don't often get a spawn where you get double safe berries, right? It feels quite rare from what I've been seeing. In general, the way this map is designed, most of your resource follow-up is pushed north side. And what was that?
They just went for a little hug.
Oh yeah, like they're like, hey, brother, and they didn't realize that like the guy had just been cutting meat in the kitchen, I guess. So both knights almost dead. Javelins are already answering the archers, and no idle time really forced on the berries. Anatan's going to get a really good timing here into the second javelin.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the villager count, right? Like, it's not that big of a deal here for him. Now, as you mentioned, he doesn't know about this, so he is probably still going to play with the mindset of a player that just is behind at the moment. But he is on system level 3, has stopped gathering stone, so it's not like we're going to get any more system levels anytime soon. Is this now just going to be a strict transition into Castle Age from here on out, I wonder? Maybe he feels like he just took a good trade and wants to start pushing outward. Kind of feels a little bit dangerous, though. But yeah, he is actually moving up.
And timing could be perfect here, because I think Vortex is getting ready to take the boar. And this is something that Anatan would be able to see through the fog.
He's thinking about it, and the boar does still provide JD with at least a little bit of experience. But the boar could also be a counterplay here against this aggression from Anatan, just being able to pull it back. And look at that, Scout actually sees the knight movement at the top side. So it means that now he knows, okay, the knights are gone. I can maybe do some pressure here, and indeed pressure it is. Knights now have to turn around.
Now Vortex just dodging the problem. Meanwhile, Anatan, has he moved out for the second berries? I think he has. There's a building out towards the boar berry location. So I
Moving
guess
towards it now.
Maybe an outpost first would make sense for Anatan, because like it is very far out there, but like you said, the scout on the north side saved his bacon. So yeah, it is going to be an outpost to begin with. And a lot of value here, right? Like, you know, this, I know it's quite rare for Byzantines, but it actually might be worth getting the boar, considering how much he's leading Limitane.
Yeah, and he's got so many units here at the front side as well that it's very easy for him to take that boar. There we go. Yeah, it's just going to start hitting it with Limitane, get it into position. And now it's just able to take it down.
And that's also going to be 25 XP to 9 away from John, which pretty important considering Vortex's surge start, shall we call it? Like, he actually got a lot of XP quite early on. So far, since that moment, it's been the tedious, slow, nothing is happening XP bar.
Yeah, I mean, the Pro Scout play is coming in behind this, so Vortex is setting himself up for the next 10 minutes with that. We do have Knights trying to look for some raids now. Anatan did rewall his sides, though. Some more emplacements on the outpost coming in as well, so we'll always just be wary and have that information of where Vortex will want to hit from. It's kind of difficult for him to, like, move most of his army. There we go, Split Up is coming in. Wants to have just a couple of Limitani out there just to be able to deny some of those scouts going for the Pro Scout play at the top side. Currently on 8 Javelin Throwers up against 14 Archers. Army count-wise, it's quite fine, I want to say, for both players here. I don't think Vortex actually has enough to push this in, though.
No, it seems like he's flirting the idea of aging up, actually, with the current macro. Knights are going to just go for the blunt charge. Did try to get the maximum cleave, but good reaction by Anatan to minimize the damage taken initially. He has got that outpost assisting. A pretty big deal. Jean shouldn't be able to hang around here long. Javelins are going to snipe out the backline archers. Limitan Knight will protect them. So Vortex learns the hard way that buildings are actually pretty good.
And looking at the destruction value, it's still a pretty even value at the moment. But yeah, I mean, Vortex is very much not happy with trading out this many archers at this point in time. And has to be careful, doesn't want to go too far out. Vortex, I mean, he can just cancel these 3 knights that he has in queue and immediately go for an age up now.
Not the worst comp to keep scaling in the meantime, though, right? Like, especially if he wants to keep maybe Royal Institute on the table. I feel like I'd be a bit surprised with the current formatting if he does that. I feel like Royal Institute has actually fallen off heavily. Like, maybe makes up 10% of the games we see now.
Guildhall just always has that opening where you do have the ability to go for the very sudden age up into Imperial Age, and there's just nothing quite as frustrating as maybe like getting ready for an all-in on your opponent or just trying to go for some raids, and your opponent being French or JD, and suddenly hitting Imperial Age, and you know, okay, suddenly there's Red Palace emplacements everywhere, and I'm not going to be able to raid.
Yep, and it's like, oh, well, I mean, at least, like, you know, he's going to be gold starved in his base because he rushed Imperial. Oh, he's secured the 8k gold with a literal medieval machine gun. So there it is. Guildhall going to be coming in. And John not too far for a level up. We also have to remember at this stage she does get access to the ability to start capturing sacred sites. An often overlooked detail with most pro-level players, actually.
Yeah, it's a lot of experience there as well that you get 50 per captured sacred site, so potentially 150 experience, and that's the difference right now between her being level 2 and level 3.
I think the tricky part is, like, quite often they feel if they aren't with the army, they're missing out on the opportunity to make even more XP. But I mean, that's the baited logic of going, oh man, I made like 10% on my investment portfolio, but if I just invested in this company, I would have saw 10,000% returns in just 3 years. It's like, yeah, I mean, you might have.
I mean,
like,
I gotta be an insider for that, typically. Yeah.
Or lucky. So, veterancy is coming through, so Vortex will have a slight advantage on timing, but nothing too big here. We have to remember Byzantines, of course, do have the Dialecticus, so they're able to just rapidly research into their veterancies.
Golden Horn Tower now just about finished, and that's gonna put Anatun quite far ahead on the economy. But yeah, veterancy very quickly in now on those knights as well. There we go, veterancy is starting to get queued up now on both the Limitani and the Javelin Thrower. Javelin Thrower can still try and do some damage here, but they gotta be so careful. There we go, the knights, they're just immediately rushing in, trying to get that connection in.
This Gambler
Limitani now shielding in.
John is insanely low right now. He's gonna have to Divine Restoration. She's
the outpost.
Oh my god. You could see Anasam played him like a fiddle there. He just backed up all the way. Vortex was desperate. If he could get like 5-6 javelin kills, locks in level 3, very different follow-up fight there because the outpost can't really kill her anymore. Just a sick read.
And JD has one of, if not the best answers to this army composition right now, with the Jean's Champion doing bonus damage to the Limitani as a frontline and being armored. Just a perfect counter out to the Javelin throws.
Yeah, just great denial of that opening. And Vortex, he's scaling men at arms. I'm like, you mentioned the champions. I wonder if that actually would have been a viable strategy to pivot into because of this comp. Things are going to change though, so maybe it's off the table for good because we have got Cataphracts being queued up by Anatand.
Cataphracts are like one of these units at the moment that we see that if you're just able to keep it alive, it just provides so much value in these fights. And even on low HP, you're able to just send it out for raids, able to two-shot villagers just with normal hits. It's kind of crazy. And now just, you see this flood, right? Like you blink for a second, there's already 2 monks out on the field. Yep. 15 seconds for a religious unit out of your Grand Winery, just courtesy of that production speed increase with the Cistern. It is legitimately kind of disgusting at times seeing it. Vortex, though, I think he can take a couple of fights here, just a couple of trading out with the units and get level 3 in. As soon as you do that, you do unlock the ability to make John's champions. And yeah, as you mentioned, he's making men-at-arms, so it kind of feels like he is trying to go for that army composition. Just needs to find the engagement sooner rather than later because the Cataphracts kind of throw a wrench in that plan.
Still scales knights as well. And the other thing to keep in mind here is like Anatan, Cata plus camels becomes quite viable as these relics come home, right? Like this is always the key thing we're looking for with Byzantines. Mercenary scaling is very finite until you get those 3 relics garrisoned, right? It's the saving grace short of having to spam 30 plus olive groves.
Yeah. We do see him just now also just posturing in the middle, right where that relic is. Vortex not too keen yet on taking that fight, is waiting for his next blacksmith upgrade as well, because once you get +2 pierce damage in, you're going to suddenly be able to take a lot better trades up against the javelin throwers. And one Cataphract able to kill a villager, cause some idle time, cause the army to have to move back. Jean now with level 3, should be seeing it. There we go, comes in.
And the Cataphract's dragging a lot of the army as well, by the way. Okay, he realized, yeah, Vortex, half of the knights were pursuing that target. Backstab now coming in from Jean, plus the archers. Anatand may find himself completely out of position here.
He is.
Jean, she's in.
And there we go, Jean just running onto it. Jean's champion also out in force.
And the knights are committing now. Look at the effort to kill 1 man at arms there. Anatand wasted so much of his army's time. Pushed back, Vortex defense.
And suddenly, Vanity, yeah, he just got a little bit too greedy there. Limitani trying to buy time for the archers, but that is going to be the brunt force of them just getting picked off now. But most importantly, the javelin throw is just getting picked apart. Anatan, he's losing his backline.
I mean, he's losing everything here, right? Like, think about the ramifications behind this. Anatan's food income. We talked about this blob and how impressive it was. Now you think about a reblob, he has the production speed, but does he have the means? He's got 650 food income a minute. He's playing wider than ever on the map with the berry expansion on the north side, and I guarantee that olive grove count is not higher than 10. Vortex has the timing
and
here.
The follow-up.
21 knights can just dive in with full prejudice.
And the follow-up as well is like, even if Anaton now starts to blow up out a lot of Limitani, the follow-up is Men-at-Arms. There are 10 Men-at-Arms in the army from Vortex, 3 Jean's champions as well, and the army just gets trapped between the buildings. So many experience bars coming up here, plus 12, plus 12, plus 12, plus 9. And it's just the entire army for Anaton Gun, and GG comes in.
What a timing. Vortex with the patience of a saint to do him dirty like the devil.
And this army count, Vortex just waiting. Just waiting. And the second Anaton got a little bit too greedy, moved a little bit too far outside of his base, spread his army too thin. He springs the trap, just completes around there with the military. And yeah, I mean, looking at it, right, like, it looked like Anaton finally, like, got the scaling point in where he was really, really comfortable with. 3 relics pretty much secured for him. Vortex just taking that one big fight. It's all about that one big fight. And with JD leveling up, it just all snowballed in Anaton's face. And next up, we're going to have to be looking at Sunken Lands. Roos once again, this time up against the Ayu bits from Anaton.
Interesting. Ayu... isn't this one of the civs that you want to say they're good against, but, like, there is an issue of the early plays do nothing, right? Like because of the lack of need to go gold. Like, I'm thinking, you know, the classic one is Dervish, Desert Raider, ha 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 ha. But it feels like you don't have as many obvious options. Like, you have to kind of predict the pro scouts play correctly.
Yeah, that's one of the things here as well. I think you can definitely, like, still go for, like, Dervish opening. Just get, like, 1 to 2 Desert Raiders out. Just be annoying on the pro scout play, right? Harass here and there. Your opponent's still gonna reach Castle Age. There is no denying Roos their Castle Age. It just does not work. But the thing is, you can, in theory, follow up with an advancement wing on your side. Get maybe a really, really fast Castle Age up follow-up as well. And you'll already have 2 Dervishes out. You're going to, at the very least, be able to deny relics. And with the 2 Desert Raiders, maybe get like 3, 4 relics in on your side. That's going to tremendously help your scaling up against the Roos. The issue is the follow-up, so you don't have as much of an economy lead up against the Roos, so you're going to have to make up otherwise. So in that situation, it's like you're going to need the better army, which you do have access to with the Desert Raiders. Up against Cavalry Archers, you should trade out a lot better. And on top of that, there are a lot of berries in the corner, so if you can, like, get outposts up there, because you're going to need that up against Cavalry Archers, reinforce those with outposts, you should have really good food income as well. It's all a matter of just being able to deny your opponent, well, not deny, we talked about delay pro scout on your opponent's side, get the relics in, maybe find your own scaling point down the road with, like, a second TC. It is a difficult one, though. Just, like, up against Roos, there are no good matchups. At most, it starts becoming even.
And we already saw how Roos could be very dominant when they faced off against the Malians here a little bit early between Marine Lord and Poppy Paw. Let's see if this is the type of pick that can put Vortex on the verge of freeing through here. Anaton, he trusts in the power of the Ibids in the yellow as we head into Sunken Lands, and the reaction pick is going to be Vortex with the always ever dominant Roos for competitive AoE 4. When was the last time this Civ sucked?
I think there was a point in time where nobody picked it. Not because it sucked, but because it
Was banned all the time?
Yeah, it was banned all the time. Players just were like, yeah, let's not pick Roos. But like even in like tournament play for a while, it just didn't get picked a whole lot. And players were like, nah, Roos is always good. It's just other civs were better at that point in time.
Here's an interesting one. I mean, at first as well, this is the type of civ that you thought would have been on the way out. A lot of people kind of predicted that with the Wool Nurse, you remember, back in Season 9. But that was exactly when everyone discovered that Pro Scouts is pretty good. And all of a sudden, Roos, at a point where it felt like it was meant to be a patch to nerf them, felt like one of the most buffed and has continued to remain that way ever since.
Yeah. Just having access to so many resources safely underneath your TC. And I mean, it's the same with High Trade House, right? Like, it just further adds on to that strength. And just means that Rus, they don't have to make any farms for the first half hour of a game. And typically, at that point, the opponent needs to go for that investment, at which stage Rus kind of just starts outblobbing them. It's going to be interesting, this one, because in theory, Ayubits, they do have some very meaningful counters in their arsenal to counter out the heavy cavalry style that we typically see out of the Rus. Vortex, I know he likes to just still blob Cav Archers, even in a situation where maybe he wouldn't be as incentivized to go into them. Maybe just like mass Cav Archers on top of Spearmen. That's typically what I see from Vortex with the Rus. So I wouldn't be too surprised, because like the Spearmen can still work reasonably well up against the Desert Raiders.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think most of the time we're seeing this matchup at the moment becomes Desert Raider versus Horse Archer. And Desert Raiders can win that, right? I think it is a micro-oriented battle. Where it gets really tough for Rus is once they start having to deal with Camel Lancers. Because, like you mentioned, like Spearmen, there is an issue with Camel Lancers, isn't there? They apparently didn't get the memo on what spears are meant to do to heavy cav.
Yeah, they run through the spear, they get impaled, and they're like, that didn't touch me. Rev, you didn't see that. It's like you don't get stunned during the praise.
It's almost like maybe we're just underrating the Camel Lancer skills as they're like pounding into the enemy, charging at them. They just like eke their lance out and tap the spear apart, to the side, and then just go in.
You know what it is, KP? It's the bump. It's the bumps on the back, and the spear just goes right through, and it's like, I swear I would have hit that if that was a horse, but it's not.
Oh no, I stabbed him in his water sack. He's leaking, but he's still killing me. God, I just want a cartoon now. Like, we need, I think what AOE4 is missing. We're missing one of those type of content creators that makes, like, the little cartoon type stuff. Like, you know how, like, StarCraft has that, Heroes of Storm had it, Dota 2 had it. We just, like, I need one skit for that, where the spearmen are there.
Carbot.
Yeah, Carbot. We just need those type of people. Wrong Chief's another one. Where you just need a spear getting ready to brace, and then all of a sudden it's just stuck to the front of the Camel Lancer as it rides through. Like, what am I? What did I even do?
Yeah, to be fair, Carbot just applies the entire Blizzard universe, right?
Yep. Rongchi was another good one for that, actually. He started in Dota 2 with Dota Reporter, and then he eventually done things with, like, Hearthstone. Yeah, there's some talented people. It's just, unfortunately, I remember them saying, like, the amount of work you put in versus what the return was made it quite hard to live by.
In general, that's what it is, like, right, with, like, short duration videos on YouTube and, like, platforms in general. It's just not paying off that much, but we do have the logistics play coming in here for Anaton, so we do start off with the two dervishes here.
No, dear shove.
Camel on ease. Yeah. Camel on ease. Like,
okay, are you
look
suggesting
at that. Camel on...
he's Scout Wars?
What if... I've not seen this before. So maybe I'm talking out of my ass, but, like, imagine if there's, like, a... Camel on ease is enough to make it so that scouts, even with pro scouts research, need 2 shots again to kill a deer.
Whoa.
That would be funny.
Whoa. Crackety. First of all, we're always talking out of our asses. But also, there's going to be a Camel on ease attached with a Desert Raider is the more important part. The lads are on the way. And I feel like with Rus, the normal reaction they have here is archers, right? Like, most of the time, that's what we see. And I think that's right. Like, I don't think... Horseman's hard to make work here, if I'm not mistaken, because of the dervish healing.
Yeah. It's quite hard to make work, because they don't do any bonus damage to the dervishes, and the dervishes are quite fast. They heal themselves. And in the meantime, while you're busy focusing on the dervishes, the Desert Raiders kill your unit. So best to just get enough horsemen in to where you can very quickly take down the Desert Raiders and ignore the dervishes in the meantime. And Pro Scout does commence now.
You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, with the Deershove meta changes, this is one of the matchups where this Ivy build actually got buffed, I want to say. Right? Because...
Look at that! He needs 2 shots!
Oh my god.
He needs 2... Like, the Scout needs 2 shots due to the... Oh my god, that made my day. That's
unfortunately, they've already been killed, my lord. Does get a kill on the Scout, though. Nicely played there. So yeah, we'll be able to deny some equity. Vortex is going to come back to the goodies where he can. So the point of, like, why this is actually, like, one of the matchups where they kind of got buffed is that the Dervish Deershove wasn't... I feel like it wasn't very good against Rus. Because by the time the Dervishes came out, all the deer had been killed, right? It's like, this is one of those matchups where the changes to deer shoving doesn't really change the IBID plan. Because I feel like usually in this matchup, if you had deer to shove in the last season, it's because your opponent forgot to kill them.
Yeah. Anton has to be very, very careful here. Doesn't want to get too close to a TC. No ranged armor on that Deserator means that if he gets just a little bit too close, might just get one shot by a TC. We do see some spearmen coming in now, but the Deserators
turns out
just gonna get healed up again, and with their ranged attack.
Yeah, it turns out feudal healing's pretty good. Who would have thunk it?
Crazy, right?
I'm trying to
Not
remember.
just feudal healing, but like mobile cambulance healing,
doesn't-
where the camels just heal while they're walking.
But like,
as well.
also, doesn't this? I'm trying to remember. It does work in team games on allies, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's why?
Why you can heal your allies?
Why can you heal your allies in an AOE in feudal age? I mean,
You know,
I don't
social points.
like. I don't watch too many team games. My feeling is like French IU should be pretty damn good in 3v3s and 4v4s all the time.
Yeah. I mean, you do need ranged units at some point in time, right? And
Yeah, but you have them, the Deserators.
yeah, they do supply that as well with the Deserators. I don't know, I feel like maybe it's just it's probably a decent matchup to go for in general.
Yeah, I feel like the last time I cast team games, it was like staple Ibeds and French, like one of the two usually at least appeared on both sides. But look what's appearing in this game! Wow, you look at that, an 8-minute castle age timing for Roos. Now this
Crazy.
This has been nerfed.
Fast Castle Age? No way.
Yeah, but Krakeny, it's been nerfed. There's
Damn, so nerfed. Now it'll only generate 130 instead of 134 gold per minute. And we're getting reinforcement wing actually here from Anton. So decides not to match the timing of the age up with the advancement wing.
I think this makes sense though, right? He's on a scale point, and this is pretty much the classic way that I think a lot of IBA players have been playing this Roos matchup. The interesting and underrated detail, by the way, is like, if you do start to build a bit of a lead, and your opponent hasn't been convinced that horse archers aren't working, you can build siege with these guys. And there's a certain very large tower that's kind of underrated when you're playing a mass pew-pew war.
Yeah, not just that, but also think about it like this. The spearmen, perfectly countered by the springles.
Yep.
Like just forward springles with the Desert Raiders.
It's funny you mentioned that.
Be kind of fun.
Players have been getting a lot better at that transition now. Just kind of remember, it's almost like the instincts and the memory, the muscle memory of like the Mongol meta, if you remember those good old days with Siege Engineering Improved, have come back. And they're like, oh, wow. Oh yeah, this is just as good to do as it used to be. Even better, in fact.
Monastery now coming in for Vortex. Anton's still a good minute off his own age up now. This Raider has to be very, very careful here. Spearman, we do get the charge in. They're very, very quick.
Not quick enough, it seems. And reinforcements are on the way, so just start to poke away at him. This is where it gets a little bit annoying. We've all been there with a unit we can never actually catch. Like, yeah, I'll just keep going, because this idiot's eventually going to, like, forget to micro away, and then I'll get the last laugh. And all my units are dead.
Yeah. And also sending that one weak unit over to the Cambulance.
And they're already in
As the
position for
camel...
relics.
Yeah, they're ready. They just gotta wait for the signal now. Ooh. Has to be careful. The weak one needs to visit the Cambulance once again.
On point with the
I mean,
micro.
is it animation canceling? If it looks like animation canceling, but the developers assured us there is no more animation canceling in the game?
No, then it's just it's camel drifting. We're gonna call it camel drifting. That sounds like a reasonable mid ground. Like the whole animation canceling discussion's a tiresome one, right?
It is.
It's like
I mean,
you're
you
asking-
can't really change anything about it.
Oh, that was sick.
Look at that nice micro.
Beautifully.
Individually targeting the weak ones. Very well done by Vortex. Kills 2 of these expensive Desert Raiders.
Man, but to the animation canceling point, like the best way I've heard it described is you're asking a player to play worse. It is like I get the frustration with it, but we just need it fixed if it's really a problem still. If it's not, it's like seen as intended at this stage, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not up to the players necessarily to change it. It's just like at some points it starts becoming too obscene, right? And then it's just game breaking.
Oh, yes.
When that's like when you actually ask for players to be like, hey, maybe don't, right?
Yeah.
It is tough to like really implement, and
It's a subjective
it's just
element.
a situation that you never
Right.
Yeah.
Like that's what I hate about it is like back when we had it as a problem, because I think they did buff it out. Like that was the idea. What they nerfed it out was the idea to at least a certain degree. Is you kind of like have a situation where pause that for it doesn't move away, where it's not. It's gray, if you know what I mean, right? It's not yes, no. It's like you've got a percentage scaling of like, okay, like how quick clicking again and moving and skipping like is too quick, sort of thing.
Yeah. The issue as well is like, especially with when Ghazi Raiders were able to do it. It's like some units can, and some units can't, right? Like Horsemen were only like very minutely able to animation cancel, but Sipahi and Ghazi Raider were just on a whole nother level.
Like, I personally would rather just see it tweaked a bit more. I do think the Desert Raiders are still performing probably a bit better than they're meant to as a jack-of-all-trade unit that still has, like, a good focus point as an anti-cav unit. And speaking of the ultimate cav, we talked about this Camel Lancer timing. Vortex doesn't even have a front line. Like, the closest he has to a front line is a scout right now.
It's only cavalry archers at the moment, which lose two, almost 3 damage due to the Camelanese. It's kind of insane just how little damage they do. Yeah. At this point in time.
And also, we do have Undermesh coming in. So, like, Vortex's timing into Blacksmiths is kind of being mirrored out by Anatand. The pressure is mounting. He has got the rack switch up coming in here. But remember what we said about these Spearmen. They're not going to be the golden solution you'd hope against Lancers. Especially if you start trickling them out.
You need a very big mass of them, yeah. I mean, if you get a good enough mass of them, then, like, sure, you're able to swallow up the losses that you get while you're trying to connect with the army, but at this point in time, he just does not have the big army mass, and the food income is just completely shut down as well.
Yeah,
so much idle time.
And that's all the woodworkers, right? So this also stops you from getting extra horse archers out. This is ridiculous. And keep in mind, by the way, guys, this is a 5-relic Ibid game. He just hasn't built the mosque yet.
He's got all of them in, and Vortex realizes there is no way to come back from this one. I mean, we talked about, right? Like, the Ayubids in this one, they've had all the cards with the Desert Raiders, with the early Dervishes, getting all the relics in and making sure that the priority army composition from Vortex with the Rus just does not work.
That was so clean. Like, that was so well executed by Anatan. I'm trying to think, like, was there really any step done wrong in that game, right? I think from start to finish, he executed almost perfectly. There was, like, that one moment where he got greedy with the 2 Desert Raiders, but that's more like Vortex, just good micro, right? But outside that, like, there's not really anything you can mark him down for in that execution of Ayabid versus Rus.
Yeah, 100%. One thing that I didn't understand was why he killed the deer on his opponent's side when deer shoving kind of not there anymore, but yeah.
True. Actually, maybe it's just like old habits die hard. But we don't really have to worry about them killing the deer here. Up next, we've got Archipelago.
Yeah. No deer shoving over here. Instead, it's going to be a lot of water aggression. We're on a good old water map. And Anatan, I know he considers himself to be the water goat. And he says, and I quote, "I took away Marino's crown. I am the best on water." That was not a one-to-one quote, but that's what he meant. And it's going to be interesting to see how exactly that's going to play out. Because Vortex, like the Spanish brothers in general, they are water connoisseurs at heart.
They are. The interesting thing is, like, I think for OTD, you're more on the clock here, right? Because if this gets into the hyper late game, we got to address the elephant in the room, but the elephant actually looks like a giant warship. Baochuans from Shushi are a little bit ridiculous. I think the only thing more ridiculous currently is Lancaster water with range.
What?
Yeah, because they get the
Lancaster water with...
Yeah, because they get Admiralty and they get the Carrack tech, which gives them 12 tower range.
Yeah, but it's also Lancaster on water.
If you can get there, it is kind of stupid, actually.
It's like you give a knife to a toddler. At first, like, oh my god, he's got a knife. Then it's like, that's a toddler. I can punt him.
Yeah, but then I guess the late game for Lancaster in that situation is like someone picked up the toddler with a knife and threw them at you. Now it is a
That's when it starts getting dangerous.
Like, whoa.
Yeah.
I may have chosen the wrong opponent here. But here we go, hopping in to see which opponent is now going to be able to take the lead. 1-1 apiece as we head in for a splash in a pond in the middle of summer. Anatand will be taking the field with the Shushi. Vortex in that tiny little screen, setting up his dock as Order of the Dragon.
It's a little bit of a sad dock, though. It isn't, like, followed up by any shoreline fish. So that villager, oh, look at that, the scout, he's bringing over a sheep.
Okay, that's cool.
Anatun, Anatun realized, oh yeah, I don't have any shoreline fish here. It's fine. I'm just gonna bring a sheep over. Nice one.
And by the way, reminder, this is the EGC Archipelago, which
I know people have a mix.
It's very different.
Yeah,
it's very different. I know people have a mixed feeling about water, but I was saying to, I think Caillou made this one as well. Like, did that guy make so many maps? But I said to him, if there was any map, like if water was something that people wanted and they wanted competitively balanced, I think this is probably the best implementation I've seen in AoE 4.
I like the implementation when it comes to the shallow, not shallow water, like the algae, the algae forest that you get there.
Yeah. And the stealth forest.
I like to play around those.
Yeah, the stealth on water is cool. I think like he done a good job of not overkilling the deep water you have, because you remember Stand Archipelago, right? Like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's a lot. Like, it's not just a lot, but like you're completely surrounded by water as well on that and the normal spawn. And then you have like it's also interesting, like an interesting dynamic between like going for back dock, going for forward dock. At least that's like I want to say like that's like kind of a difference maker that we had in AoE 2. I feel like in AoE 4 that doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, I think the more important thing here is just having the symmetrical design, so like no one gets a ridiculous edge. Because like, you know, we talk about the randomness of AoE 4's gen being really cool, and we like that quirky element. But we've talked about in the past how it can decide some matchups. I think water is like an egregious extreme when it's full focus water. I think that
it's also very snowbally.
Yes, like there's no arc for recovery really. I think the only thing that I might say I'd love to see changed about this is like, imagine if there's shallow water connecting all three of the central islands.
Yeah, sort of like a Bermuda Triangle, right?
Yeah. I think that's the only thing like I could say I'd improve of it. And you know, there's going to be people that will never love water. We just get it. But like in terms of what works for a pure water, this is the best form. Hybrid, probably Holy Island is still the best one to this day.
Yeah. I think, honestly, like, in order to make water a little bit more appealing, I don't like the current triangle of units that we got there. I think we need, like, another close-range ship in the game.
Do you maybe... Okay, I'm going to spitball an idea out here. Like, I'm just very creative, and I come up with unique new ideas on the fly, Crackety. What if we had, like, a boat that has, like, a giant hammer on the front?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Or what if we had like a ship that just spewed fire from its front?
Ooh, yeah. Or what if we just had like a turtle that is like bigger than a Blastoise?
What if we had like an armored turtle ship that shoots cannons?
And then you know what? Like, and if they won't just get out of the game, and you reach Imp, University should have a tech called the Flying Dutchman.
We just get the Flying Dutchman in. Just a flying ship that's able to go on land and shoot cannons everywhere.
Yeah, and we can actually make it look legit. We can basically make it look like the Walker from... Do you remember the Wild Wild West? Where he's got like the giant like Walker with the spider legs? So just out...
Yeah.
Just smashes out the side and crawls on land. We figured it out, man. They should hire us.
This is going to be the next DLC for Age of Mythology.
I better get a kickback, okay? Seen ideas like this, but seriously, there is some interesting like thoughts I've had. Like, if you want to completely revamp the system, I kind of dig the idea of you having to actually man the ships with units, right? So it's almost like land and sea matters, and instead of having lots of boats, you have like few with different perks, shall we say?
I think that kind of makes it too complicated. I just think that like the two ships that counter each other out shouldn't both be max range, right? Like a Springled and Archer ship. I don't think they should both be ranged. I think maybe the Springled ship or like a Springled ship equivalent should be a little bit like shorter range. What I'm saying is, I just want Age of Empires 2 ship meta.
Okay. You know what the funny thing is? I still remember being like at Red Bull, and
they also complain about it.
Yeah, no. Some of them thought we had the better ship system. Grass is
having
always
played both. No, we don't.
Hey, what can I say, man? The sea is always bluer on the other side, you know.
That's true. That's true. Granted, they got a lot more egregious like differences with the civilizations. Like Vikings just straight up win most wedge ups on water as well. Italians as well. But anyways, that's not what the civilizations that we do have here. We do have the Zhuji's legacy up against the Order of the Dragon right now. Looks like Anatan does have a firm lead when it comes to the overall economy on water, but Vortex did get a quicker age up timing in, but wasn't actually able to achieve that much with it. We do have the correct response here from Anatan with the Springle chip immediately. So Vortex, is he gonna have to like reinvest a little bit like into water right now? Like just taking a look at the fishing ship count overall, I do believe that there's a good 3 to 4 ships more fishing ships on Anatan's side. We're on 11 fishing ships for Anatan, and Vortex is on
What, like 7? Oh, yeah, there you go.
7. Yeah,
It's just, I mean, it's Sushi in a nutshell, right? They nerfed it a while back, but the production speed is quicker for them. So it does help out a pretty bit. And we have to also remember that Sushi are able to scale age quicker. So, you know, sometimes that's used for a timing attack, but that can also just be used to be more greedy, where you're like not going to fall behind because you build quicker, you build it cheaper. So just build more fishing boats.
a little bit of harassment now on the other side. Vortex isn't really going to force idle time, but is at least going to split Anatan's army apart a little bit. Just prodding right now in the as long as he is in Anatan's base, Anatan's not in his base.
And by base, we mean water, because nobody's going to touch each other's base this entire game.
Yeah, for now. You don't know. Like, some players might want to, like, lose water and stick it out for the next 30 minutes waiting for their opponent to make landfall.
Is it time to drop L's back on his main? No, idiot. Drop on his secondary.
We had those games. Don't be like, oh, that never happens. We had those games.
It's usually
we were
English that does that, in my experience.
Yeah. They're like, I got Admiralty. I can come back on water. Just you wait.
That's what I'm telling you. House of Lancaster late game, baby. Admiralty, and you get the carrack range for 20%. They nerfed it. Like, did you see that nerf that they gave? They actually nerfed it, but I think they nerfed the wrong thing.
Wouldn't surprise me.
They nerfed the range from 20% to 10%. That's still 11 tile range, and then they nerfed the health slightly. This is ships to the crown. If anyone wants to cheese water, and you're like a Goldie, so you're probably like vibing until you're in Imperial, because I know you guys like your SimCity, Lancaster.
We're now getting a lot of demo ships in from Vortex. Anton only just now starting to make his, but Anton, he's only on a single archer ship, so right now, Vortex, he's got a very, very good timing here to just overrun Anatan. One archer ship is very easy to just dive and take out with your Springle ships, and then there's nothing keeping those Springle ships from getting sniped by Vortex's demo ships, and we do have them moving
coming
forward.
From behind. Does he see it in time?
They are running around.
What?
3 demo ships. Is he going to go for eco?
Yeah, no,
he might just go for eco instead.
He'll deny. Okay, so it's an equal exchange, but Vortex still has 4 in play, 3 about to enter. He clipped one of the Springles, and the archer ship overextended now, so heavy damage on that. Vortex, he's got additional demos coming. This is a classic pump timing, but ironically, it's the timing you expect out of the Taxman save. Shushi and China love doing this demo all in, but Vortex has beaten them to the punchline.
Yeah, the question is, how long can Vortex really keep this up? He just lost a lot of health on his own demo ship, so the timing isn't really quite there. And Anatan, like, looking at the economy, he's just got so much more fishing ships, like so many more fishing ships at the moment. It's not a big difference, but every resource he's got a little bit more of.
Wait,
and the fishing ship, the archer ship, catches the demo ships in the middle of the map.
He does pull them back. That's going to put a stopper on the timing here for Vortex, which I think can be a little bit awkward, right? Like, yeah, you didn't lose them. They survived. But you've given full warning to your opponent what you're doing. And you can already see the reaction. Anatan now going up to 3 archer ships.
Yeah, correct reaction here. And behind the Anatan, he's got a lot more Springle ships. So as long as he's able to keep those demo ships in check, and it's very easy to take them down quickly, just because, like, 2 point-blank archer shots, they're going to go down very quickly. As soon as those demos go down, like, Anatan's going to be in a prime position to take fights.
Another scary thing is just how good Shushi are at then bouncing up to the next stage off of a semi-decent fight even, right? Due to that discount from tanks. So Vortex, that's the other pressure lighting a fire underneath his ass here. He needs a good connect. He's about to go double-digit demo. He's trying to use that stealth C, but it's not really reaching deep enough to a point where it would be that useful.
Yeah, this is the allest of all-ins here at this point in time. Vortex, he's saying go ham or go home. He is heavily committing on the mass demo ship. Now, granted, like, even if he doesn't, like, completely destroy Anatant here, if he gets, like, 1 or 2 great shots in on the fishing ships with the demo ships, he could at least even out the economy. Look at how patient he is.
Ano's
in just splitting them up.
He's guarding.
Anatant sees this though.
Yeah, he's got an archer ship, I think, near the stealth sea. So he's seen come on the front side. It's a three-way commit. He's wrapping, but he's wrapping wider than I think Anatant realized. So there might be a panic that sets in from that extra demo that is creeping in. It's in the stealth order. Demo connections to deny here. Big hits coming through. It will be
ships.
enough to stop Vortex from getting full ill in. He has to reset. Anatant was able to do enough damage on the defense to ruin Vortex's timing here.
And just all the archer ships now down. Look at that. Anatant immediately queues up 6 demo ships of his own now.
It's his turn, and he knows it. Chase is on. He's got 7 Springolds, and you've got Vortex with 5 archer ships here. No Springald
and 2
fleet.
Springolds.
Oh my god. That was ridiculous.
It's just mass archers and demos. Only archers and demo ships now.
The Springolds. What?
Oh, we're getting connections in?
He's going to find it. He gets what he needs. He resets the field. Vortex reduces the count down to just 3 Springolds. It's a stable position, but it's still an eco elite to worry about. Where did
that come from?
Where are all of these coming from?
Demos, like everywhere. It's just a random demo here and there. We have Anatant with the market as well, just like trading out some of the economy here, but man, this is wild. This is wild. We're getting to the point now as well where the woodlands are starting to thin out. So soon we should have both players sending out a transport ship each onto the next island. But this is some crazy shenanigans going on here at the moment.
It's ridiculous. I feel like someone just entered the console and put in spawn random demos. What the hell is going on? Oh, so after that, who's the big breadwinner is what you got to ask. It feels like Anatant came out better. You can actually see it in Eco. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, he's looking very strong right now. 13 economy unit advantage. And I mean, the remassing is just so difficult at this point in time. These demo ships just like randomly popping up here and there. Just looking around, you know. Nothing much, just hanging around there. No, that's a fishing ship.
It also scouts out any sort of sneak to hide in the stealth water, which is pretty important. They're both just creeping around the center right now. Okay, so this is going to be a full wrap around the southwestern sacred site to try and smash. And he's got demos on both sides. This is about to be an explosive sandwich.
Archer ships doing their best, but they just can't shoot to the side, KP.
Maybe they should, I don't know, aim better?
Maybe. Oh, the fishing ships, they have to be so careful.
Oh, he's thinking about
ships.
Vortex?
He is thinking about it. He wants it.
He's like, which one do you want?
Oh, the villagers!
Good connect, he gets it!
He gets him! Great value found.
He's gonna wait. He's gonna find 2 more. He's gonna find 2 more. Gets 1.
He gets 1.
Vortex, he's all in. This is it. 16 demos.
16 demo ships. This guy has no breaks.
We're not done.
This is insane.
It's 18. He's going to be old enough to buy a beer. This is ridiculous.
Oh, he gets a great connection, though.
He's wrapping in. He's skirting to the side. The archer ship spam. Is it going to be good enough? It looks like it. It's denying.
It's good enough.
Demo's on the north side. Now he just pivots to the south. And Anatant. He's the full Neo. The chosen one, but it's not going to be good enough. He loses the Springolds. Vortex has thrown away the entire fleet for this, though, and still remains behind Anatant.
Vortex lost all of his archer ships behind this, and Anatant now the one with demo ships. What is this game?
This is the wildest game I think I've seen of Archipelago. We need a demo count at the end of this game. We're only 50 minutes in. We've seen more demos so far between these two, and more attempts to end the game between these two than you'll see in a 30-minute water game.
This is so unhinged. These players are so unhinged on water in this one. But Anatant, honestly, I think, yeah, he's in such a great spot at the moment. He didn't take any economy losses.
Are you sure about that?
He didn't.
Only 2.
Some.
That's acceptable.
Yeah, that's not worth it.
Yeah.
That's not worth it in terms of what you just threw away in demo ships. And Vortex, his economy is hurting. He's less than half the food income that Anton has, and Anton's about to age up. Charlotte Monastery
God.
coming in, and once that hits,
It's not
all the Castle Age upgrades.
it's
man.
not just that. Think about the ramifications of these 2 civs on wood. Shushi has 20% more than what Order of the Dragon does. Vortex has just basically done the same thing to that tree line that he does with his head every few weeks. It's been completely shaved off the map, so he needs to make a move to a new island, and he still hasn't aged up.
Anton's just so on top as well with the archer ships here in their position, just to make sure it's not going to be any more of these cheeky wraparounds. And yeah, age up has come in. We're immediately seeing Sprinkled Cruise coming in as well. Vortex once again, one big mass, so many demo ships. He's like, nah.
This is
It didn't
right?
work the first time. It did work the second time. The third time also didn't work.
Anasan's baiting him in, though.
This is the one.
This is... Okay, he could go back around the other side here to intercept the next wave. Vortex really can't afford to slow roll this. Sprinkled Cruise are coming in. He's actually got an aging demo in there. That's not Vortex's. He realizes it.
Just realize.
The mirror play. I mean, at what point do you just get the explosive tech, right? It has to be worth it, surely, Anatan.
This point in time, surely.
He's still got demos in the stealth border to the north. He's waiting. He's actually baiting him over here right now.
He's so patient with this. There we go. They're moving now.
The
archer ships, there's so many archer ships.
It's not gonna get in. The archers are able to protect. All demos sunk. What next? What have you got?
At the same time, Anton gets a connection. There's no way out.
That's it. That's gotta be done.
Nothing remaining.
He has been picked dry. Vortex, who is considered a micro master, has been outclassed by Anatan in this naval warfare.
And Gigi comes in. Anton able to take the lead now in the set, 2-1 up against Vortex.
I mean, I don't care what anyone says about water. Like, you tell me, yeah, do you want to play that? No, I get it. You don't think that was entertaining? Sure, you can do, oh, it's linear. We have like 3 boats. Please, the demos, that is the most Michael Bay game you are going to see this entire tournament.
Oh man, the graphs, the military value read, it just, it's having a heart attack, man. It's just going up and down between the two.
Oh, God.
Economy count, the only thing, though, that throughout this entire game always has been in the lead for Anton.
Honestly, I think both of them, especially in this summer heat, are probably literally sweating at their keyboards right now after that game. That was ridiculous.
I mean, Vortex is in Spain. I'm not sure if they got ACs over there. Typically, it used to be, it's a dry heat. It doesn't hurt you. Recently in Europe, it's no longer a dry heat. There's water in the air and it hurts to. It wants to end you.
The problem,
the humidity.
The problem is with this type of heat, he's probably sitting there in like a tank top. Like we know, actually, Vortex usually is sitting there in like a tank top, right?
Yeah.
And I can't remember if he had a leather chair. So you can just imagine that moment where he goes to like get up and stretch,
and you just stick.
It's like hearing Velcro rip.
It is that way. Never get a leather chair. In summer, leather chair, imagine like being on a roof apartment or something like that, like in the top floor apartment. It's just the worst combination, and that's why I've just firmly sworn never to get a leather chair again.
No, it's like, I mean, I need to fix these headphones because like they're the leather ones. I swear,
leather headphones,
like cloth. Cloth is the way, or you just do the earphones. Oh, blimey! But entertaining game now leads into Demon Civ. Vortex, I mean, of course you're going to pull this one out when your back's up against the wall, right? Who is the man that we can always count on? He always comes through. The most reliable Brit in competitive AoE4. Lancaster.
Yeah. China, honestly, I don't think they're that great up against Lancaster because Yeoman, they just toy with them, right? Like it's a longbow on crack almost. And here we go. Game number 4. Vortex is the House of Lancaster in this one. Anton as the Chinese, and this is Gorge. One of the, at this point in time, staple maps in Age of Empires 4. It's just such a nice map. We didn't start with Gorge, but once it came in, I think a lot of players just start being like, yeah, this is nice. More of this, please.
My experience with Gorge has been like a heartbeat monitor, right? When I first saw it in Red Bull, I was like, this is the best thing to happen in the game. And it took so long to get added to the game. It's criminal. Then it got added. I'm on top of Cloud9. Then we got to the figured out stage. You know what I'm talking about? Where everyone just walled it, and it was the most boring crap because it was every game. Ever since Season 9's changes to walls and how much harder it is to do, I think Gorge has returned to be an absolute pinnacle in competitive Age of Empires 4. Now, on this opening, we have got Lancaster still doing what they always done. Some people thought that this would stop because deer shoving is no longer viable, but Lancaster apparently just gets too much value out of spear spam to not do it.
Also, take note, we do have the no IO opening here from Anaton, so these villagers actually getting shoved off the gold here at this point in time means that, oh my god, he's getting the demon spawn where the TC is in range of the gold.
Come on.
For Vortex.
Oh, that's so frustrating. I mean, and do you pull a villager? Like, it's the only way this is going to feel really valuable now, right?
I mean,
a sweet spot?
Honestly, I don't think it... He's finding something. Yeah, but it's not good enough. The age up is gonna not... Yeah, he can't deny the age up. And he... it looks like he also can't deny the... Anaton, he needs a little bit more gold for at least one Imperial official.
He does? Is that... You guys need to stop bringing pennies. We need big coins here. So he's still a little bit shy. He needs 235 to be safe.
You need one more gold.
Wait, but is it decimal? No, it wouldn't be. Like, this weird situation where sometimes you get decimal, but...
Oh, he's got it! No way! What? That's crazy. Wait, he doesn't know that he's got it, though.
Wait, I think maybe he's being saved.
He wants to make sure.
So, like, if it's decimal, remember, the important thing to remember this UI, on the back end, you've got float points, which can be decimal point, but on the front end, it has to be flat numbers. There's no decimals, which is why sometimes, like, for example, you'll see a unit with 0 HP is still alive.
Yeah. You know, I'm not sure why we just don't round the numbers, like, in the back end as well, but hey.
You say that until you, like, you're going to be the guy that says that, they'll fix it, and then you'll complain about a game that you lost because you were, like, you know, you were scammed out of your 0.3 gold.
Honestly, people who complain about that, I think there's other things to complain about. I should have won that one. My unit was supposed to have 0.0001 health remaining in that engagement.
Yep, no, I've heard that one before.
I did the math.
I guess, like, because I think the way it gets weird with that is, like, scout healing isn't, I don't think it's flat. I think it's, like, maybe scaling, so 0.1, 0.1 maybe. I mean, that's the only way it would make sense why so often scouts can exist on 0 HP.
Yeah.
Either that or they're witches.
I mean, they're always regenerating as well, right? Like,
that's what I mean. Instead of it being like 1 health, it's like 0.1 or like 0.2 or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, maths. What is it with RTS gamers and maths?
What is it with engines and math? Just be simple.
Why can't games just magically work? Okay, so deer shoving might not be a thing anymore, but anti-deer shoving.
Deer lamering. Can we take a look at that? Like, how effective? Like, how effective is it for him to, like, try and lame these deer? Right? Like, look at them. Like, they're just not react. Wait, are they actually? Wait, are they reacting a little bit earlier than?
Like, it's no. Watch. Like, okay, so you just no, don't. Oh, Vortex, we're running an experiment, man. He doesn't even let them run away.
They just take a while. I think they said in between 8 to 20 seconds it takes for them now to react, and it used to be like in between 1 and 8 seconds.
Yes, it's like ridiculous. On average, it's like 2 times longer, but it can be even higher if you're unlucky.
Yeah.
So pretty brutal. And Lancaster Castle is still Lancaster Castle, so golf clappers all around. Suckers, you thought Lancaster was nerfed? XD.
We're getting Anaton now with the follow-up, just mass archers at Chinese. This is typically something that used to be quite often the, like, case that you used to, like, if English opened with geez, what's the landmark again? Like the longbow landmark.
Council. There you go.
The council, yeah. I'm just not even seeing English anymore. I don't remember the landmarks.
They're English, and you know it's bad when you can't remember that landmark, you know? Like,
they're just not getting played anymore. The last time I've seen English, I don't know. I don't know the last time I've seen English. Not just on, like, on high elo ladder, they disappeared.
I mean, I can tell you.
On low elo ladder, they're still there, but on high elo ladder, there's just no English. They just don't exist anymore up there.
Like, I can tell you haven't seen English by the way you said Civ earlier.
But yeah, this play from Anatan here with the very fast just archer pump, it's typically what you use up against the English.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely would make a lot of sense. Like, I think English is like potentially a very good counter into Lancaster, but like you said, like they're just in a weak period. I think once they could like maybe get another small buff, or if the meta shifts a bit again, like you'll see them as a decent answer. Like in theory, the longbow all-in timing does just shut everything down here, right? Like the mana's.
I've had a very interesting game against Demu where I just randomly sent 5 villagers to the middle of the map and just put council hall right in front of his base.
and did
And
you
I
all tap
almost
chat type?
won. I almost won that. I whiffed it and I lost 30 minutes later.
The problem there is you chose to go into the late game against Dimmu. That is, like, at that point...
He was dead as fuck. I killed 30 of you. No.
Only 30 against Lancaster? Those are rookie numbers. You're going to have to go higher if you want to win the game.
I had 5... Yeah, because you stole 2 of my relics at the end.
I like how we're meant
the
to
lies here.
We're here to cast an S-tier tournament, and Krakeny's just warring with Dimmu. The problem you have to keep in mind with Dimmu is, I've noticed this, the moment you get past 25 minutes... Oh, pause that thought. We've got Demi-Lancers. The Demi-Lancers...
Look at Demi-Lancers here.
They've come to ruin you
It's
all.
not as many.
And they have less health now. They actually have, I think it's 10 less health. Apparently making
and only
a difference.
2 armor. Yeah, Addington's like, you're not a real unit. You don't exist.
Crackly, if you had that fight against Dimmu now with the nerfs, you would have won that game. I just want to tilt you more.
Nah.
But no, I was going to say, the funny thing with Dimmu that I've noticed, like, the moment that past 25 minutes hits, it's almost like there's something ticks in his brain, and he's like, well, this is going to be a fun game. Right? Sometimes I swear, like, I would call that, I swear sometimes Dimmu just, like, pulls the game longer for the content.
He does. He just starts trolling for no reason at some point.
He's like, oh, this will be great for the stream on YouTube. Man of many talents. So here we go. Manas have been nerfed a little bit on the HP. They're not as tanky, but I don't think the numbers changed anything because it's minus 100 health and Rams deal in increments of 200.
At the moment, Anaton has the Pierce damage upgrade, and there's no Pierce armor upgrade yet for Vortex. It is coming in, however, so at least for the time being, I mean, the Demi-Lancers are going to be completely taken out at this point in time, and we have the Horseman follow-up behind this from Anaton.
The amount of villages he pulled to repair that is ridiculous.
That's an overcommitment, to say the least. Demi-Lance is still working, though. But there's enough archers now.
Like, so he's semi-clown carrying him, right? Like, it's not effective anymore. Finally, the villager pull comes in. But Vortex is building a worker lead. Not a crazy one yet. But he has made Lancaster do something weird here. They don't seem like a civ that likes having to scale Yeoman. Has been that case for a while. Not in Feudal anyway.
It's just so expensive, right? And Addington, he's just still flooding out a lot of units. At this point in time, though, Vortex is starting to pull ahead in the economy, not just... Not economy, but like military count. And we're seeing a pro scout follow up now from Anatan. Okay, this is wild.
He loves this. Yeah, no, I've seen Anatan do this a lot. Like, this is what I was talking about earlier in that China series against like Shushi. He's the type of player that do it. Anatan is probably the best executor of this archer opening build I've seen. And he does it so frequently. Like, at first I thought it was shock and awe value, but it seems to just be working consistently. The question mark now is, does Vortex realize it? And can he now counterplay it with his Ball of Yeoman?
I mean, Yeoman do feel great at the end of the day still, right? Like, they have just that bonus mobility that helps him out so much. But Anton, now with the Horseman as well, he's got a very nice army composition up against what Vortex has. It's just that still, Yeoman, if you get to that one big army mass, it is so difficult to take them down.
Yeah,
it's like we're getting more manners as well.
The difficulty is getting to that scale you're talking about, though, right? Like, that nerf... 5 extra resources doesn't sound like a lot. It is. It was already a premium cost unit. And, like, you know, we can talk about castle you want. Yeah, they're great. I think, like, that's the most common time is, like, you go castle age, you get the mass levy, and you're into yeoman. But feudal age, Ishii caramba. It's on such a small eco. It slows down so much your game. And also, like, it's kind of a similar thing to longbow. Like, yes, you're a lot quicker than longbows, but you still have that same idea of, like, oh, this was very expensive now, and I kind of don't want to leave my base.
Yeah,
I don't want to go in
an issue. I think Vortex wants to go out in stone again. He's adding in his 4th mana now, but 4 is such an odd count where you're able to go up to 6, right?
Yep. I mean, that is. We've been over this before on the stream about our like of bigger numbers. You know, why go 15 arches when you can go 23?
Looks like the market. Yeah, okay. He uses the market to get the stone instead.
Ah, okay, that's interesting. I haven't really seen many Lancaster players do that, but
That's a play that you can do with Ottomans as well, for example, when you go for Sultanate Trade Network, and you just use that to get stone for your military schools as well.
Vortex is skipping villager production, no? The math doesn't add up.
It feels like it, yeah. Right, like 4, and then another 4.
And then the
Actually, no.
fourth
I think he just had a little bit of idle time on the TC. Like 4 villagers down and 4 villagers from the Imperial official, like Imperial Academy.
Maybe he has textiles. I wouldn't have been surprised after that weird villager pull. Like I did feel like they were taking a little damage. Yeah, there you go.
He's got textiles. That's
I
the
think
difference.
he had it when that dive came in with the ram, because do you notice the amount of archers there were? And I was like, that health bar's not really moving. Speaking of rams, Anatan was getting frisky again, but the yeomen have come out to play. It is mainly on the yeomen. There's only 4 spearmen in total, but similarly, there's barely any horsemen. He's going to dive in all the same. And there are both Undermesh plus the ranged increase on both sides. Vortex should be able to start a step away from this, but the impressive part
Castle Age follow-up.
Yeah, exactly. Anatan is going up while mounting pressure and mounting a military lead.
Yeah, this is quite big now. Behind this Vortex, I mean, he does have 5 manners, potentially up to 6 very soon, but still very far away from his own age up. Multiple stables now getting follow-up. There's just going to be a Knight Lancer timing coming in.
I mean, you've got Pro Scouts with 28 deer, right? Like, Vortex isn't likely to come out and deny you on this when it's yeoman. Like we said, they're fragile and they're very expensive. Like, it's not something you want to risk. We saw what happened when he just came out of the base, right? That wasn't the trade you were expecting to see for the yeoman. Now it's just going to be worse. Veterancy for archers coming in. The first Lancers, like you mentioned, are queued. Vortex, he might actually just be forced into a white tower here.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the White Tower isn't the bad landmark to go for, right? Just because, like, Earl Scout, like, getting 3 Earl Scouts is very nice, and just being able to stabilize after massing a good amount of manners.
Still,
It's still a rough one.
Yeah,
Like,
in
and the option is,
particular,
like, where are you going to place it as well, right? Like, where do you have
true.
access to, like, place it?
because you kind of want to
Underneath
place
the
it here.
spots.
It's weird,
Yeah.
and that's so far away from your TC at that stage. Archer's now going to start diving under. He has saved up, and Undermesh 2 is there. Anatan is very tanky. The Lancers are about to reach the base as well, and Vortex, this could be it. White Tower's coming through, but he's going to be seen doing it. Full garrison inside the TC to try and protect himself. But at this stage, I mean, the Vet Archers should be able to do enough damage to clear the way. Short bows come out. Vortex, I don't think he realized that the Lancers are about to hit the base.
The Lancer timing, yeah. It's coming in. There it is. The first Lancer just about to arrive. And I feel like that White Tower might not even be going up now.
I mean, it's going to be tight. He needs to get more workers on this to feel safe. And there you go. He pulls. He doubles down on this. The Lancers will find kills. But Vortex should be able to make his way up into castle. The price in blood, however, should prove high. I mean, he hasn't lost an insane amount of eco, but it's just that Anatan continues to scale because the loss in eco came indirectly through, once again, that idle TC. Look at the lack of a bar.
Yeah. It's just not producing right now. And man, it is very tough when at this point in time, sure, you got 6 manners, but is it worth the amount of like village difference at this point in time? Especially since your opponent also has Pro Scout.
And, you know, before I was like, oh, yeah, but, like, it's 6 manners. Yeah, but China gets a 20% flat increase on basically everything at this stage, right?
Yeah.
And also, guess
And
what?
taxes.
Yeah, taxes. And how about some tithes? You know, I really do think that people would come across from all the lands to look at shiny baubles. So does Anatan. He's rushing into the monks because Vortex, after what just happened, he ain't coming out of that base anytime soon.
Yeah, and that's a good amount of lances now as well, able to very easily dive past the Lancaster Castle, right? Because Lancaster Castle, for good or worse, you just can't garrison, and it just doesn't really do a lot of damage. More Lancer raids coming in yet again. Villagers this time around not getting pulled.
I will club one
More
down.
villagers dying.
And the spin are starting to come through here from Vortex, which just makes sense. He needs it. But Anatan's going to be gunning for archers again, even adding crossbows. So he's a little bit paranoid that Vortex might try the Earlsguard strat here. Honestly, I don't think Vortex can actually afford to go Mass Earlsguard, right? It's the type of strategy that requires a bit of snowball, and your opponent already has double-digit Lancer.
Yeah. And Anton, yeah, he's just straight up going for trebuchets now. He knows he's got the better military. Now it's just all about taking down the infrastructure. He can win any fight. Just take down the infrastructure next.
I mean, he can pretty much just A-click in if he wanted to and take out another 10 workers. But yeah, the calculated approach I do like. He could even just use these archers to build additional rams. It's just the harass. The yeoman. I mean, you need to be careful, actually. Them spawning here could be a huge negative with this many lancers in the area.
Lancers are gonna run away now. It's definitely needed, like getting these yeomen in now. Like Vortex needs a big mass of units. But he also needs either spearmen or crossbows, just something up against the lancers, because they're truly just Anaton's bread and butter now for the next fight. It's such a big count, and the yeoman just... Having even yeoman count to lancers just doesn't feel good.
No, it's interesting, like Anatan, I mean, he could have potentially won Nesta Bees, but obviously it would have been a long walk. So I like that he's just stuck to bio units to move fast. The ram is going to slowly make his way around. It's almost like a warning flag of what's to come. Lancers have started to reach one of the Yos. And archers are going to get stuck dealing with the Earlsguard, but that's going to be like all your frontline dead. He's just solely relying on yeomen to try and defend his base.
There's no +2 pierce damage, though. They take forever to take these lancers down.
And the lancers, look what he does, the micro. Anatan.
He's just going on the villagers.
He goes everywhere. He's like, what the hell am I doing wasting time on these guys? They can kite me. Chases the workers and chases Vortex out. Sticks him down in the elimination bracket. And that means that Anatan has made it through to playoffs.
GG, well played. Anatan looking fierce with the Chinese here in this one. Man, that was very well played. The execution just top notch with the archer play into the delayed pro scouts. Man, that was a really, really cool China strategy there.
I love it. I've lost count the amount of times Anatan's been doing this. Like, it's his bread and butter. And he's so good at it. Like, I think genuinely, like I've been saying recently, I think it's his signature civ. And I think he's by far one of the most scary players on China right now because of this particular build and how polarizing, I guess it is, right? Like, you just think China, you think pro scouts in this type of matchup. But he always resists it. He earns it. And that I respect.
Yeah, especially like against lower civilizations, which don't immediately go for the aggression, right? Like, this just pays off so much because not only do you like put up pressure on your opponent, but then behind that, you just get yourself ahead. And yeah, I mean, you could in theory try to commit even more with the archers, but chances are eventually you're going to have to transition into something else, and you might find yourself in a point where maybe you run out of a resource. But not Anatan. He just goes for the pro scout play behind it, just does enough in order to keep his opponent wary, keep his opponent in his base. Maybe it'll just like cause a little bit of damage here and there as well. And we do see like villagers getting picked apart here a little bit, and just so much commitment, so much idle time being forced there on the economy. Meanwhile, Anton behind all of this, just being able to research pro scouts, start going for those deer, bide his time a little bit, and at this point in time still has a very, very solid mass out on the map.
Oh god, and stick a fork in my eyeball and call me done. Beastie versus Poppy Paw up next. I'm hoping. Did the WAM series take long in the end? I mean, I think Poppy Paw is a bit more of an aggressive player, so I think that series actually could kind of align with the speed at which we saw Vortex and Anatan played. So, you know, might end up being a little bit of a quicker day than maybe anticipated here, especially after that first series, the opening one we had. I'm not gonna lie, Crackety, I expected us to be here for 11 hours.
This is gonna be one of two things: either very fast or very slow set.
Please, no, just
I don't
just
think it's gonna be an in between.
It's gonna be
it's gonna be very quick. It's gonna be very quick. Yeah,
Remember,
Beastie is the fastest player in the game.
Aggro. Yeah, he said he's like.
Have you seen Beastie up against Wham? Like the first game I heard only took like 10 minutes, give or take a 0.
Yeah, like, you know, like the first game took about I think it was 40. The time it would take you to microwave 40 tins of baked beans one by one.
Very special talent, being able to make minute rice in 50 seconds.
I mean, we'll have to see. Hopefully, it's a banger either way. But you know what? We've got to talk to the champion of this series. We've got Anatan on the line for an interview. Anatan, congrats, mate, on a bloody impressive series. 3-1 over Vortex. We got to talk about the Archipelago game. I can't think of anywhere else that makes sense to begin, because that to me was, I feel like, the weirdest, wildest, and funnest game of Archipelago I think we've ever seen.
I feel like it was even game, and I was just lucky. It mind blowing that like OTD and how Vortex played it was really even, but Jussi was like my second pick. And like to be honest, yeah, I was just lucky. It was like who first will blow up with demos, and like yeah, it was wild and a lot of micro, but turns out I was more lucky in this game.
How did you feel about this series overall and like the trajectory, right? Because like that opening game felt a bit brutal, right? Like Vortex very aggressive out the gate as you'd expect, but caught you off guard with his free worker kills. Felt like after that game was out of the way, everything was smooth sailing. Like I said that Ibid execution was one of the cleanest you've had. Like I think one of the cleanest we've seen altogether. Do you feel that this was like mostly skill, or are you attributing this win to a mixture of luck and drafting?
I forgot I'm playing Byzantine. I forgot build Cistern, and then I forgot to press Cistern ability.
The
like,
Akratoy, yeah.
Okay, I have barrack, I have house. Like, what do I need as well? Like I built Cistern only like at 2-minute mark, I think. And then yeah, I forgot to get armor for my wheels, and then I just my brain just turned off after first fight.
I wanted to pick your brain about the previous series as well, actually. Like, Dimmu, I was saying going into this, it felt like his was the most interesting story. I think a lot of the other results we kind of expected. Were you kind of shocked at how well Dimmu was playing in this tournament?
Yeah, like, Demo feels really good. Like, he outdrafted me and he killed my China with Mongols. I was so annoyed, and I wanted to write a few rude words to him. Like, you know, I'm down to 1-2 in series, and I have to play Ayubit Delhi as Ayubit.
You know,
it was really scary.
You could just like all chat type him everywhere. We just literally had Crackety arguing with Dimmu in the middle of the cast. So one thing that I find interesting is like we just had Season 11 drop in the middle of the tournament. How have you been adjusting to it? Like, have you noticed huge changes in the way you're approaching a lot of matchups, or has it been surprisingly no major changes to your practice from before?
Mary Lord was saying Japanese is dead. Like, he was, oh no more barrack, Japanese is dead. But in practice, I just killed him like 5 times in a row with Japanese. And you know, like every time when he loses, he just typing in some chats, like in EGC chat or other one, and just trying to convince people to nerf some stuff, you know? Like, when he's losing, it's not his fault. It's fault of game, of devs, and of EGC, you know?
Or he didn't get the spawn that he wanted. Yeah. In his interview, he did say that you played really well in the scrims, but the underhanded comment was that it wasn't necessarily fully translating into the officials. Any comeback for that?
But I mean, I lost only one series to Papi Paul. Like, yeah, it was one-sided, but it's best of 3. Like, he don't have facts to make this assumption. He not really right about it.
Oh, I mean, you might get an opportunity to prove him right, because you have made it through to the playoffs. I think you are avoiding him at the beginning, but it might be that you're facing him either semis or maybe clear all the way. Who's your biggest threat? Like, final question, who's the biggest threat you think to your player style, to you, that you preferably like someone else to maybe take out?
I think B or CSO. Like, I'm just scared of CSO. He just owning me every series. So at practice, when we playing, I killing him 5-0, but when we play in tournament, he just destroyed me like every game. About B, we just playing a lot of together, so I don't want like to face him as well.
I mean,
besides
it's a good
that,
thing.
I'm ready to play versus everyone.
That's what I love to hear. And you'll also maybe then be happy that they're facing off in the knockout bracket, so one of the threats will be removed. But Anno, we've got to keep the show going. We've got Beastie versus Papi Paul coming up. Predictions, who do you think's taking that?
I think Papi slightly favorite. But it's a game, it's AOFO, and it depends on the draft.
Okay. You started off flexing, and then you took the diplomatic answer. I respect that. Anno, I'm going to let you get some rest. Congrats on the win, mate, and we'll talk again soon.
Thank you again.
All right. And with luck like that on demos, you should actually buy a lottery ticket. What is up, folks? Welcome back to the final set of the day. We are here to see who else is going to be making it straight through, punching themselves a ticket into the playoffs. There's only one slot remaining to be locked in this quickly. The other players, they're going to have to fight it out in the knockout bracket. Puppypaw or Beastie could cozy on through. And Crackety, I gotta say, Beastie's looking pretty good for it, considering he just pre-owed the silhouette, right? Puppypaw and Wham.
The twin.
Yeah. I mean, different, right? Like different play
It's like
styles.
shadow boxing.
True. Like you punch one of them, the other one flinches, sort of thing. Like, isn't that like that belief that like if something happens to the other twin, the other one can tell, like a disturbance in the force.
There are like these telepathy things, right? Like it's like, oh my god, yeah, we want pancakes, we want something like that. But
Maple syrup.
Maple syrup.
I think that's just Canadian in general. But the interesting thing I was thinking about is like historically, I'd say Puppypaw has like trended slightly better than Wham, right? So like maybe the playstyle also matches up better. I feel like Puppypaw is a little bit more aggressive than his brother. And Beastie, he has been like, he honestly, like it's like a political campaign. He's reminded us every step along the way. He's a reformed player now. Doesn't need the walls, doesn't need the grind out. He wants to kill you fast.
Yeah, Mongols coming in the first match here. We're also going to take a quick look at the brackets now, just so we know where exactly we are here in this one. So we did just witness Anatan versus Vortex. So Anatan going to be able to go on to the playoffs. Now Puppypaw vs Beastie to decide who will march on next into the playoffs. And yeah, so a lot on the line here, for sure.
Yeah, gonna be an interesting one, actually. Like, you know, the 3-0 sounds like it was quick, but reminder, guys, when Wham Beastie game 1 was finishing, the other series we were casting was in the 4th game. So yeah, that one had some surprising length to it. I'm curious to see like how this one plays out, though. Like on the lower side, we can see that Wham is maybe going to save Anatan from his biggest threat of B and CSO. Voldemar versus Numidan is going to be an intriguing one. Numidan kind of riding on the high with how he's been performing the weeklies at the moment. Battleteam versus MSN, what do you think about that one, actually? Because like I feel like Battleteam is the obvious choice on paper, but he kept admitting himself he just hasn't really had time to practice.
Yeah, just a second. Is he playing Minecraft right now?
It's either that or Counter-Strike, right? Like I'm pretty sure last weekend it was straight into Counter-Strike after the after the win.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it's always the thing with like practice and stuff. Boltune at heart is like a very, very solid player. Like, that's the thing, right? It's like growing muscles. Once you had the muscles, it's very easy regaining them if you like ever lose them at some point in time. It's the muscle memory for that reason. So maybe he like loses the first game, but after that, I think like once he's found his groove, he should still be very solid. MSN has a lot of growth behind him. The question is he now at that stage where a player like Boltune, who plays different, I want to say, from what you typically see on ladder or just in general in like the 1v1 meta, does he have the tools of like being on point when it comes to reaction on against such an opponent? Just because like Boltune, he's a very team game oriented player, which kind of skews his reaction in like matchups when it comes to like, okay, how he starts off the game and how he in general reacts to plays from your opponent.
I feel like we see a lot of comparison between like Baltoon and CSO in that regard. You can tell they come from team games. They love their Night Civ so much, but who loves stats? Look at that. A lot tighter overall than I think most people would peg. Puppypaw really isn't that far behind Beastie. Just 2 wins in series overall separating them. Less than 5% in total on game count.
Very interesting to see is just how these two players, whenever they face off against each other, it's very one-sided usually. Like we got a 4-0 here, an 0-3 there, then a 3-1. It's not like a 3-2 or 4-3, something like that. Not like these close sets. Now it tends to be very one-sided between them, but this is also going to be an interesting one. Game number 1 here on Scandinavia, we see Knights Templar coming in, and honestly, that kind of feels like maybe a little bit of an oversight for Beastie not to ban Knights Templar when Scandinavia made it through onto the draft, right? Like, such a big hybrid map where Knights Templar can shine on.
Well, You'd think so, but Beastie literally just played this matchup against Puppy Paw's doppelganger on this map, and he beat him.
Yeah, but learn from your mistakes, right? Granted, it wasn't Puppy Paw's mistakes, but
he feels it, right? Yeah.
He knows, yeah. He's like, I should have done this instead, that instead. Yeah, he realizes.
I think that's an interesting element, right? It's like, obviously, because they practice together, they help each other out. Like, Wham might immediately have known exactly what went wrong, and he just relays that to Puppy Paw, like, yep, the thing we've been practicing this matchup, this happened, and here's why. So, like, you almost get that opportunity to get a quicker feedback loop than you'd have to on your own, where you'd have to find time to go watch the games and like, do you really have time with this rolling schedule? You're just playing a series while this one was happening, so on and so forth. So could be the edge to turn around. I mean, wait, do we have the same maps? So Enlightened Horizon is in and Gorge is not. Okay, so it's not going to be a complete mirroring. Dry Arabia is there and the other one was Sunken Land. So we are getting some differentiation in map choices this time around. No potential complete. Repeat.
Would have been very, very interesting if it was just the same maps.
Could you imagine
again,
the
right?
ego channel? Like, no, all of our ideas were right. Watch this.
Here we go again. But it is time. We're jumping straight into our game number 1 now. Beastie versus Puppy Paw. Mongols up against Knights Templar. Last time around, we saw on this map there was no immediate run for the water. This time around, though, Knights Templar, they've got the need. They've got the need for water. And Beastie, with the Khan out there, immediately sees, that's a lot of workers on wood. My opponent's probably docking. And there we go. Sees the confirmation. There we go.
Look
sees it.
And amazing Mongols can even,
coincidence.
like, they can literally even watch your base to see if there's a reaction. That's the other sick thing about this type of counterplay. He'll know if like Puppy Paw pivots in a different way straight away. But Beastie, I mean, he's already played this exact matchup today. Reminder, folks, Wham was Beastie's previous opponent, and it was Mongols versus Knights Templar on this particular map. He solved it. The question now is whether Puppy Paw has a better solution, because I imagine Beastie is just going for a straight-up Rax rush. It's already being built.
Puppy Paw, he didn't want to send his villager back home, but the Khan does force that one back. They even brought a sheep over to that dock in order to have that villager working next to it, and yeah, now might just have to invest into his own Dark Age barracks, I want to say. No, actually.
Oh.
He saw the barracks play. Is he just fine with losing the dock? I mean, in theory, right? Like, you still have the fishing ships out there. They're going to pay off very, very quickly. By the time the dock goes down, the fishing ships have more than paid off for themselves. And if you just reach your feudal age at that point in time as well, you can just go archers and rebuild the dock.
Yeah, so like you just take it for what it is. I mean, the gathering rate is decent enough on deep water that like it is very hard for your opponent to get full val. And the other thing you have to remember is now Beastie is building Spearman against a Civ that loves building archers anyway. So probably not too much for him to worry about. He should have the solution down the line.
Oh, he's actually going for the goal. Oh, Puppy Paw sees it though. Puppy Paw sees him going for the gold. Is he going to pull more? Yeah, and Puppy Paw immediately pulls more villagers to the gold.
And he's
great reaction.
Yeah, look at that. Full stack. So I thought maybe just 4 because it would have been quick enough. He doesn't even want to give the opportunity. Deletes the mining camp. And we'll just break away back home with the goodies.
He now sees this and notices, oh no, my spearmen aren't gonna get the value. Ooh, villager has to evacuate. Does he have enough gold now?
It's gonna be tight, right? Did he get the full cap? It feels like he was there long enough. There you go. Easy,
yeah, he
easy.
did.
Okay, so 210, ready to rock and roll. And keep in mind that this cost Beastie. That dive towards the gold means he's not in position, burning down the dock quicker. And we know just how quickly Knights Templar can now tech up off the back of this, right? It doesn't take them very long to get Age 2.
Yeah. Not long at all. Actually, we're getting to the point where Puppy Paw is going to have the same age up timing that Beastie's going to have, even though Beastie did not go for water. Granted, he did invest into these spearmen, but they just didn't get the value. Dock also very likely not even going to go down.
No, it just comes in so fast. And he's even force pulling back, I think. There we go. Has enough. 1 minute away. And I mean, maybe, just maybe Beastie could set fire to it, but I feel like an archer ship should come out quick enough here, no?
Definitely should. And even if he isn't able to save the dock, right? Like, just get the archer range up and replace the dock. We don't have any workers yet from... Actually, Puppy Paw's just got to... Yeah, he's just going to immediately replace the dock on the backside as well. Not going to have any idle time on the fish. They're going to have to run a little bit, like, ship a little bit further. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you pay your opponent a little bit, but like you said, you've already got better value out of this timing because the fishing has paid off, and also it's going to remain after the fact. Like, we're still at a point where Beastie doesn't have any pawn play himself. How interesting.
France just... Age up is so quick here now as well. Just a minute, and... let's take a look at the dock. Is it going to be in time? We do immediately have to queue up on the archer ship.
Yeah, it's on the back one.
Not going to be in time. It's going to come... yeah, it's going to come in from the other dock.
Quite nice he gets the extra fishing boat out, just kind of milk the value. And I wondered, okay, I thought he might hang around and then go back for the central dock, because obviously there's a lot less efficiency now with that long path back towards dropping off fish.
Ooh, BC docking at the same time now as well.
Oh, I think he knows, because like he just saw the extra fishing boat. Why would you ever build more fishing unless you were back on the water? It's a great read by him, but
yeah.
Archer ship is there.
Dock from Beastie looks like it's going to be going up, and yeah, Beastie, he knows, okay, he's going to just sacrifice the spearman a little bit just to keep the archer ship here back. Means that the dock is guaranteed going to go up here now. We do also have archers coming in from Beastie, and Puppy Paw is going to spot out this dock in just a little bit as soon as he's done with that wolf.
Soon. Villager should be able to pull away. So arrow slits will protect him. Archers on land should start clearing out spears. Apparently they're all camouflaged with trees right now. I don't think the camouflage is working.
Yeah, it doesn't quite look like it. We're getting Able arrow slits in first, so it's going to be a little bit tougher to take this dock down anytime soon.
And he's also docking the other side, so Beastie's going to turn it into more of an eco-focused game, while Puppy Paw has got divided attention.
Yeah. I think this is going to be mostly fine for Puppy Paw, though. Actually, he's going to go on the aggressive. There isn't a second production building in yet for Beastie. And because he's going for the dock, he's spending a lot of wood on that front. So he might just get shut down on gold here for a good while.
Yeah, and the tricky part is, like, your opponent's still fishing, right? So, like, he could start adding in Chevalier to mirror the time he would probably go Keshix, because you obviously want to get the fishing set up first. So, tough choice. Yeah. BC might have to just accept you can't start fishing here and need to answer this first.
Yeah. I'm going to see the reaction now. Doesn't have access to the Uvu, so instead will have to go for the stable outside of the Uvu range now.
Has got enough for the solo Keshik, and it's good for him that Puppy Paw is actually choosing to go onto the sea more. So he puts a lot of the Springer instead of like following up with the Chevalier. And it looks like he's just trying to re-secure his side, or at least prevent any sort of aggression by Beastie into the fishing.
Yeah. Any ships coming in? The attack ship, I believe, is on Beastie's side. Not actually on Puppy Paw's side. That's coming in from him here. Khan just being a little bit annoying at the moment. Yeah, Light Junk just in order to make sure that Puppy Paw isn't going to be docking on his side anytime soon. And Puppy Paw's investing quite a lot, actually, into attack ships on his side of the pond. Not pond, but like Scandinavia.
It's just... Pond just works too much. We're not going to call it a fjord.
River.
It's a river or a strip of sea.
Flat Earth.
It's a swimming pool. It's the edge of the earth. There you go.
Just don't drive too far, you'll fall off.
What if we're actually all in a video game and it's like Pac-Man? You just come out the other side.
Crazy.
Okay,
I've seen the glass dome, I was there.
Look, I saw in a game that there is an edge to the world. So, like, you know, games mimic real life. Checkmate. For example, do you remember how Knights Templar had the best naval fleet in the world?
Ooh, demo ship gets countered.
I mean, much you can call, like, directly running towards the enemy counter. And unfortunately, I guess BC's like, screw it, I've lost this side. There's no play back into it.
Villagers though on the dock.
Oh, wait. He gets
That's
it up.
two.
Yeah, like, it's fine. He will end up losing some workers, but he has at least re-secured his side of the strips for it.
Yeah. Still hurts though. BC actually now pulling ahead in the economy department. Triple dock play here. And just pumping out those fishing ships now.
Isn't this like a bit rough? Yeah, okay, so Puppy Paw is going to start inflating spears more. I was about to say, because like right now, you're going to have to mirror a lot of moves from Keshik. So, understandably, he actually goes Spearman on a Civ that rarely does. I feel like Knights Templar always seek the Chevalier Archers.
Yeah. That's a better feeling. Oh, the timing here. What? The time. Oh, this is so important. Getting in there before the outpost finish up is actually so crucial for Puppy Paw. Honestly, I thought that this was just 100% secure at this point in time.
No, Kesh.
But it wasn't.
I mean, the Kesh is
No
gonna,
commitment.
They're going to find nothing as well. Like, this is the thing that's really cool about Puppy Paw's build. He doesn't really need gold. He gets some from pilgriming, and that goes into boats. But, like, it's just food and wood. So you need to find a way onto that tree line, which makes your target point a bit more predictable. Keshiks are going to strike out, though, so we'll be able to reacquire the gold. Archers are just trying to dive for any kill they can find, but Outpost is up. Beastie now secure.
Yeah, tries to at least get a villager kill in. Not gonna work out for him, though.
Okay, we're just Congo
Yeah,
lining
Beastie.
now.
Yeah, couple archers do go down here at the end of it. But behind this, we do still have a lot of the pilgrims connecting with the sacred sites, and so there is a good amount of gold coming in for Puppet Pop behind this. And Knights Templar, water economy, or just in general, like the hybrid economy, should feel a lot better. And I mean, looking at the income overall, it is looking a good bit better for Puppy Paw. Question is just, can he mass up enough units? Can he get this big ball of units in? And more importantly, can he actually like get any value with them?
I swear sometimes these pilgrims just edge for no reason. Like, oh, I'm here. Is Beastie just
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Maybe just a little bit more. Is anyone gonna try to kill me? Anyone gonna kill me? No? Okay. I'm gonna touch
It's like
the
the
site.
Elden Ring bosses. Am I gonna hit? Am I gonna hit? Maybe. Maybe not.
It's like that post.
Oh, one of the pilgrims.
Wait. Okay, there we go. He's not gonna hit. I think Beastie just going in castle. Sorry, I just Mongols. They do this to you. It's just
Not
slip of the
there
tongue.
yet. Yeah, he's gotten a good amount of villager kills in every now and then here and there as well. That's looking quite good for him. Army count Puppy Paw is far ahead. Granted, a lot of the army is out and about on water as well.
I mean,
But still, the army count, he does have a good lead there. Question is, can he get any value in with them? Beastie is just doing a great job of giving him the runaround, finding some villager kills here and there as well.
yeah, they get a bit weird with their position, and Keshik's will look to punish that. But obviously, Beastie doesn't want to hard commit. Actually, does have archers following this up, so looks like he's not going to try to nakedly rush up. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw wants to show him what Archer's bulk looks like. Dives in. We'll find some worker kills on the gold.
Yeah, definitely much needed worker kills here as well. Causing idle time on the gold as well, very important. Sees just how committed Beastie is actually to the gold villagers there. And knows that, okay, maybe I want to do something about that. We're seeing Pierce Armor coming in now. What's another follow-up? Yeah, Pierce damage makes a little sense. It's just going to be the normal Archer Spearman count. Is going to need a ram, though, in order to get past these outposts, I feel like. Either that or just float enough Spearman to take it down, but it's so close to TC as well. Kind of makes it very hard to commit enough into taking down the outpost if there's a TC firing at you as well, potentially.
And Puppy Paw, I mean, he could just hit the tech up quicker here. We have to remember that, like, actually, like, this is a fishing game, so Angevin Empire is really strong in this particular one, especially against Mass Keshik.
Yeah. Spearman a little bit off position. Archers do have to fear for their life, and Beastie's getting very close to Castle Age. Looks like Puppy Paw is kind of flirting with the idea of Castle Age as well behind it. But Beastie just a little bit quicker there.
And the build makes
To
sense.
talk about it, Beastie invested a lot more into the economy behind all of this. And oh man, this Pilgrim could have significantly sped up the speed of Castle Age here.
Wait. He's sending it.
No, he's committing?
Yeah, he's actually committing. I mean, the step read out is like a logical call. I think Puppy Paw has the right read. The Beastie army is just not big enough to really milk Kurotai for a defense. So we'll see if it works out. I mean, you said you want to see a ram to deal with the outposts, and Puppy Paw gives you a tip of the hat.
Yeah, Siege Engineering now on its way. But still, the resources definitely tell me that Castle Age is also going to be a follow-up, so maybe it's just going to be a 1-2 here into that. It was pretty much already depleted, so once that goes down, Puppy Paw, like, Beastie isn't really going to be too incentivized into rebuilding that. Yeah, with 20 stone, you could argue maybe it's just better to not take it down. Maybe go for production buildings instead.
I mean, 6... Imagine later in the game, you don't really think about it and just drop an Uvu. The pain. And there
Oh,
we go.
would be sad.
Angerman's coming through. Also just makes it so much harder to kill those docks. Like, you know, the 30% health goes a long way, especially when your opponent's spamming a little bit of Keshik's, nothing too heavy. So, pretty safe now.
Yeah. Yeah, Mora means that these archers are going to be a lot quicker than Puppy Paws at the moment. Upgrade's not quite in yet. Veterancy on the Keshik's only just now hit. In theory, Puppy Paw, if he gets his remaining archer count in there, he's going to be fine to take fights. But maybe just wants to wait for his own upgrades to come in.
He's going to want to be fast because although it looks like Beastie's building an army, that's a lie. There's a bank. It's building fast.
Oh, he's going straight for it, man. He's just getting the upgrades as a feint.
He's like, yo, I got to break a record here. I mean, it is going to taste of sadness because there is one big problem with this play, is that because he doesn't have an Uvu, there's no spring emplacements to help with the defense.
Yeah. I mean, Puppy Boy, he's just blobbing a whole ton of units behind this, right? And Beastie, he still needs a lot of food. And we talked about this earlier as well. Sure, if you have a lot of food, that's good. But a lot of food doesn't help you if you don't have the gold to upgrade units, because then it's just Castle Age, but sad.
These villagers feel a
Little
bit
raid
sad.
coming in.
Oh. The fan base just are drawing so much attention. Like, reminder, BC hasn't added in more Keshiks. This is like it, right? He's fully stopped production, and he's going to get a tech up, while Puppy Paw's entire army is on the wrong side of the map.
This is so tough at the moment now for Puppy Paw. Just, he had to pull so much to react to this every single time. These archers, they don't do too much damage, but at least should be able to pick off one of the Keshiks. Would probably prefer him even taking down the Khan, just to like deny vision at least on these Keshiks.
That was a bit comical. The defense are actually, I don't think, mad because there's only plastic archers. But it's interesting that like BC going the double range. I think it kind of makes it look like he was going to play the Age more as well. So it's very subtle but smart the way he's used techs. Plus that initial archer surge to make it look like this was a committed castle.
There we go, Kagan and Castle coming in, and Puppy Paw, he's got a couple of men-at-arms as well. So armored units are in for him. We're seeing some production buildings coming in now for BC, but he's just spending significant amount of resources.
Oh my god.
Oh, step it out. We have a little bit of a...
You know what? It's
travel
probably a
long
good thing
way
you guys don't go there because there's a problem coming. Puppy Paw is marching forward.
Yes, Beastie's still trying to harass with a couple of units there in the back.
He's got no gold.
This time around, though, Puppy Paw isn't falling back with the entire army.
No, because like BC is in a weird position here. He doesn't have gold. He doesn't have outposts that really defend him, right? It's just arrowslets. This is weird right now.
And Puppy Paw, he's not falling for it. He's going for it. He knows that there is something going on, and the perfect timing. He's got the military right in front of Beastie's base just as the Age Up hits.
And the RNG says, let's get Magadai against 45 archers.
Not the best, not the best. Clean up now on the outpost. He's going to be able to allow a lot of escape room there for villagers. We do see the step redoubt going towards the large gold vein in the middle, and there's a lot of villagers trying to scoot around the shoreline there.
The villagers didn't see this. So this is going to be gold gathering galore. And what the archer ship's going to be there to stop Puppy Paw from the shenanigans. I don't know what it was open for.
They clumped up.
One will survive barely. But Puppy Paw,
he makes it out.
Yeah, but he doesn't know. Like this is almost worse, right? It's like because you checked the area, like you never saw the gold. You saw that. Oh yeah, he has like docks. So torch is out. It's going to be the primary TC. BC's going to start to stage a defense behind this. Well,
it's going to be tough though.
I mean, with this gold. It's a second group of Magadai again.
Doesn't feel too great.
I guess with the outpost arrow fire, you could target down the archers here to make it a bit better. But the Magadai... Okay, that's not
just
usually
getting taken down.
how they get used. They stand their ground. He trusts in the vet archers instead. The Warlord's going to be a whiff. The TC is surviving, however. And Beastie, he hasn't lost any real economy yet.
There's so many more units coming in. Warrior Monks next.
The meta-arms with Warrior Monks may actually be good enough. He just needs time, and this is so risky. Look at the deer gathering just to the west there. Like, Puppy Paw, there's so many exposure points he's just not aware of. The deer to the west, the gold vein to the east. He's just committed to this, and I'm not sure this is enough.
Look at the blob flow, though. There are so many red dots just moving across. A lot of men-at-arms as well. I think a couple of them are potentially stuck on the landmark there in the middle of the map. But eventually, he's going to be able to start just taking down the buildings, taking down the landmarks. Most importantly, the Kaganet. Once he's able to take that down, we've seen how that worked out in the previous set.
Oh, that was sick.
Yeah.
He used the Magadai to try and cut reinforcements. The hand cannoneers are ambitious, though. He's only got like 3 of them. They're getting target fire down. The Warrior Monks have hit the field, so the men-at-arms just became a lot more tanky. And the military lead, I think it's shrinking.
A little bit, yeah. Like, there's a lot more hand cannoneers suddenly coming out in queue as well. They are very expensive, but he is on a large gold vein. Looks like Puppypaw does realize that something's going up, but can he deny this? Beastie doesn't have any ships yet, but we saw not any real ships, I want to say, some archer ships, but we've seen the potential of bow chance before.
Okay, so gold gathering looking good, but about to get harassed. But there's a mixture in here. Springords, all of them actually. Arrow slits, Springord, and the cannon. The cannon is the key one, but that's on the fort. I believe it's the northern tower that's upgrading that. Seek Shell is going to come through. There's not much torchpower here currently. And it feels like Puppypaw's not going to be able to get enough torchpower here quick enough before those upgrades kick in.
There's so many units just being distracted right now. Another Warrior Monk. Okay, actually, at this point in time, Warrior Monks are getting kind of tough here in this one, I want to say.
The Boucheron's also coming. I think Puppypaw...
Hey, huh?
This many men-at-arms, this ram play, this timing by him... I'm not entirely convinced right now.
Mangadai?
Oh.
Yes. You do see the reaction coming in, though. Reinforcements going over towards them, but they did take down a good amount of villagers.
I think that was 4 going down, plus the lower speed bars on a bunch of the others. And the army has postured now around the big vein. Similar to the last Mongol game, it will be decided by these edge veins.
Are these men-at-arms that Beastie's making a lead, or are they still
they're just
normal Castle Age men-at-arms? Yeah.
They've got the Warrior Monks.
Yeah, they're still Castle Age.
And cannon placement's going to be there. Rams need to focus fire that down. Warrior Monks are going to lead the charge. The buff's going to start scattering across them. Arrow ships are helping out a little here. But the cannon being on the front side is a big negative for Beastie. It's going to get target fire down straight away. It's removed from the equation. But the military lead that Puppypaw had an overwhelming advantage with doesn't really exist anymore. There's not much between them. And the hand cannon quality is starting to leak through. Villagers scare away the Rams. He survives the onslaught. And Puppypaw is going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Saint's Blessing just working wonders on these men-at-arms, plus 4 armor on them, meaning they only take 1 single point of damage. And now Nest of Bees, double Nest of Bees.
At the time where it was going to matter most, archers plus the crossbows. There is some horsemen coming from Puppypaw, but this horseman idea tends to feel worse and worse the longer you're now stuck in castle with hand cannoneer scaling. And the horse archers, the Magadai, they just keep getting in. I mean, sure, you can recruit Pumbaa, but we're 22 minutes into a game involving fishing. I don't think he's going to make the difference anymore.
Yeah, and the archers just don't feel good enough at this point in time. A couple of the hand cannoneers, a little bit overexposed, though. Need to be quite careful. Yeah, it feels so difficult trying to get onto these hand cannoneers with just this big front line of men-at-arms there as well. If BC is able to get them up, next up we're getting Hugh Pow in as well.
Okay, finally he rolled something bad.
Finally. Oh, this is difficult though. Like this is, yeah, we're also getting the mass food transition now. It's kind of crazy just how long he's been able to like be on these outer resources with like the deer as well.
Yeah. It's like the tunnel vision, right? Like I think what BC done really well here is he used the concept of Kaganet against Puppypaw, right? It's like, yeah, what Puppypaw done makes sense on a land map. But between the flank resources, the fishing as well, he became a bit too tunnel visioned, forgetting that there's other sources of production.
Yeah. Mainly the Kaganet Palace, just potentially being able to take that one down would have been so important for him, because then you just deny like the entire age up priority from Beastie. But look at this, so many hand cannoneers and men-at-arms now. Double Nest of Bees. It hurts so much.
We're getting post-im 24-minute wheelbarrow, by the way. He never got it. Yeah, he only ends up losing, what, 3 villages there? Unbelievable.
He's trying to run, but where do you run off to? Beastie splitting off his army, wants to catch him on the other side of the wood line. There are more reinforcements coming in, though.
And cannons are there.
Yeah, these archers. And cannons, maybe. Archers.
I mean,
They're going for it.
It just doesn't even work as a trade, right? He should probably take it, because how are you ever getting away from this? And we've just seen it, right? BC's now taking the military lead in this game. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's... At this point, it's just no real return anymore possible. Yeah, managed to, like... The very, very thin line here. Puppy Paw just not... Like, he had so many units. He just didn't find the correct timing, I want to say, to, like, surround the Kaganet. Yeah, just take down the Kaganet Palace. There was a moment where he just had so many men-at-arms in the middle hitting the deer stones.
I think more than that, and
just not moving forward.
GG comes out. Imperial Mongols, once again, the go-to solution to all of your concerns. And, you know, we look at this game. You mentioned the Kaganet as the focus point. I think, like, there was another one, right? Like, I think for Beastie, the most important thing for clutching up there was the step readout move to the center of the map. And and that is what kept him alive. He had the food, he didn't have the gold, right? He didn't even have the emplacements for a long time, if you remember. He had so much time on that flank where Puppy Paw was fully fixated on the main base. It's just a smart read by Beastie to realize that actually his TC matters very little at that stage.
Yeah. This was absolutely crazy, man. I feel like there was a point where maybe we needed a horseman switch much earlier on the side of the Knights Templar, just because you have so much food from the water, right? And when you're running all the way across the map, it actually makes a pretty big difference whether you've got horsemen or men-at-arms. Horsemen also just being a lot tankier when it comes to just surviving up against arrow fire. A little bit more health, roughly same pierce armor. And once the villagers do go out of these outposts, do go out in general, just horsemen able to catch up much quicker. And most importantly, just the mobility. We talked about earlier as well, the deer being out there on the map, just not being spotted in time, or just not being, like, not having the mobility to just have a couple of horsemen go up there as well.
Well, as a result, history does repeat itself for the second time, as once again a Canadian is struck by the Mongol lightning. But up next, we change it up a bit. Dry Arabia for Chinese versus Rus. How do you feel about this matchup?
I talked about it a couple of times, right? Like, you got this very, very late farm transition from the Rus, where if China's able to get to that point where Rus need to transition and China hasn't taken significant damage yet, then China wins. It's like the scaling point. But the question is, like, after Pro Scout, how much longer does Rus have until they need to farm transition in comparison to China? China typically farm transitions like 20 minutes into the game. Rus more like 25, 30 minutes. Depending on the deer split, like, if you're able to take a significant, like, larger amount of deer from Rus, like if it's a 3-to-1 deer split, which is very rare, then suddenly it flips on its head and China just wins straight up.
Do you like the idea of a similar strat to what Anatan done with China earlier today, right? Where, like, you open with some archers? No?
No, doesn't work. Doesn't work. Against Rus, what are you even going to hit with the archers?
I guess I was thinking, like, trying to deny the Pro Scouts, but then, like, you get into, I guess, an equal archer off where Rus will eventually
like, if you want to deny Pro Scouts, at that point, just go Pro Scouts yourself.
The classic. And I mean, in fairness, right, like, Rus were hindered a little bit by these changes, right, on the deer shove not being there, whereas China, they weren't really focused on the deer shove. It's just the ridiculously aggressive timings on unlocking Pro Scouts.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like that big of a deal at the end of the day, right? Like, it's kind of big when we, like, looked at it, just how the scouts were used previously. But, like, you can still do a lot of things with the scouts. Just have them on the opponent's side immediately and just steal deer over there instead of shoving in your own deer. It's going to be interesting to see. We're jumping right into it, though. Game number 2 now between these two, Puppy Paw and Beastie. China versus Rus here on Dry Arabia, the driest of Arabia. And we do kind of feel that dry heat at the moment here as well.
God, yes. I am not a biased caster often, but if we could get some fast games. It's getting hot. I had to close the doors. It's nighttime now. I don't want to get flocked by moths, but let's see if someone's going to get swarmed by the bees or the archers here. Beastie with the roost in the yellow, Puppy Paw with the Chinese in the red. Looking at these spawns, I think Puppy Paw got a pretty, I don't know, do I say decent one here? I mean, it's nicely clumped together resources, but it is open fields against potential horse archers.
You do always have the option of locking down some of these resources with a Song Dynasty Barbican, for example. And the deer are very nicely positioned for him. You can do some funky things with walling to the stone mines and then to the wood line, have like the back option there completely for you. There is a very large open area in the back of Puppy Paw space as well, which you gotta be somewhat happy about as the Chinese, because that's like prime granary spots right there. Like having a large open area, that's perfect for granaries and relatively easy to wall along the top side as well.
Meanwhile, for Beastie, I mean, why do we care about the gold location? He's not going to touch it for 20 minutes.
Even like, let's see if he's going to touch it even after 20 minutes. To be fair, like,
I think
it's one of those sieves, right? One of those sieves.
like I gave up on the absurdity when I remember like midway through the KPMMs we had transhumans and Roos would just sit there with their gold untouched in a corner for 25 minutes. I was like, surely
Sounds about right.
he needs gold for something, right? Nope, guy straight up went Imperial off of Golden Gate.
Can we just have 1v1 nomads in KPMM in the next iteration?
I've been considering it. I'd have to give them more workers. I don't know how people would feel about that. There has been some controversial opinions on it in the past. So Beastie actually sitting here with like a lot of gold, actually. Did he?
I mean, that's the benefit that you get with just double hunting cabin, right? Like, it's just a lot of gold generated. So by the time that
Wait, okay. Oh, that I was like, they look a bit close. No, he did go further. I like that. He went just a little bit further out, but optimized the way of dropping the house so that he didn't overlap the trees. Because like we've seen a lot of players just say to hell with it, and they drop the cabins a bit too close, and they share like 7 or 8 trees.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing,
That's
right? Like,
perfect.
who's gonna go Dark Age aggression up against the Roos?
Wait, is that is perfect?
That is perfect, picture perfect.
That is mathematically perfect. Look at that. You could sprinkle some sugar grains and they'd actually drop through to the other side.
It's like splitting atoms.
They're just almost apart. All right, so
Golden Gate coming in now.
are you ready for the fun of Pro Scouts v Pro Scouts, where you might as well just have a podcast for the first 3 minutes?
Yes, that is. I'm so ready for this. So anyway, how's your day been so far, KP?
Long, hot, pretty hype though. Yeah, I can't complain.
We've got good sets.
Yeah, and like the benefit of like my career is I get to avoid the crying babies. I like how that's
I'm
when the celebration. My partner, bless her, dealing with the 2 kids on her own, and I just get to sit here talking about video games.
Ah, yes, work.
It's very hard work, Crackety. Okay, I have to speak, drink. If I see one more Pro Scouts game, the drink will be alcoholic.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can emphasize with that. This is like, please, this meta.
Here we go, Horseman, baby. It's time to get up in
Let's
someone's
go.
face.
Yeah, I guess Puppy Paw, he noticed. Wait, my deer are dying. Something's going on there. Wait, no, he's going the other way. My deer are dying. Something might be going on there, but I'll still go the other way.
And now, Beastie, I mean, Horsemen are kind of annoying. Like, you can react Spearman, but it does slow you down. They can just cut you out still. He has also got, like, a very wide deer spawn, right? Like, so unless you want to contest Puppy Paw's back deer, which feels so difficult, it's going to be annoying how you have to now react to this Horseman opening.
And, I mean, Puppy Paw, he's got the benefit right now. Beastie is trying to contest the deer over there, but Puppy Paw, he's a lot closer, and he's got supervision on his stables. I think this is just gonna be an even villagers, like not villager, but like an even deer split at the end. No two real ways about it. Do have the horseman though, just making things a little bit more complicated here.
I think like 2 is fine. Anything more is a bit crazy, right? Like I guess you could...
Horseman, Icarus, Icarus.
Sir.
This is a Wendy's.
I think he's sleeping.
He'll be fine. He'll walk it off.
I don't think he'll ever
Another
walk
horseman.
again. And Beastie is now going to be the spin reaction. So sometimes these type of matchups are comical, where you put all this effort into taking your opponent's like deer, and usually you only succeed because they're doing the exact same thing at the exact same pace.
Yeah. I mean, BC's even investing a lot more into scouts at this point in time. Being able to take the 2 deer away there, that's a pretty big delta. 700 food delta now coming in. And yeah, Puppy Paw now sees the spear. And we do have the immediate archery range follow-up. But it feels kind of bad as well, sticking around that long in Feudal Age when you already know that your opponent is gonna hit Castle Age within the next 2 minutes.
He has to, otherwise he's above the average. Which in this particular realm of description is a bad thing. It's not like when you discover you're slightly taller than everyone else in high school.
Bumba's getting pulled, is actually able to secure the deer that way.
And I think like Puppy Paw, I mean with 6 archers, is there really many deer left here? Can he actually hit the timing is what I'm wondering. It's like, yeah.
I mean, what resource are you gonna hit? Is the question, right? Like, are you gonna hit the gold? JK, there's nobody there.
What about his wood
Are you gonna
line?
hit the wood line? There's a wooden fortress there.
But if we just shoot,
So what are you
shoot
gonna
them
hit?
through the arrow slits, we can take them out.
I don't think they've had. How would you put a sniper scope on a bow? Because I've seen Far Cry 3 do it. But honestly, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, okay, maybe this doesn't work.
I think the more important part to making that succeed is that you put a grenade on the end of the arrow.
That'll work. We've got grenadiers in the game. We've got the technology, right?
Honestly, grenade hunting is one of the most efficient form of hunting.
What about electrocuting fish?
It's very expensive on the electricity bill. You might as well just buy a cheap stick of dynamite.
Fair.
All right, so
There we
I've
go.
got
Yeah,
high
trade.
house.
That's a
Look at that. That's how
not
you
a-
kill him. That's how
Oh,
you...
maybe
no,
one
no,
village?
no.
yeah. Gets one villager kill, but you cannot dive that.
This-
It's just not possible. Puppy Ball's gonna need a minute, then he'll be able to get his own age up in behind this. Deer split relatively even towards the end of it all, but yeah, just no damage that you can really do now with your feudal age army.
Wanna bet? He's almost killed a villager again.
What a... Oh,
He's almost killed a villager.
and he's losing
Again.
all of his archers for it.
I mean, he's got extra archers. I'm just not sure if that feels like a good statement to hear. He's not too far from his own tech up. And we do also have to
Yeah.
remember, like, you know, you've got more food technically than, like, Bruce here, right? Because you've got the supervision. The sad reality is this high trade house now means that your food's going to run out first.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? And now Beastie with the age up, we're seeing horsemen. Okay, there we go. The camp archers. That's the real bread and butter here of the Ruse army.
The way you said that, I can't tell if you were just completely confused or completely enthralled.
I was just like, why would you go horsemen when you've just hit Castle Age? Aren't there, like, I don't know, more armored units that you might want to invest into?
Is it a bait?
I think it's just like to have a little bit of front line up against the archers. We do now see lances coming in from Puppy Paw. Even has the double, actually triple stable coming in now from him.
Whoa, big boy. I mean, you definitely can afford it with this type of deer gathering, right? And I think it's because he's even got supervision on. Is that 2 of them? That's crazy.
No. I think he's supervising the economy buildings, right? Because that's the reason why you get 3 stables,
Yeah.
because you're not supervising them.
I think the tricky one is, you know how it is with these taxmen. They've actually got eyes in the back of their head. You think they're watching you, but they're actually then watching a building behind you. And we have got the Monk timing. So, Puppy Paw, I mean, looking at the relic spread, Dry Arabia is usually pretty even. I think this one is actually about as balanced as you could ask for.
Yeah.
He's posturing in the center. So, Archers, they are getting vetted. So, Puppy Paw's just going for a classic Knight Archer comp, which I think solves for the Horse Archer mass quite well, right?
Until Boyer's Fortitude comes in. Boyer's Fortitude just kind of flips it all on its head, because suddenly, like, you're gonna be able to survive like 3 or 4 additional archer shots. Yeah. It makes it... I mean, that's the thing as well with like the cavalry archer, right? Like, it's such an unfocused unit. It does everything. It does a little bit of everything, and
It's a jack
I don't
of all
know.
trades,
It kind of
but
feels...
it's like maybe a bit too masterful at all of them as well.
It's lazy story writing is what it is. It's Game of Thrones level story writing.
It's like, you know, it's unimaginative, like, actor hiring. You know, he's like, yo, who should we get for this epic part? Pedro Pascal. He'll do a good job. Now, I love Pedro Pascal.
He's gonna sell me AirPods.
Exactly. But he is in everything, just like Horse Archers in every single brew strategy. Every once in a while, I would...
I've never noticed him until the Apple ad.
And now you see him everywhere.
Oh no! That cannot happen.
Oh,
That
it did.
cannot happen.
BC's feeling pretty good. He's like, where was my front line? You got my front line. Drops off the relic because he just profited an easy peasy 300 resources. just kill the scout. At this point, just kill the goddamn scout. He's going for the relic again.
This time around, he's brought friends.
It's a mockery at this stage, right? It's almost just like the focus on this fight after the wall. It's like you just have to rub salt into the wound.
Behind us, more relics being taken as well. Looks like one of the warrior monks at least is going to get picked off on the left-hand side.
Psych.
No.
No.
The scout?
Yes, give me another scout. Another scout. Look at that.
Oh, no.
Fantastic.
Another scout.
More frontline for my Horse Archers.
No blacksmith upgrades in, though, for BC at the moment. So the knights are actually going to trade quite decently, even up against Cav archers.
And the
Veterancy on the archer. Oh, but look at that. He's got enough there to one-shot them. That is great. That is great. Can he find the timing?
Oh my
He's
God, he
actually
got
got
it.
enough military here.
Okay, yeah, but the relics are getting home. Like, there's 3 relics. So, like, you need to find a dive here, right, is the key now. Horse
That's the
Archers-
point, right? Like, your opponent invested a lot into these warrior monks. You have not invested jack into monks, into relics. You're just living in the moment.
Yeah, like, while BC was busy hiring Pedro Pascal, you walked out into the street, found a random guy called John, and was like, you'll be great at this. But it turns out John was actually a prodigy kid. It's working. We've got 12 Lancers. We've got a crossbow switch coming in as BC begins the Knights. Can he keep the pressure up this dive?
That's gonna be the question here, right? We're diving past the outpost now as well. Knights a little bit too far away from the archers. Archers just now coming back there as well.
The Warrior Monks. Saints Blessing's going to help out a little here. And they are quite tanky
Yeah.
themselves, so that's going to be his saving grace. Puppy Paw, a cool idea, but he's running out of steam for the dive.
Just ran a little bit too deep here, potentially without the entire mass in. More units coming in, still a lot more lances in queue. Cost a little bit of idle time on Beastie's side as well, though. Very important. Deer are running thin behind us, though. Has to go out onto the berries.
I think Beastie's guarding the closest relic to Puppy Paw's base, so, like, there isn't even a sneak back there. There's only one that he can really guard currently. Yeah, it's just a pitiful spearman, but he'll know.
I don't think he's still made a monastery at this point in time, like thoroughly just invested into this all-in aggression now. But he needs to make it work rather soon because BC is just remassing into the Cav archers.
Spearman gets cleared. I mean, at this stage, Puppy Paw's... I think, yeah, I don't think you can go back for relics until you have an edge. Like, it's not as if he has Song Dynasty either, so he's not scaling a work account at all. And you have to remember, like, we were talking about the high trade house, right? Like, that's adding in extra gold, extra food, forever and ever and ever. And now he has the extra relics to generate even further. Not to mention Golden Gate, which just becomes a very clutch means to make sure that the food transitions even further off.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe Puppy Paw just needs rams now as well. in order to start doing real damage to the infrastructure. I'm not sure how long he can, in theory, dive. We're getting Boyer's Fortitude in now. This is the moment. Like, as soon as Boyer's Fortitude comes in, these fights are going to become much, much harder for Puppy Paw. He's trying to go for a surround on two sides into the base of Beastie. Reinforcements are getting picked off.
Nice cut there. And he's going to realize what's happening early enough. He's going to get back. So that's -2 Lancers. Really expensive for Puppy Paw. Well, hello. Lancers, they
gets
get
a
a tree
good
line.
raid.
Big hit there. Body blocks it in. And all of a sudden, the worker lead is accelerating. Puppy Paw, it may not be song, but it is a sweet, sweet song to hear all those deaths. Even more workers running around like headless chickens. Beastie is on the ropes here.
Behind
Not
this
again.
also does realize that Beastie has finally run out of deer. He is on the berry, so maybe there is a point now to go for these fights. Boyer's Fortitude not quite in yet.
He's fighting without
So
it.
this fight, it's going to be the best fight he can take now. Just a couple more seconds, though.
His horse archers are tanking. The knights now have it. Villagers get idled once again, this time away from the food. And Puppy Paw, there's just no counter pressure onto his economy whatsoever. Beastie, at this stage, it feels like you're going to need one of those miracle wall lulls, but instead of just being let me get 1 lancer, you're going to need 5. Line is thinning a little bit, so horse archers are going to clear up there. The archers are now down the TC. TC can target fire down the crossbows if it so chooses. Needs to be doing so.
Might just get sacrificed.
I mean, he has to, right? Like, if he gets any deeper, it's once again going to be workers fully idled out. And they will go deeper.
Crossbow's not moving forward.
They're egg clicking. Wait, are they just... They're attacking buildings right now. It's just archer v
They're
horse
attacking
archer.
buildings.
Oh, no.
Oh, Puppy Paw.
Surely not. He's only got 7 lances left. Like,
He's choking.
there's no firepower. He's not joking at this point. There's a giant boulder rammed down his throat. He can't breathe.
The Cav Archer class, though, is starting to thin out as well, and there's still the crossbows in the back.
Maybe. They're walking back towards it. Oh, return to sender here. Puppy Paw. Those crossbows that have just been standing here are going to draw all fire. More lancers coming through. There's barely any army left. Beastie is now 21 workers behind. Surely this is enough for the Canadian.
It has to be, right? It just has to be. Still, though, Beastie able to get a 4th relic in behind us, but only 36 villagers left. No more military, no more food income at all to speak of. There is no way in hell that Beastie can come back from this. Villagers spotted in the back there as well. Even more going down. The economy just does not exist anymore.
The Hyman maneuver worked. Puppy Paw is not choking at all. Full defib into action at this stage, Beastie. I've heard of just grinding it out to pull off a miracle. But you're going to need about 5 different miracles from 5 different religions simultaneously to come back into this game now. What?
More villagers getting found, but at this point in time, it's just how much more can you lose and still
Give him the win.
not surrender?
Just give him the win.
There's no way. You're down to less than 20 villagers in a bit.
But I've got 4 relics in a high trade house, and I'm Roos. And I have 3 farms. How many do you have, Puppy Paw? None. He has none.
There's nothing left at this point in time, and
He's going for the Kiliadi
Man.
record, I think. Is it 6 villagers?
What's the Kiljadi record?
6
villagers
at
before you
36
call?
minutes. Yeah, so
yeah,
we got
Sounds
a little,
about right.
a little way to go. And think about it this way. You can't actually kill more of BC's economy now. Because he's got...
Will he lose versus buildings?
I mean... You can't kill them right now. He's got too many archers. Finally, the GG comes through. Puppy Paw reminding us why China has always been such a staple pick for the Canadian.
Oh man, honestly, I was on the seat of my edge there, the edge of my seat. They're just like this fight, like every now and then it looked like maybe Beastie has just enough in order to hold out, has just enough, like kites through his base, the choke points just not quite being in favor of Puppy Paw there. And man, there were a couple of moments where just the crossbows staying back, and
It had me worried. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Is this actually happening? Like the double fire from the defenses, but nah, Puppy Paw had a plan. It made sense. The plan got really weird. I honestly wouldn't be surprised there was a moment where he's like, this is working, right? Like, why has he not surrendered the game yet? And Oh dear God, it's happening again. Reminder that the next map happened in the WAM Beastie series. Enlightened Horizon, English versus Ottomans. It did not work against Beastie in that game.
Wait, is it Puppy Paw with the? I think it's Puppy Paw with the English here.
I'm pretty sure it's
We're
Puppy
seeing
Paw.
the. Is this like the moment where like Wham was like, no, trust me, it's actually really good. It's actually really good. You just gotta do it like this.
You just need to kill him faster. You know, like I understand Puppy Paw's mindset. You remember the core coaching, right? You just need to be better. Okay, so like the feedback after he would have assessed the game with Wham, they would have both looked at each other and went, we know what we need to do. And in sync, as twins do, they just go, be better. And that's how
I don't know,
England's
man.
win.
Just play better.
Yep.
Yeah. Famous Puppy Paw quote.
Just win, forehead.
Yeah. I'm just glad Core didn't pay for that coaching lesson.
I think he did and got refunded. This was the point, though, right? Like when you saw the Archer card at that stage getting for you, like, yeah, maybe. Oh, thank God it wasn't. Like, you know what? Maybe it should have been if people really want Roost to get nerfed. Now, sorry, Crackety, I think China's getting nerfed. That's the way Reddit brain works. You're done.
Yeah.
You're out of here. Packed to the bin. But English is a civ that's been in the bin for multiple seasons now.
Yeah, this is gonna be like, I'm not sure what even the idea is behind picking English on Enlightened Horizon. Like, you're not really bulking the army count. You're bulking the army quality early on with the men-at-arms, but that also doesn't feel that good when you're up against a civilization like the Ottomans, where if they just mass up enough, they'll eventually be able to get imams in, and then your entire men-at-arms are kind of like very, very heavily discounted because they just don't do as much damage anymore against the healing.
Yeah, the theory here, I get what he's looking for. We talked about this when we were reviewing the WAM series. Like, English against Ottomans can make sense on like a standard map. You know, like late game is quite nice. You have the Lombos deal with the Janissaries, so you don't have to get close to them. And then you just like spear bulk up with attack speed, etc. So there's competency there. But Enlightened Horizon, where you have to address the merchant camps, right? It almost feels like you can't ignore them. If you don't deal with them, your opponent's going to get free worker lead off of the passive income at like 6 minutes, which is just insane. And then the wolf dens. So, does he men at arms, or is this just a strict counter halt rush? Like, because I can't. I almost feel like a father. I cannot condone you building men at arms here, Crackety. Okay.
The thing is, these caravan points, the points of interest, they're so important. You're getting so many resources there. Then there's as well the wolf dens. You just can't have your opponent get free 300 gold early on.
Yeah.
It's just too much value, man. And so you have to do something in the Dark Age, and there's only one thing you can do, and it is men-at-arms.
All right, hear me out. We flipped the script. It's Puppy Paw's Malian strategy. He goes out onto the merchant camp, builds a mill, clubs sheep there, builds an outpost, safe.
Sounds good. Let's see how it's actually going to work out. Game number 3 coming at you live, as we do have Puppy Paw with the English moving out there onto his caravan point. We do see the barracks coming in on the outside there. Same for Beastie as the Ottomans. Enlightened Horizons, the name of the game. And yeah, I mean, it's we're seeing English come in, and we talked about this KP, like English. That's kind of weird.
It's a bit funky. Maybe he's going to enlighten us on this particular map, though. Dare I say, it's as simple as just getting Lombos and winning the game.
Will he broaden our horizons, so to say?
I think he might not. I'm sorry. I'm not going to.
I think Wham tried that earlier.
And it didn't quite work out. And, you know, we came into this series, guys. Game 1 was a repeat from the WAM series as well. And we're like, well, maybe they had an idea and they've calibrated and they fixed the issues. Beastie was able to topple a second Canadian with that matchup, and he might be able to, for the second time today, do the same matchup against a Canadian and beat them on the same map. But men-at-arms going to hit the field. Beastie is reacting with the spearmen. Both of them committed the racks out, right? I believe Beastie didn't build the house out on the merchant camp, though. No.
Maybe at this point in time, Beastie isn't just countering the playstyle. Maybe he's specifically countering the Canadians.
Ah, got it. It's getting in the head. He's massaging the temple. He's going maple syrup, maple syrup, maple syrup. Trees.
He's an anti-Canada style player.
Yeah. Oh, got it. So he drinks golden syrup.
What syrup?
A golden syrup? I don't know. Like what's the difference between golden syrup and maple syrup? Isn't golden syrup just fake maple syrup? So the one's just like processed sugar beet, and then the other's maple syrup.
Corn syrup. Oh, it's corn syrup.
Corn syrup. That's We just got this is called golden syrup here.
Looks like Beastie is going to be able to get the first wolf. Then the Men-at-Arms just arrive a little bit way too late.
Oh, a little bit way too late.
Yeah.
Maybe if they didn't show up to the battle late because they spent all this time putting their armor on, they would have actually competed. And he's just going to run by them, is it? Yep.
I'm out of here.
This is just not fair,
Honestly,
right?
I like the initial idea here more, where Puppy Paw was just trying to contest the caravan points of interest inside of Beastie space. Maybe just use the scout in order to deny or snipe the wolves then. Or just like a single Man-at-Arm.
It's just
like,
sad to watch
Puppy
these
Paw
guys.
is just... Yeah, Puppy Paw is more than just a little bit behind when it comes to the age up. He's going to be in Dark Age for the next 2 more minutes.
Yeah,
at least.
And you remember, like, in the olden days, Mongols...
He's not stopping.
Do you remember in the olden days, like, Mongols had the solution against, like, this Englishman arms play by building horsemen? Was the idea, right? Like, well, this civ's about to age up on you, and they have horsemen. They have some of the best horsemen in the game. And they have the food to get them.
And it's not just that. Puppy Paw, he hasn't even moved out to gold yet. He is now trying to get his own wolf's den in. But there's the spearman coming in.
Oh, come on.
And I think the scout's about to go down.
What scout? Whoa, get out of there, boy.
Decimal point.
Okay, we need floats, round up. Okay, so the awkward thing here though is like Beastie could just waste your time because he doesn't want spears. He's against English. Like it's the worst unit to have at the feudal stage of the game, right? So like this is perfect. He knows they're eventually gonna die, but he's completely ruined Puppy Paw's competitive timing. There isn't a timing.
Puppy Paw does at the very least have the caravan points here at the moment, so is getting a good amount of economy for the time being. He just really wants that wolf den, and if Beastie gets the wolf den from him, it's a tragedy. But looks like maybe he's getting it in time. The spearmen are returning. Burn, baby, burn.
Come on, no, not like this. The scout as well.
No, he stopped.
The scout was no, please, not like this. The spears. He gets it. Come on.
Puppy Paw! He needs gold now. Villagers immediately move out to gold, but that is such a devastation. My God.
I know you're playing English, but you haven't got a roleplay Oliver Twist here. This is the poor boy asking for more right now. Unbelievable. Rushes all the workers across. Beastie's so chill about it. He builds a military school. No rush here to get the boys out.
Two. Why build one? Just build two. He's already got the stone for like another one afterwards. Once he gets the vizier point in. This hurts at the moment.
Is it me or was it always Beastie with this? Like I remember we had this in the early days of Enlightened Horizon. He got a ridiculous snatch in those days as well. Like this, he always seems to be the culprit. It's ridiculous.
I want to say that, like, at the moment, though, like, this is a significant timing invention for Beastie, of course, getting 300 resources for free. Getting the double caravan points, though.
And now, wait, Abbey of Kings. Is this
a mass men-at-arms? Oh,
yeah.
Is he doing that? Like, mass men-at-arms? We're seeing the farms in as well now?
Is it poor man's Burgrave?
I think it might be, KP. I think it might just be, and I gotta say, like, look at that. There's a way to his opponent's base.
I mean, I think
a very open way.
You bum rush him and drop a white tower in his base, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we've seen it work before, right? I heard on Reddit that it's an unbeatable floating point. That's an unbeatable strategy.
I mean, if this guy cheats death any more times, the Reaper's going to come up personally to deal with him.
BC at the moment isn't trying to recap his own points of interest. Grant, he doesn't really know just where the men-at-arms exactly are.
But he shall
gonna
not
decide
fear
to play
them for
chill.
long, Crackety. Those cavalry are coming. Those cavalry, the Sipahi. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
How did you
Wait.
guys... Okay,
They blinked.
clearly, the Oliver Twist quote was correct, because these guys are so
He trapped
slim.
them inside.
They got through
He
that
deleted he deleted the pillar. He trapped them in.
Oh, no! Yeah, good luck getting back to the Abbey of Kings. Oh, the Imam play. Like, this is the thing. Oh, BC looks across it. Wow, interesting. The Abbey of Kings strategy. Well, I have a mobile Abbey of Kings. So, checkmate.
Yeah, it's a lot more healing from the imams that you can get from the king, right? Especially on the field, during the fights, immediately after the fights.
I like how he turns around
Sipahi.
after Fortitude ends.
Yeah.
That hurts.
And
All
Sipahi, man, they're just so tanky. They have so much more health as well compared to a men-at-arm. A premium unit, by the way. Premium unit.
Did I mention we'll throw in a horse as well for that price? Yeah.
Oh, Puppet Boy, he is actually just aging up. Look at that. King's Palace coming in.
So he chooses greed.
This feels bad. This feels really bad up against the Ottoman. Like, Ottomans are really, really fine when it comes to skipping feudal age. They're like, oh, we're skipping feudal age? That's fine.
Nice. My
I don't
military
mind
scores
doing
are going to
that.
be good.
I've already got 2 imams out. I'm just going to take the relics.
It's not like he's got many men in arms to threaten that. And no, then Imperial Armory, there it is, coming in the back. Now, this is one of the annoying things about Ottomans, is like, despite their dominance on this map, the starting location is a nightmare for optimal blacksmiths.
He's going to have to wait for the gold mine there to run out in order to be able to get the blacksmith in there in the back. Puppet Boy, he hasn't positioned the men-at-arms yet in order to lock out the relics.
The walls, wait, does he get behind? Oh,
yeah,
he micros
he's
it right. Wait, what? No, the spearman pulls him back. Wall goes up. Well played. Beastie, I thought he was going to have to sacrifice one work on the other side, but does it perfectly.
Yeah. Age Up now has come in. We do see Sipahi out there. There are 2 men-at-arms, but honestly, 2 men-at-arms?
He just ignores them.
Don't feel that worrying. Yeah, it's just fortification immediately.
I mean, I
Who
take more
cares,
damage,
man?
but how are you going to catch me? Oh, this is brutal. Puppy Boy does at least get the age up. King's Palace is going to be annoying, but it's not a white tower, so he actually just doesn't care.
We do see Knights coming in, just normally produced at this point in time. Beastie, just more Sipahi coming in, and we do have the Imams moving out yet. No, they're still inside the base from Beastie. Could be
He's
moving
worried
out
about
soon.
the king. The king can be annoying at that point, but once
Yeah,
he
he
does
actually
get out,
did some damage there as well.
yeah, once he gets out though, like look at the location of those 2 relics straight in the center. Like, you know, you just need a moment here. The Puppet Ball kind of needs to make sure he leans the guard there. King is barely actually staying alive. The Sipahi can actually chase him down here.
Another Sipahi raid.
I haven't found worker kills
These poor
yet, though.
villagers. Yeah, not again at least. 2 villagers were taken down earlier.
So once again,
Lance is now also coming in from Beastie.
I'll throw in the horse for the same price. Yeah, this is... I mean, this just feels like an immobile comp for Puppy Paw, right? Which is great once you have scale, but in the early phases, as we're seeing, cavalry wins.
Seeing some horsemen coming as well, though. Ronin coming in, 2 of them. That's 200 gold. Beastie apparently can afford it.
Do you know what the most broken civ is with the Ronin?
Ottoman with the matter?
HRE.
Do they get the movement speed?
Yeah, they get the Adidas sneakers. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Oh, Imam.
Crazy.
Nice move back there. Does have enough to body block. I think it's a scalp, but Ring of Roses begins. No, Beastie, no! No! Think of life before greed. Okay, it works. Wait.
The wolf is playing favorites here.
That guy's like, ooh, that was a close one. Say what now? You seem to be wearing a little hood. Are you Red Riding Hood in disguise? Ronins now are arriving to harass, but he will have enough to at least shut that down.
Yeah. Abby also nice with the healing there, but lost the knight earlier. Would have been amazing if we managed to pull that one back, but at least traded it out for the Imam-ish with some support.
Oh, you're one of those guys. Wolf done all the work. You take the credit.
Yeah.
I saw
It's a team effort.
Oh, now it's a team. You know, it's like when someone says, I almost got first. Yeah, but you
It
did.
depends on like who you're talking to, right? Like if it's in front of the boss, yeah, it was all me. If it's with the coworkers, it's a team effort, man.
Collaborative
Couldn't have
effort,
done it without you.
guys. Like I couldn't have got this promotion and all this money without you.
I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you.
You're the real heroes. I'm not going to share any of my salary with you, but you guys, you rock. So Spearman are at least going to turn from this fight. BC, of course, could build into more imams to get the heal up. He's lost both of them, so like there's going to be an expensive investment, a side investment into Mosque Imam at some point here.
Yeah. The mosque has been built up. The imams are just very hard to afford on a budget of 14 gold per minute.
But if you save up all your pennies, you'll have them by Christmas.
Matter gets sniped out as well by the Spearman of all things.
Wait, did you just have it on a different control group? Because it just kind of didn't move. The Spriggles are coming in now. These get really annoying because they scale up fast. So, like, Puppy Paw leaning to men-at-arms might become problematic for him.
Puppy Paw is also making some horsemen now. And a main issue is that BC at this point in time, he's completely scaled into the military schools. And sure, like, getting a couple extra villagers from the King's Palace feels nice. We're just not at that scaling point at this point in time yet, where it's a really big advantage. A couple of farms are in, though, and farms have been buffed recently. Knights doing their best to keep running away there and just healing in the meantime. I think, like, mass horsemen and spearmen, just this big blob of units, probably fits the bill of the English best at the moment with the farm setup that's coming in, and we are getting both upgrades there, veterancy on the horsemen and the spearmen. So it looks like that might just be the army composition here. It could still be really iffy against Zapahi and Springles.
Well, it's not just that. Like, can we check what Ottomans are at now? Like, Vizier Point, isn't it going to be the Advanced Academy next? It's like, you could Janissary into what you just described.
Yeah, 100%. Just only Janissary works completely as a counter.
Like,
Janissaries have been nerfed a little bit up against horsemen, but is it enough?
I mean, Spearman and Horseman is begging to get shot in the face, right? Like, it's a really tricky one. I think, like, obviously that does open you up to longbow spam from your opponent, but, like, I think he's already covered there. The Zapahi count is really healthy.
Yeah. Piper also not able to spot out that Imam. And the Zapahi man is just getting very, very dangerous. We're also seeing Armor Clad now coming in, so maybe a mix-in with Men-at-Arms. He does spot the crossbows.
I mean,
It's difficult to
could feel
go
pretty
into that army comp.
good here if it was a Janissary switch, because, like, is it 13 damage, I think, base now, and, like, it's 8 armor you can get up to, so it's really strong, but... Yeah, the Springles are going to answer all at this basing. And it's a really good map for them, right? Because, like, if you see your opponent's kind of shying away, you just take the short route to the enemy base.
It's very interesting that, once again, we see Puppy Paw just not going for relics at all in a game.
When he kind of had map control, right? Like, there was a moment early on where Beastie was in control, but then he completely retracted. He folded from the map for, like, a good minute or two. Now... Well, looks like he's ready to dive in again. Hesitation sets in, though. Yeah, the scout saw some of it, but he felt like he's being tricked.
We do see the horseman now being revealed in full. But the interesting thing is that, like, Puppy Paw, he's trying to mass army. Beastie has way more military. Way more military, just courtesy of the military schools. And
oh, dear. And look at what he's building next. He just queued up the Janissaries, so he just got the Advanced Academies.
He's got the confirmation in. And his opponent is, making the one unit that Janissaries is very good against.
You can't let him do that. You got to teach him a lesson the hard way. This isn't a Dumu Numenor game where you just have Polish cavalry and don't care.
Did he cancel? He canceled veterancy on the spears.
I mean, the
It was coming in earlier.
The Springles aren't biased. They hold no prejudice. They will equally kill spearmen and men-at-arms happily.
Yeah. They're definitely not biased here. It's just like this is starting to become more of an uphill battle and more like a car joyride up against the wall.
But by up against the wall, you mean 60 miles and there was a wall in the way. I don't know how it got there, officer. And
90 degrees elevation.
I'm not a Skyrim horse, sir. And the tricky part here is like having a big economy is deceptive on this map because you need somewhere to swing it. Now that
Siege, though, the siege.
Beastie, he's not looking. Horsemen, they get in, they find the Springolds. It'll be a cleanup. And able to just shuffle away.
Able to snipe a Janissary here, maybe not. He was looking at him funny.
So you have to build the second wave because at this point, like, yeah, you lost the siege, but you want to keep trying to stranglehold your opponent. But it means you're now open to raids, and we can see BC did just move out onto the golds in the middle of the map. Puppy Paw hesitates though; he comes back and is sneaking out himself.
It's going all the way to the top side. Doesn't have any gold in the bank though at the moment. We're seeing veterancy on the Spearman coming in now. Just doesn't have enough of a unit mass. Although he's gonna get denied just in time.
Yeah, let's not make that a pattern for the series, thanks. I mean, Beastie... Like,
Puppy Paw...
Wait. I think Puppy Paw did try for relics in the end, by the way. One of them almost made it into his base.
Almost, but it's like a thing, like, he went for relics at the point in time where his opponent already had 3 relics garrison. And Beastie, he's on almost 30 Sipahi now.
What the hell? This Civ, I mean, people call Lancaster Demon Civ, but you give Ottomans the right map, and they are by far one of the biggest boogeymen you can encounter. This being a prime map example. And the knight finds the workers, and short bows is even worse than ships here. No. It's still not, is it enough? It's still not enough. He's going to lose another worker.
It's just...
Okay, finally micros it back, but I mean,
there's probably just going to be a single additional knight that's going to move over there now.
Yeah, that was Grandpa, and now his grandchild has come to follow the legacy of killing English people.
Yeah.
Like a Viking that comes every few years.
Puppy Paw is fully set on just making more and more spearmen and horsemen. Like, this is entire army composition. And I get the appeal, right? Like, with English, you're getting so much food income. The issue is, like, at the moment, it's still not at that point where it has really, like, transcended what Beastie can manage due to the military schools and Beastie also being on deer at the same time. It's not, like, completely unobtainable for him. And that's another one.
Goy. Also, keep in mind where he's fighting. Like, you know, there's no upside because you're nowhere near your network. Like, Beastie, that was the smart read. You remember earlier when he was diving towards this location, the racks were being built? He understood, like, oh, the horsemen coming in, the attack speed aura, the choke points. It's bad to go in. I don't need to go in. This isn't like a dry Arabia where you flex resources in all the directions. Enlightened Horizon may give you a high ground, but this is not Star Wars Episode 3. It's actually not as good of a thing as you'd think because of how little's on there.
Beastie, he's next up, just going to go up to Imperial Age, at which point, like, all the military schools that he's invested into are just going to be sent into overdrive. Fight is coming in. We do have the aura this time around, though, for these units.
The
Spearman should be doing a great job.
And the Janissaries are the scary thing. Needs to topple them quickly. Horsemen, a few of them have moved up. That's mostly spears on the Sprinkles. It lines up. Oh, no. Ooh. He came from the perfect angle. Horsemen are going to rotate in to try and make it another cleanup on Siege, but there's not much left
even with the aura. Yeah, but the Spearmen, even with the aura, they just don't attack quickly enough. The Sipahi just so much healthier as well. Horsemen are coming in now. Sipahi still in so many numbers, though.
Yep, they just body block it. The Janissaries going to stand their ground here. This feels like Puppy Paw's last stand. And I don't know if it's really going to be good enough. He's rushing a keep up to stay alive. But while he goes for a castle to barely hold on, Beastie is getting ready for Imperial Age. And he's going to have an army to attack into this economy with still. There's nothing left of the English army.
It's just such an ugly army composition that you just cannot beat, it feels like. Sipahi and Janissaries, a match made in heaven. And now the Sipahi find their way onto the villager. Keep does get finished up, though. But Beastie, 300 food left until Imperial.
And Puppy Paw, he's drained his reserves, right? Like, there's just nothing here. And these Sipahi now can just leak into the farms. There's just nothing to defend. There's no one left. Yeah. He's got one spearman. And that guy better be holding a spear crafted and wielded by Poseidon himself. Because otherwise, it's not going to be good enough.
More spearmen coming in, but BC just killed like 20 villagers over the last minute.
Done yet. No, there's more Sipahi trickling in from the front side. So the farms there are going to get idled out. And he's ready to pull the trigger. He can do whatever he wants. Obviously, it'll be instable,
Look at
but he can
these
even just
Sapai.
Seagate. Still just trading out against the counter unit.
He's even out the villager count. There's still Janissaries
He's still
alive.
killing them. He's still killing. No, the lumber camp. Come
Oh
on.
my god.
Not like this. He's just trickling
This unit.
He's literally just trickling spearmen into these Jannies. And finally, they're going to be mopped up. But did you realize, Crackety, that Puppy Paw built a white tower? Oh, wait, no. He just lost 38 villagers.
Yeah. Honestly, Beastie at this point, he's like that SpongeBob meme. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? We've seen it earlier as well. Puppy Paw,
Oh, I thought you were
it's
going
just
with...
not working.
I thought you were going with, are you ready, kids? And then, like, Puppy Paw saying, no, God, no, I can't hear you. And just gets ready with a dive.
Ah. And now Sapai are finding the villagers on the gold. The last 5 villagers Puppy Paw send up there. He's gonna
And-
get notified, but he does actually have it
He's
fortified.
got fortified, yeah. But
Yeah.
Imperial Torch damage, attack speed, more attack speed.
Fortification.
But attack speed. Has he activated it?
It's,
I don't think he has.
I'm not sure.
I'm sure they've got this.
I mean, he might just need to pull the villagers out for a quick repair tap. The issue is that Sapahi, their lances reach.
villages. He's going off the mare now. But that guy's not torching. And wait, can this one drunk guy stop attacking the mining camp? There we go, boys.
Let's have some reinforcements coming in. Villagers jumping out, trying to go for repair. One goes down immediately, jumping out again.
Well, they'll survive, but the idle time, the lack of gold, and did I mention that Beastie's queued up Great Bombards?
And now they're elite.
Elite Great Bombards.
Elite Sapai.
But also the Great Bombards are kind of elite.
220 health. This is like elite horsemen with bloodlines level of health.
Let me just queue up biology and we'll be off to the races.
Yeah, Sapai is a reasonable unit.
Hey, don't give me that smack. He had to get to Imperial for it.
Ah, they were good before Imperial as well.
This isn't a fair measurement, Crackety. He picked English.
I mean, Puppy Paw's finding his own way up to Imperial Age right about
It's a
now.
Berkshire,
But yeah,
though.
it's a Berkshire. It doesn't feel as good. It doesn't have the same appeal as a Wingard. Granted, Wingard kind of locks you in a little bit when it comes to like what units you want to make. Like ideally, you want to make like the Rangers, right? But they're very expensive to make.
Yes.
Or like the Raiders as well. But you don't want to make Raiders up against
it
Janissaries.
basically leaves you with footmen, I think.
Yeah.
And actually, like in fairness, footmen are really good against Ottomans because of the
They're
bonus against
Springles.
Cav. In fairness, they're really good against.
Also, great bombards to bonus damage.
But also, they're really good against. Just let me have this, man.
They're really great.
There we go. Thank you very much.
They get the KP seal of approval.
Did I mention they have more ranged armor?
You haven't. You did know.
There we go. And they have more health.
They
There
do
are-
have a good amount more health.
They're a decent unit.
Yeah.
Villages? Oh god. Nah. I mean,
This
you're
is fine.
Ottomans. You've got a 15 villager lead, and you have
There are about 6 Springles about to meet these spearmen.
and a gajillion guns.
Pew pew.
All right, here we go. Sapahi. They'll definitely lose these spearmen. Oh wow. Okay.
We're getting enclosures in now as well. This is just gonna be a full-on late-game battle now between English and Ottomans. Beastie did get his own second TC in at some point, though. So Puppy Paw
Okay.
is actually like firmly behind in the village account.
What are we looking at
Economically,
with
he's
Sorry, I
getting
was
more
just-
food. It's
Well,
just
he-
not that good.
I'm wondering like what the vizier point system is looking like right now for BC because like the Ottomans newly jigged. That's an intriguing detail. He went for
Oh,
it.
look at that.
Yeah.
Packs out of mana. It's 75%, right? Like that's a beastie vizier point if I've ever seen one.
on 2 TC as well, right? He's like, oh my god,
Yeah.
it's like a mini Palace of Swabia.
It is about like 4 minutes as well. 75%, that's 5 seconds per villager. It's kind of crazy.
Is it? Like, wait. You need to. I think you need to switch to BC's vision to see his production speed because it should be a lot quicker.
Hasn't it already run out?
Wait, did he do it that long ago? Good lord. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a while ago. That's how he overtook him in the first place. The villager count.
Really? I thought that was the casual, unbiased
43
murder
villagers
of
killed.
Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, you're right. That does make a pretty big dent there in the army count. Poppypaw's got a pretty good army mass at the moment. It's funny that you're outmassing your opponent 2-1, yet your opponent's army value is still like multiple thousands higher than yours.
Sapahi, baby. And still a decent number of Springalds, actually, which is pretty important considering just how much Poppypaw is bulking men-at-arms.
Yeah. There are longbows coming in now as well. Longbows are going to do quite well up against that. They just might not want to fight up against the Zapai necessarily if they can avoid it.
Oh, that's cheeky.
Fortitude's coming in.
He's like, well, I'm being chased by a bunch of melee, but yeah, maybe not the best use of it there. But he's claiming more and more map, right? We've got Lucky on the AK. That's going to be a keep to cover the short route. And, I mean, Beastie, what are you really missing here? Is he just trying to casually scale into great bombards, not try to like force or rush the state of the game?
I'm wondering, like, this is the game's gone a little bit weird now, but the issue is still like we're talking about Ottomans and Imperial Age, and it used to be that English is an S-tier civilization in Imperial Age. Doesn't quite feel like that at the moment. I feel like that place has been kind of replaced by the Ottoman and their absurd army composition of Sapahi and Janissaries.
I am wondering how this game is not over though. Like, is Beastie slow rolling? Does it? Okay, here we go. I was about to say because like it feels like you need to be doing something about these English farms. They are pretty damn powerful in the late game.
They are, especially with the 5% buff. Like they're really, really solid. It doesn't quite make up for the horticulture, like the food eco upgrade nerfs, but
and also keep in mind that
it's still
buff was
significant.
for Dark Age, Feudal Age, Castle. It didn't apply to Imperial, right? Like that's a flat rate. They didn't get changed. But you know what? That's a pretty damn good raid. Thank you, Seek Shelter. Oh my god!
It's a group hug, KP. It's a group hug.
A group hug?
Hugging-
In this
hugging
weather?
the
No
earth.
surprise it killed this many people. 20 plus workers just went down.
Yeah, this is a raid for the ages. Like the Spy, they don't care about the keep fire as well.
I mean, that's
They got enough health. They can shrug off a couple of arrow fires.
It just feels like the almost snuggle will struggle. I mean, I don't think Poppypaw has textiles, judging by how quickly they just melted.
Yeah,
It's like,
I mean,
what,
it's
3
very
hits?
expensive as well. He barely has gold at all. Yeah, it's no textiles.
Oh, God. And look at what it done to his food income. The idle time alongside that. Like, wasn't he about 2,000 food? Now 800.
He was 2.5, like almost 2,500 food. Now he's not able to blow up like this big mass of men at arms, which he really wants. Elite Army
speaking of
tactics coming
men-at-arms,
in now. He is starting to attack from
north
the front
side?
side, but more raids
The north side
on
fight.
both sides.
Is he going to fight him here?
It's not a good fight to take. Janissaries do like same DPS as hand cannoneers.
Okay.
Not hand cannoneers, crossbows.
So congrats, you've left your base and your villages to be defended by castles against massively tanky, ranged armor heavy cavalry. That's painful, man.
Bullets of the army a little bit. These great bombards, AoE bonus damage up against men-at-arms. Doesn't feel that great as well. Now, Poppypaw thinks, okay, it's time for him to get some raiding in.
At this point, he's just running by the
Look at
farms. like, honestly, there's men-at-arms like Theresa May just running through the fields, rushing up against the wheat. They're doing nothing. They maybe killed 2 workers there? And Beastie
Lead
starts
Army
to swell up.
Tactic's about to come in. I think Poppypaw just wants to wait until Lead Army Tactic finishes to take a fight. I want to say like a last attempt in this game. Keep now coming up on the front side. Is he going to move in? He's going to fall back.
I don't think does he know about the gold in the northern corner?
Oh, and the stone wall front
Come
side
on.
shuts him down.
And that is definitely not going to get denied. The castle being rushed up here. The great bombards of Springalds as well. You're about to see him lose the military lead off the back of this. It's just too much
they-
bend.
But it also can't get close. Look at the choke point there. The cannon shots.
Line them up, boys. Line them up.
It just
Men at
disappeared.
Arms. Yeah, it turns out you can't really call yourself a men at arms when a cannonball literally removes your torso from the rest of your body. And
There
now
is no war in Ba Sing Se.
it's just a figment of our imagination. I can't hear you over the sound of all the explosions and the gunfire. Yeah, it's kind of no surprise that when you bring a sword to a modern warfare, you're gonna lose. This is getting ridiculous. Remember, Puppy Paw had almost 100 military 2 minutes ago, and he can't remass.
That's right. The army value, a mere 4,000 to now 20,000. Great Bombards, Sipahi, Janissary. What more do you need? And what can you do
More great
against it?
Like, I think the answer is just more great bombards. The classic Ottoman answer, and there you go. That's why Puppy Paw, I think he tried up there and the keep drop was already there, so that was pointless. And at this stage, you know, maybe Puppy Paw is just feeling like it's probably quite over. But, you know, Beastie thought he could come back in that Roost game, so kill me.
Yeah.
Your hesitation
This
was like
is,
putting down a wounded puppy.
I mean, we know how this one's gonna go now,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Like the writing's on the wall, and there's just no going back now. We've got the great bombards coming in, so the infrastructure's next. Puppy Paw just doesn't have reasonable income, a reasonable, like, even if Puppy Paw had like 10,000 of every single resource right now, what units would he make
It's also just like
against this?
he just doesn't have the production rates. We're not seeing that much queued up. We're not seeing them come out fast. He's only getting Military Academy now, and he's not going to have a primary TC to speak of anymore. You're fighting in choke points. The Great Bombard's going to line out. The Springalds are also just keeping value, and we are going to be heading into a game 4 with Beastie on the verge of making playoffs. No doubt about it anymore. The English, just like the Knights Templar, has failed twice now for the Canadians when faced with the Serb.
"27 Sipahi in queue. Any Sipahi that dies here at the front side just gets immediately brought back. And KP, I don't know, but wasn't like Men-at-Arms supposed to like be a light cavalry counter to some sorts? Like, think about it, right? Like, it has melee armor. It doesn't feel like it's melee armoring here in these fights.
It also-
21 damage from the Sipahi per hit.
Yeah, and let's not forget that. Oh wow, what's that? You've got armorclad? Me too. What a coincidence!
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I just got the same armor, man.
Everything's so tanky, man. And Springles are actually
Where did
carrying
you
a
get
lot.
it
Look,
from?
look at this. He's hitting what, on average, probably 6 to 7 different men at arms. Yes, please run back at me again. I beg of you. And Beastie is begging him to just GG at this stage. The landmarks are getting sniped.
Yeah. Get out of my game is what he's saying here.
What? I can't hear you over the cannons.
Which cannons? Mine or yours? Oh, yours aren't there anymore. I missed them.
Why is yours so much bigger than mine? GG finally comes in. Beastie takes the lead. And on the verge of now making it into EGC Masters Summer's playoffs.
Ottomans and Imperial Age. It's truly a match made in heaven, but I don't know, man. Like, whenever we get into these late stage Ottoman games and you just see the Spa, you see the Janissaries, it's like, yeah, I don't know what the win condition of the other civilization is at that point in time. Granted, Beastie did a great job of raiding the entire time. It's not like it's the Civ, man. It's the Civ. I just get tilted whenever I see Ottomans in the late game, just because I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer to what you do there. It's like the answer is don't let it get to that point in time, but it's not a satisfying answer, is it?
No, I mean, like, to your point, it's up there with like how Nesta Bees in the late game used to feel. You know what I mean? Where you're like, well, I mean, this kind of sucks. Why are they so good all around? Whereas, you know, Great Bombers, they have gone through some nerf points, but it's not really about the Great Bombards anymore. A lot of people are going to look at this game and go, wow, I mean, GB carried that, right? And I get where you'd be coming from. Yeah, very good at sieging. You see those ponies there? There's a lot of them. It's breeding season in the Ottoman Empire. They were key to success from start to finish of this game for Beastie.
Yeah. The Sipahi, man, they're just such a big meat shield as well. Perfectly capable of soaking up any damage for the Janissaries, and at the same time, trading out really damn well up against the Men-at-Arms.
Yeah, it's just like a tough one. I mean, I've seen players miraculously make that Men-at-Arms spam work in any matchup. Like, I don't know about you. Like, if there's one player I trust that strategy to get the late game, it's been Louis MT historically. Like, that man has something weird about the way he flank raids Men-at-Arms. But for, yeah, not even the average Joe, right? Most of the other pros, like, it just feels like you take too long to rotate and you get caught doing it, which is what happened there for Puppet Boy, unfortunately, right? Like, you have your Men-at-Arms on the north side of the map. I think 80 of them at one stage, which guarantees there's literally no one guarding the base. So, like, you didn't even really get to prove that Sipahi could be somewhat stopped by MAA. But Phrygian Marsh is coming up next. Byzantines versus Malians. How do you feel about this one on Phrygian? Because I feel like Malians has been ramping up in pick rate with the new addition to this map.
Malians on Frisian Marshes. It's kind of a weird one, honestly, I want to say. Like, it feels nice. It synergizes a lot, I want to say, like with the changes that have been made overall in regards to like the sheep distribution, right? Because now like food runs out a good bit quicker, and your opponent is tempted to move out onto the map, and so far really good at raiding. So those kind of things like play very much into the hands of the Malians. Shoreline fishing also gives a good amount of olive oil, I want to say, for the Byzantines. It's very, very quick. It's not that much olive oil, but it's some for sure. And with very quick at the rate, compare that, like, take on top of that, like a cistern gathering. If you get a cistern out there, it's very deep into the map. Probably still not something that Byzantines might want to go for, though. I think it's synergized as well. I think Mali is quite nice on this map.
Okay. Like, the weakness, of course, is usually in this matchup is the early Cura Siphon timings, right? And
yeah,
one thing to keep in mind is this map does seem to now consistently spawn the golds forward of the TC, right? So, like, potentially Beastie takes an aggressive line?
Would make a lot of sense, but we talked about how that aggression has been pushed back a little bit timing-wise overall. And I think especially the early timing is what's most important to the Malians, to be able to blow up their own javelin throw mass. And it's kind of difficult like going for javelin throws as Byzantines up against the Malians, because they'll just make more.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're just a minute away. Reminder, by the way, folks, this is the last series of today. Tomorrow, we will start to see players getting eliminated. The knockout bracket is how we're going to open things up. Whoever wins here will make it straight through to playoffs. We've already locked in Marine Lord, Louis MT, and Anatand. Either Puppy Paw or Beastie will join them. And then the remaining series you're going to see before we hit playoffs are all elimination, right? It's going to be an absolute bloodbath full of tears tomorrow and July 5th.
Exactly. Anybody out there out of the entire tournament? It's kind of interesting, right? Like this, I want to say like this format in general. Like we call it double elimination, but it's more like the triple elimination, which we allude to time and time again.
Yeah, it's quite forgiving. It's just, I think, you know, it's a very creative, different way to approach things than just doing a group stage, right? But like, you know, I don't think we've used this format before in AoE4, now that I think about it.
Never seen it.
No. Like, I remember Red Bull Wallow had an interesting one in 22, right? Where it was like, you matched up, and then you matched up the losers versus the losers, and it was like a very weird version of a double elim bracket with like, that was meant to be more balanced and more fair. Led to some crazy results, though. But, you know, let's see who's actually going to get that free ticket punched into playoffs. It's time for game number 4. Beastie, a win here would lock him in to the top 8.
Wait.
And
Beastie?
Wait.
Beastie?
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. No, this is... yeah, that's not a cistern.
He cannot Donzo rush my mining camp if there are 2 of them.
It's getting late. It's getting late. Not just for us, but for these players as well.
I think Marine Lord would describe this as peak gaming hours.
True.
Besides, you not just like chug more energy drink when timing gets late. I mean, you know, like we're only all in our 30s at this stage. It's only been 9 or 10 hour day at this stage.
30, speak for yourself, but I still find myself disgusted sometimes when I like look in Discord and I see Sass and Baltune playing games at 3 a.m. And then Cow's there, and I'm like, wait, what the hell? Cow's still alive?
I mean, I stay up until like usually 2 a.m. and I've got to wake up early with 2 kids. Just like, what is sleep? You know, you can sleep when you're dead.
Yeah. True.
I don't think anyone's going to die quickly in this game.
I feel like this is gonna potentially take a while till we get to that point. Honestly, I feel like Malians might just be a little bit favored overall.
Yeah.
That depends, like, on, of course, like what kind of like gameplay we're getting here. Whether it's gonna be like a Farimba type play, or whether we're gonna be just cow booming, cow vibing.
I mean, what would you do Farimba for here? Like, the Javelineers did get nerfed. I don't know if it's as valuable anymore. But then again, like, Byzantines are a decent civ at dealing with Sofa, right? Due to the teardrop shields.
Yeah.
By the way, that is...
Teardrop Jesus being able to... That's a good one.
That's like... That's actually kind of disgusting. It's very rare for resources to spawn between the tree lines now.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's good for Puppy Paw because he wasn't really going for aggression anyways. But yeah, there's a disgusting berry spawn there in the back.
Yeah, so BC... I mean, on top of that as well, like, you know, it has a nice fluidity to it when you want to transition your wood into olive groves, right? Because, like, any woodworkers could then be just flipped immediately onto farms with, like, 2 steps.
Yeah, that's pretty much unharassable. Not something that Puppy Paw is really going to be going in for, though, with Marlins. I would actually expect a cattle boom here.
Yeah. I think where it's crazy to think about that type of spawn is, like, had this been something like a Mongols pick, and you went to rush the Byzantines, I'd be breaking the keyboard right now. Like, you just feel scammed at that stage. So we'll see if BC actually does align for aggression here. I mean, he's stone gathering actively, right? I think, was it free on the stone? So
yeah, he did.
Yeah, he's ramping up really fast.
Stone. Yeah. He did have more villagers. Like, he had 3 villagers in gold, and then he just pulled all the gold villagers over. Looks like it's just going to be the immediate play into multiple cisterns. I'm not sure if we got... He's got a lot of wood as well. Maybe we do see a very fast production building as well. Maybe this is going to be aggression.
Just Limitane... do you Limitane Jav here, or do you Limitane, like, Lombo? Because you're going to get outnumbered on Javelins, right? Is the issue.
It depends if, like, Puppy Paw ceases in time. We're seeing even more villagers going over to... No, it's 2TC.
Oh, okay. Now that's interesting. Actually, yeah, because like at this stage you would have started to add in the aqueducts, and
yeah,
that's a crafty solution. This is a classic, right? Like we have to remember, if you expect Fulani Rush, TTC has historically been a reliable solution, a counterplay to that.
I mean that's the thing, right? Like Fulani just in general just scales a lot better than 2TC usually, at least timing wise. We see the second TC now coming in here, next to some berries. And we do still have villagers on stone, so eventually Master Stone are going to be coming in. We're able to connect the berry spots out there as well.
And we have to remember, Byzantines, they amplify value out of 2TC a lot quicker than almost any civ in the game, courtesy of the system scaling that can follow this. So like that's something to keep an eye out for, especially if he's able to spread out towards those berries plus the fishing.
He sees the TC.
He did just discover it. But, you know, are we like in for a penny, in for a pound feeling here? It's only 1 ranch so far.
This just reconfirms that he can just cow boom, which he's already doing. Sends more villagers over to gold. And BC now also spots this. First candle ranch already full. More to follow.
He will have some aggression potential here, right? Just naturally because of the berry gathering. It's going to get him the olive oil to spawn some units shortly. Level 2 system, of course, now connecting. Is he in buff range on the Grand Winery?
I don't think so.
Shouldn't be.
I think that should be out of range, right? Like, can we look at the Grand Winery there with the cistern? Like how far the influence is going on the cistern next to the TC?
Definitely not in range.
Yeah,
No, it's nowhere near.
Definitely not. Yeah.
Which is awkward because that's like the primary bulk of Beastie's economy right now.
Yeah, so all these villagers missing out on 10%, soon to be 14% bonus economy. Does get up more stone though, so we'll be able to boost them up in a little bit, but yeah, nothing right away.
Scout comes in like, hey, why aren't you attacking me? Why are we macroing? It's already late for you, Beastie. Why do you want the night to never end?
This is weird. I'm not usually making this many cattle.
I mean, Bob was like, yo, I don't mind this going later. I live in the Americans, right? I'm Canadian. It's still
stable
light
coming in.
outside.
Yeah. But this is interesting. Okay, so stable coming in now from Beastie. Maybe wants to go for like some longbow.
Horseman
and
longbow? Yeah.
Horseman? Yeah, horseman longbow composition.
I quite
Could
like it.
potentially find a timing there.
I quite like it because like the thought here is like you could go javelins, but are you ever going to be able to build more javelins than the Civ that can just build them normally, right? Like you're shackled by the olive oil, and it is going to be that double unlock timing, I think, where you just go like double longbow pump.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want Keshix, right? Because like Keshix is going to feel weird into like Sofa Musafadi because the Gulems are also kind of odd there.
Avipor does spot this one out though, so knows about the horseman play. Could also be getting the mercenary house in now. Yep, coming in now. Yeah, I mean, without a Limitani though, like, Sofa is something that Puppy Paw will want to go for after the age up anyways. So maybe that just gives him... Yeah, there we go, stable immediately. The issue is though, like, you need a lot of Sofa because, like, the batches, the longbows come in batches.
Yeah, and the
You
nice
can't
thing
just trickle.
is that you can start prepping them before you age up, right? Like, it's going to slow your tech timing slightly, but it's nice to have in place to just start to slow this down because you are going to end up hemorrhaging pit mines otherwise. And there it is, confirmed, locked in, Western contract now on the way. And this is looking like a triple longbow timing.
It's a lot of olive oil, not just from the main Grand Winery, but also just from the additional berries that he went on to. Cistern level 4 now, so these are going to be coming out relatively quickly as well.
You know what we need? We need another trade post between the two players' bases. All right? Imagine if that was the Giga Brain strat all along. Like what, Royal Knights?
And have it always be elephants.
I don't want to... You said it. I didn't want to say it.
That's a lot of Sofa actually being queued up right now. Puppypaw in theory could... Yeah, he's also just going up to the next age behind this. So already double stable. He's going to lose out on one of the pit mines, but better on the one pit mine where the workers aren't than the one where the workers are.
Okay, but this is where like the game feels weird, right? Like we usually attribute, what, like 20 workers worth of gathering to Fulani full?
Yeah.
But Beastie's over 10 eco ahead with a Civ that then buffs that number overall by, you know, we're approaching the 26%, right? So like at this stage, he's adding in another 10 workers. Like he's mathematically, he shouldn't be behind.
Yeah. 100% agree. It's just the army composition isn't really the best for Beastie, considering what Puppypaw has, right? And if we're getting to the point where Beastie starts hemorrhaging villagers, like the economy for Puppypaw is much safer inside of the cattle ranches.
I wonder if he just starts spamming Limitane now.
He should.
I mean,
100% he should.
it's the perfect answer. I like that he's primarily focusing on the tech up first. Like, you can come back for the Limitanes who are now prepping to age up. There's not a world in which he does Cataphract, right?
Surely not. He might.
It kind of sounds crazy, but also smart, because, like, your opponent can't Musafadi or Donzo into longbows.
Yeah, Veterancy is coming in on the sofas next. We do have Beastie in typical Beastie fashion, just going for some raids now with a couple of units. This one slow oh, it's a villager moving out. He gets found out at the same time. Also, small raid coming in. Villager will get picked off there.
Nice little grab, and just something else he has to worry about. Obviously, Sofa not quick enough to actually gap close on Horseman either. So you can just avoid, annoy, rinse, repeat.
With the Scout, though, the Scout is going to make him slower.
Ooh, yeah. Beastie's not willing to peel it off, though. So Sofas are going to start whittling away at him fast because they are castle variety. We've got the Paling's defense from the longbows. And tech up complete. And it is indeed going to be the Cataphract strat. So Beastie queues up the heavy cav.
Interesting. Don't have any additional armor upgrades yet on the Sofa, so Beastie with the Lombos, like he's doing a lot of damage to the Sofa. They do not have a ton of armor yet. Mosk is coming in from Puppy Paw. But Beastie doesn't need a Mosk, he's already producing from his Grand Winery. Can we take a quick look at the Grand Winery? See just how long does it take to produce one of these monks? 15 seconds?
Wow.
Man, that's crazy.
That's like rookie numbers. You don't even produce as quickly as China? It's China.
You do quicker.
China. I thought China was quicker.
Yeah, with supervision it's quicker.
Like, yeah, 10, is it?
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Totally reasonable.
150%.
So,
Yeah.
Cataphracts are going to be able to raid in and dive pretty efficiently. Puppy Paw, like, the other awkward thing here is, like, you know, if you don't have a unit that quickly kills them, you can't say, oh, surround him with Sofa. Like, that's the obnoxious thing about Cataphracts. We've seen it so many times, like, I've got him. I've trapped him. Why is he running over my units?
More raids coming in yet again. Do we have imported armor yet on the Sofa?
No, definitely not at that health.
Not yet.
Oof.
Yeah, three armor still.
It's going to get
Puppy Paw
worse.
now also going into archers. But look at just how many Lombos Beastie has. Not a dime spent on any of them. 25 Lombos out on the field.
Wait, he's putting, like, everything into an archer focus, right? Like, Undermesh to generically protect, veterancy for archers. But your opponent just got veterancy on Lombos. Like, right now, Puppy Paw doesn't actually have, like, a solid answer to the LB.
Yeah, not just that, but Cataphracts also get, with the painted shields, of course, get, like, an additional +1 armor. So they're, like, even in the armor count to Sofa.
And also, Crossbows now coming out to counterplay. Like, this is actually... I've seen Byzantines do this a decent amount in the past, and it's weirdly scary when they just do, like, full ranged with barely any melee. Because they're getting all the premium type solutions, right? Crossbows count Sofa, and Lombos are just king of the initial engagement. So, like, surprising just what you can do with nothing to actually hold the front side.
Yeah. Do now have the villager moving on. We do see how it was for the pit mine coming in on a large gold vein. More gold for Puppy Paw. You see he's moving out with a couple of Cataphracts there. Do get spouted out, though, by the Sofa. And the Sofa, finally, we're getting the
Lombos.
imported armors in.
Okay, yeah, he does react quick enough. That could have got ugly fast. So full-on posturing over towards, what, the pit mine here?
Looks like he's moving towards it. Also the relics, of course.
Yeah, I like what he done there. Like, I feel like going any deeper these Lombos is just not worth the risk. Like, you know your opponent's got more troops, right? And you can get cut off and just chase down. Because, like we mentioned, this is a decent comp as long as you can keep range. You do not handle a multi-flank attack well at all.
Yeah. Beastie, right now, 5 Cataphracts, probably doesn't want to mass a lot more at this point in time, just because they are very, very expensive. And gold is needed on other fronts as well. Is actually fronting right now with the Sofa up against them. And there aren't enough healer boys in order to heal the weak Cataphracts up again.
I mean, it's going to take a while, right? But, like, if he feels there's nothing else to do, it's going to pay off in droves for the time being. But it does mean that I think Puppy Paw's likely to end up getting the third relic. But still, like, a 3-2 split, when you consider, like, BC's comp, it's pretty impressive he's still got 2 of the relics off this map.
Yeah. You see, more than 20 villagers added at this point in time. Food count still looking better for Puppy Paw. Overall income looking better for Puppy Paw. Just because Beastie at the moment also has to invest a lot into his own farm transition. Once that is all finished, with the Cistern influence as well,
Yeah.
it's going to be looking very strong.
I mean, the crazy thing is you have to think about the very simple math logic of this is that when Cistern gets to, like, 100 villagers buffed, it easily exceeds, like, the performance you get out of Fulani, right? And normally you go even higher to, like, 120 pot, right? So, like, Fulani's not going to be the resolution for Malians. Like, right now, they're at risk of being out-zerged and kind of out-qualitied, actually.
We're getting a good amount of archers in, though, with poison arrows. Plus 2 pierce armor also coming in. If he gets plus 2 pierce damage in before the next engagement, I think.
Wait, he's going Imperial Age, is he not? he just prepped Mangonel placements.
He's flirting with the idea.
Yeah. Okay, no, it's going to be a recommitment. He's queuing up Horseman.
Does have his farm transition almost finished up. No scout with the Ionids here at the front side, though. Beastie able to sneak in the Cataphracts, but he's got to fall back because he knows, okay, the Cataphracts might just be needed here. Needs them in the choke points.
Army now marching up. Now, we did get the Mango emplacements, but they aren't on the secondary TC. The Cataphract's not feeling so tanky. There we go. He does actually extend in range of the defenses. He could afford additional Mango emplacements. Might be worth considering it here just to really scare Puppy Paw off.
Yeah, behind is just more and more of these sofas. Granted, the food transition is now done for Beastie. If he's able to hold on, he should be able to blob out more units.
More and more crossbows.
Massive crossbows. Yeah, these crossbows are going to do so well up against the sofas.
He also just has so much room for production. Like, if you look at the mini-map, you can see there's a giant chunk of land behind the TC. He hasn't utilized yet, so it's not like he's going to be production stunted here. He has room. Mangonel emplacement. Did it just come in? There we go.
It did just come in.
Oh, that's a hard stack.
Lots of damage that came through there. A lot of the Sofa also lost their lives there to the fire from the longbows and the crossbows behind the wall. Probably behind it. He's just trying to mass up more and more units. We're getting... both players at roughly 150, 140 population overall. But yeah, look at that. Look at that food transition at this point in time. 25 olive groves with the 5 cisterns.
Well, tries to assault the TC, but good luck with that. I mean, he could toggle Presidium here to make it quite tanky, but I think he's more focused on the production rates. Horsemen are starting to come out and it is seen.
Still more and more sofas coming in. These Cataphracts are such a heavy frontline unit, though.
Like, I think he could just maybe trample through. Yeah, he tries for it there, but Puppy Paw reads it correctly. He backs up. Is able to protect the archers. It's important to keep the longbows in range here. The crossbows also just getting the exchange they're looking for. The sofa count kind of like falling at
keep firing there.
A scary pace here, right? Like, especially considering defenders advantage. There's barely any heavy calf left on the front side for Malians. Beastie able to hold. The lead extends. And the difference here is, like, remember also, he's building a comp that doesn't use gold. So he has just enough gold on that vein in the north side to go for Imperial if he chooses.
Not just that, I mean, the 7 Cataphracts that went down. For the 7 Cataphracts that went down, it was like 15 sofas that went down on Puppy Paw's side. So the trade out there was very, very good for him.
This is dirty. Look at what he queued up. Exploratorus is coming in, so he's just going to try to milk the gold so that Imperial does feel safe.
Yeah. With the food income now as well, should be able to just sacrifice the horsemen for villager kills.
Most definitely. I mean, at that stage, like, you know, food is infinite. You're just basically trading 20 wood for 30 gold on average a pop. Would feel good. Unfortunately, the troops were able to block him out. I think he did find an extra worker kill over here. And all of a sudden, like, the script has changed, right? Like, Puppy Paw's aggression has completely stopped.
I mean, how much aggression can you really do when your opponent just has, like, 6, 7 outposts inside of his base with mangonel emplacements? Puppy Paw needs some siege, some trebuchets here at this point, it feels like.
I mean, we're getting a classic Beastie experience, right? Like, we talked about his ability to be aggressive, change it up, but this is historical comfort zone for him, really. 61 longbows.
It's massive, just how much value you get out of mercenaries. It's kind of crazy. Up against the archers as well, like keeping up with Puppy Paw with the Malians. Just right now, you take Beastie's army, you take these 60 longbows away, right? There would be any other civilization minus the cisterns as well.
And let's not forget, like, Foreign Engineering Company is quite the juicer, right, in terms of what to do with longbows. It looks like Beastie has just ran out of gold, though. And he's going siege engineering.
And he's about to drop a keep in the middle.
Oh my.
Or like next to gold, ideally. But there's no gold here.
Is he trying to keep drop the enemy base? Because he did get foreign... He got siege engineering, rather, as well. Yeah, he's good. He's like, okay, there is gold, but yours looks better.
I mean, this means, though, that he's going to take a trade, like a fight outside of his own base, outside, like, away from all of the away from all of the defensive emplacements. This could be bad for him.
They just ran ahead. What? No.
Oh, this is bad for him. He's about to be surrounded.
The backstab's coming through. The crossbows are going to be the first to get hit here. They're a good defense against the sofa, actually. The keep drops on the way. Lombos have to stand their ground. The problem is those sofas need to be cleared stat. Otherwise, the Lombos are not going to trade well here. And he's just going to punt it. He's got more horsemen on the way. But this is an expensive loss for BC.
It's very expensive. Behind this, there are huge raids inside of the base. There's a lot of villagers going down. Massive, massive raids going on. And so many villagers going down now that have been building that keep.
Oh my god. The keep
is finishing?
It's going up just about. I don't know if it's going to stay here for long, but all of a sudden, we bragged about this huge eco lead. It's gone. BC doesn't have the military to flex and fill the gaps with right now. He's down by about a third comparatively. He has no sign of teching up now. He has to remass. He's seeing way too much wood. He still doesn't secure gold with this play because he doesn't have any army to guard him.
And most importantly, that big, tremendous mass of longbowmen is now gone. And the economy is even, almost even villager count. But one player has 20 cattle and pit mines.
Is it Poppypool? Wait, was he trading?
He's made outposts. Probably just for vision.
No, there's traders right there.
No, they're traders.
He's actually trading.
He's actively making traders. He's got to keep up with the economy some way, I guess.
I mean, you wanted to see it. You get to see it here. And also, this is good for BC in terms of at least finding some gold, right? Expilatorius works on there. The rest of the game, not so great for him right now. I mean, he has got mango emplacements, but staggered formation from Poppypool. He's going to look to march in.
Longbows be so careful though with the mangonel posts.
And Lombos are remassing as well as the other thing. So like it looks like Poppypool is not going to be able to break him here.
This feels very annoying. But yeah, once again, I feel like Poppypool needs static siege. Well, not static, but like siege, normal siege, trebuchets. Take down the infrastructure.
I mean, the horsemen are going to get reset, right? But like Poppypool without Sofa, you're not eager to dive the enemy base.
Yeah. Definitely not, definitely not. Now he's finally cleared the horsemen. Longbows aren't going to fall
he's
back.
building Kara siphons next to his base.
Oh man, that is so annoying.
Oh, that's actually brilliant. So he goes after the pit mines. He's got mango emplacement on the castle. Like, what has happened in this game? I swear to God, if he gets back to 200, I'm going to lose it. Because it felt like the type of army loss that, like, okay, how do you come back from this? He's got 29 gold a minute, for goodness sake.
Good amount, good amount. Horsemen are going to get this around.
I mean, they're trading really well here.
Yeah.
You know, Beastie, is he scouting out south side? Yeah, I think he sent out either a scout or horseman to see if the gold is being guarded down there, right? Because, like, this is the thing. If BC does just get a gold vein, the state of the game changes, right? Like, right now, he's just having to throw crap at his opponent to kind of survive because he can't tech. He wants to tech. He had the economy to tech for a long time. It's just Phrygian Marshes limits your gold access intentionally for that reason.
Yeah. Poppypool, he's finally starting to get some siege in. BC, he's got almost 3,000 food per minute. Thoroughly out-eking Poppypool in that regard, still.
I think the Kira siphons have paid for themselves. They're having a good time.
They definitely have, yeah.
Shall we...
So far, doing a good job, though,
should we
following up
overcook
now.
the steak? Okay, Parfy's not going to work for it. Love the fact he's adding a scouts, because he did actually get the torch damage increase as well. So the horsemen are also great at just taking down buildings. Longbows are going to step up, but the horseman backstab is coming in. It's actually a really good fight for Beastie. Our people has to retreat, and that's gold access, guys. That's the one thing that has been holding BC back, shackling him from finding that potential. He finally gets on a vein.
The reinforcements come in.
And
That's a lot of archers. Going to be able to do critical damage now to the horsemen as well.
Yeah, the Lombos got stuck on sofas, I think. Yeah, they just cleared them up.
Yeah.
And the Longbows are now taking turns with the horsemen to be the front line. I think they are...
Trebuchet's getting taken down.
Okay. Maybe he got a decent amount of gold here. But not enough to really do anything.
Not enough for the age up.
No.
Yeah.
And even if
You
you
might
age
need to
up,
trade out some resources.
yeah, even if you do age up, right? Like, you still have to buy things is the problem here. Oh, so finally starting to get answered. A lot of longbows lost again. Like, how is this game still going?
It's just a massive amount of food income from Beastie. Just able to flood these horsemen, able to keep Puppy Paw distracted on the sides. Puppy Paw slowly but surely, though, able to clean the horsemen up. Able to clean up the keep inside of his base. 3 villagers just trying to repair there as well. More
like
horsemen, once again, just trying to snipe the trebuchets.
I mean, that's just more gold for the horsemen if they kill the traders. Like, in a weird way, Puppy Paw is actually feeding Beastie what he'd need to go Imperial. This is
Almost,
weird.
yeah.
Horseman will snipe the treb. Unfortunately, too late. So Castle goes down. He's knocking at the door again. Beastie's got a big blob of longbows on the way, though. Still outnumbered for the time being. And he's switching Limitane. Is he running out of wood?
I don't think he's running out of wood. I think it's mostly just against all of these sofas that are out and about.
Oh, that's true, because before he had the crossbow, right? But you don't want to waste your gold on that. You want to save it for more valuable things. And
More
these
gold
boys
coming
are
his
paying.
way, though, with the traders.
It's just-
Yeah, it's payday every time.
I'm impressed, man. Like, the Expilatore's buff was big. Remember, 50% increase over what it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, just like 30 gold every single time, like getting almost half the value of the trader for killing it. And these horsemen are just very, very cheap and replenishable for Beastie.
Yeah. And it also, by the way, it feels right. If I kill a trader, am I going to leave all his gold on the ground and go, oh no, there's germs on that? Of course I'm going to take some of the money.
Just, you know, finders keepers.
No, I'm not greedy. I won't take the full amount. You know, just as much as I can carry
Leave some
away.
for the family.
Oh, no, I'm greedy. It's just I can't carry that much gold. Like, dude, I don't have any gym time. And he finds the workers as well. It's, I mean, traders, workers, we ain't biased around here in the Byzantine Empire.
Gold wherever we can find it.
He loves gold, the feel of it, the touch of it, the smell of it. We won't talk about the smelling accident.
Puppy Paw behind us now. What's a big idea? Potentially, like, lob again? Maybe find your own way into Imperial Age? Looks like we see a keep coming up in the middle. Might just want to try and deny some of these raiding avenues.
Horseman,
But just now moving forward.
Going off the trebuchet. He does scout the villagers looking for this plane now to secure the center of the map. This is
Yeah, but they're there with an agency as well.
they hire contractors, bodyguards. They'll be good. The army is on the way, though. He doesn't want to let it go up, but that means that the Sofa are going to get to go in here. I think most importantly for Beastie, he's like, oh, more gold.
How did the longbows already go up back up to almost 60?
It's liquid gold!
They just don't stay gone.
I mean, they might this time if the Sofas do enough damage. They're on the farms again, and that is an ugly Seek shelter. Can we maybe seek assistance through Pokey Sticks, please? Horseman, Spears now coming back. The BC lost like, what, 10 workers from that? Maybe close to 15?
Good amount of worker kills yet again. Still, the Beastie does have a firm lead on the village account. Second PC is still working for him, and Beastie's just done a great job of raiding time and time again. He is. With what economy?
Like, I mean, this was meant to be your Imperial timing. Apparently, he doesn't feel he can hit it. He's got Mango Tower on the front side. Second Mango Tower is starting to hit. The Horsemen are going to engage, so the Sofas are going to struggle to stand here burning through it. This is getting awkward. Oh my god, dude. Like, he's in tower defense mode.
Yeah, at this point, it is just TD coming in. No balloons, but...
But there are monkeys, and this is very true A3 right now.
I didn't want to go that far, but yes.
I mean, we are full on ape A-clicking into this base, and every time, he's just getting hit over the head with a rock. This is ridiculous. How is it they always nerf mangonel placements, and every time we see them again, they still feel so good?
I don't know, KP. This time around, though, army count roughly even between them. We got 3 mangonels somewhere around. Beastie's still pumping out horseman after horseman. The Sofas, though, They've dealt with the raids now. Maybe now Puppy Paw is going to start focusing with the majority of the army on the front line. The repair on the outpost as well is just going to get healed back to full.
I mean, it's just ridiculous the amount of wood he's still got. At this point, Puppy Paw is eating more horse than a Tesco's gold value member. And yet, it's never enough. Like, he has, what, probably 4,000 or 5,000 wood left to gather in that base.
Premium lasagna.
And definitely 100% beef, I swear.
Aldi promise.
The Mango's like, I guess the idea here is if you do eventually ever find him, like, nah, there's no way. You haven't got the goal for adjustable crossbars. I don't want to math how many workers you'd have to kill.
I mean, he's working on it. More traders going down yet again.
Soon.
Sofa's getting split up. He's trying to scout out the gold. It's like, where are you getting gold from? It's your units he's getting the gold from. Plus 30 gold every time. And we're onioning up. More walls.
Do you ever feel like Puppy Paw has slowed down his potential to hit Imperial Age by all these traded attempts?
Maybe. Raids coming in again. Villagers pulling the shifts, though.
Yeah, they're sick of running.
Yeah, angry.
Yeah. They're like, dude, I just brought new sandals. I'm not going to wear them in that fast. Lombos are catching up. He even gets the Agritoy Spearman out. Okay, funny idea here. Why doesn't Beastie just sell Oliver? Has he actually been doing that? Because that's a unique thing that your opponent can't screw you on.
He's been pumping. Yeah, he's just been pumping out more and more javelin throws. He hasn't sold any olive oil yet.
Really?
Wait, he just sold wood.
He did just
sold wood.
Yeah, he knows what is happening here. He's actually mirroring the timing. Puppy Paw is fought the Huntress. Mangoes.
He doesn't have any gold though for the upgrades afterwards.
He doesn't have any horsemen. Like, if Puppy Paw's Sofa were here right now, that was a freebie. Trebs instead are going to be the optimal target for him. And Foreign Engineering Company is on the way in. How?
Thunder's also trying to protect the raid. The thing, he can actually... I mean, he can get sieged with oil. That's like the one thing that he can get.
Mm-hmm. You can get Nesta Bees here, which is pretty damn good against the mass archers.
Yeah. But at the same time, like, the archers can now get upgraded with the range upgrade and damage upgrade.
Imagine the people trying to follow this game's build order to replicate the gameplay, and they're like, I'm just lost. 10 minutes in, you just be lost with this. This feels like one of the most
I don't want to play anymore.
like, I think I'm just going to literally take up a tower defense game. Bloons sounds good to me at this stage.
Ooh, the sofa. They found a big raid on the villagers, on the gold. The one thing Beastie needs.
Yep, especially in Imperial Age. I mean, all those optimal targets.
You can't get lead.
Yeah, like biology, for example, would be huge here. The army tactics, incendiary arrows, all not on the menu. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw love this play. Farima leadership. Just a very powerful detail for the Gaptos and the archers. And he has got 6 sites locked in. We're down to 6.5 minutes. This might not be over. The night might go deeper. We may never sleep.
And we're getting trebuchets again, though. The keep that has been rebuilt what feels like 3 times now. Is it going to go down this time?
Lombos, they aren't elite yet, by the way. He's still got, like, what, 25
It's
seconds?
about to come in.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. The archer's now coming in.
And the Sofa,
with all the bonus movement speed as well.
I mean, the Sofa just take literally no damage. It's like 1. Maybe 2. And yeah, this is why multiple gates is usually your best friend at this stage. Everyone just queue up. It's the most British thing you can do. Mangoes are wrapping around from the north side. Nestabee's also arriving here. And right now, he's so busy killing units, he's not breaking the wall. Is that a keep drop to the south? Or is that just houses? Or is he happy to see me?
It's barracks.
Okay. He's up space in his base. Just sacking the villagers to do so. Lombos should be able to trade out well here. I believe he used the volley, which is just fantastic at the stage. Get it for free on the Foreign Engineering Company. The Mangoes stay alive.
Yeah.
Puppy Paw will be scared away, but he will not be scared off of archers. 83 Malian archers.
And the keep goes down.
Let's find some stone and
Sacred
build it
Sight's
again.
still locked in. Yeah.
BC's
Villagers pulling the ships up against the archers. That's ambitious.
I mean, does he just want more military? Maybe?
Maybe. Sacred Sides, 4 3/4. Bloodline's coming in as well. Biology on its way. And now attacking at the front.
I mean, DC has to make a move
These
soon.
defensive placements.
This is so ridiculous. Trebs are going to get sacked, it seems. Limitade were asleep at the wheel. Limitade, by the way, have not been elited up.
With what gold? KP on 44 gold per minute. Beastie, he's so desperate for it. Finally able to get some access to it again in the middle.
At this point, what's even the point in the outpost? Just eat the gold quick. While he's not looking. We do have
Yummy.
a lack of front line from Puppy Paw, by the way. It is a...
Can we take a quick look at the other university upgrades for Marlians? Just say how long they take, because Puppy Paw has been trading.
The mangoes
Oh,
and the nest of bees. Like, this is not a fight you want. Like, this is the problem right now. Puppy Paw realized it. He's over leveraged on archers. Almost half of his maximum population are just archers.
yeah, it's a very solid amount, I want to say. Oh, the cattle, the cattle.
That's so dirty. Thank you, Mango and placement. We hate you forever. Now, apparently, he brings in even more archers to contest the siege.
Oh, puppy! Yes, be so careful there.
He comes from both sides.
He doesn't have the attack range upgrade yet.
Nest of bees are the biggest threat here. Something you want to remove, but there's the volley. Gatling gun mode activated. Like, Puppy Paw just can't get in, but he is at least buying time on the sacred sites. My concern is we're close to the point where BC can just rush to those sacred sites now. You don't actually have an answer to siege.
And we do actually have a decap attempt on one of the sacred sites coming in. Trebuchet actively trying for it.
Out of all the units in this game to decap that sacred site, I did not have Trebuchet. Pen.
No, it cannot go through, right? It cannot go through, right?
He's sending the whole
It's
army.
close. Yeah, he knows he has to. Like, this is his one win condition at this point in time, I feel like. Else, or at least the game's going to go on for a lot longer if that's not his win condition right now.
I mean, is this like the weirdest game we've had of Frisian Marshes ever? Probably not. Weirdest one in like 1 year plus? I think so.
It feels like a game that's lasting twice as often. Like, I know we're only 38 minutes into the game, but it feels like we're already past the 1 hour mark.
No, I'd agree on that. Like, with the way this is leaned and the obnoxiousness of the headbutting into the defenses consistently. Beastie, I mean, look at the gold that he got in now, right? Like, remember, he's been playing a lot of this without, like, the true Imperial techs. You can start to fix that now. He's going to march forward. Some of the Sofa did get in. He's going to peel some of the Limitide to deal with that. But decap, I mean, it seems feasible here with the siege in position.
Yeah, 4 nest of bees. Puppy Paw, he's got a lot of sofas in queue now, though.
It's true, but I don't know if they're going to get here quick enough. Especially with the amount of Limitane that BC has. Mangoes, those are the big hits. He stands his ground.
Bang it up!
Backs away just before the second hit would come in that would wipe him. That means the decap continues.
Decap, though.
There's a lot of Limitane.
Is it going to go through?
It has to go through, right? Like, you can't... I don't think you can get Sofa in quick enough. Then again, like, where's the second wave of Limitane? Like, hello? Where are the boys?
It's coming in! Decapped!
He does it. All of a sudden, Puppy Paw's clear clarity. His way to win. Not so simple, not so clear anymore. And that has to be so demoralizing in a game like this. Because now you're back to what you've been experiencing for half an hour against Beastie's Byzantines.
Back to square one. And he's missing the range upgrade, I feel like, on his archers here as well the entire time.
He is.
An upgrade which comes in so quickly for him. Like, he's been trading the entire time. So his upgrades right now, they must be taking like only 10 seconds to come in.
And
Volley, we just heard the ability being used. But yeah, these choke points are just devastating. We're getting some bombards in now. Bombards are at least a very usable anti-siege unit here. But now Beastie's just going to do the same. Royal Cannon's though on his side.
Oh, yeah. And here's the thing, right? Like, yeah, it's 83 versus 109.
36, yeah.
But, like, remember...
36 seconds, 24 seconds.
Let's also not forget, though, like, at this stage, yes, the eco looks small for Beastie, but I mean, he has 2 TC if he needs to like add in another 10, 15 villages or so. He's got systems to remain quite competent here. He's just going for mass to try and move out. The tricky part is like, you are up against cavalry, so if you don't find a way of stonewalling, Puppy Paw is going to keep you dancing back and forth here for quite a while.
Yeah. We're even getting Serpentine Powder in now.
And
EC finally having enough resources for elite army tactics on all of those Limit 9.
And let's not forget Dialecticus
Limitani.
makes that fast to kind of compete with the research speed of the Malians. And the Limitane, I think, is seeking the Fulani again.
We're about to see some death cattle coming in again.
They're still trying to clean up the mess from last time. Turns around to deal with the Sofa pursuing. He's got Nest of Bees in a choke point here. This is not the fight. He's got cannons now. But the Royal Cannon's coming in, so it's going to just anti-snipe the sniper. He needs to get out.
Yeah, one-on-one engagement. Not one that the normal Bombard wants to take here. Has to move out.
Almost gone.
Sofa's trying to move across.
You just get finished off there by just Lombos. The Limitane have been shut down, but that did also reveal the gunner transition. This game.
It feels like it's gonna last so much longer now as well. Like we had the Sacred Side timer. It just felt like such a finale here, but it's not over. It is not over. Many more Sofas coming in.
To get Scout
I think Puppy Paw needs to delete villagers.
It does feel like it, right? Like I mean, you've got 31 Sofa in queue. You unleash that beast and you just flood in. Especially
the
this
issue as well. It's like Beastie's right now just 90 villagers.
He's also really
and
far
in theory,
out the base.
Yeah. 90 villagers, and in theory it is the Malians which are supposed to have like less economy.
Why can't it just end?
I don't know. Just stubbornness.
I'm gonna leave my studio and I'm gonna be hearing people sing "Happy Birthday" to one of my kids at this rate.
Oh, archers!
Wait, where are they going?
Puppy Paw! Puppy Paw!
Oh my god! Well, that's
I mean, I guess you want to make room for the Sofas, but yeah, not like that.
I mean, do you really want to make room for the Sofas when you see a still 65 Limitane, though?
And 25 more in queue. Not something that you see, but something you'll feel.
I mean, I don't think he felt that. Apparently, they had no feeling in their body the way they were dying. And now the torches are out. He's looking to intercept the trade. And look at the burn speed.
It's going down so quickly.
So far, that's not enough.
Siege body block comes in as well.
Nah, just going to throw them away. Not getting anything for it. So trade about to get shut down. I mean, this is the difference of Frisian Marshes. Like, old Frisian, this game is 2 hours long. They both would be trading. They would have stonewalled up. But it's so much more difficult when you just posture in the center of the map like this.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it as well, right? Like, right now, Beastie, he's outside of his base, and that's where all of his siege is now. That is a very, very big amount of siege that he cannot easily replace, though he does have access to gold out on the map now.
And on top of that, like, right now, Puppy Paw, you'd think he's just raiding the base. He's reacting to this. He's actually being hit towards his main base while this is also happening.
It's time to get some stone walls up as well. He's done with being raided like this. But what he really needs right now is to shut down this army, shut down this siege mass.
It's the mango.
Because that is where he can really start hurting. Beastie, by the way, needs to react to the siege.
He's going to turn to start shooting. Does lose one of the mangoes. He's still at the counter to the archers. His Nest of Bees is such a nuisance. Scatter shots to keep them away. And I mean, Limitane split all over, but the Sofa flood is real. It's 44 in the battlefield, about, what, 20 in this engagement. He is going to get the dive in. He's going to get the wipe. Nest of Bees and the mangoes go down, and Beastie is going unlimitane here. 70 spearmen.
Siege finally completely wiped out. Trade re-established. Puppy Paw finally lost a little bit of economy. Probably necessary here now. Just to make more room for military out on the field.
He's not maxing up on the eco again. They're both down to neck and neck, 87. and we have got more Nesta Bees, which makes sense, right? Like, Limitani and Nesta Bees just kind of seems like the way to go.
It works.
Yeah, you're pretty much playing like the old school Chinese build at this stage.
Matani still finding their match here at the front line, though. And now with a bombard, Puppypaw can finally start taking down some of the infrastructure inside of BC space. So first, finding some villagers.
25. Most of them are going to die here, so BC is going to feel sting because he hasn't been able to remax on the military yet. He needs more time. And wait, is he switching for Anjin?
You cannot. No.
With what economy?
You can't.
How?
Sure, he's got 1,700 gold right now, but Varangian are so expensive, you're going to use that up in a heartbeat.
He somehow values them, like, even into mass so far. I mean, yeah, it makes sense against the archers, I guess. Maybe just like littering them in with the Limitani, so not like just a full transition.
It is just way too expensive food-wise as well. Like, look at that. He can barely afford Limitani now at this point in time. More villages going down in the farming economy. I think Puppypaw is finally breaking him after 46 minutes now in this game. Almost 3 Sacred Site attempts as well.
Do you guys want to call it tonight? Wake up, come in and finish this with a BO1 maybe? Oh my god, this series just keeps on extending. I mean, from this position, it does just feel undeniable. We've seen Beastie try to hold on from worse, but the inevitability is there, Mr. Anderson, right? Like, it's 110 military to 40. Eco lead is ridiculous. Puppypaw could even think about just locking in Sacred Sites again. Please don't slow roll this. Just send him to Valhalla.
Second TC also getting taken down, so these villager losses are not easily replenished. Beastie, he's sitting behind all of his production buildings right now, inside of a lot of choke points, but the horsemen, the sofas, do go through, forcing him out in the open onto the farmland.
And finally, there you
There
go.
it is.
GG comes in. One of the weirdest games of Frisian, but Beastie cannot pull off the miracle turnaround. Puppypaw will guarantee us that sweet game number 5.
It is going to be a game number 5, KP. This is a wild set. Funnily enough, like I'm interested right now. Like, if Puppypaw, like, looking back at this, the 2 games that he lost were the exact same matchups in which Wham lost. I'm not sure if they're gonna be looking at us and was like, "Nah, you just played it wrong. You just played it wrong, Puppy." Should have done it differently.
I mean,
it definitely works. When we tried it in our practice, it worked. Must have been something that you did wrong.
quite possibly. I mean, like, what was it we had in the WAM series? It was Roos versus the Lancaster, which, like, obviously we already had. Like, we can't get any extra repeats from this series, but I mean, what an absurd series this is. Yeah, it's going to be decided on Relic River with Shushi versus Japanese. Quick game, you think, Crackety?
Reasonably quick. I'm saying like 18 to 25 minutes.
Plus 40?
Everything's on the table.
I think this series has gone on so long now that the table has literally eroded away. Unbelievable. And you know, BC, I don't blame him for this type of, like, rotation out. He knew it was just becoming inevitable. He had to make some sort of move. Just a tough position to be in, but my God, did this feel like a marathon.
I'm gonna say the next game is gonna be going 21 minutes and 36 seconds.
I'm going to go with 23 minutes and 36 seconds.
Right, so 21 and 23, 36.
Yeah.
Lock your timing stamps in the chat.
I mean, sure.
You're gonna see who was right afterwards.
I'll make a fun mini.
I feel like with the absurdity of the reluctance of GG in some of these games,
and the fact that, like, Puppypaw kind of joined in on that dance with the Enlightened Horizon game, and there's a sunken cost fallacy of it, Crackety. I mean, someone might get the Kilyadi award this time.
Man, imagine like sticking in a game with like 3 villagers left.
36 minutes in, it's like, I mean, the way I look at Krakeny is every 20 seconds, I increase my economy by 33%.
The way I see it, I'm now in a game where I have less villagers than I started out with.
See, positive mindset. You just really got to flip the script a little bit. But what script we're writing here? A 5th game to come in. Relic River will be our decider to see who will make it straight through from the upper bracket into the playoffs. Beastie in the yellow with the Japanese up against Puppy Paw in the red playing as the Shu-Shi.
GG's Legacy, and look at that. We've got Dark Age Spearman coming in here, but KP, I think this doesn't feel like the best play up against Juji's Legacy, which already spawned with access to an Imperial official. The one thing that it does, though, is it can kind of like dictate the Meditation Garden spot, but there is a pretty normal one I wouldn't even go as far as to call it decent. I'll call it normal. That is safe next to Puppy Paw's TC. It is not good. It is not decent. It's normal. I mean, it's like SpongeBob in that one episode where he tries to be normal. He doesn't.
I come here to do my job each day, and my job makes a decent wage. Yeah, that's pretty much like the Medigarden you're gonna be seeing here. Does BC try to do like some weird Doc follow-up now?
I don't think so. I think there's just gonna be maybe Tawara into Age Up. It's not coming in yet. If it's not coming in yet, it's not gonna come in anytime soon.
Oh,
but yeah, I mean, the feudal age isn't gonna be disturbed at all.
Oh no, I don't have access to my gold. Luckily,
time to commit tax evasion.
Exactly. I bet my villagers have some coins hidden underneath the floorboards.
Oh, we do actually have a dock now coming in, but it does get spotted out.
Okay, but now you rush fuel.
Yeah,
but then
get some shukshuks and.
How are you getting shukshuks, Krakeny?
Tax. Mr. Moneyman.
I mean, that's going to be a slow crawler juk.
That's fine. Could be worse. We're also getting Meditation Garden monies.
Ah, yes. The sweet, sweet 25 gold a minute.
You just need one Jugnu in order to get access to your gold vein. It's not that difficult.
It's true. I guess like the archer ships will be a little bit frustrating. I mean, Beastie, he could open horsemen as well, right? With fishing.
Yeah, the issue is that he's still very far away from his own age up at this point in time. It's going to take a while. He is just sending in a lot of villagers over to gold now, but banking-wise, there's not a whole lot remaining. And I think Puppy Paw can also just like send a villager out now to repair that mining camp. There's no reason really to let it go down. No real reason.
Here's 20 wood.
Oh. There we go.
Yep. Just about in time. Oh, look at that.
Easy.
15 HP. It does get the switch over onto the tree line at the perfect time as well, so we'll be able to just keep consistently repairing it. Beastie, obviously, like, this has to be Kuro, right? There's not really any value in Coca once you've done racks.
Not really. Like, his opponent didn't go out onto the drop play. So no real reason to go into Coca, as he said. Yeah, so what's the play now for Puppy Paw? Are we going to see the archery? Like, archery should be coming in just for the Jugunu at this point in time.
I guess
there we go, archer range coming up.
The concern is, like, at that point, can you kill the fishing quick enough to stop BC just rushing castle?
This time, at this point in time, probably not. I'm wondering, like, maybe pro scouting is still worth it, right? Because, like, it's double deer in front of you, and there's a deer way, way, way at the top side, actually. So you should be getting in at least 3 deer packs with pro scouting, which is very good. And we do see a lot of villagers getting pulled forward.
Okay, so Kuro is 6 here. And the cheat count up to 3. I mean, it wouldn't be worth blacksmithing and just ramming this, would it? It just feels so
Yeah,
expensive.
villagers get pulled back now. Knows that if once the Jugunu arrive, he's gonna not want to be there. But yeah, it looks like Pro Scout, like maybe feign with a couple of horsemen into Pro Scout. But it should eventually just be Pro Scout.
And of course, Scout able
Rest
to
now
poke
getting
from range.
rushed up.
So Zhug should be enough to actually just start forcibly harassing these guys out of gathering. And Beastie, has he outposted the gold? Like that would be his biggest paranoia right now. Is like there might be a rotation that comes in there.
I think in that regard, like he can just like make production, like make units to be fine on that front. I feel like he's just gonna try and fast castle it behind all of this now as well.
Okay, and
Oh, Puppypaw actually docking himself.
okay, so
Interesting.
So we kind of need to check Beastie's sheep count then, because like for this to really work out for him, he's going to have good reserves. Ooh.
Not that many, but he is right now just trying to vacuum up as much of the berries as possible without Tawara,
Right.
though. So that's not actually efficient gathering. And he went off of gold, probably just for one trip to get an emplacement with an outpost.
Should be Arislets on the south side, which is then going to just divvy up the spawn. Then again, like the Chuganu could eventually just clear this dock. Weirdly enough, it's going to take a while. And wow, okay, BC is going to go for the archer ship. So yeah, he'll just look to be a staunch defender here. It will enable his fishing. And Tawara now coming in, as you said. But a Puppypaw, I mean, the thing is, like, Pro Scouts, it does accelerate you. But with the fishing play alongside it, or rather the dock to deny, I wonder if this is maybe going to be a bit too slow.
Might spread himself a little bit
Whoops.
too thin. We do now have an archer ship coming in from both sides, but double fishing ship has been taken down. That's a
getting
decent
late.
amount of damage. Now Jugunu also on the front side, at least maybe, to take down villagers on the berries. He went for the outpost.
Okay, but Puppypaw is riding blind now. I think the scout pulled back, so he doesn't see the berries right now.
Did see the berries earlier, right? And
Okay, there we go.
yeah, he does see the berries right now. That's definitely something to deny here. More Jugunu coming in as well.
So BC now with just 7 sheep, but he has bought time for the farms to start littering in for the Kurosawa.
Jugunu?
Wait.
Yeah, a little
okay.
bit overly ambitious there. One has to pay. Starting to take the deer away now as well. But yeah, Beastie, I don't think there's a way that you can deny Beastie the Castle Age. I think right now it's more about like what you do with the Castle Age. Doc also has an emplacement on it. Doesn't really feel like it does a whole lot. I don't think either player wants to invest much more on water right now. I think it's just about the rush up to Castle Age while Puppypaw gets as many deer in as possible and just has a couple of units to make it impossible for Beastie to just do like this immediate move out onto the relics upon hitting Castle Age.
He did give BC a lot more fish with this play, though, right? Because I think Puppypaw only secured 1, maybe 2 fish out of the 6. So majority favors Beastie there, which gives him a lot more runway with the fishing play.
That's true. That's true. I mean, he makes up for it a little bit with just having the deer access, right? And just a ton of it as well. Like, the only resource that Beastie can really go to now is berries, which you can't move. You can move deer, but you cannot move berries. So Beastie is always going to be out on the map here, long term.
Yeah, but the thing that you got to keep in mind here, right, is like realistically what that amount of fish is 1,500 still food left over to work with. And like you should be able to get some map control with 1,500 and even gets the archer ship kill. Fishing boat did get
Puppypaw is moving everything over now.
Okay, that's kind of crazy. Like with really? Against archer
Second
ship
archer
play.
ship also being queued. I mean, the Jugunu are going to do wonders up against the archer ship, or any ship for that matter.
If you have enough, sure, right? But like 8? I guess the challenge is getting in quick enough. Especially with double archer ship now coming in. And also keep in mind, like this has drawn a lot of Puppypaw's attention away from the base. Beastie, do you... Okay, here's a crazy thought. You're going to hate me for this. You can't Yumi here, right? Like, I'm trying to think how he can solve the food issue.
Nah. Nah, Yumi isn't really possible up against what Puppypaw's done here so far. Double archer ship, yeah. I mean, Puppypaw just there's no reason to stay here on water. It's also one of those spawns where, sure, there's a sacred site and one relic here, but sometimes there's even 2 relics on one side, like on the bottom side. Not here in this one, so it's not the most important spot to keep tabs on. Now age up has come through for Beastie. Puppy Paw also aging up behind this. Mount Lu Academy on its way.
Beastie, he is getting the next level wheelbarrow, so we might see him trying to sneak for some berries soon. First Mount Samurai is about to hit the field, and, well, if you look at the scattering of troops, good luck, sir, on trying to get past the blockade to pick up relics.
Yeah, at least immediately it's gonna be a pipe dream. Only the one at the bottom is really available, so to say.
Yeah, and he definitely has a route potentially guarded there. Diamond level 1's going to be coming in, so that's going to enable a quick Uma ban him if he chooses it. Probably worth getting more Mount
Upgrades
Samurai
are coming
first.
in on the Spearman now as well behind this, and there's just so much food gathered already behind all of this. And Samurai still just sticking around, able to pick off one of the spears.
Yeah, we'll just start to drag the entire army away, so might try to sneak out somewhere else. And we do have a Yumi switch now coming in from Beastie.
Interesting.
I mean, he needs something that's cost efficient for a guy who doesn't have food, right? Like, he has plenty of wood.
Yeah. Yeah, not just that, but also gold access after his first gold is going to run out.
Yep. And it makes sense. He's seen spears. You know, once you get the Yumi vetted, then can deal with this small group of Chuk, and it does solve for the crossbow. But the problem now is, like, against Pro Scout Shushi with Mass Lancer, can you realistically keep up?
Yeah. That's the issue, right? Like, so many deer pro scouted here. Granted, not all of them are actually gone at this point in time. There are still a good couple out on the map. Yeah, there's a good count right there.
Smuggled off to the side.
Where?
And, ooh,
Relic.
on the wall. Who's the
It's getting
fairest of them all?
contested.
It's definitely going to get denied against the Chuk, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Good damage done to the Spearman, though.
I think that kind of works out as worth it, right? Like, you know, almost kills all the spears. They're so low on HP versus just one measly little Shinto.
Second Shinto now just came in. We do have the Ursher inside the archer range, and just more Yumi Ashigaru coming in. Same time, big lance account though for Puppy. Crossbows in as well. And when you're crossbows and lancers up against lancers and archers, wondering which one you really favor, because at a certain point, like, you start one-shotting these lancers, and the Yumi not really able to do that even close.
No, I mean, the idea is just meant to be that you overwhelm on numbers and kill the crossbow before they reach critical mass, right? That's usually how you play this, but Beastie maybe feels like that's not possible. We've got to switch up. He's going to be going for his version of a crossbow, a more expensive version, but also a more mobile version.
Yeah. Does also reveal the army composition, at least in the Yumi department. Grant, the Yumi aren't actually vetted up yet.
I think maybe this was like a bait and switch just to remove the spears and make his opponent feel like, oh, wow, yeah, I don't want to do spears. Let's go in a different direction, right? Let's lean more into, you know, Chuk. Or maybe, like, you know, just the knights, which Onimusha would counter.
Yeah. Lots of army movement coming in. Puppy Paw trying to find the couple of lancers that have been sent out to the backside. Does find them. Who knows what's going on there? Villagers moving forward. Never mind. They've just been misclicked together with the army.
We do have the melee text coming in, which is going to be important with the Uma Bannon timing. He's going to be looking for probably in like the next minute. Already has the access to them, right? Just hasn't deployed them. But just so nice percentile scaling with these melee techs.
Onimusha do get spotted now.
Yeah, and Puppy Paw, the immediate reset. Like, he doesn't want to trickle troops into that. He knows it's going to be one hit kill, one hit kill, one hit kill. So just falls back. BC able to get a bit of space. Could maybe rush out for this relic, but I don't think he has a Shinto nearby, so no bueno.
Couple trickle troops out there. Yeah, crossbow is going to get taken down.
We have got Puppy Paw going for relics himself, by the way. Like, he's actually technically winning the race.
Yes. This one is coming back there for sure. Nice pinch there on the Mounted Samurai. Only 4 remaining at the moment for Beastie. Relic in the middle just got picked up, actually. Is he able to ping that one back here potentially? We got a massive knight count at this point in time, though.
We have. And,
from Puppy Paw.
And with what BC's trying to do, Kaburiya is imperative, right? Because he's basically just not keeping up on melee frontline. So this means your Onimusha needs to be untouchable for you to be unkillable.
Yeah. The amount of crossbows in as well behind this. Some Jugunu remaining. More Jugunu actually kind of coming in now. Pierce armor, very important as well.
Yeah, and there's the Kaburiya.
There we go.
So
Deer being ferried back.
this is going to give him the movement speed he needs to kind of in and out. It's really awkward though. Like sometimes you wish this was an activatable because if something triggers it early, you can't dive in, right? Like you won't have the get out of jail free card.
Looks like the relic did get denied there, at least for a little bit, but it's still so far on BC side. Eventually, it's going to get taken back. But should be a 3-2 relic split at the end. But we're kind of repeating the Rus vs. China game now, with ranged cavalry on one side and Puppy Paw just flooding lancers. Difference is that the Onimusha do a lot more damage compared to the cavalry archers. Also a good bit more range. At the same time, not nearly as many out there. Very hard to remass as well.
No, he's really leaning hard on the idea that he's undiveable right now. Puppy Paw, he's not rushing his timing. He understands that crossbow ball reaches like 30 plus 20 lancers. That's kind of your goad point, and that's a curious switch from BC. Onabugeisha.
Yeah, it's a bit of what feels like a desperation play, I want to even say.
He has got Spearman coming in, which makes more sense. Like, the Lancer count is so high. I feel like Onimusha are going to struggle to clear it quick enough at this rate.
Spearman, crossbows, also coming in from Puppy Paw. Some horsemen in there as well. Yeah, at the moment, he's just restricting, constricting BC's access to resource on the map just when he starts to move out as well.
Nice finds here. This is the
Looks
key
like he's
thing.
suspecting something.
Yeah, like, BC has a full raiding comp, right? That's the difference. Puppy Paw, his raider is just a melee, so it's really tricky. But hello, big grab there. Locks him out of the gold move. Even strikes down some workers. I mean, he could actually just go in right now.
Yeah. To be fair, like, that's the last gold. Like, BC doesn't have gold access anymore.
Not just that, BC has nothing to defend inside his base. He's only now prepping the spearmen, so Lancers are entering the battlefield.
He's going for it.
Indeed he is.
There's infantry.
Chases the woodworkers instead. Clashes with the Yumi. He's going to mop them up. The Spearmen and the Onabugeisha, I mean, in infancy here. They're only feudal Spearmen right now, so Lancers are going to wail away at this. Puppy Paw, on the other hand, is going to start losing his own economy as BC goes for a counter raid with the Onimusha mass.
Infantry trying to protect both bases here at the same time. Puppy Paw losing a lot of his lances at the front side.
I mean, he's practically lost all of them at this stage, and this is the difference, right? BC, he's kept those Onimusha going, able to kite them. Puppy Paw not able to punish it, so tail end of that, BC actually comes out with a slight worker lead. He's also removed one of the big threats. Lancers are being rebuilt, but from a less threatening number now.
Yeah. Once again, Lance is coming in, but these are very weak Yumi archers. Never mind, these are spearmen. They look like Yumi archers there for a second.
Well, trash and trash, you know. Same old, same
They
old.
both fit in the same category, yeah.
They both go in the
Puppy
bin.
Paw's infantry mass, though. Puppy Paw's infantry mass, though, is still quite strong here. We still have these occasional raids going on.
Yeah, and
Look at that, once again. Lancer. Oh,
whoops.
there's another one there.
Counting target.
Looks like Dali Horse is also in. They attack quite fast.
Nice and south side is going to be mirrored away. The Onimusha is still sneaking in here, but Puppy Paw, he just began a horseman transition.
Yeah, the horsemen coming in clutch now. Beastie out on the map as well, so the spearmen, they're not really there with his raiding force. Great trades now for the horsemen. These are very, very expensive losses. 140 resources for every single one of these Onimusha.
Yeah,
60 gold at that.
I can make it worse for you, Krakeny. Think about what he's running with there on the south side. What is the point in Kaburiya when you move with Mounted Samurai? You don't move faster. So you're not even escaping. And I mean, he's at least cleared the dock, south side, right? But the fishing, I think, is all gone at this stage. And to make matters worse, I'm pretty sure Beastie never saw the repeater crossbows. This is the first time he's visiting into them. And there's already almost 30 in the field.
Yeah, this fight here at the front side, though, Puppy Paw didn't have his Brand army force there. It's going to lose out a lot, but does manage to get another aggressive attempt up against the gold vein. Outpost has come up, but the outpost is not going to be enough.
No, I like the way that Puppy split this. I believe he left the crossbows mostly back at home to mirror the raid attempt. We'll shove him off the gold, which means that Beastie, I mean, good luck, right? Like, you've got one relic. What are you going to build with that? You're not really going to be able to afford a Brigatia. You're stuck with Spearman, and your opponent already has the counter now.
Yeah, more raid attempts coming in, though. Paul getting some walls in at the top side, trying to wall a little bit behind his base as well. Ooh, Spearman finding some horseman kills here, potentially. Horseman, ooh, have to be so careful. Paul right now just wants to get information. Is Beastie out at the bottom gold there? Is he out there? He is not. At least not at the moment. Raid.
And on the berries, and this confirms
Immediate
something for him. Like, why would Puppy Paw Pro Scouts be doing this? He's running out of food. I think he sent more scouts out to pick up the deer on the north side, but it's going to take some time to get there. Meanwhile, these Mountain Samurai just dragging a lot of army's attention. He gets several worker kills. Now, once again, neck and neck at 55-55 on the worker count. We'll even find the taxman. Just
killing the Imperial
great
officials.
raids by Beastie here.
Yeah, that's so much value there with the Imperial officials. Also finding the workers there on gold potentially, but does lose his mobile army count. And Puppy Paw, he's just scaling up so much more military. Beastie at the moment pretty much only on Spearman against Mass Jugenu.
That's the thing.
Juji Jugenu at that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, this raid, it looks so good. Great job. Go flappers all around. When's the next raid happening? Like, where's the second group? Where's the third group? They just don't exist here. As you said, Beastie is just hard stuck on spears. Puppy Paw has to be realizing it soon. He's getting ready to posture on the north side because once again, Beastie is rushed out onto the gold.
Did rush out. Lots of spearmen here at the front side, but yeah, that's exactly what Puppy Paw can beat, what he can counter out. Also finding some villagers that were all on stone.
Now we're
And so still active.
Duke, I'm going to start moving in here. Leads the army to engage. The Katana Bannerman was absorbing nicely at the start of this, but like this is where the Duke should in theory trade well. Problem is they haven't got a front line to keep their distance right now.
It's coming in though. The entire army is moving forward. Puppy Paw even drawing Beastie a little bit out there.
50.
I do believe we've got the... Can we check the stats on the Jugenu? How much range they have? They should have the upgrade in on them. Yeah, there it is. Five tiles of range. So they got to do a lot more damage up against the spears.
24 damage, and then you've got 1 armor, right? So it's going to be 21 damage per attack into these spears.
Yeah, pretty massive.
Ton of Bannermen are at least going to absorb some of the shots, and let's be careful of that infantry double stack.
Yeah.
Like, that's what allows Spearman to kind of contest.
Crossbows as well.
And the second wave just came in.
There we go, army can't.
This feels like the Kurt's moment.
It's do
Beastie,
or die.
how does he hold this?
It's so much. There's no way that he can hold this. He doesn't have what it takes to take these Jugenu down.
No.
It's just a mosh pit. The melee mosh pit at the front, just not able to beat up against the Jugenu, and yeah, all the military forces go down, and the villagers inside the outpost are next.
15 gone, right? Like, you're just not getting them out of here because the posturing Puppy Paw will just be able to kill them the moment they get out of here. And this has happened. GG comes in. The day will end with a Canadian qualifying through to the playoffs as quick as is humanly possible, I guess, when you put these two in a best of 5.
Man, what a crazy set. And KP at the end of it,
wait,
you were a bit closer. 23 minutes and 59 seconds.
Not
so
bad.
23:36. That was very, very close.
Thank you, thank you. I feel like I could have done better, but it's been a long day, Crackety. So, that's a little bit off. But I promise to
A little
come
bit off the game
better
there.
and stronger next time. Oh, what a day. What a bloody crazy day. Yeah, that kind of summarizes it. We didn't even go to replays. We're tired. Like I can see Crackety's hair roughed up. Don't worry, I've got enough hair product that mine just doesn't move. It is sweltering in here. I assume we're gonna do an interview. We're gonna keep it short. We're gonna hop in. We've got Puppy Paw on the line to talk us through this ridiculous day. I'm joined by the one man involved in the broadcast who it is not late for. Puppy Paw, first of all, congrats on a win. has to be a big morale booster. Beastie, never really an easy opponent. I guess, first of all, like, kind of wondering, how did you prep for this series? Because, of course, he took down your bro the series before. We saw you try to replicate some strategies that I guess you guys have been practicing. Was there any time to change your approach to some of these matchups to kind of prep, analyze, and counter what Beastie was doing? Oh, you're muted. Okay, it's been a long day. We'll give him a sec. I think he just needs to reconnect, and we'll get him back in a second. Oh, you there?
You guys can...
Yep, I think we got you now.
Awesome. Yeah, I've been busy like all day with some stuff, and I looked at the replays a bit, but I didn't think about it too much. When I watched Wham's game on Scandinavia, he didn't do something conventional, like he was trying something out, so that's not like the way I would normally play, but I mean, Beastie played both of the games, like he played the entire series pretty well, I think, but both the games he beat me on were the same matchups which he beat Wham on, which he played very well on.
Yeah, I think that was the interesting thing. Like, I kind of respect you committing to the idea that you practiced and prepped, and I mean, this series had to feel like a marathon. I think especially, like, we got to talk about that. I think the Frisian Marshes game is the one that felt like it was never going to end. Like, how many times were you ever worried about the outcome? Like, is BC about to take this from me?
Honestly, I thought I was winning like the entire game. Like,
Yeah.
But right when he actually pushed me, like when he had all those mangonels and all those Nesta Bs, I was starting to get a bit worried because obviously it's a bit difficult to deal with that army. But at the same time, like I knew he would have to move out, and when he finally did move out, I was concerned a little bit as he was stopping my trade. But as soon as I cleaned up that army, I thought, okay, well, I'm probably back to winning, and fortunately, I was able to end the game. But it was a super tough game. Like he really fought like really hard in that game.
He did. I mean, he made you work for the wins, right? Like, even the Roos game where it's like, okay, this should be over, but he's believing there's a way back in. And, you know, I guess one big thought here is a lot of prep goes into tournaments like this. And you said you've had some real life stuff, maybe like overall haven't had as much time to typically prep. How big of a curveball was the season 11 changes?
A little bit. I mean, mostly like I would say not super impactful, but a little bit for some civs like Japan, Ottomans, also Lancaster.
Yeah, and that means that you are now able to park yourself. You've advanced to the playoffs. Congratulations! I believe you could be on a collision course for Louis MT. Opportunity to avenge the bro who lost him in the upper brackets. Who is the person that you're maybe looking least forward to facing of the remaining players?
Just don't put me up against Marino or Wham.
You chose the obvious one, I guess. That makes a lot of sense. I think we're going to let you go because it's been a long day and you've earned a rest. I think we all have. But once again, Pipe 4, congrats. Enjoy the rest. And I look forward to seeing you in the playoffs.
Yeah, thank you. You guys take care.
Oh, blimey. That was... I love the technical issues at the start. I was like, of course. We're going to
Has to happen. What's an EGC broadcast without at least some technical issues, right?
We got there in the end. I mean, here we go. I see Marilla in chat. Dies to Puppy in the finals. Look at humble Marine Lord. We gotta love that. He'll smack talk Antan all day, though. But, guys, it's been a ridiculous day. We finally come to a close. We know who's made it through to playoffs. Marine Lord, Anatan, Louis MT, and Puppy Paw. But the fun's only just began. Because now we're at series that actually matter. Where people's tournament lives are finally on the line.
That's right, baby. It's knockout time. Not yet, though. We've got some hours until then.
Oh, you don't just want to continue? I mean, technically, like, I'm looking at my calendar, we are in the 29th. So there you go, folks. For the 29th, same start time as today. Maybe not as long a day. We'll have to see. We're going to be opening up with this round of ones. We've got the Baltoon series, MSN facing off against him. B versus CSO should be fireworks. Lucifron versus Gilyardi, Raider versus All In, and Voldemort versus Numedan. A battle of the Scandinavians. All that locked in for you to enjoy on Sunday. We'll be saying farewell to 4 players tomorrow. And then next weekend, we open up by saying farewell to another 4. But, Cracky, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. High five, we survived. Whoop, that was a long day. We are going to go get ourselves a rest. Production, all of us. I think I even saw something about no CS for Cal today. It's a shame, but, you know, the sacrifice you got to make. Guys, remember, be back here tomorrow. Same start time as today, when we will say farewell to 4 members of EGC Masters Summers. So many more epic games still to come. We'll see you soon.
See you then.